My name is Zhang Xing. I used to be the director of a well-known animation company on Earth. My daily life can be summed up in 3 words: overtime, empty promises, and deadlines. Until late that night, I was staring at the computer to modify the plan. My eyes were almost as big as fighting cocks, when the socket on the wall suddenly crackled, and sparks came out. My occupational disease made me reflexively rush over to pull out the plug, and then there was a flash of lightning. When I opened my eyes again, I had traveled through time and space and became a 6-year-old boy. The memories in my mind tell me that the original owner of this body was also called Zhang Xing, and he had some magical talent, a typical character from another world. His grandfather wanted his grandson to become a magician, so he saved money by eating frugally to send him to Magic Academy. Unfortunately, they were attacked by wild wolves on the road. Grandpa tried his best to protect him, but he died in the end. The 6-year-old kid was left alone to embark on the journey, crying as he walked, stopping and starting, and finally collapsed from exhaustion on the mountain path outside Kimura. To be honest, if the folks in Kimura hadn't been kind enough to pick me up 3 days ago, I might have already unlocked the achievement of the first time a time traveler died of starvation on the roadside. But life always has a chance to turn around. Goddess of Luck finally smiled on me. I summoned the Dragon Island and bound it to a dragon training system. From that day on, my life took off like a rocket. Black dragon, golden dragon, red dragon, blue dragon, all kinds of dragons are available. Raising dragons is as easy as raising chickens. Whatever these dragons can do, I can do too. Breathe fire, freeze, strike with lightning, whatever you want, they are all basic operations. Small skills? Too lazy to use them. He just opened his mouth and cast a forbidden spell, which was accurate every time he sprayed it. He even saved the trouble of using a spell. So, with my group of dragons, I embarked on a journey to sweep across the continent of another world. Holy Dragon Continent, Tianqing Empire, Kimura, the edge of Old Lee's orchard. I frowned, looking confused. Raising a dragon? What's the use of it? The system's voice was calm. Be a pet. Ah! I screamed in my heart, and the confusion on my face instantly turned into despair. When others traveled through time, they either had an old man hidden in their rings or had invincible plug-ins. But why did it become a system that raised pets when it came to me? My eyes turned red, and tears welled up in my eyes. Do I have to hold the dragon egg every day, sit at the entrance of the pet market, and wait for the nobles to choose a dragon? The scene of a bunch of cats and dogs wailing in the pet store on Earth immediately appeared in my mind. Just as I was feeling desperate, the system suddenly added a warning. When your pet dragon grows up, it can become a divine dragon, helping you conquer the world. Please go to the Divine Dragon Island and start the system mission. My feet sank and suddenly I felt I was stepping on solid ground. Looking up and around, I saw that the island was quite large. My mind sensed that the area was about the same size as Hainan Island on Earth. Ding! The novice mission is started, with an initial gold coin of 2,000. My eyes lit up. I've made a fortune. Kimura usually uses copper coins. Silver coins are rare, and gold coins are something he has never seen before. Reach out and grab a handful. Clatter! He opened his hand and saw 5 gold coins lying quietly in his palm. Not enough, have another one. Crash! Still 5. I looked up into the air. System, are you kidding me? System. Island Master, there's no need to do this. Just a thought will put the gold coins into your pocket. I suddenly felt that this system was in bad taste. Novice Task 1, build a base camp, cost 200 gold coins, Dragon's Nest basic building. I opened the control panel, took a quick look, found the build option, and an idea came to my mind. Swish! A white light fell from the sky, and a building resembling a medieval castle-style rose from the ground on the island. Mission completed, experience plus 10, gold plus 100. Congratulations on your upgrade. Current level, Warrior Apprentice. I was stunned for a second, clenched my fists, and felt the strength in my body, and instantly felt like I was back in my 20s. A glance at the status bar shows that the gold coin balance is 1900 and the experience value is 0/20. System. Novice Mission 2, build a castle, 300 gold coins required, necessary for building a dragon's nest. A white light flashed, and the base camp was instantly upgraded to a castle. System. Congratulations on completing the mission. You have gained 20 experience points and 200 gold coins. Congratulations on upgrading. Your current level is Junior Warrior. A stronger force than before instantly filled my small body. I clenched my fists and felt like I could fight 10 people alone. Ordinary people would probably shout, "Brother Zhang, spare my life," when they saw me. Newbies level up so fast. I was so happy. The system came online again. Novice Task 3, build a level 1 dragon nest, 400 gold coins are required, and you can hatch dragon eggs. In the blink of an eye, a swamp appeared on the west side of the castle, and a deep rock cave emerged in the middle. System. Mission completed, gain 30 experience points, 300 gold coins, remaining 1,700 gold coins. Congratulations on upgrading, current level, Intermediate Warrior. I cheered. This upgrade speed is faster than riding a rocket. I raised my arm and looked at my forearm. TSK, this fist feels like it can kill a tiger. The system continued. Novice Mission 4, randomly hatch a dragon egg, no gold coins are consumed. A 2-meter-high fruit machine suddenly appeared in the air. 24 grids were rotating on the screen, with 12 dragon eggs and 12. Thank you for participating. I frowned. Only a 50% chance? System. If you don't win, you can do side quests to earn a chance to win a prize. I rolled my eyes. Why not just give him an egg? Why make it so complicated? Although I complained, I still put my hands together and prayed, then pressed the button decisively. Ding ding ding. The cursor spun around and finally stopped steadily on a black dragon egg. Yes! I won! I was so excited that I almost jumped up. In midair, a black dragon egg the size of a basketball slowly fell to the ground. System. Congratulations to the island owner for obtaining a black dragon egg. Please put the dragon egg into the dragon nest to hatch. As soon as I thought about it, the black dragon egg fell steadily into the swamp cave. Then I tilted my head and said, "By the way, System, how long will it take for this egg to hatch?" System. 1 day. I raised an eyebrow. 1 day? Don't dragon eggs in novels take 100 or 80 years to hatch? The system replied calmly. If there is enough energy, it will be enough for 1 day. A day passed in the blink of an eye, and I couldn't wait to break into Dragon Island. As soon as I stepped in, I heard a clicking sound in my ears. I looked down and saw that the dragon eggshell was covered with fine cracks. I held my breath and stared at the dragon egg. Crack! The eggshell cracked, and a small black thing curled up inside the eggshell. The little black ball shook off the sticky substance on its body and slowly stretched its body. System. Congratulations on completing the mission. You have gained 40 experience points and 400 gold coins. I looked at it suspiciously. Huh! Why didn't it upgrade? Taking a look at the attribute panel, I found that a high-level warrior requires 100 experience points. I smacked my lips. No hurry, this is just the beginning. The system then announced. Activate magic talent, current level, magic apprentice, experience value 0/20. System. The magic mission is started. Use magic fruit to feed the baby dragon. Each fruit increases 1 experience point. The baby dragon's experience value is 0 out of 10. Magic fruit seeds can be purchased in the system store. I narrowed my eyes and said, Magic flower fruit? Doesn't Oldley have more than 30 of them at home? Rich people don't care about them, but poor people treasure them. I stroked my chin and said, I'll go out and have a look later and borrow one. I clenched my fist excitedly. Warrior plus magician? Practicing both magic and martial arts, so cool! I thought the system would only give me the identity of a warrior, and then give me a dragon, so that I could become a dragon warrior. Unexpectedly, it directly unlocked the magician, which made my identity even more noble. I muttered, Magic dragon warrior? Sounds very powerful. I sorted out my thoughts. Upgrading buildings, increasing the level of warriors, feeding dragons, the tasks are not too many. Ah! A cute cry interrupted my thoughts. I looked down and saw a child half a meter tall, dressed in black, standing in front of me. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and opened them again. This This is not a dragon. I was dumbfounded. System, why did you hatch a child? I took a closer look and was stunned. It was not a child at all. It was clearly a little dragon hatched from an egg, child. The little dragon boy was as black as a piece of freshly burned charcoal, and the thin black scales on his body glowed faintly in the sunlight. He looked extremely ugly, and stared at me with an unhappy look and deep hatred, as if I owed him several hundred kilograms of dragon eggs. One big and one small, one yellow and one black, the two kids looked at each other. I couldn't hold it in any longer, so I spoke first. Why do you look like this? Who knew that when the little black dragon opened his mouth, he almost choked me to death? Is your morality good enough? After saying that, it actually raised its head proudly, with its nostrils facing the sky, glanced at me with contempt, picked up a piece of eggshell and started chewing it. Oh my God, this script is wrong. The scene of hatching eggs shouldn't be like this according to the routine. The first thing the dragon child should do when seeing it is to pounce on it and affectionately call it Mom, right? Also, not only was this little black dragon born in human form, but it could also speak human language? What's even more outrageous is that it can even scold people. Hey, little black dragon, I'm your father. No, I hatched you. Isn't your attitude a little off? The little black dragon curled his lips and snorted contemptuously. TSK. You don't look like me at all. Don't think I don't know that you are a human, a humble human. Ugh. I have to say, this little guy really has the talent of the dragon race. He is so smart since birth. The dragon gene is so powerful that I have nothing to say. After a while, the little black dragon finished eating the eggshell, stretched, and without even looking at me, it went straight back into the cave and fell into a deep sleep. I secretly gritted my teeth in my heart. Okay, you keep pretending. Wait, I will deal with you later. I left Dragon Island angrily. At night, a small black shadow sneaked into Old Lee's orchard. The 3-year-old magic fruit tree is now in its fruit-bearing season, and the fruits are fragrant and sweet. In the past, I had to work very hard to steal the magic fruit, but now I can jump 2 meters high with just a light jump. In a short while, I picked 20 of them, put them in my arms, and quickly returned to Dragon Island. As soon as I stepped into the cave, I saw the little black dragon with a bitter face, wandering outside the nest with his tail sticking out, as if saying, I'm so hungry but I won't say it. Haha, it looks like he's hungry and is looking for something to eat. Seeing me come in, the little black dragon subconsciously raised his head and pretended to be noble and cool. However, the next second he shook his head again, with a look on his face that said, I don't want to bother with you. I was so happy. Haha. Okay, I'll let you pretend. I found a smooth rock to sit on, took out a magic flower fruit from my arms, and started to chew it. Crunch, the sound of biting fruit echoed in the cave, and the little black dragon's steps just taken were instantly frozen, as if he was hit by a spell. Then he sniffed the air deeply. Swish! The little black dragon turned his head suddenly and saw the magic flower fruit in my hand. He stopped pretending and drooped his head, staring at the fruit in my hand. Gurgle! Gurgle! Hearing the rumbling sound of the little black dragon's stomach, I bit it even harder and deliberately exclaimed, It's so delicious! Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the little black dragon taking a few steps towards me timidly. Hee hee, to deal with children, you have to rely on food. No matter how proud a dragon you are, you can't escape the instinct of appetite, and you can't escape from me. What are you eating? The little black dragon finally couldn't help it. He stood in front of me, widened his eyes, stared at the fruit pitifully, and asked in a baby voice. The aloof look he had just now disappeared in an instant, and the speed at which he changed his expression could almost enter the Guinness World Record for dragons. I crossed my legs, swung my feet, and said slowly, Magic flower fruit. Can I have one? The little black dragon licked his lips and asked weakly. No! I retorted and turned around with my back facing him. 2 seconds later. Brother! I'm hungry! The aggrieved voice of the little black dragon came from behind me, and his little hand grabbed the corner of my clothes and shook it. Hee hee! Now that I'm calling you brother, are you starting to give in? But I worked so hard to hatch you, you have to call me daddy. You are a human being, I can't call you dad, I want to eat the magic flower fruit. The little black dragon pulled the corner of his clothes and refused to let go. It's okay if you don't bark. Then why don't you turn into a dragon and let me see it? I have never seen a live dragon, so I was a little excited. The little black dragon stood in place, twisted his body, bent his knees slightly, clenched his fists, puffed up his cheeks, and began to transform with a serious expression. It looks like a squat toilet. I almost couldn't hold back my laughter. Pfft. A black shadow emerged in the air, about half a meter long. A small black dragon was floating, with 2 small horns on its big head, deep eye sockets, and 4 big claws dangling. Its whole body was covered with thin scales and was slippery. Well, not bad. It's pretty much what I imagine. When this little guy grows up to be a dragon, riding it and running around everywhere, how majestic it will be. After the transformation, the little black dragon turned back into a child. I want to eat the magic flower fruit. Okay, but you have to recognize me as your master. I took out a magic flower fruit and waved it in front of him. No, only the strongest human being, with the permission of the Dragon Clan, can become the master. With your little arms and legs, TSK. When it comes to lifelong events, the little black dragon becomes naughty again. Forget it if you don't recognize me. I'm leaving. I stood up, patted my butt, and pretended to leave, muttering. I finally hatched it, and it starved to death the next moment. I should have just cooked it and eaten it. Gurgle! Gurgle! The little black dragon's stomach protested again. Seeing me walking further and further away, the little black dragon gritted his teeth and said with a face full of grievance. Okay, I recognize you as my master. But we can only sign an equal contract. The Dragon Clan's equal contract is very popular. Humans can enjoy Dragon Clan magic, dragons are not subject to human life and death constraints, and humans are not implicated by dragons. It worked. Haha, I am still good at tricking kids. Although the equal contract is nothing, the black dragon is still young. If you raise it slowly, it will be beneficial sooner or later. Okay, let's sign the contract quickly, I complained casually. The little black dragon snorted and a string of strange spells came out of his mouth. In an instant, a black light shot up into the sky, flashed briefly over the Shillong Island, and then disappeared. I could feel that there was a secret connection between me and the little black dragon. In my heart, and even in the depths of my soul, the shadow of the little black dragon vaguely emerged. This should be a fragment of his soul. At the same time, I felt the speed of magic absorption increasing rapidly. The contract was completed in the blink of an eye. The little black dragon was stunned for 2 seconds, and suddenly shouted, "Hurry up and give me the magic flower fruit!" Huh! I glared at him, and the little black dragon immediately became timid, shrinking his neck and changing his expression. Master, the baby dragon is hungry and wants to eat the magic fruit. Okay, here you go. I threw a magic fruit. From now on, you will be called Heibao. When you can turn into a human, call me Brother Xing in front of outsiders. Remember? The little black dragon grunted as it gnawed the magic flower fruit, and it was unclear whether it agreed or simply ignored it. After it finished biting a fruit, a black gas rose from its body and it grew visibly in size. Ding! The young dragon needs 9 more fruits to advance to the first level. The current experience value is 1/10. Congratulations on completing the feeding task. You will be rewarded with 20 magic points and 200 gold coins. Congratulations on your upgrade. You are now a primary magician. The next level of magic experience is 0 of 40, and the warrior experience is 40 out of 100. You have obtained the primary meditation skill of the magician, and the primary fire breathing and biting skills of the black dragon. I heard the system prompt and was overjoyed. Haha, I learned magic skills. I was just about to close my eyes to practice meditation, but as soon as I closed my eyes, before anything else happened, I felt the magical elements in the air rushing towards me. The mental power expanded instantly, and the whole world seemed to be renewed. Oh my God, you've learned meditation already? This surprise comes too suddenly. Excited, I couldn't help but try out my new skill. Fire breathing! Whoosh! A stream of flame burst out from his mouth, blazing with power. It's just that the magic power consumption is a bit high. I rubbed my chin and thought to myself, if those great magicians knew that a 6-year-old child not only became a junior magician, but also could breathe fire, I'm afraid they would be so scared that they would doubt their lives. Just as I was thinking about it, the little black dragon licked his lips and looked up at me eagerly. Master, it's not enough. Give me some more. I was stunned. I almost forgot about Xiao Hei. I casually handed over the remaining 19 magic fruit. These are all for you, eat as much as you want. Wow! Thank you, Master! So many fruits! The little black dragon wagged its tail excitedly, and rubbed its head against me affectionately. Soon, the little black dragon started eating again. After a few sniffs, all the fruit was gone. Just as I was marveling at the little guy's amazing appetite, the little black dragon in front of me suddenly, whoosh, grew to more than 1 meter in height, much taller than me. Ding! The young dragon is advancing to level 2, with experience value of 9/100. I glanced at the experience bar and gasped. I have to eat another 100 magic fruit? I have to steal all the orchards of Oldley, right? But then I thought, no, I can't steal. Buying is even more unrealistic. If I use gold coins to buy fruit, Oldley will definitely think I stole it, and he will catch me on the spot and report it to the village chief. Oh, this is difficult. I scratched my hair, and then an idea came to me. I opened the system store and found the magic flower fruit seeds. When I saw the price, I almost jumped up. 200 gold coins per fruit! And it can only produce 20 fruits? I gritted my teeth and bought it to upgrade the little black dragon. 5 seeds cost 1,000 gold coins, and I only have 1,300 gold coins left. There are only a few items unlocked in the store, and the next page has not yet been opened. I planted 5 seeds in a special field on Dragon Island and waited for a month for them to bloom and bear fruit. There are no new tasks in the system. It seems that the novice period has ended. After exiting the system space, I returned to the fruit tree and was about to yawn when I suddenly caught a glimpse of a red light in the direction of the village in the distance. This was accompanied by a series of groans and rustling noises. My face darkened. Oh no! The wolves are coming! How could a pack of wolves attack a village in the middle of the night? You know, in places where humans live, even ordinary wild animals avoid them, let alone low-level magical beasts. My eyes focused, and the warrior power in my body burst out. I took a step and headed straight towards the village. We must rescue people quickly! And also avenge Grandpa! The night in the village was dull and silent until the village chief's urgent shout broke through the darkness. Hurry up, light the firewood pile! He hurried over with a dozen young men, and his footsteps seemed particularly urgent in the night. 2 piles of firewood, 1 meter high, quickly caught fire, and the flames leaped, illuminating the surroundings red. Several wild wolves took a few steps back in the light of the fire, their eyes still flashing with ferocity, and they whimpered softly. How come so many wolves broke into the village? The village chief frowned and said to himself. On weekdays it would be fine if a lone wolf sneaked in to steal a chicken or a duck, but today, 5 or 6 of them came at once, which was really rare. Could something have happened in the forest in the distance? Just as the village chief was thinking about it, the wolf on the other side of the fire suddenly howled to the sky. The villagers' faces suddenly changed. Oh no! That's calling for companions! Sure enough, in less than a minute, tiny dots of faint green light appeared around the village, like a sea of stars in the night sky. The villagers' hearts sank. There were at least 40 or 50 wolves. Why was this happening? Everyone was puzzled, but time did not allow them to think too much. The wolves exuded a creepy aura, staring at the villagers intently, saliva dripping from between their fangs, and moved closer and closer, ready to attack. Suddenly, da-da-da! A wolf as huge as a calf slowly walked out from behind the wolf pack. Hiss! The villagers gasped and sweated. Oh my God! A monster! A timid villager's hand trembled and his hoe fell to the ground with a clang, but he didn't notice it at all. More people couldn't stop shaking. They were just ordinary villagers. Hunting a lone wolf was already the limit for them on a normal day, and facing the monster, they had no power to fight back. The demon wolf walked slowly to the fire, looking down at the humans from above, like a gangster boss who brought his minions to clean up his prey, indifferent and casual. Woo! The demon wolf growled, its voice as low as thunder, and gave an order. Ha! Greed and cruelty were mixed in the wolf's eyes. They pounced on the villagers. A delicious meal was about to begin. Everyone come closer! Let's fight to the death! Kill as many as you can! We can't let these beasts succeed so easily! The village chief roared, despair in his voice. The villagers held their farm tools tightly and stared at the approaching wolf. Swish, swish, swish! The wolves passed through the fire, spread out in a fan shape, and approached quickly. The second wave of jumps has already started, and the villagers can only see the wolf's shadows getting bigger and bigger. At the brink of life and death, suddenly. How dare you, you beast! A crisp, decisive yet childish voice exploded in the night sky. Everyone's eyes blurred, and they saw a figure rushing out like lightning. Puff! A gray wolf in the air screamed and flew out, crashing into the opposite side of the fire. It rolled on the ground for more than 10 times, its fur burnt black, its flesh bloody and blurred, and finally it collapsed motionless. Bang! Immediately afterwards, the second, third, fourth wolf's shadows screamed and fell one after another. I arrived in time, rushed forward and started beating and kicking them hard, like swatting flies, punching one after another, and kicked all the wolves back to the other side of the fire. With my skills as an intermediate warrior, dealing with these wild wolves is a piece of cake, just like cutting vegetables. The villagers stared at the 6-year-old me in amazement, as if they had seen something incredible. It was too outrageous and they were completely unable to react. A few days ago, this skinny child could fall flat on his face while running, and when he was helping the village chief with work, he couldn't even carry a bundle of firewood. But just now, these thin arms and legs burst out with amazing strength, knocking the wild wolf flying and saving everyone's lives. The villagers looked at the small figure standing in front of them and inexplicably felt a sense of security, even though this feeling seemed weird to them. The demon wolf on the other side of the fire saw the wild wolves he led were killed in pieces, and he growled in his throat with anger in his eyes. These wild wolves, which usually obeyed its orders, were all killed by its punches and kicks, without any ability to fight back. Hearing the roar of the magic wolf, the villagers felt nervous. Kid, this is a demon wolf. It looks like it's at least level 1 or 2. We, a group of wild wolves, are no match for it. You have to be careful, the village chief reminded in a deep voice, his tone full of worry. Don't worry, village chief, I'm fine, you guys step back. I answered calmly, my tone confident and firm, which was completely inconsistent with my age. Everyone was staring at the demon wolf and no one noticed my changes. But strangely, this time when the villagers retreated, there was less fear and panic in their hearts. I know nothing about the cultivation system, nor the level of the magic beasts, but from the tone of the village chief, I can feel the power of the magic wolf. But I have the confidence to fight. A man and a wolf confronted each other across the fire. The demon wolf crawled on the ground, its 2 bear-like front paws pressing on the ground, its hind legs slightly bent, ready to pounce and kill at any time. I watched the wolf's every move closely, feeling a little nervous. It was my first time fighting a monster, so I didn't dare to be careless. Suddenly, the wolf's silver-gray fur trembled, and it kicked the ground with its hind legs and pounced on me. The fishy smell rushed straight into my nose, making me nauseous. I suppressed my nausea and stared at the trajectory of the demon wolf. Ah! A villager couldn't help but scream. Child, be careful! Get out of the way! Before I could finish my words, I was already fighting with the demon wolf. The demon wolf leaped into the air, and its sharp front claws swept straight towards my head. I lowered my body slightly, turned around and kicked back, aiming directly at the wolf's abdomen. The demon wolf rolled in the air, nimbly avoiding my kicks, and its claws missed. As soon as the demon wolf landed on the ground, it suddenly bounced up and pounced again fiercely. After one round of competition, I knew it in my mind the speed and strength of the demon wolf and I were almost the same. But it was difficult to kill the demon wolf. Warcraft are naturally thick-skinned and tough, and their ability to withstand attacks is much stronger than that of ordinary warriors. After all, I was only a 6-year-old child, and my body couldn't take advantage. I had no martial arts skills, so I could only fight the wolf with my fists and feet to hone my combat experience. The demon wolf could not take the city after a long time of attack and showed anxiety in its eyes. Bang! Another hard collision, and the demon wolf was knocked back 5 meters away. I just felt my arms go numb, and the pain was unbearable. I knew that fighting hard was not the solution. At this moment, the demon wolf suddenly stopped attacking, stretched its limbs, raised its huge head, and let out a long wolf howl towards the night sky. Eowoo! The creepy sound echoed in the night sky, shaking every corner of the village. The villagers were horrified when they heard this. They couldn't help but shiver. They got goosebumps all over their bodies and were so nervous that they couldn't breathe. I was no exception, and my heart was full of alarm. I felt that the demon wolf was preparing some extremely dangerous moves. I stared at the demon wolf with my eyes, and my vigilance was fully raised. Suddenly, a strange red light flashed from the demon wolf's eyes, and its huge bloody mouth suddenly opened, spitting out a sharp wind blade. Child, be careful, that's the wind blade. It's from the Warcraft. The village chief's voice stopped abruptly. The next second, he stared at me in amazement. No! This is impossible! I spit out a small ball of flame, which collided with the demon wolf's wind blade and actually dissolved it into nothingness. How can a 6-year-old child breathe fire? The village chief muttered to himself, his head suddenly exploding. He suddenly sat down on the ground with a complicated expression. Oh my God, this child is actually a magician! A 6-year-old magician! The demon wolf was obviously enraged by the scene before it, and wind blades kept spurting out. But my confidence gradually increased, and the little black dragon's fire-breathing talent was fully demonstrated at this moment. The fire magic elements in the body gathered more and more, and the flames became more and more fierce. The demon wolf's attack gradually weakened, and fear began to show in its eyes. It obviously understood that if it continued to fight, it would only face a more tragic outcome, so it prepared to turn around and flee. Want to run? I sneered, kicked my feet hard, and rushed out like an arrow. I punched and breathed out flames. The flames instantly spread into a blazing flame, completely enveloping the demon wolf's calf-like body. Oh! The demon wolf howled and rolled, trying to put out the flames on its body, but my fists had already followed. Bang! Bang! The demon wolf had no strength to fight back. It struggled in pain and finally fled in panic. The flames grew stronger and stronger, and the air was filled with the smell of burning hair and the aroma of barbecue. The villagers were all excited when they saw this scene, and their eyes were full of awe and gratitude towards me. But I didn't stop, chasing the demon wolf all the way out of the village and into the desolate forest. I stood still and laughed loudly. Hey Bao, it's your turn to go on stage and move around. As soon as I finished speaking, the little black dragon suddenly appeared in the air. Its more than 1 meter long figure swayed lightly like a black lightning. It took one glance at the demon wolf, and the dragon clan's natural arrogance made it look down on this low-level demon beast with disdain. The demon wolf paused, keenly aware of something strange behind him. In an instant, a powerful pressure enveloped his entire body. Plop! The demon wolf's limbs went limp and it fell directly to the ground. When it looked back, its eyes were filled with fear and its whole body was shaking like a sieve. The suppression of its bloodline made it lose even the courage to resist. However, the fear subsided a little, and the demon wolf found that the little black dragon was only 1 meter long, and immediately regained some confidence. It struggled to roll over and stand up, whimpering softly, with a fierce light in its eyes, obviously not wanting to sit and wait for death. I smiled and patted the little black dragon's head. Hey Bao, this magic wolf is just right for you to practice with. The little black dragon was eager to try, as the dragon race's nature was to fight. It was at the same level as the magic wolf, but even if the magic wolf was unscathed, it was no match for it. The little black dragon flashed and rushed out at a speed so fast that the magic wolf could not catch up at all. Swish! The little black dragon waved its sharp claws, and a piece of flesh flew up. The demon wolf screamed and bled profusely. A moment later, it fell to the ground, barely breathing, its eyes filled with despair. Finally, the little black dragon bit off the demon wolf's throat and ended its life. I took a deep breath and murmured softly, Grandpa, this can be considered as revenge for you. You and Dad can rest assured. As for Grandpa's last wish, I will definitely go to the Magic Academy. After simply dealing with the demon wolf's corpse, Xiao Heilun and I enjoyed a delicious barbecued demon wolf. The calf-sized demon wolf was almost completely devoured by the little black dragon, except for its head. It burped contentedly, and went back to Dragon Island to sleep. I carried the wolf's head and returned to the village. Fellow villagers, come and share the wolf meat! At the entrance of the village, the anxiously waiting villagers saw me returning with the demon wolf head on my shoulder from afar, and were so shocked that they were speechless. This kid, he's really going to defy the heavens! I chopped off a demon wolf weighing 700 or 800 kilograms, leaving only its head. It was even more beastly than a demon beast. Boom! I threw the demon wolf's head on the ground, patted the dust off my hands, and smiled brightly. Grandpa Village Chief, you guys can handle these wolves. I'm tired, so I'll go back and rest first. I turned around and was about to leave. The village chief hurriedly called out, Zhang Xing, don't be anxious. Cut open the head of the magic wolf and take a look. There is a 20% to 30% chance that the magic beast will produce magic crystals. A magic beast that can release magic may be able to dig up something good, and you can sell it in town for a good price. Also, everyone is safe this time, all thanks to you. We really, thank you. Yes, the villagers echoed. Thanks to you, Zhang Xing, thank you. I waved my hands and said with a smile, Fellow villagers, why are you being so polite? We are all family. You have provided me with food and shelter these past few days, and have taken care of me like a family member. It's nothing to help out a little. Besides, I was naughty when I was a kid and caused a lot of trouble for you all. This time I am just returning a favor, haha. The simple villagers kept expressing their gratitude, and I could feel their heartfelt gratitude. Okay, let's divide the meat and rest early. I picked up the axe and split the wolf's head open. A gray magic crystal the size of a quail egg rolled out. I put it away carefully and went back to my room. I didn't expect that killing demon wolves could increase both warrior and magic experience points at the same time. I muttered to myself and went to Dragon Island to practice. Just when I was dealing with those ordinary wolves, I found that the experience value of the warrior column had quietly increased, a total of 52 points. The moment the little black dragon bit the magic wolf, my magic experience value jumped and increased by 40 points, and my warrior experience value also increased by 40 points. Ding! Congratulations to the Island Master for upgrading. Current level, Advanced Warrior. Congratulations to the Island Master for upgrading. Current level, Intermediate Magician. I feel like my body has grown a bit taller, now it's about 1.1 meters tall. My strength has more than doubled. If I encounter a second-level monster like the Magic Wolf again, I can probably knock it down with just 3 punches and 2 kicks, without even taking a breath. With anticipation, I called up the Properties panel. Zhang Xing, male, 6 years old. Title, Dragon Island Master Buildings, Level 1 Castle, Level 1 Black Dragon Nest. Warrior level, Senior Warrior EXP 32 to 500. Magic level, Intermediate Magician EXP 0 out of 100. Martial arts skills, none. Magic skills, Primary Meditation. Magic skills, Fire Breathing, Bite Pets, 1. Black Dragon level. Level 2 EXP 49/100 gold coins, 1300. Looking at the panel in front of me, I have a deeper understanding of the rules of the system. It turns out that as long as you kill a wild beast, you can gain warrior experience, and killing a monster will not only increase the warrior experience, but also the magic experience will increase simultaneously. What's even more surprising is that even if the little black dragon takes action, I can still get some experience. This contract is really a good deal. But there is a problem. Except for fire breathing, I don't even know a decent first-level magic. He has the strength of a high-level warrior, but has no martial arts skills. He only relies on his fists, which seems a bit shabby. It is hard to say whether there are any magical skills or secrets in the system. Even if there are, looking at the pitiful gold coin balance, he can't afford a decent set. If you want to really get rich, it seems you have to leave Kimura and go to a more prosperous big city to try your luck. From what I remember, that magic academy seemed to be called St. Laurent Magic and Martial Arts Academy. Maybe the village chief knows more. I'll go ask him tomorrow. It was late at night, most of the night had passed. I simply sat cross-legged on Dragon Island and practiced meditation. Meditation is a basic skill that magicians must learn to gain entry. Through meditation, they can sense the magic elements in the air and strengthen their mental strength. The stronger the mental strength, the faster the absorption of magic elements, and the faster the reaction when casting spells. Even though I had the system, I didn't slack off. This world is full of dangers, and if I want to survive, I can't just rely on the system, I have to practice hard. Although the magician looks very powerful, his physical fitness is weak. Not to mention the second-level monster, if he really encounters a primary warrior, whether he can win depends on luck. After all, the magician's chanting time is a fatal flaw. Even though I can cast magic instantly, I still feel inadequate. I should practice the basic skills while I am still young. When the system really works, won't I be able to reach a higher level? In fact, this body's magical talent is average. According to common sense, I would at best be a junior magician and live a mediocre life. But after I came here, I had transformed this body into a monster level. Especially now that I have been promoted to a high-level warrior, this 6-year-old physique has been trained to have the aura of an adult high-level warrior. What's more, I'm only 6 years old, which is the golden period of physical development. When I grow up a few more years, the potential of this body is simply unimaginable. As the meditation technique was put into practice, magical elements in the air gathered together crazily. In perception, the fire element is the most active, as if dancing. Maybe it's because I share the fire-breathing technique with the little black dragon. My thoughts became clearer and clearer, and the dragon island in front of me gradually became brighter. The magic power consumed in the battle with the demon wolf just now is recovering rapidly. After a while, I felt my magic power recovered to its peak state, and I felt refreshed, as if I could fight another tough battle at any time. I didn't stop practicing and continued to try my best to absorb the magical elements around me. But want to absorb more? It's easier said than done. It's like inflating a balloon. When it's inflated to a certain level, it's hard to take another breath, and it might even burst. But people are not balloons, I won't explode. I was testing the limits of my own magic power, carefully, absorbing it bit by bit. Huh! It can still absorb? I'm surprised. Try again? Sure enough, it absorbed some more magic power. What's the principle behind this? Forget it, just concentrate on practicing, and you will figure it out sooner or later. A quarter of an hour passed, 2/4 of an hour passed. Until this moment, I finally hit the real limit. I felt like a balloon that was about to explode, my skin was swollen and painful, my eyes were slightly bulging, and blood was faintly oozing from my pores. The expression on his face showed that he was trying his best to endure the pain. Just hold on a little longer, it will be fine. As soon as I thought of this, the next second, I fell to the ground with a bang and passed out from the pain. That night, I woke up to continue meditating and absorbing, until I passed out from the pain, then woke up again and continued, over and over again. When I opened my eyes at dawn, I was surprised to find that my body was no longer painful and my magic power was twice as much as before. You know, the average intermediate magician has about 100 energy points in magic power, and I have now reached 200. My mental power has also increased, and I can control the fire magic elements faster and over a wider range. What I didn't know was that I didn't need to practice so hard, the system could help me grow quickly. But I am used to doing everything myself, I am mature and steady, and I consider everything carefully. It was this kind of tenacious and persistent character that allowed me to accumulate a large amount of wealth during my initial poverty-stricken stage, and even to hunt monsters above my level and obtain magic crystals. As for why the body can accommodate more magical power, I figured it out later. Although I am small in stature, I am actually a high-level warrior. At this time, the little black dragon, who had slept all night, woke up drowsily. As soon as he saw me, the little guy ran over excitedly. The roasted wolf meat from last night was so delicious that he was still thinking about it. Master, I'm hungry! The little black dragon raised his head with sparkling eyes. I touched my head and realized that there was really nothing to eat at the moment. I rummaged through the items on my body and suddenly thought, I wonder if the magic crystal can be fed to the little black dragon? I took out a magic wolf crystal and waved it in front of the little black dragon. Would you like to eat this? The little black dragon's eyes lit up instantly, and a crack seemed to appear in his inherited memory. This is even more delicious than demon wolf meat! As he spoke, he smacked his lips twice, revealing a greedy look. Here you go. I threw the magic crystal to the little black dragon. The little black dragon grabbed the quail egg-sized magic crystal in his mouth, chewed it up with a few crunches, and swallowed it. After eating, the little black dragon raised his head and looked at me with a satisfied but aggrieved look, as if he had not eaten enough. "Hey, you little foodie, you make me worry so much." I sighed helplessly, but I was still very happy in my heart. A second-level magic crystal can provide the little black dragon with 10 experience points, which is quite cost-effective. It is good to gain experience both inside and outside the system. I have to wait another month for the magic fruit. I slapped my forehead. What am I thinking? Little black dragon is just like me, he needs 3 meals a day. The magic flower fruit is like an upgrade pill. It is very important to the little black dragon now, and can be eaten as a meal. When it grows up, I am afraid it can only be used as a snack. It seems that we have to take him hunting. Let's go to the mountain forest and find out why the magic wolf ran to the village in the middle of the night to look for food. I stretched my body and stood up. Let's go, hey Bao, let's go to the forest to find food. Maybe we can encounter monsters. The barbecue smells delicious. The little black dragon swung its tail, jumped and followed me, and rushed into the forest impatiently. Chapter 12, Tier 3 Warcraft Giant Bear. Zhang Xing quickly arrived at the mountainous area about 10 miles away from Kimura. Going further in, there was a primeval forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. The village chief said that the wolves sneaked into the village along this path. Normally, people in the village only hunt on the outskirts of the mountain area, and they can catch a lot of pheasants, rabbits, and so on. But today it was quiet here, even the chirping of birds that usually sounded could not be heard. It seems really unusual. Come inside and see what's going on. With the cover of mountains, rocks, and weeds, Zhang Xing reached the edge of the forest. He climbed up a tree and looked around. Suddenly, a huge black bear appeared in his eyes. This black bear is so big. Its body is more than 4 meters tall, and it is standing upright on a big tree, scratching its itch. There were animal bones scattered all over the ground next to the black bear, and it was obvious that this place had become its territory. If I'm not mistaken, this black bear is most likely a 3rd-level magical beast. Otherwise, the demon wolf would not leave the forest and hunt in the more dangerous human villages. This big guy has thick skin and tough flesh, and seems difficult to kill. With my current small body, I definitely can't beat it. But it is more flexible than it, not to mention it has magic and black treasure. The black bear, which was scratching its itch, suddenly stopped moving. It sniffed the air with its nose, and its eyes gradually raised up. Swish! Zhang Xing, who was 100 meters away, suddenly felt 2 cold lights locking onto him and was startled. What a sensitive sense of smell! It can detect me from such a distance. Hey Bao, come out to eat! Zhang Xing sent out a thought, and the little black dragon whooshed out. When he heard that there was food, Hey Bao looked happy, but when he saw the big black bear that had already run to a distance of 50 meters, his ferocious nature as a black dragon was instantly revealed. An even more violent aura rushed towards the running black bear. Gah! The big black bear rushed all the way, breaking countless trees. When he sensed the breath of the black dragon, he braked suddenly and slid for a distance before stopping. The black bear, which is a higher level than the magic wolf, also has a very high spirituality. Although that aura makes it feel scared, all it sees are 2 children. Although he had doubts, he did not retreat. Hey Bao, you're in the air and I'm on the ground, let's deal with it together. After Zhang Xing finished speaking, he lightly tapped a branch with his foot and his body flew out. At the same time, the little black dragon transformed and flew into the air. When the big black bear saw the transformed little black dragon, he paused for a moment, then stood up and roared to the sky to show his strength. Then he dragged his strong body towards the little black dragon. And Zhang Xing, who was more than 1 meter tall, was automatically ignored by it. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the 2 sides was less than 10 meters. The next second, the big black bear didn't even look at Zhang Xing, but directly slapped forward. Crack! However, to the big black bear's surprise, the weak human child was not beaten into a pulp as it had imagined, but only 2 trees were broken. The child disappeared from the black bear's sight. Then, there was a loud bang. Zhang Xing punched the black bear in the back, and immediately a strong reaction force bounced him back. On the front, Heibao spewed out a stream of dragon flame in the air. The black bear was in pain and angry, and wanted to turn around, but after weighing the pros and cons, the black bear chose to avoid Long Yan and ignore the child. However, Zhang Xing was used to using both fists and feet. He took advantage of the rebound force of the black bear's thick body and turned around to kick the black bear right in the waist. The black bear staggered and almost fell, and the dragon flame burned its body. If someone saw a 6-year-old child almost knocking down a black bear weighing more than 3,000 pounds with one kick, he would be shocked. Chapter 13: Burning the Demonic Bear. Once the little black dragon's dragon flame is sprayed onto these low-level monsters, it is difficult to extinguish. The big black bear realized the danger, protected his face with both paws, and roared with great anger. The howling became louder and louder, and its body expanded in size. Suddenly, the big black bear shrank its whole body, kicked the ground hard with its hind legs, and jumped up with a whoosh. I saw a huge black shadow with flames all over its body jump more than 3 meters high in an instant, which was taller than the little black dragon in the air. At the same time, the giant bear raised its 2 paws high and slapped the little black dragon fiercely. "You are tall and I am tall too. Can a giant bear grow wings and fly?" The little black dragon moved its body lightly, maintaining a height of 3 meters from the giant bear, and sprayed another stream of dragon fire onto the giant bear. At the same time, Zhang Xing flew up and kicked the giant bear twice. The giant bear slapped the air with both its paws. It was already exhausted, and its body was kicked down uncontrollably. He roared unwillingly. Boom! It fell down, shaking the ground, and its rolling body broke 3 or 4 big trees. In the dust, the giant bear dug the ground with its paws, constantly using the soil to extinguish the dragon flame on its body. Soon, the dragon flame was extinguished by the soil. After these 2 blows, the giant bear's rage was completely aroused. It picked up a tree that was 5 meters long and half a meter thick, jumped on the spot, and smashed it down towards Zhang Xing. The giant bear hated Zhang Xing to the core because both times he sabotaged the situation and caused him to fail to avoid the dragon flame. The burning pain on my body was very severe, but my hatred became even stronger. The little black dragon in the air it had given up on was determined to kill the hateful child in its eyes no matter what. Zhang Xing dodged the attack easily and jumped onto the tree. "Stupid black bear, do you think I'm easy to bully? Let me show you the power of my magic!" After saying that, he jumped into the air for the second time, raised the tree high up and smashed it towards Zhang Xing's giant bear. Suddenly, everything in front of his eyes turned red. Without any warning, a sea of fire started from all over the giant bear's body. This was because Zhang Xing instantly ignited the fire element in the air. The giant bear was engulfed by the sea of fire, lost its target, and fell from the air with a plop. It wanted to use the same old trick again and use thick soil to extinguish the flames. However, the little black dragon's dragon fire sprayed over very appropriately. "Haha, Heibao, let's burn the demon bear alive! Control the flames and don't burn it!" As Zhang Xing spoke, he used his mental power to mobilize the fire element to burn the giant bear. "Oh! I can smell the fragrance, it looks delicious," said the little black dragon in the sky and added another dragon flame. The giant bear rolled madly on the ground, roaring continuously, dodging the dragon flames while trying its best to lift up thick mud to cover itself. After a moment's struggle, the giant bear realized that these 2 little guys were not as easy to bully as it had imagined, and immediately began to retreat. So the giant bear turned over swiftly, and without looking back, ran towards the mountain area outside the forest with blazing flames, because it knew there was a big river there. The idea is beautiful, but it is a pity that it cannot be realized. As soon as I saw the giant bear's movements, I knew its intention. The little black dragon flew in front of the giant bear and continued to roast it in the air. Zhang Xing followed closely behind, adding fuel to the fire from behind. The giant bear was in great pain from the burns, so it ran a few points faster than usual. From time to time, he turned back and bared his teeth at Zhang Xing. His angry eyes showed that he wished he could swallow this evil child in one bite. It had completely lost its temper towards the little black dragon in the sky. The classification of Warcraft levels hidden deep in its memory told it that it could not afford to offend this black dragon. especially after it challenged the little black dragon's authority and gained nothing, and was burned to pieces. It was scared. Chapter 14. Farewell to the folks. The road ahead is long. Why does the distance that is usually just a few steps away seem so long today? The giant bear slowed down. The burning pain from the dragon flames made its mind confused, and the roar became almost inaudible. Finally, it lay powerlessly on the rocks of the mountain, exhaling much faster than it inhaled. It looked at the surging river not far away and closed its eyes unwillingly. "Ha, Heibao, good job!" Zhang Xing gave a thumbs up and praised. "It's just a little bigger and stronger, but it doesn't have any special abilities." The little black dragon hovered in the sky and said disdainfully, "Come on, let's enjoy a feast." Zhang Xing thought, and the giant bear and the little black dragon all entered the Shillong Island. After some further processing, some seasonings and salt were sprinkled on the demon bear meat, and after it was roasted, they began to eat it. During this process, the little black dragon's saliva was dripping nonstop, and his eyes followed Zhang Xing's every move. After roasting, the little black dragon's eating manner was indescribable. Zhang Xing could only say, "It's so damn cute." This unexpected harvest not only helped the villagers of Kimura solve the dangers of hunting in the mountains in the future, but the little black dragon also upgraded. However, no magic crystals were produced in the magic bear's brain, and Zhang Xing couldn't figure out the reason, so he simply stopped thinking about it. They each gained 80 experience points, and the little black dragon was promoted to level 3, with a current experience value of 39 to 500. Zhang Xing's advanced warrior experience value is 112 out of 500, and intermediate magic experience value is 80 out of 100. The little black dragon is now about 1.56 meters tall, and it should be able to reach 3 meters after the transformation. However, he still has the mentality of a child, and I'm afraid he won't become like a big kid until he's 5 years old. With this promotion, the little black dragon's dragon breath magic talent is no longer fire-based, but has turned into a more powerful acid. For low-level monsters like the magic wolf, a mouthful of acid will corrode even its hair. The demon bear ran as far as it could, and it absolutely did not dare to roar at the little black dragon. Zhang Xing returned to the village and told the village chief that he could go hunting in the mountains. He also asked for the address of the St. Laurent School of Magic and Martial Arts. A day later, all the young and old in Kimura village gathered at the entrance of the village to see Zhang Xing off. "Zhang Xing, when you become a famous magician on the continent, don't forget these folks. If you're not happy out there, just come back to Kimura. Xiao Zhang Xing, remember what you said, you will build a bigger orchard for me. Zhang Xing, take care and be safe on your journey. Don't worry, uncles, aunts, grandpas, and grandmas. I, Zhang Xing, will never forget you." The villagers waved their hands reluctantly. Zhang Xing looked back every few steps. He was also reluctant to leave. But when he thought of the goal of settling down and his grandfather's last wish, his eyes became firm. He turned around resolutely and strode forward. Watching Zhang Xing's back gradually disappearing, the villagers still stood in the distance and looked at him, and did not leave for a long time after his back completely disappeared. Old Li behind the crowd felt very uncomfortable. He had no children. During these days with Zhang Xing, he felt a special kind of happiness. He turned around and reached into his arms as usual. He felt a dozen hard things when he took them out and took a look. He was stunned. "It's gold coins, 12 gold coins!" Who else but Zhang Xing could have put the gold coins into his arms silently? Old Li's eyes instantly became moist. The villagers who helped Zhang Xing also had a few more gold coins in their pockets. Chapter 15. St. Laurent School of Magic and Martial Arts. The St. Laurent Academy of Magic and Martial Arts is located in the west of St. Laurent Castle, and St. Laurent Castle is the 6th largest city in the Tianqing Empire. In order to get to the college as soon as possible, Zhang Xing walked during the day and rode Heibao at night to find food and travel. It would take a normal person more than half a month to travel this distance on horseback, but they only took 7 days. Of course, they don't travel all the time at night. After hunting and having a full meal, they go to Shillong Island to rest. After the transformation, Heibao's body height has reached more than 3 meters. After Zhang Xing rode him for a few days to adapt to the situation, they have become proficient in cooperating with each other to hunt monsters. It takes about 10 years for a normal baby dragon to evolve to the 3rd level, but Heibao only took a few days. At this time, he began to gradually reveal the brutal character of the black dragon. When hunting monsters, he no longer just spit fire like before, but seemed to be more interested in tearing the prey into pieces. The second characteristic is that it begins to like some glowing and shiny stones and carries these things into its nest. Whenever Zhang Xing came in, he would stare at him with extreme caution, fearing that his master would steal his treasures. For this reason, Zhang Xing often laughed at Heibao, saying that these broken stones were rubbish, but the dark Heibao didn't care. Instead, he looked for stones everywhere more determinedly. The third characteristic is that Heibao always wants to challenge more powerful monsters late at night, and after each battle, he begins a long period of meditation. Zhang Xing knew that Heibao would become more and more powerful in the days to come. After entering St. Laurent Castle, he asked about the location of the Magic and Martial Arts Academy, and soon found the place. Seen from a distance, a medieval European-style building complex is located on the westernmost side of the castle, which is several times the size of many famous foreign universities on Earth. There were 4 soldiers guarding the main gate of the academy, and next to the small door on the left was a prominent notice, Entrance Test Channel. After entering the school gate, Zhang Xing followed some young boys and girls to a square. This is one of the test points. Some people have already lined up to take the test. Zhang Xing stood at the last position and waited. The St. Laurent Academy of Magic and Martial Arts has both warrior classes and magic classes. Although it is the 6th-ranked academy in the empire, every year the students who graduate from here will be noticed by some large families or the emperor of the empire, and what awaits them will be endless wealth and glory. The academy has a long history of 800 years, and countless powerful warriors and magicians have come out of it. One of the only 6 remaining demon kings in the empire and vice president of the Magicians Guild, Jaeger, serves as the 3rd dean. One of the 6 martial emperors, Slit, the vice president of the Martial Arts Guild, serves as the vice president and president of the Martial Arts Academy. The test was going very fast. Zhang Xing saw 5 shining, multifaceted crystal balls placed on 5 stands in the front. To test 5 people at a time, simply place your hand lightly over the crystal ball. After a test, a teenager of 15 or 16, wearing coarse gray clothes, showed a red halo on the crystal ball, which meant that he had the physique for fire magic. The young man was obviously very excited. There was an excited look on his face, and he waved his fists as he walked towards the qualified area. If the poor want to get ahead, they can either learn magic or practice martial arts, but becoming a magician and enjoying respect from all sides is the dream of all of them. Warriors are relatively inferior, at least at the level of low-level warriors. Their roles are bodyguards, security guards, thugs, or they join the army. If you are lucky enough not to die in the Imperial Army, you will definitely be able to become a small leader. Most people before Zhang Xing failed the test. Not only did they pay the test fee of 8 gold coins, but they also had to bear a heavy psychological burden. Where will their lives go? Chapter 16: The Shocking Explosion. A middle-aged man wearing a gray robe with 3 silver lights shining on his cuffs looked at Zhang Xing in front of him with strange eyes. Although I was a little surprised, I didn't say anything. This child gave him a special feeling. Well, you could say that he was particularly handsome and cute. His big, sparkling black gemstone-like eyes were very bright. It's true that a strong physique gives people a sunny feeling, but I always feel like I can't grasp that indescribable feeling. Zhang Xing paid 8 gold coins and placed a small hand on the multifaceted magic ball. The middle-aged senior magician in the long robe noticed the determined light in Zhang Xing's clear eyes. That calm and steady performance was totally unlike that of a 6 or 7-year-old child. Look, the magic ball is lighting up. This kid also has a talent for magic. It's not easy for you to sense magical elements at such a young age. Everyone around stretched their necks and stared at the magic ball. The middle-aged man also showed a hint of interest. The light of the magic ball became brighter and brighter, exceeding the brightness previously tested by everyone. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. The magic ball shining with white light began to tremble, and Zhang Xing felt an extremely strong suction force constantly pulling the magic power and mental power in his body. He could only release these 2 powers passively, and the magic ball became brighter as he continued to charge it. This level has reached the level of a junior magician. The middle-aged magician was extremely shocked. St. Laurent College has received a treasure. If the dean knew about it, he would be so excited that he would not be able to sleep. The white light began to turn into dark red. What? Not finished yet? How is this possible? Everyone looked on in shock. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. Among them were envious, jealous, and some even had unfriendly looks in their eyes. It was incredible that a 6-year-old child had the qualifications of a junior magician, but judging from his appearance, it was obvious that he had not yet unleashed his full potential. And it also contains quite strong fire magic elements. The middle-aged magician could no longer sit still and stood up from his chair. The two intermediate magicians next to him also widened their eyes in shock and stared at the magic ball. From the 800 years of historical records recorded in the St. Laurent Academy books, no student has ever reached the level of a junior magician at this age. The person with the highest record was the genius White 500 years ago, who had the qualifications of a junior magician at the age of 10. And this kid named Zhang Xing has obviously surpassed White by far. The dark red light emitted by the magic ball began to turn into light red. If it was someone of the same age as Zhang Xing who had the same monstrous talent, he would probably have collapsed by now, and there would be no need to continue the test. This dazzling light red glow already possesses the qualities of an intermediate magician. But Zhang Xing is different. His persistence comes back. You are strong, but I must be stronger than you. Today I must compete with this magic ball to see if you can absorb all my strength. While controlling his mental power to absorb large amounts of magical elements from the air to replenish his body, he tried his best to prevent the power in his body from dissipating. Intermediate magic, aptitude. The middle-aged magician was so surprised that his speech was incoherent. Boom! As soon as the words fell, the whole audience exploded. Great demon, you are not kidding us, how is this possible? If there were people in the crowd who were hostile to Zhang Xing out of jealousy and hatred, they completely put away their hostility at this moment. They dare not, they are afraid. If nothing unexpected happens, this kid named Zhang Xing will definitely be as famous as the 6 demon kings in the future, or even surpass them. Chapter 17. This tutor is really long-winded. Stop! The middle-aged magician stopped Zhang Xing. He saw that the child was struggling with the magic ball, and he couldn't help laughing in his heart. At the same time, he deeply admired Zhang Xing's perseverance. Ignorance is not a crime. The magic ball was made by the dean himself. Not to mention you, a mere intermediate magician, even a group of great magicians cannot burst this magic ball. Zhang Xing, magic power, mental power, stand behind me and wait for the others to finish their tests and make unified arrangements. Swish! Everyone looked at Zhang Xing and the scene was silent. Not far away, the children and mentors of the major families in St. Laurent Castle and representatives of other city families were all staring at Zhang Xing with fiery eyes. They all thought in their hearts that no matter what method they used, they would take this child into their family. Even if you can't, you should still have a good relationship with him. After the test, Zhang Xing was assigned to a room for 2 people, waiting to officially start studying in the college the next day. Although he possessed intermediate magic talent, he was still assigned to the elementary magic class. A teacher told him that the first thing to learn in magic is the basics. Your talent is exceptional, but that doesn't mean you are an exceptional student and you can receive special care. It doesn't mean that you will become a great magician in the future. What he said made so much sense, but Zhang Xing had to listen to such teachings from his teachers every day in the school on Earth, from elementary school to high school. Now that I'm here, I've started educating on ideological concepts again. It's so annoying. I am only 6 years old and I am an intermediate magician. Have any of you seen how proud I am? Did I say I didn't want to go to 1st grade? The tutor had been nagging since the dormitory was assigned, and only stopped educating Zhang Xing after he had familiarized Zhang Xing with the college's classrooms, cafeteria, library, physical training hall, and magic laboratory. When the tutor left, he said, Zhang Xing, this is the first time I've been a guide for a student in all my years as a tutor. This is the first and last time you'll enjoy special care because you're so cute. After saying this, the instructor pinched little Zhang Xing's face, giggled and walked away. Zhang Xing looked at the back of this graceful, beautiful, yet fussy young female mentor and couldn't help but say, "It's a pity that such a beautiful face and figure didn't make a movie. But she's too talkative, and my ears are almost blocked." Swish! The female instructor, who was 20 meters away, turned around instantly, with a happy smile on her face and a strange look in her eyes. "Zhang Xing, are you talking about me?" "Ah." Zhang Xing was startled. It was amazing that he could hear it from such a far distance. He must have a talent for wind magic. "No, I'm talking about this tree." Zhang Xing waved his hand and pointed to a tree in the dormitory area. The female tutor looked at him meaningfully and turned away. "This child is quite interesting. He speaks like an adult and behaves like an adult. It's so funny." But she immediately thought of Zhang Xing's last words, and her face darkened again. "This little brat still thinks I'm nagging." He listened so seriously, nodding his head like an adult from time to time to show his approval. I can't describe how honored I was to be a mentor. It turns out that this little brat has been tired of listening to me for a long time, and he still pretends to be so similar to me. He is so mean. He is a bad kid. Zhang Xing doesn't care what she thinks. Tomorrow will be the beginning of his life of studying fantasy magic in another world. Chapter 18. The system made me rich. The next day, these new students officially began their studies. The sensation caused by Zhang Xing died down as more new and interesting things happened. He also studied the theoretical knowledge of magic step by step and did not associate with classmates from aristocratic families. Before I knew it, I had been in the academy for more than 20 days. There were still 10 minutes to go until a full month, which was also the moment when the magic flower fruit would ripen. However, Heibao has obviously lost interest in the magic fruit. After all, who would eat fruit as a meal when they are used to eating meat? During this month, he only went out 3 times, and he sneaked out of the academy at night and dared to ride Heibao to the farther Senli to catch monsters to eat. If this continues, sooner or later, he will be discovered by those more powerful magicians. We must hurry and upgrade the buildings on the island. The first level dragon nest is a bit small, and Heibao is growing every day. In a few days, it will not be able to accommodate him. Just upgrading a dragon's nest would cost tens of thousands of gold coins, and building the interior department would cost 5,000 gold coins. However, the interior department could generate 400 gold coins every day, which was still quite cost-effective. I looked at the remaining gold coins and gave 100 of them to Kimura's fellow villagers. There were only 1,200 left. They still had plenty of experience points for upgrading. On the way to the academy, they had also gained more than 200 experience points from the monsters they hunted this month. In particular, the magic experience value has reached 280 out of 100, the warriors is 312/500, and the black treasures is 239 out of 500. He did not choose to be promoted to a senior magician. His current situation is already against the will of heaven. If he causes another sensation, his life will be really difficult. Zhang Xing plans to devote all his efforts to making money and training Heibao. Once Heibao becomes strong, he will not be afraid of anything. Just when Zhang Xing was worrying about how to make money, the system dinged. The magic flower fruit is ripe. Open the shop column. Open the skills column. It's really great. Zhang Xing was delighted and took a look to see what was there. Opening the second column of the store, I saw a variety of primary magic potions with configuration instructions. The third column contained intermediate magic potions with configuration instructions. The fourth column is for advanced magic potions, with configuration instructions included. When he looked at the price below, Zhang Xing was stunned. Oh no, he was stunned with surprise. The price of the primary magic series potion is 200 gold coins. The price of intermediate magic series potions is 500 gold coins. The price of advanced magic series potions is 1,000 gold coins. Wow, ha ha! It's sent! It's sent! The price of primary magic potions on the market is about the same as here, around 200 gold coins. But the price of those above the intermediate level is much worse. The selling price in the magic potion shop is 1,200 gold coins, and the purchase price is 800 gold coins. The price of high-level magic potion is 12,000 yuan, and the purchase price is about 8,000 yuan. How come it's so cheap in the system store? only 1,000 gold coins, ha ha ha. You can make 7,000 just by flipping your hands. Is there any business that can make more money than being a profiteer? Getting rich is not a dream, it really exists. Heibao curiously moved his little black face closer. Master, you've become rich, why are you so happy? Haha, you're right, Heibao, we don't have to worry about money anymore, just follow me and enjoy the good life. After being happy, Zhang Xing calmed down. He remembered that he was only 6 years old and a first-year student. It seemed that he would get into a lot of trouble if he sold high-level magic potions so blatantly. Even if I use the magic potion of transformation, it won't work because I'm too short. He glanced at Heibao, but then shook his head. No matter how Heibao changed, it was inevitable that someone with ulterior motives would find out some clues. He couldn't take the risk. Chapter 19. Zhang Xing was considered a fat sheep. Zhang Xing thought about it for a while and came up with an idea. At noon, a thin young man in a gray robe and walking on crutches came to a magic potion store in West City. This young man was Zhang Xing in disguise. When the shop assistant saw that the customer was a disabled person, he became less enthusiastic. Excuse me, sir, is there anything I can help you with? His tone was neither hot nor cold, he just said it as a routine matter without moving forward. Selling a bottle of high-level magic spiritual potion. Zhang Xing changed his voice, sounding a little low. Huh! The shop assistant looked surprised. Is this person a magician? But there is no logo on his cuffs, so he must be a magic apprentice. Can disabled people practice magic? The shop assistant put aside these questions and walked forward. As long as he could make money, nothing else mattered to him. He took the bottle of advanced medicine from Zhang Xing, opened the small glass bottle and smelled it, then dropped a drop on the test agent. After a few seconds, everything was normal. Our purchase price is 6,000 gold coins. A cunning light flashed in the shop assistant's eyes. Zhang Xing snatched the medicine bottle, turned around and walked away, saying coldly, The store next door seems to charge 8,500. Slow down. Sir, 8,005 is impossible. The most I can give you is 6,005. The shop assistant saw that this guy was not easy to fool and hurriedly raised the price. 8,003, if it doesn't work I'll go to another store, Zhang Xing said. I'll give you 7,000 at most. If that doesn't work out, forget it. The guy added another 500. Damn, I've never seen such a black shop assistant. I guess he can get a lot of the extra gold coins. 8,002. 7,005. 8,001. 7,008. Zhang Xing then walked out the door using his crutches. Okay, 8,000. The shop assistant gritted his teeth, with some disappointment in his eyes. Deal! Zhang Xing showed a smile. Watching Zhang Xing leave, the shop assistant snorted coldly and whispered, You're almost a magician, but you're still so stingy, you little stingy. Zhang Xing walked to a deserted place and slipped into the island. Haha, I earned 7,000 gold coins. Next, he bought 8 bottles of high-grade psychiatric potions and went to another largest pharmacy. Most of these pharmacies are owned by the major families in St. Laurent Castle. They compete with each other, but also work together. Just now when Zhang Xing walked out of that shop, he was noticed by several families around. After asking around, they found out that the shop was selling high-level magic potions. Seeing him appear again at this time, I was wondering in my heart, does this cripple have a lot of potions in his hands? After Zhang Xing sold 7 bottles of medicine, he felt very happy, as if a mountain of gold was piled up in his mind. As he walked, he felt something unusual behind him, and a hint of coldness appeared on the corner of his mouth. Are these people malicious and want to rob me and kill me? It's a nice thought. Do you really think that just because I'm a cripple, I'm a fat sheep with more than 60,000 gold coins on me? Indeed, in their eyes, a magic apprentice with no background, missing legs, and a lot of advanced potions was just a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Zhang Xing, leaning on crutches, walked slowly out of the city, with a spiritual force behind him locking onto him. Zhang Xing stopped at a forest outside the city. He turned around and looked at the 6 people who were following him in a swaggering manner. 1 senior fighter and 2 mid-level fighters. 1 senior magician and 2 intermediate magicians. They all felt that this lineup was a bit of an overreaction when used to deal with a disabled person. But the shopkeeper was cautious by nature, and he wanted to make sure he got back the gold coins he had used to purchase the 7 bottles of potion. And there is more to gain. Chapter 20. The Fat Sheep Becomes a Wolf. Boy, why don't you leave? Are you tired and want to rest? As they talked, several people started laughing. Zhang Xing also laughed. You 6 gentlemen must have a lot of gold coins on you. Why are you so anxious to give me money? Well, several people were stunned. Did this cripple's brain rust away? Ha! Just as they were laughing. Swish, swish, swish! 3 magic fireballs suddenly came flying towards them at such a fast speed that the 6 people had to dodge them with difficulty. Then, their expressions changed. Damn it, you took action first. Give me your weapons! Before the warrior could finish his words, 3 more fireballs suddenly flew towards him. Ah! Instant magic, he is not a magic apprentice, at least he is a high-level magician. An intermediate magician who was dodging exclaimed. Humph! What's wrong with the high-level magician? At such a close distance, with 3 warriors around, it's useless no matter how fast we are. Surround him! The senior warrior sneered. The 3 warriors immediately drew their swords and battle axes and surrounded Zhang Xing in a triangle. The 3 mages stood 3 meters behind the warrior. Kill! Almost in a breath, these people completed the attack formation, and with a command, 3 soldiers rushed forward. What a stupid cripple you are! Facing the attack of the soldiers, you didn't retreat quickly, but just stood there like a fool, the senior magician said with disdain. Haha, he's a cripple without legs, so it's not convenient for him to retreat, the intermediate magician next to him said with a mocking look on his face, and then continued. It seems that there is nothing for us to do, let's just watch the show. At the same time, the senior warrior leaped up and chopped Zhang Xing's head with the huge battle axe in his hand. The other 2 warriors swept their broadswords across Zhang Xing's chest. TSK, TSK! I can't bear to watch this kid being chopped into pieces. The intermediate magician shook his head, with a cruel arc at the corner of his mouth, but the next moment, he was stunned, his eyes wide open in shock, looking at the incredible scene in front of him. Zhang Xing paused with his crutches, then his body flew into the air and crashed into the senior warrior in the air at an extremely fast speed. There was a strange look in the eyes of the senior warrior. You, a weak mage, want to play against me? Aren't you looking for death? The fierce axe obviously couldn't hit the opponent, so he used the momentum to slam into Zhang Xing. Just as the 2 of them were about to collide, the senior warrior tensed his explosive muscles. You little bastard, I'm going to break all your bones and make you a complete cripple. As this thought flashed through his mind, he saw a very small fist stretched out from the gray robe opposite him. It was like a child's fist, about the size of his palm. There was no time to think before his body collided with the small fist. Bang! After the dull thud, the senior warrior felt as if he had hit a mountain. His entire body was in extreme pain. His strength was exhausted, and his body fell uncontrollably to the ground. With a loud bang, a big hole was smashed into the ground, and his internal organs were churning. Wow! He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was full of disbelief, and he looked at Zhang Xing with shock as he just landed on a large rock. The 2 intermediate fighters whose attacks missed also looked at him in shock. No! This is impossible! How can a cripple like you have so much power? You can't be a high-level warrior. What? He's a high-ranking warrior? The 3 magicians not far away subconsciously took 2 steps back. Chapter 21. The Dragon is Coming. Run! What surprised them even more was that a mid-level soldier discovered that Zhang Xing seemed to have shortened a lot. Why can't you stand without crutches? Because I'm not disabled, why would I need to be tortured? Zhang Xing stretched out his hand and pulled the gray robe, which fell to the ground, revealing his short stature. Then, his face slowly returned to its original appearance. The time for the transfiguration potion is up, exactly 1 hour. Boom! Seeing that there was a young child in front of them, the 6 people were completely stunned. Their minds went blank, the muscles on their faces trembled, and they pointed at Zhang Xing at the same time. You! An evil smile appeared on Zhang Xing's lips. Well, wait till you go to hell and be surprised. When the 6 people heard these words in a childish voice, they couldn't help but shiver all over. This guy was not a child at all, but a devil from hell. The 3 magicians looked at each other, and they all saw one word in each other's eyes: run. If faced with a high-level magician who can cast magic instantly, or a high-level warrior, the only thing he has to do is run away or die. Even if the other party is a child, they dare not take action. The senior warrior in front of them is a living example. The 3 magicians ran as soon as they said they would, leaving the soldiers behind and not caring about them. They had already prepared a spell of levitation, cast it on themselves, and ran 6 or 7 meters away in a flash. Hee, can you guys run away? Heibao is out to exercise. Zhang Xing thought about it, and Heibao flew out excitedly. When the 3 warriors saw that the magicians had run away, they also decided to retreat. The origin of this evil child must be surprising. We can't afford to offend him, so let's run away. But at this moment, they saw a scene that they couldn't believe. Old Third, do you think that's a dragon? I think so. Brother, do you think they look alike? The senior warrior had a dull look in his eyes and muttered, What the hell is it? It's a dragon. Brother, we are in big trouble. The warriors with dragons in the legend are. Shut up, you don't want to live anymore, that's a taboo and you can't say it. Brother, we're going to die anyway, that vicious kid is coming. The 3 magicians who were escaping were secretly rejoicing. Luckily, we ran fast, so the kid might not chase us. We didn't do anything. Yes, that's right. If we have to kill anyone, we have to kill those 3 warriors first. They fight the most fiercely. Why do I feel like something is wrong? My spine is tingling. Plop! The magician turned around and was so frightened that he fell down. Dragon? It's a dragon! The other 2 magicians subconsciously turned their heads to look when they heard this. Oh my God! It really is a dragon. He. There was a playful look in Heibao's big eyes, and he spoke with a wide grin. You guys are running happily. Why don't you run anymore? Keep going. Bang! The 2 stunned magicians fell to the ground after hearing this. Long. Lord Long, we have no intention of offending you, please let us go. Lord Long, please spare us. I have gems and gold coins. I'll give them all to you. Lord Long, I have some too. Look at the sapphires and rubies. Heibao's eyes lit up and his expression immediately became excited, staring at the gem in front of him with a greedy look. Wow, it's so beautiful. It's much more beautiful than the stone in my nest. I must not let it go. I must get it. Heibao, hurry up and kill them. All these things are yours. Zhang Xing rushed over from behind and saw Heibao, a good-for-nothing who forgot his business when he saw the gem. When Heibao heard his master's order, he immediately moved his claws, tore the 3 magicians to pieces, then rolled up the gems and gold coins and returned to Shillong Island. Chapter 22. Learning magic so fast is so exciting. After returning to Dragon Island, Zhang Xing waved his hand and built the Department of Internal Affairs. Ding! The Interior Affairs Office was built successfully. Cost 5,000 gold coins. Upgrade the dragon's nest. Ding! Upgraded successfully, now a level 2 dragon nest. Cost 10,000 gold coins. Heibao let out a cry and ran towards his new nest. It was so spacious inside, with crisscrossing caves about 5 meters high, allowing him to move around easily with his 4-meter-long body. After Heibao swam around the nest, he chose to live in the innermost cave. He lay comfortably on the ground and was about to spit out the gem he had obtained, but after thinking it over he felt uneasy, so he flew out again. He cautiously stuck his head out, looked around, and then looked towards the castle not far away. He listened for a while with his ear tilted, and felt that Zhang Xing was indeed inside. Heibao felt relieved, turned around and swam back inside, then spit out a few gems and a pile of gold coins into the corner behind him. Then he lay on the gold coins and admired the rubies and sapphires. Heibao embezzled more than 10,000 gold coins from the 3 magicians. He knew that the gold coins must not be seen by their owners, otherwise the owners would be tricked into taking them away. Zhang Xing counted the remaining gold coins, and together with those he got from the 3 soldiers, he still had 55,000 gold coins left, excluding those used for construction. After the Interior Department was built, the Congress appeared. The Congress can produce 800 gold coins every day, which is twice as much as the Interior Department. It has been built, and anyone can do the math. Ding! The Congress was built successfully. It cost 15,000 gold coins. I checked the experience points again, and there are no rewards for building these things. However, Zhang Xing didn't care. There were no tasks in the system at present. The experience they gained from upgrading mainly came from killing monsters sporadically, which was enough for the time being. What I lack now is magic skills. I have been studying all theoretical knowledge for a month. Since I am a freshman, it is impossible to teach me skills right away. But after several actual combats, he actually learned how to set off a fireball. He felt that he only had magic power but was not satisfied with the combat. Take a look at what's in the magic skill column in the store. Page 1, Basic Magic Skills, Magic Arrows, Fireball, Attack Acceleration, Body Shield, Slowness, Body Stone Skin. Each price is 200 gold coins. The second page, Intermediate Skills, Explosive Flame Dance, Blindness, Thunderbolt, Chain Fireballs, Fiery Magic Wall. Each cost 500 gold coins. The third page, Advanced Skills, Meteor Shower, Continuous Fireballs, Mind Laying, Anti-Magic, Earth-Shaking, Bewitching, Hypnosis. Each price is 1,000 gold coins. Page 4, Wizard Skills. Page 5, Mage Skills. Looking at the Warrior Skill column again, Sky-Breaking Fist, Sky-Splitting Fist, Sky-Destroying Fist. The unit prices are 200, 500, 1,000. Learn everything. But I can only learn up to the third page now, which is exciting enough, ha ha ha. Zhang Xing laughed out loud, causing Heibao to stick his head out and look at his master strangely. What's the happy news again? Then Heibao looked at Zhang Xing. Swish! A flash of light. Oh, so the master is learning magic. There's nothing interesting to see. I'm born with the ability and don't need to learn. It will come naturally in my memory when I'm old enough. Just as Heibao was about to retract his head, another flash of light appeared. Well. Then Heibao just stared blankly at the bright lights flashing one after another. The entire Shillong Island is as colorful as fireworks. Oh, my Lord Dragon God, how many magic skills has the master learned? Zhang Xing knew that it was very difficult to learn these magics in the academy, and it would be impossible to exchange them without a large number of credits. Some students have studied in the academy for 8 years and still have not accumulated enough credits to exchange for advanced magic skills. The way to earn credits is to complete various assignments, tasks, and even join clubs to go on adventures in the wild. It took Zhang Xing less than 10 minutes and 11,400 gold coins to learn nearly 20 magic skills. If all the teachers and students knew this, it's hard to imagine how they would cry. Chapter 23. I've had enough wolf meat. Zhang Xing's face was flushed with red. She had just spent a lot of money. She spent it really happily. This time I have learned all the magic skills and warrior skills, and my confidence has increased dramatically. It is time to choose to upgrade to a high-level magician. Ding! Congratulations to the island owner for upgrading. You are currently a senior magician with an experience value of 80 to 500. Start the next task, upgrade the Black Dragon to level 4, current experience value is 239/500. Build a pond, raise aquatic animals, and provide food for the Black Dragon. I can hunt monsters outside to provide food and points necessary for the Black Dragon to upgrade. Building these seems a bit useless, right? Zhang Xing expressed the doubts in his mind. System. Shillong Island is like a country. Only by continuous construction can it become stronger and more powerful. Only by continuous upgrading can the dragons on the island be successfully cultivated. In the future, the island will have vast forests, woodlands surrounded by mountains, scorching deserts, surging seas, snow-capped mountains, and volcanoes with magma rolling. All of these need to be built by the island owner. Hearing this, Zhang Xing was indeed a little shocked. He nodded thoughtfully, and seemed to have some idea in his mind. Open the system building column and find the pond to build. I saw a flash of white light in the direction of the orchard, and a 2-kilometer-long river appeared there. Oh my god, this is also called a pond. I was wondering why it cost 10,000 gold coins to build a pond. Now I understand that in the eyes of the system, a small river is a pond. Open the store and find aquatic animals. The cheapest one is the big carp. 1 gold coin costs 100 fish fry. The most expensive one costs 1,000 gold coins, which I cannot afford. Just buy some similar ones and spend your gold coins accordingly. Since we are raising animals in the river, we cannot raise only one species. Zhang Xing considered for a long time and bought 10,000 carp fry, 10,000 crucian carp fry, 50,000 river shrimp fry, and 30,000 dogfish fry. The dogfish is about 1 to 1.5 meters long and weighs about 100 kilograms, which should be enough for Heibao to eat. Watching 100,000 fish fry swimming into the river, Zhang Xing felt like he had become a big fish farmer and felt a sense of accomplishment. There are still 17,000 gold coins left, which is enough for the time being, but if you want to plant trees and build mountains and seas, you will need a lot of money. Zhang Xing left Dragon Island and returned to the college. There were still more than 10 minutes before the afternoon class, so he did not go back to the dormitory but went straight into the classroom. At this time, the students were sitting in their seats waiting for the instructor to come to class. They were chatting and laughing, playing in groups of 3 or 4. Zhang Xing, come here! Hearing the shout, Zhang Xing looked over and saw that it was the 13-year-old Linda Clive, the young master of the Earl of Linda's family in West City and also the class monitor. Zhang Xing ignored Clive, who had freckles on his face and pale skin. This noble boy relied on his family background and gathered 3 or 5 flattering lower-class noble kids to dominate the class. In the first month of school, he had approached Zhang Xing 3 times and asked him to join the Linda family, which meant, in other words, to be Clive's younger brother. Zhang Xing ignored him and Clive thought Zhang Xing was afraid of him. All students in the class think so. As a poor person, even if you have a high talent for magic, you cannot develop without the support of powerful nobles. The most critical problem is that the magician is a very expensive profession. How can you upgrade if you have no money? They all knew that Zhang Xingkong had the talent of an intermediate magician, but he didn't have a single credit, and they had never seen him spend a penny. Isn't it obvious that Zhang Xing is extremely poor? If things continue like this, by the time he is a teenager, Zhang Xing will still be at the level of an intermediate magician, but he will not have the strength of a magician. Zhang Xing, as long as you join my Linda family, my grandfather said that he will give you 3 gold coins a month, and I will personally treat you to wolf meat buns every week. Zhang Xing curled his lips and said, I've had enough wolf meat. What? Enough? Boom! Hearing Zhang Xing's childish voice, the whole class laughed. Chapter 24: 2 Pugs and a Scurvy. Zhang Xing didn't care about the ridicule from his classmates. After all, they thought he was poor. Whether on earth or here, the eternal truth is that people laugh at the poor but not at prostitutes. Especially in an imperial society with strict aristocratic hierarchy. The poor have been poor for generations and have no status at all. He is not even as good as a guard dog kept by a noble family. For a poor person like Zhang Xing who has magical talent, once he enters the Magic Academy, he will completely get rid of his poor identity and live a life of luxury from then on. But this kind of life is relative to the poor. The reason is that in the eyes of the nobles, you are just a vassal, with only a slightly higher status than a servant. Zhang Xing, stop bragging. Have you ever seen what wolf meat tastes like? Maybe you haven't even smelled it. Clive laughed again. The few poor students in the class also joined in the laughter. Zhang Xing opened the Basic Knowledge of Elementary Magic Theory and started reading, disdainful of arguing with these kids about such meaningless things. Such behavior was considered timid and cowardly by the whole class. The 2 poor students took the opportunity to stand up and loudly scold Zhang Xing in order to please Clive. Zhang Xing, don't be so stubborn. It's your honor that Master Clive appreciates you. As long as you are willing to serve the master, you can have anything you want. That's right, Zhang Xing, you are too ungrateful. Master Clive has come to you 3 times, which is already enough to give you face. Don't take it away. Hearing what these 2 poor classmates who were fawning on him said was quite pleasant, Clive nodded slightly at them with an approving expression. These 2 poor students kept trying to show their goodwill and wanted to hang out with him, but Clive was still observing them because their magical talents were not very outstanding and the family was not short of such retainers. "Shut up! Who do you think you are? Look at the two of you, you are just like two pugs. Even if you want to find a dog father, you can't find a scabby dog." Teacher Salina just walked to the door of the classroom and almost laughed out loud when she heard Zhang Xing's insulting words. "This kid is so funny, he's really good at scolding people." Salina quietly turned aside and didn't enter the classroom immediately. "Zhang Xing, you!" The two 10-year-old poor students didn't know how to respond after being scolded. Boom! The students who were watching the fun burst into laughter. As they laughed, the noise faded away, and finally the whole class was silent. The students all hunched their necks, covered their faces with books, and watched secretly. Many students realized the meaning of the words. When they saw Clive's gloomy face, flushed complexion, trembling body, clenched fists, and looking like a volcano about to erupt, they dared not laugh anymore. Clive was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. How dare a poor little brat scold the young master of the Duke's family? Are there still laws? Do we still care about the king's law? If the bodyguards were guarding him outside the school, they would have caught this little brat and beaten him up on the spot, and then sent him to the family to be punished. It was the first time he heard someone call him a scabby dog, and he didn't expect it to be so heartbreaking. In the past, when he scolded those servants and those poor people, he felt really comfortable, as refreshing as drinking a bowl of iced sour plum soup on a hot summer day. But today, when he heard being scolded by the poor, he was extremely angry. His noble aristocratic dignity was ruthlessly trampled upon, which was absolutely not allowed. "Great God of Fire! Your devout servant Clive needs your help. Please grant me strength." Clive silently chanted a spell in his heart, and the first-level magic fireball was brewing. "Go to hell, you untouchable!" Chapter 25, Piao Shu helps him put out the fire. Ah! A scorching fireball appeared in Clive's hand, and he smashed it on Zhang Xing's back without hesitation. The angry and slightly distorted face was released as the fireball was released. It became less hideous, but was replaced by cruelty. "If you don't die from the burns, you will have to stay in bed for a month." The whole class was shocked. Was Master Clive crazy? Didn't he know that fighting was forbidden in the academy? Especially in the classroom, any magic he cast might hurt other students. Those who violate the rules will be severely punished. On the one hand, they will be fined, and on the other hand, they will have to publicly read a letter of apology in front of all the teachers and students in the school, and they may even be ordered to drop out. "Zhang Xing, be careful behind you!" A classmate shouted in surprise. When Salina saw this scene outside the door, she immediately pushed open the classroom door and wanted to go to rescue him, but she was 15 or 16 meters away from Zhang Xing, and even she, a junior magician, was powerless. "Student Zhang Xing, get under the table!" Salina anxiously made downward gestures towards Zhang Xing. Just as Clive sneered, other students panicked, and the tutor was anxious. A look of disdain flashed across Zhang Xing's little face. He noticed the slightest movement of the fire magic element in the air. But he didn't expect that Clive would actually dare to shoot a fireball in the classroom. According to normal thinking, when two children quarrel, they are basically using up all the knowledge they have accumulated and cursing at each other. There are very few cases where people start fighting over a disagreement. Zhang Xing had no idea that the noble consciousness that these nobles had cultivated over thousands of years was so fragile. Before he could even use a large number of nouns to curse, the other party collapsed. "Since you started it first, I won't be polite either. Clive, you haven't mastered this level 1 fireball. It's slow, weak, and the fire magic element is not pure. What have you been meditating on for all these years? Have you been sleeping?" While speaking, Zhang Xing stretched out a small index finger, with an egg-sized fireball spinning on the fingertip. All the students were stunned, and they didn't see Zhang Xing do anything. Without even turning his head, he just stretched out his left hand and raised a finger. Then the fireball shot by Clive landed on their fingers so lightly in their eyes. Clive was stunned for a moment. All the students around felt very puzzled. They looked at the fireball with strange expressions on their faces. Teacher Salina, who had just run 2 steps, suddenly froze in place. But she reacted quickly and said anxiously, Zhang Xing, put out the fireball quickly. Before she could finish her words, she saw the fireball suddenly disappear from Zhang Xing's fingers. Then she heard Clive scream and jump up from where he was. Ah! It's on fire! Help me! Only then did the classmates see a half-foot-long flame bursting out of Clive's chest. With a whoosh, all the students around him left their seats and hid far away. Clive kept slapping his fine silk shirt with his hands, his face full of panic as if he was about to cry. Quick! Bring me some water! The students next to him were all shocked. Who would go and get him some water? Help him put out the fire with a book! A thick elementary magic theory book hit Clive's chest squarely with a bang, and the flames immediately weakened a lot. Zhang Xing seriously came up with a bad idea. When the other students saw that this was a good idea, they threw more than a dozen books at it. You guys, ouch! Don't use the book, I need water! Clive was only concerned with his own business, and he had to fight the fire while dodging the books. Those students who were sniping books were not as accurate as Zhang Xing. Oh no! It should be said that they were more accurate than Zhang Xing. A book hit Clive right on the face. There was a crisp sound, and Zhang Xing couldn't bear to look at it. That book weighs at least 5 or 6 kilograms, which is equivalent to 2 bricks. Chapter 26 Mentor Sarina. It had only been 3 breaths since the fire started, but the smell of barbecue was already wafting through the air. Not only did the books fail to put out the flames, they also set Clive's pants on fire. Just then, a water ball from Sarina arrived. With a splash, Master Clive sat on the ground like a drowned rat, gasping for breath. Clive, go to the medical room to get your medicine, and then come to my office. Zhang Xing, come with me now! After saying this, Salina looked at Zhang Xing deeply, then turned and left. Arriving at Salina's office, before she sat down, Zhang Xing spoke up. Teacher Salina, I am innocent. I am a victim. Looking back at Zhang Xing, who had an innocent expression on his face, Teacher Salina wanted to laugh but held it back. This child's expressions are so rich, just like what he said to me on the first day of school. It would be a shame not to act in that movie. I don't know what weird things are in his little head. Listening to his description of the so-called movie, it seemed like the same thing as aristocrats enjoying a clown show, or it seemed to be related to some very profound magic. In short, her imagination was not as good as this child's. After Sarina sat down, she said with a serious face, Zhang Xing, I know this is not your fault, and it is not wrong for you to burn Clive in return, but you will bring yourself a lot of trouble by doing this. You are still young. You don't know that you can't mess with these noble children. You can't afford to mess with them. The Academy treats all of you students equally, and will not look down on you civilian children, so you don't have to worry. No matter what happens in the future, you can't leave the school alone. If you really can't do it, come to me. You must remember what I say. Do you remember? After hearing these words, Zhang Xing's gratitude was beyond words. I remember, Teacher Sarina. Zhang Xing pursed his lips and nodded seriously, behaving like a little adult. Teacher Salina smiled. This child is gifted, studious, and calm. But he is naughty and mean, and it can be seen that his control over the magic elements has reached a very proficient level. It's just that he has never participated in any activities, has no credits, and cannot learn basic magic skills. No matter how much you like this child, you cannot teach him privately because the rules of the Academy cannot be violated. At this moment, Teacher Salina's eyes lit up, as if she had thought of something. Zhang Xing, the new students will have a test in 3 days. If you can get into the top 10, you will get a lot of credits, and then you can learn basic magic skills. Zhang Xing. This. What the heck, why are you talking like that, old dean? Teacher Salina had a determined look on her face. It's settled. You are not allowed to hide your shortcomings anymore. How can a child know how to be Loki? Who did you learn this from? Don't worry, the old guys in the Academy are very optimistic about you and won't care about your little secret. After saying that, Teacher Salina raised her small lips into a mysterious arc, and the knowing expression on her face seemed to be telling Zhang Xing that we already knew your little secret. Zhang Xing's heart was suddenly filled with huge waves. He was discovered so quickly? But his face remained calm. Well then, let's listen to Teacher Salina. Salina carefully observed every subtle expression of Zhang Xing when she spoke, but she didn't show any abnormality. Was I wrong? Okay, that's all. Prepare well in the next 2 days and try to get a good ranking in 3 days. Chapter 27, Killed by the Wizard. Zhang Xing walked out of the office and happened to meet Clive, who had just returned from applying the medicine. As soon as he saw Zhang Xing, Clive couldn't help but burst out in anger. You, a lowly person, just wait for the endless revenge of my Linda family. Don't let me catch you alone, little brat. You. Just as he said this, he saw Zhang Xing raising his middle finger with a fireball the size of his head floating above it, and Clive was suddenly silent. Clive, what are you doing? Come in now. Teacher Salina's cold words came out. Just wait for me, Clive said as he flung open the office door and ran in a panic. Zhang Xing returned to the classroom and ignored his classmates' discussions, but fell into deep thought. A quarter of an hour later, Zhang Xing showed a look of stability in his eyes. The secret was not revealed. Teacher Salina was testing me. Whether she is doing this out of curiosity or for other purposes, we have to be on guard and be wary of anyone in the future. I don't really care about Clive's threat because he doesn't have the ability to keep a close eye on me. It was a long time later, around the end of the school day, that Clive returned to the classroom. As soon as he entered the classroom, he put on the attitude of a noble young master, glanced coldly at Zhang Xing, and sat back in his seat. Master Clive, are you all right? A lackey sitting in the seat behind him asked in a low voice. Humph! What can happen to me? No one can do anything to me. Spread the word. Whoever can beat up Zhang Xing will be rewarded with 100 gold coins. Breaking an arm will cost 500 gold coins, and a leg will cost 1,000 gold coins. What if you discount 2 pairs? Are you stupid? Can't you calculate? Zhang Xing didn't know that a bounty had been put on his head. He was pretending to be reading the basics of magic. The classmate next to him looked at Zhang Xing's brand new book with resentful eyes, then looked at his own damaged book, and said angrily in his heart, Why the hell don't you pick up your own book? After school, Zhang Xing enjoyed a free dinner and hid in the dormitory to meditate. I only met the kid in the same dormitory with him once, and then I never saw his shadow again. It's just right to be alone, quiet. In the early morning, Zhang Xing opened his eyes, changed into a black night-weary outfit, quietly climbed over a 5-meter-high wall and disappeared into the night sky. Just as he left, 2 dark shadows appeared and followed him. 3 black shadows, 1 in front and 2 behind, were running at high speed in the darkness. Half an hour later, Zhang Xing arrived at the back mountain to the north of the academy. It was very desolate here. There were many mines on the mountain, which were now closed. It is said that the resources here have been exhausted and the miners have withdrawn. The previous few times Zhang Xing summoned Heibao here and then went to a farther forest to capture monsters. This time was no exception. When he was about to call Heibao, a creepy feeling made his scalp suddenly explode. Without time to think, he put on a protective stone skin and a protective divine shield. Then another attack accelerated, and the body flashed to the side at an extremely fast speed. However, his speed was still a little slow. Boom! A powerful force blew him away more than 5 meters and smashed a half-meter-high rock. Zhang Xing's short body rolled on the ground twice, and then stood up immediately. Ha! You're okay? A deep and teasing voice came. Ha, second brother, you are an intermediate ice mage and you can't even kill a child. These 40 years of training are in vain. Brother, didn't you see that this kid has superimposed 2 primary defense spells on himself? The speed of casting the spells is really fast. Second brother, he even cast the primary speed-up magic. TSK. I didn't realize that this kid is such a rare genius. It would be a pity to kill him. Chapter 28. Oh my god, magic can be used like this. If Zhang Xing had not cast the spell in time, he would have been seriously injured if not dead. Facing the sneak attack of a mid-level magician, even a warrior of the same level cannot resist it, let alone a high-level warrior. Zhang Xing's magic power and mental strength have long surpassed the level of high-level magicians and are not inferior to those of junior magicians. Plus, the person who attacked him didn't use his full strength, so he wasn't hurt. But the anger in his heart was ignited. As a mid-level magician, he could be so despicable. This was intolerable. What's wrong with being an intermediate wizard? I can do the same. Swish! 2 instant primary magic arrows shot towards the 2 men. TSK! You dare to show off your trivial skills in front of us! The 2 magicians sneered and casually waved their hands. 2 more powerful magic arrows broke Zhang Xing's magic. What I want is your contempt. Do you think that seemingly ordinary elementary magic is so useless? Zhang Xing did not pause. He instantly cast 2 basic auxiliary spells, slowness and blindness, on the 2 wizards. Thunder and lightning. Instant advanced magic follows closely. The 2 magicians noticed that their movements suddenly slowed down, their faces changed, and they secretly thought that something was wrong. Just as he was about to silently recite a spell to dispel the evil power, a greater danger was about to come, so he had to quickly cast a protective magic on himself. Then everything went dark before their eyes and they could see nothing. Immediately afterwards, 2 silver lightning bolts emerged from the darkness and struck them hard on the heads. The 2 wizards' heads were instantly on fire, their clothes were torn, and they suffered some injuries. After being attacked, the blindness spell cast on them lost its effect and their eyes regained their sight. Since they are 2 levels higher than Zhang Xing, the magic power in their bodies is much higher, and the slow spell is only effective for 3 seconds. Their bodies returned to normal, but their moods were not so normal. Little bastard, I want to. The wizard hadn't finished speaking when he felt his mouth movements slow down again. The other wizard just raised his hands, and the spell he was chanting in a low voice also started in slow motion. It's so sad that I can't even cry. The 2 wizards are simply feeling pathetic at this moment. They didn't expect that the child Master Clive mentioned would be so difficult. And he is definitely not the junior magician who only knows how to cast a fireball, as the young master said. He is even more advanced than a high-level magician. He was very good at using this magic skill. He never thought that such an inconspicuous low-level magic could be used in so many ways. Before they knew it, Zhang Xing's blindness spell came into effect again. They could not see anything again, the magic power in their bodies slowed down, and they fell deeply into the fear of darkness. Crack! Crack! 2 more thunderbolts. This time the lightning broke their defensive magic and only slightly injured them, but they still had the ability to fight again. But how could Zhang Xing give them a chance? There is no need for any other magic, just use these 3 things back and forth, slowing you down, blinding you, and then striking you with lightning. The 2 high and mighty magicians stood like 2 pillars, motionless, waiting to be struck. The hatred, anger, and frustration in my heart all rushed to my face, turning it red. But they were all struck by lightning and turned into black people, so how could they still see these complex and moving expressions? The most annoying thing is that I can't even speak. Chapter 29, Good Results, found evidence of Heibao's greed for money. Zhang Xing used both hands to cast a slow spell. My lords, how does it taste? It's very uncomfortable, right? It's right that it's uncomfortable. Swish, a blindness spell. Why do you adults always bully a child like me? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Did Clive send you here? There was a flash of lightning. I didn't want to use such a boring method to deal with you. It's you who made me angry. Swish. Zhang Xing kept talking and his hands kept moving even more. After a long time. Yeah. It should be about the same. At this time, the 2 wizards had been struck to the point of losing their breath and were dead. But Zhang Xing was still worried. If he gave them a chance, the consequences would be serious. Therefore, Zhang Xing did not stop his magic until he thought that the enemy had been struck to death. He took their magic rings, threw down 2 fireballs, then summoned black treasure and rode off to hunt. As they were short of time, Zhang Xing and Heibao did not go deep into the forest. They just hunted a few level 2 and 3 magic wolves on the outskirts, and then sneaked back to school. After returning to the dormitory, Zhang Xing's eyes were shining with excitement. I didn't expect the 2 wizards to be so rich. They seized a total of more than 100,000 gold coins. Much richer than those 3 magicians last time. My current assets are close to $120,000, not bad. Huh! Where are those 2 sapphires? I saw them just now. Zhang Xing entered Shillong Island and dumped all the seized items on the ground in the Congress Hall. When he finished sorting them out, he found that a few gems were missing. Black treasure, black boy. After calling out several times, Heibao didn't move at all. It must have been Heibao who stole it. Just now, Heibao turned into a human and was circling around him, looking sneaky. Zhang Xing didn't have time to pay attention to him. In less than 2 minutes, Heibao disappeared. He thought he was full and went to sleep. This greedy and money-hungry little black dragon, I was originally planning to give it to you. Why are you in such a hurry? No, I have to go and see how much of my property this black boy has embezzled. Zhang Xing quietly sneaked into Heibao's lair and turned around many times before he found where he lived. I hid at the edge of the cave and looked inside. Wow! Heibao was sticking his butt out and comparing several gems. He was muttering, "This blue one is the biggest and most beautiful." There were a lot of gold coins piled up in the corner, probably more than 10,000, and the rest were just some broken stones. Zhang Xing couldn't help but wonder, where did Heibao get the gold coins? After thinking about it for a while, I suddenly realized. That's what I was wondering, why are those 3 magicians as poor as me? It turns out that this little black guy embezzled all their money. It's funny to think about it. You don't know how to spend it, so what do you need gold coins for? But there is nothing we can do about it. The little black dragon has grown up and started to become interested in treasure. It is his nature. Then just keep it with you. It will be mine sooner or later anyway. Zhang Xing left quietly again, came out of the space and returned to the dormitory, where he began to calm down and summarize the battle. Considering that his current combat power in both magic and martial arts has reached a high level, he would not be afraid even if he met a high-level magician or a high-level warrior. Of course, this time the 2 wizards underestimated him and were caught off guard. If the opponent is prepared, for example, if the wizard has cast defensive magic on himself beforehand, then it will still be very difficult to defeat him with existing magic skills alone. However, don't forget that you are still a high-level warrior. Perform a brutal charge and get close quickly. With another sky-breaking fist, I believe even a high-level magician would be knocked out in one blow. Chapter 30 Magic Theory Test. 3 days later, the test questions for the baseline test came out. As in the past, the 50 newly recruited young students answered questions on the spot to verify their understanding of magic theory learned over the past month. There are a total of 100 questions, each worth 1 point, and they will be evaluated and scored on the spot by tutor Serena and the judging panel. 49 children were already seated in a 500 square meter special examination room in the college. The chief examiner is Salina, and the jury includes 10 tutors from various departments. The exam was about to start in 3 minutes, and Serena swept her eyes across the children's faces. What comes into view is a group of nervous, listless, and dejected looks. It's just a simple routine test. Is it necessary to act so bitter and vengeful? It seems that all the students in the academy have the same problem. As soon as they heard the word, exam, they all hung their heads, as if they wanted to hang them to the ground and hide their faces to avoid the exam. Hey! Why is there an empty seat? Who didn't come? Serena noticed that one person was missing. After another quick look at these children, he immediately identified the target. Zhang Xing from the 5th group was absent. 50 students are divided into 5 groups. They can answer after discussion or they can answer quickly. 50 points are compulsory questions for the group, and the remaining 50 points are individual quick answer questions. However, a new rule was added this year. If anyone disagrees with the student who is answering the question, a debate can be started. The outcome of the debate will be decided by the examiner and the jury. Rewards are set for the first place in the group and the top 10 individuals. I looked at the magic clock and there was still 1 minute left. This little guy won't not come, right? It's not that Zhang Xing didn't want to come, but he was stopped by 2 middle-grade students as soon as he walked out of the dormitory door. Your name is Zhang Xing, right? A 15 or 16-year-old boy with a smile on his face said in a friendly manner. What's up? Zhang Xing nodded in confusion. It's like this, we have a small matter that we would like to ask you for help. The smiling boy looked around and said, Let's talk over there, it's not convenient here. As he said this, he politely extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. The other boy laughed along. Oh, okay then. Zhang Xing moved and walked to the corner. The two older children at the back grinned with a look of triumph. The three figures disappeared around the corner of the dormitory. No matter which direction you looked from, you couldn't see what was happening there. A few seconds later, there was a series of muffled bangs coming from the corner, and then Zhang Xing walked out calmly with a mocking smile on his face. You're far from being good enough to try this on me. I used to play this game a lot when I was in elementary school. The clock just struck when Zhang Xing entered the examination room. Teacher Salina glanced at Zhang Xing and looked away, then said with a smile, Okay, all the students are here, let's start the test. For the first quick answer question, please give your opinions based on the magic I demonstrated. Teacher Salina walked to a desk about 3 meters long, took the beaker off the flame and placed it aside. The boiling water inside was still boiling. Then he murmured 2 lines in a low voice, and gently lifted up the beaker with both hands a foot away. A magical thing happened. The steam rising from the boiling water disappeared. I have lowered the temperature of this cup of boiling water to about 5 degrees. If any student feels hot, you can drink a sip to cool down. Crash! The children below all laughed, and the tense atmosphere in the air eased a lot. Begin answering the questions. As soon as Teacher Salina finished speaking word by word, the examination room suddenly fell silent. Chapter 31 Talking. Bite! 2 seconds later, the first group of bells rang. Okay. Please answer, Clive. Clive stood up proudly. Having been taught by his family since childhood, he was quite familiar with the basics of magic and had memorized a lot of knowledge in his head. This question is very simple. My answer can be summed up in 1 sentence. Teacher Salina used her superb ice magic to quickly cool down the boiling water. This is to tell us that we should use magic in a simple and quick manner. Answer completed. The students in the first group all looked at him with admiration, and a few flatterers even gave him a thumbs up. Serena was not satisfied with this answer, but she couldn't say it was wrong. After all, these were children and their ability to understand was not enough. No one raised a different point of view in 5 seconds. 1 point for Clive. 1 point here is a real credit, which is also a benefit for freshmen. 5, 4, 3, 2. Bite! Seeing the number displayed, Teacher Salina smiled. It was this little guy. Please ask Zhang Xing to express a different point of view. All the students looked at Zhang Xing, and one of the resentful looks was directed at Clive. He reached out and touched his chest. Although the wound had healed, he would never forget the pain. When he saw Zhang Xing come in at the last second, he was still wondering why nothing happened and why didn't the 2 students from the intermediate class block him. Just when I was about to get a free credit, he jumped out and went against me at the last second. I was so pissed off. But as a child from a poor family, what theoretical knowledge can you have? What different things can you say? Thinking of this, Clive showed a mocking expression on his face. Next, all the teachers and students in the audience listened to little Zhang Xing talking calmly and confidently, and they were all stunned. Instructor Serena is testing our understanding of the basic rules behind magic. Clive's answer seems very pale. Anyone can see that it is the effect of ice magic. Do you need to tell me the answer? All the students looked at Clive. It was true. They all knew it was ice magic, but no one dared to answer first. Clive was filled with anger, and his face turned red in an instant. Zhang Xing raised his little hand and pointed his tiny index finger upwards. And my understanding is Sano Phantasm. What is Sano? What we usually call the magic element is Sano. Sano is the magic element. You can look this up in the textbook. It's on page 365, line 19 of the basic knowledge. Having said this, Zhang Xing cleared his throat in a serious manner, which caused the instructors and the jury to laugh secretly. You know what, this kid really acts like an adult. The element of magic is neither matter nor energy. But it's in the air and in each of our bodies. So how does ice magic cool boiling water quickly? This involves the rules of magic, so we have to mention another term, the medium. The explanation of the priming medium is on page 366, line 46 of the textbook. It is because of the medium that Sano can form energy and matter, and therefore has various magical skills. The energy in boiling water seems very high, but it is less than the energy of the ice in the induction medium, so the big fish eats the small fish, the heat energy is swallowed by the ice energy, and the temperature is instantly saturated. Answer completed. Chapter 32. I would like to add 2 points. Quiet, especially quiet. All the students were stunned. They looked at Zhang Xing with astonishment, as if he were a monster. He memorized a half-foot thick book in just 1 month. Oh my God, no matter whether he is from a poor or noble family, a child of his age would have his head filled with either food or toys, but his head is filled with fucking knowledge. It's incredible. Wow! Warm applause broke out in the examination room. Teacher Salina smiled happily and nodded continuously while clapping. This child looks clever and quirky, but he is really very smart. A few seconds later. The applause speaks for itself. 1 point for Zhang Xing. Clive gnashed his teeth in hatred. Please listen to the second question. This is a historical question. Please tell me the historical origin of magic. After hearing the question, Clive's eyes lit up. He knew the answer to this question. He knew it when he was as old as Zhang Xing. Pa! How can you compare that lowly Zhang Xing with me? Bite! It was our class monitor Clive who answered first. He set an example for our classmates, and played a very good leading role. I hope that the students will answer enthusiastically. Hearing the praise from his tutor, Clive showed a slightly shy look, but more of it was pride. He unconsciously imitated Zhang Xing and raised his index finger. This spell was invented by the Six Towers Association of our Sky Star Empire after thousands of years of continuous improvement through experiments. To be exact, in the first 500 years, magic was still a rare subject, and only a few people knew it. And the adults of the Six Towers Association are just a few of those few. 500 years later, thanks to their unremitting efforts, it became widely popularized in the empire, allowing us, the children of the nobility, to learn and apply it from textbooks. From then on, magic was no longer so mysterious, and it was further developed and promoted in the hands of us nobles until today. Answer completed. Clive glanced at Zhang Xing as he sat down and said, I've said everything I need to say. Let's see what else you can say. This point is firmly in my hands. Teacher Salina nodded in satisfaction, and the mentors on the jury also nodded in approval. Just then there was a ding sound and Zhang Xing stood up. What Clive said is not complete, and there are 2 mistakes. Let me add to it. What? Error? Clive stared at Zhang Xing with disbelief on his face. Humph! You're just making up stories and finding fault with everything. That's what the book says. Can the book be wrong? Mentor Salina and the judging panel also looked curious. Student Zhang Xing, if you randomly point out mistakes that are not mistakes, we will deduct 1 credit from you. A pale-faced jury tutor said coldly. Yes, Zhang Xing, negative marks are the rule of the test. You must answer carefully, Salina reminded. Can I start? Zhang Xing said calmly. Salina, please Zhang Xing start answering the questions. You cannot repeat the previous student's answer. The first mistake is that the Six Towers Association is not from the Sky Star Empire, but a magic organization that stands at the top of the Holy Dragon continent. If the Six Towers Association knew that our class leader had assigned them to the Sky Star Empire, I wonder if your family would still be able to survive. Swish! Clive was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Humph! It was just a slip of the tongue, Zhang Xing, don't worry about such trivial matters, said the pale-faced jury mentor. Chapter 33, Surprising Answer. Well, even if it's just a small matter. The second mistake, magic did not originate 1,000 years ago, but 2,500 years ago. Boom! As soon as the words fell, the whole audience boiled. Zhang Xing, you're talking nonsense! Clive stood up and shouted. You are talking nonsense! Zhang Xing, I will deduct 1 credit from you and you will be disqualified from the test. The pale-faced instructor slammed the table and said angrily. This kid's performance on the first question was amazing. Why is he so confused now? The history books of magic clearly record that it is 1,000 years of history. Silence! Sit down! Serena rang the bell. The examination room fell silent. Teacher Salina, Zhang Xing is an uneducated student who has no respect for history. I suggest that his credits be deducted and he be removed from the examination room," said the pale-faced teacher gloomily. Serena gave him a meaningful look. "Teacher Tal, you've overdone it. The test is to let students express different opinions. If they are wrong, they will be corrected. If they are right, they will be encouraged. This is also the rule of the examination room. If slips of the tongue are considered disrespect for history, shouldn't Clive be the first one to be kicked out of the exam room?" "Well," Tal sat down unhappily. "Student Zhang Xing, let's put aside the question about the time of origin for now and continue." Salina smiled kindly at Zhang Xing. The examination room was in chaos just now. Almost everyone looked at him unfriendly, especially Tal, who looked like he wanted to eat someone. But little Zhang Xing stood there motionless as if nothing had happened, without showing any sign of fear. Not to mention, he actually has quite a bit of manliness. Seeing this, Salina really wanted to pick him up and kiss him, and then asked him, "Little guy, why aren't you afraid at all?" If Zhang Xing knew what Teacher So was thinking, his eyes would definitely glow green, haha. "Then I will continue. If anyone interrupts me again, then you don't have to take this test." Salina was amused. This child is quite principled. "Let's go back to the origin of magic. Ancient sages called magic spiritual arts, and we now call magic spells. Spiritual arts are magic that can be released directly, while spells require the construction of a medium." At this moment, Zhang Xing discovered that Salina and the jury seemed to have strange expressions on their faces, and the way they looked at him seemed particularly respectful. Their backs, which were sitting upright, bent down, and the entire examination room suddenly became very quiet, with only his slightly childish voice continuing. "Something is wrong," he said while gesticulating, and no one noticed that there was a small bronze mirror in his palm. He looked behind him through the small bronze mirror. Ugh! There were at least 50 people in the dark crowd. What is going on? Why are so many tutors here? When he tilted the small bronze mirror to another angle, an old man appeared in the mirror, smiling and winking at him. "Oh my God, isn't this the old dean? Why is he here?" Zhang Xing pretended not to see it, and with a flip of his wrist, the bronze mirror disappeared. "However, spiritual arts are not something you can learn just because you have a talent for magic. In order to solve this problem, some sages came together to form the Orito organization. This organization is the prototype of the Magic Guild. They combined spiritual arts with spells and invented a new form of magic. However, this new form of application is even more mysterious and powerful, and no one has been able to surpass it so far. Later people called it the Orito magic system, a unique and most powerful system." Chapter 34: Suppression and Disapproval. Zhang Xing paused and thought about it. The rest had basically been said by Clive, so there was no need to add anything. Besides, it seems that they don't know the magical history of their own continent. And all they know is that it is centered on the Tianqing Empire. You know, the Tianqing Empire is just a tiny place on the Holy Dragon continent. How to describe them? Self-righteous and conceited. "Okay, I've said everything I wanted to say, that's it." After saying that, he sat down slowly. After 5 full seconds, the entire audience was silent. No one spoke, let alone applauded. The students listened with great interest, as if they were listening to a fairy tale. Zhang Xing finished speaking so quickly that they felt like they had not heard enough. The judges were like listening to a mysterious book and had no idea what was being said. They looked at each other, and none of them knew whether it was true or false, so they couldn't give a score or a result. "Well, what Zhang Xing said is unofficial history, which cannot be verified. So let's count it as Clive." As he said this, he secretly glanced towards the gate. Seeing that the dean did not make any comments, he continued. "Since opinions on the second question were quite different, the jury and the examiner voted for Clive with 9 votes, and Zhang Xing with 2 votes. Clive got 1 point, and Zhang Xing got no points and no deductions." Zhang Xing sat there without saying anything, feeling somewhat disappointed. In such an environment, what could he learn from this group of so-called mentors who were trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful? The mentor named Tal is clearly a lackey of the Linda Clive family. There's no need to lick so explicitly for a simple test. Clive glanced at him smugly and muttered, You are uneducated and full of nonsense. Salina smiled at Zhang Xing with a helpless expression on her face. There was nothing she could do about it because of the rules. She seemed to have some impression of what Zhang Xing said, but she was still young at that time and had no interest in these boring words. So, she felt that she should support Zhang Xing. The test continues. Please listen to the third question. Please follow the spell I give you and complete this magic within 1 minute. Tell me what type it is and where it came from. After saying that, Salina waved her hand, and a spell of more than a dozen characters appeared on the magic question board in front of each group. Zhang Xing took a look and thought this was too easy, so he didn't give Clive any chance and snatched it away. Bite! Everyone looked towards the bell in surprise. As soon as the question board appeared, someone started answering, and some students didn't even have time to look at it. Student Zhang Xing, please start answering your questions. Zhang Xing walked to an empty space in front of the group and stood there. He pretended to mutter, God, please save me. I am old and have no lover. Amen, please give me strength. Serena frowned as she listened. What kind of messed up notes were these? How come she couldn't understand a single word? How could she successfully cast magic like this? It would be strange if she could understand. Zhang Xing was speaking Earth Chinese. After hesitating for a while, Zhang Xing thought the time was up, so he opened his hands and looked up at the sky. Swish! A silver-white light shield covered the entire body. You finished it so quickly? What a genius! I've only read half of it. I read it, but I didn't remember it. Huh! He must have known this magic in advance. Zhang Xing continued. This is a support magic in the elementary magic, the shield spell, and it is also a common defensive magic in the 5 magic systems. Its origin can be traced back to ancient times, and it is one of the few commonly used 5 series magics handed down from ancient times. It is the Wozersberg magic system that follows the Orledo magic system. Answer completed. Chapter 35. The Dean personally clears Zhang Xing's name. Bite! Clive stood up with a look of contempt. Great God of magic, your loyal subjects, Clive asks for your protection, please grant me strength. A flash of white light descended on him, but it only lasted for 3 seconds before disappearing. And Zhang Xing's shield is still there. However, there is no specified time limit for this question, just complete it. Student Zhang Xing's answer is complete nonsense. The shield technique originated from the 6 Towers Association. That's it. The 10 judges on the jury had different expressions, but they all had the same question in their minds. Why did Zhang Xing always talk about wild history that no one else knew? It was clearly written in the textbooks of the Tianqing Empire, and it was even more detailed in the book on basic magic theory. Logically, he should have seen it, or it is possible that he only remembered the content of the first question. Yes, that must be the case, otherwise the subsequent answers would not be so different. These mentors quickly found the source of Zhang Xing's nonsense. Then they discussed it in a low voice. Student Zhang Xing, several of our instructors have unanimously criticized you. If you don't know, then you don't know. Don't talk nonsense. Also, when answering the following questions, please do not treat those unrealistic rumors circulating among you poor people as history, okay? If you make the same mistake again, we will represent the St. Laurent School of Magic and Martial Arts. That's enough. Before Tal could finish his words, he was stopped by a shout. The person who spoke was none other than the 3rd president of the Magic and Martial Arts Academy, Jaeger, one of the only 6 remaining demon kings in the Empire, and the vice president of the Magicians' Guild. I think you are the ones who are ignorant and unskilled. You are the ones who are talking nonsense. With your character, you still want to represent St. Laurent School of Magic and Martial Arts? You represent nothing, not even yourselves. You keep calling us poor and you keep calling us nobles. Without the poor, where would you come from? If you trace your ancestors back to your ancestors, 300 years ago they were still savages. At the same time, the 10 tutors stood up hurriedly, bowed their heads, put their right hands on their chests, and saluted the dean with the most respectful etiquette in the magic world, from subordinates to superiors. Greetings, Mr. Dean! All the students stood up and saluted him with student respect, saying in unison, Greetings, Mr. Dean! Everyone bowed their heads and listened to the dean's instructions. not daring to look up. Dean Yeager walked quickly from the door to the front. From the second question onwards, Zhang Xing did not make any mistakes. His answers were completely correct. Your reaction just now is normal. Ignorance is not a crime. But some people's behavior is too outrageous. You are all instructors at the Magic and Martial Arts Academy. You are role models, and your every word and action is watched by the students. Even if you find it hard to draw a conclusion about the third question, are you blind? Can't you see Zhang Xing's magical talent? Can't you see that his shield has not disappeared yet? The 10 mentors trembled and hung their heads even more. Selena felt relieved in her heart. Her father's scolding was so satisfying. Zhang Xing raised his little head and looked at Dean Yeager. Finally someone came out to uphold justice. This old man with white beard is really awesome. I knew it. How could such a big magic and martial arts academy not have a single knowledgeable person? Dean Yeager is not tall, with a chubby round face without many wrinkles. If it weren't for his white hair and beard, he would have looked about 40 years old. What Zhang Xing didn't know was that Dean Yeager was not very old either, just 50 years old. Chapter 36 Thunderous Applause. Dean Yeager takes his work very seriously and cannot tolerate any mistakes. He has a hot temper and is known for his strictness. The origin of magic is indeed 2,500 years ago. It is recorded in the old books at the back of the college library. None of you went to look through it and take a look. Classmate Zhang Xing is right. Oh no, it should be said that he understood it correctly. What he talked about was not copying the theories in the book, but objective explanations based on his own understanding. Of course, what he said is not very comprehensive. After all, he has only studied for a month and is still a 6-year-old child. But it was this 6-year-old child who slapped you hard in the face today and taught you a good lesson. With his theoretical level, he can definitely serve as a mentor to you mentors. I have repeatedly emphasized that learning magic is not an easy task and we cannot just pursue innovation blindly. The innovation I'm talking about is seeking breakthroughs based on solid basic knowledge, not asking you to take things out of context and imagine out of thin air. After a pause, Yeager softened his tone and continued. That's all I have to say. Please continue. After saying that, Dean Yeager walked to the door and asked other senior staff of the academy to sit in the audience seats and listen carefully to the new students' answers. Students, since several of our instructors made the wrong judgment just now, I would like to apologize to you all here. If you make a mistake, you must admit it and correct it, no matter if you are a mentor or a student. For the second question, add 1 point to Zhang Xing and subtract 1 point from Clive. Of course, Clive's theoretical level is also very good. I hope you don't let this point affect your performance in the following questions. After Selena finished speaking, she led the applause, the meaning of which was self-evident. The entire examination room immediately erupted in thunderous applause, especially from the 10 judges, whose palms turned red from clapping. They have to work hard. The dean and those senior officials have applauded. How are they going to survive in the future if they don't show more enthusiasm? Let's continue with the test. Please listen to question 4. Looking at the students, Zhang Xing still looked relaxed and calm, while Clive pricked up his ears and looked nervous. Please tell us your understanding of instant magic. Let's begin. Bite. Please answer, Zhang Xing. Under the envious gazes of his classmates and the astonished gazes of his instructors, Zhang Xing stood up calmly. So-called instantaneous magic is magic that uses pure media. This leads to 2 more concepts, pure medium and construction symbol. I won't explain them one by one. Many students may have seen or heard that some powerful magicians don't even need to chant any spells. They can cast magic one after another as easily as throwing stones. The classmates all believe that this wizard has reached the pinnacle of understanding magic and has grasped the essence of this spell. It's not wrong to think so, but in reality it's impossible. No one can cast magic directly using pure medium. Those great people who can cast magic instantly that we envy, it takes time for them to cast spells, and some are faster and some are slower. At this point, some old guys in the audience nodded in agreement. Tal, who had been looking behind him, nodded quickly and showed an approving expression. What I understand is that the reason they can be so fast is because they use array-type spells. An array and a talisman are construction talismans. These construction symbols are like blueprints that have long been stored in their minds. If the students also have these array symbols in their minds, instant magic will no longer be a dream. Answer completed. Boom! Dean Yeager was the first to stand up and applaud, followed by the college's senior management, the jury mentors, and all the students. The applause lasted for a long time. Chapter 37. I won't give you any chance. This damn pariah, how does he know so much? Clive clapped his hands reluctantly, thinking angrily in his heart, and at the same time a helpless feeling of frustration made him depressed. Student Zhang Xing's answer was perfect, so you get an extra credit. Other students should not be discouraged, as this is just the beginning and there are still many opportunities. Salina stroked her beautiful long yellow hair. Her sapphire eyes were always on Zhang Xing. She really liked this little guy more and more. After the applause, the test continued. Next, please listen to the fifth question. Please state the important basic theories of magic and what their theoretical contents are. Let's begin. Bite. Please answer, Zhang Xing. There are two, namely Wences' theory and Gurge's theorem. It was proposed by Wences, a famous magic scholar of the Gagadia dynasty, that everything in the world contains a medium. In the year 573 of the post-magic era, a famous spell theorist appeared. He proposed that spells must contain the media of energy and state during the casting process, and created the basic building block formula and the quantitative term Goldilocks in theory. Through the spell formula, we can calculate the magic power or construction symbols required for a spell. This theory was later called Gold's theorem. Answer completed. Wow! The audience burst into warm applause, cheering for Zhang Xing's fluent and quick answer. Please listen to the sixth question. Please state the universal grading standards for mages issued by the Six Towers Association. Let's begin. Bite. Apprentices can cast at least one entry-level spell. A junior mage can at least. Intermediate mage. Oh. I'm so angry, Zhang Xing got it again. Next time I must be faster than him. Clive was almost going crazy with anger. However, Zhang Xing did not give him any chance and answered all 50 individual questions. Clive tried to find some faults, but he couldn't. How could he do that without so much knowledge? Next is a lunch break, and then team testing will continue in the afternoon. In the spacious cafeteria, Zhang Xing sat on a chair with his head just protruding from the table. Surrounding him were team members who were much taller than him. The table of 10 people was obviously centered around Zhang Xing. It is particularly conspicuous in the entire cafeteria. They all had excited expressions and talked loudly about the wonderful scenes during the game while eating. Zhang Xing, I really admire you, especially the second question, which made all the instructors confused. Haha. Didn't you see the expressions of the other groups? They were so amazing. They were all dumbfounded. Also, they looked even more stupid afterwards, because it was all Zhang Xing's performance alone. Zhang Xing, the group exam this afternoon is all up to you. Yes, we are not as studious as you are, and the knowledge we have is limited. Everyone who gets first place in the group will be awarded 10 credits. We can now go to the practical instructor to learn elementary magic. I'm so happy! Zhang Xing nodded and agreed, without communicating much with them. It could be seen from the looks in their eyes that these noble young men in the group were not sincere in their relationship with him. After all, whether in school or in the entire empire, the emphasis is not on theory but on practice, or actual combat. The 6 major magic academies train elites, and after graduation these students must first serve in the Imperial Army. After 3 years of service, those noble children could get a government position and obtain some noble titles or something. As for those children from poor families, they basically went to various battlefields or followed the troops to perform some more dangerous tasks. Chapter 38. A loud and clean slap. Zhang Xing, who was eating with his head down, suddenly noticed that the classmates eating next to him were silent. When I looked up, I saw that all 9 of them had their heads buried in their rice bowls, shoveling rice into their mouths. What's going on? Looking at the students at other tables, each of them had a strange expression on their face, as if they were gloating over other people's misfortune. There were also a few classmates wearing coarse clothes looking behind him and constantly making eye contact with him. Turning around, he saw a group of young men in their teens and 18s wearing gray robes walking towards him. The man in the front is handsome, with a big square face. He has a smile on his face, but there is a gloom in his eyes. The group of people soon came to Zhang Xing. He could faintly hear the female students around him exclaiming, This is Lin Gran from the advanced magic class, my idol, so handsome. Oh my God! My heart is beating uncontrollably. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to faint. Look, he's coming towards me. He's a flower maniac. He went after that little classmate. Which little classmate? Where is he? He's the youngest of the 10 freshmen. See him? I see, that classmate is too young, isn't he? Is he also from the Linda family? Bullshit. Look at what he's wearing, he's a pauper. Gran is going to cause trouble for him. The girls were whispering and the boys were concentrating on eating, not even daring to look in this direction. Little classmate Zhang Xing, are you ready for dinner? Gran looked down at Zhang Xing and said with a smile. Zhang Xing nodded and said, You haven't eaten yet? Gran's face froze. The other party did not tremble as he had expected, and the answer he got was also unexpected. The several sets of words prepared in advance are no longer useful. After saying that, Zhang Xing turned around and continued eating, leaving Gran with the back of his head. The scene was a little awkward for a moment. Go and eat over there! Gran glared at them, and the 9 students at the table stood up hurriedly and ran away in the blink of an eye. Gran pulled the chair in front of Zhang Xing and sat down. He turned sideways, put his right arm on the table, supported his cheek with his half-clenched fist, and just watched Zhang Xing eat. Zhang Xing took a look, smiled slightly, and continued eating. The restaurant was particularly quiet at this time, and the only sound was the smacking of food coming from this table. It was as if someone had cast a magic spell to stop time around them. Those who lowered their heads did not move, those who were eating did not chew, those who were stealing glances were in a daze, and the little girl covered her mouth, widened her eyes, and held her breath. This strange scene didn't last long because Gran couldn't help himself. A cry of surprise drew everyone's attention to this table. As he exclaimed, Gran straightened up, raised his right hand high to the limit, and slapped Zhang Xing hard in the face while he was still stuffing food into his mouth. You little bastard, I'll teach you how to pretend with me. It is easy to imagine the consequences of a young man of 18 or 19 slapping a 6-year-old child with such force. Many girls couldn't bear to watch and closed their eyes, while some boys turned their faces away. All the students could imagine that with this slap, the little student would fly at least 3 meters away, with blood gushing from his nose and mouth, and his face would be swollen like a pig's head. Bang! A loud and crisp slap sounded throughout the restaurant. Then everyone heard a clang. What puzzled everyone was why the little classmate was still sitting there eating. Shouldn't he have been slapped out? What's even more strange is that Gran is missing. Following the clanging sound, the group of young men in their teens brought by Gran slowly turned their heads to look. All the students around also looked over. A shocking scene appeared. Chapter 39 Who Hit Me? This is too cruel. A dozen advanced class students ran towards the trash can at the entrance of the restaurant, shouting, Master Gran! When they dragged Gran out of the 1-meter-high trash can, all the students were stunned. The unconscious Gran was soaked in the remnants of leftovers, and the sour soup stains were dripping down his face. Go find Teacher Tina for help. The dozen people didn't even bother to settle the score with Zhang Xing, and hurriedly left carrying Gran. Swish! All the students' eyes turned to Zhang Xing again. There was deep shock in his eyes. Although we didn't see how he did it, it must have been him who knocked Gran away. I can't imagine how he did it, such a young child. You should know that Gran is the 10th-ranked magician in the Magic Academy. No matter in terms of agility, speed, strength, or combat experience, he should not be knocked nearly 20 meters away by a child. Moreover, that child was from the Magic Academy, not the Martial Arts Academy. They saw the impossible possibility, they couldn't believe it, but the fact was right before their eyes. Who is this little classmate? I don't know, I've never seen it. And you? I don't know either. Go ask the freshmen in the junior class, they might know. After some inquiries, the students in the intermediate and advanced classes all knew the name of the little classmate Zhang Xing. They watched Zhang Xing eat up all the food in the rice bowl. As usual, he slowly stood up, walked to the sink, and washed the rice bowl carefully. Then he put it in his own locker and left. From beginning to end, it was as if what had just happened had nothing to do with him. Then the children in the restaurant who had not finished their meals also imitated Zhang Xing's eating movements, chewing slowly and swallowing carefully, slowly standing up, and carefully washing the rice bowls. Tina is not only the college's pharmacist, but also a medical practitioner. At the age of 22, she has a perfect and graceful figure, long dark red hair, and small and delicate facial features, forming a beautiful picture. Together with Serena, they are known as the most beautiful mentors in the academy. They have visited the slums many times to provide free medical treatment to the poor. Not only that, every time he went, he brought a large amount of daily necessities to help the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the poor. Likewise, they were equally compassionate towards ordinary, fallen nobles. Not only does he enjoy a high reputation in the academy, he is also popular among the people of the entire St. Laurent castle. When Gran was brought in, she didn't mind the peculiar sour smell. "What happened? Why did you fall like this? How can a magic student in an advanced class be so careless?" "Oh, he must have had a fight. The slap mark on his face is quite clear. It was such a small slap. Was it from a female classmate?" More than a dozen male students remained silent and dared not speak. Tina didn't really want to know why these male animals with surging hormones fought all day long. While cleaning up the garbage, she checked the location where the person was injured and unconscious. Soon, the test results came out. Gran's main injuries were caused by a fall. He must have been knocked flying by a slap, and then fell quite far away. Well, judging by the broken ribs and vertebrae, it must have been at least 20 meters away. He hit his head against the wall first, which caused him to fall unconscious. Then the body fell sideways and hit an angular object. The broken ribs and spine are fine. They will be fine after taking some medicine and resting. The key is the head. I can't guarantee it. After all, magic is controlled by mental power. Go to his house and let him know. I'll help stabilize his injuries first. After the students left, Tina sighed. This slap was too harsh. I don't know if Gran will be able to use magic in the future. Chapter 40. Thank you, Dean. In the afternoon group test, under the leadership of Zhang Xing, we won the first place without any suspense. Zhang Xing ranked first in personal points and was awarded another 50 points, making a total of 100 credits, which made a lot of classmates envious. As soon as the test was over, Zhang Xing was called away by instructor Salina. Student Zhang Xing, did you hurt Clive's brother Glenn? No. Zhang Xing pretended to be confused, with a look of doubt in his eyes. You still don't admit it. So many students in the cafeteria saw it. The Linda family went to the dean. Salina frowned, looking a little anxious. Who saw me do it? Which hand did I use? Was it magic or something else? How can I possibly beat him when I'm so small? Even though everyone knew it, he couldn't admit it. If he were to admit it, he would probably not be able to continue studying in the academy. I think the Linda family doesn't dare to investigate further. The title of the 6 major academies is not for nothing. How can they allow a small family to run wild? If the academy really pushed all the responsibility onto him without asking any questions, then he would have to stay here. Oh, you were too harsh on me, kid. Luckily Tina treated him in time, and Gran will be fine after a few months of recuperation at home. Oh, by the way, the dean personally treated Glenn's brain, and he came to his senses immediately. Otherwise, the Linda family would not have let it go. Just study hard and don't get into trouble again. Hearing this, Zhang Xing also breathed a sigh of relief. The image of an old man with silver hair and white beard, wearing an ordinary gray robe with no wizard symbol on his cuffs, appeared in my mind. Sure enough, I was not mistaken about him. Just from his passionate speech in the morning to clear his name, we knew that the dean was a righteous man who hated evil. Thinking of this, Zhang Xing felt a surge of boiling heat in his heart. Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Teacher Serena. He bent down and bowed to Serena. Well, if you want to thank you, go and thank the dean in person. The dean asked me to take you to see him. Salina held Zhang Xing's hand and walked towards the dean's office. Salina seemed very happy along the way and asked Zhang Xing about his past from time to time. Zhang Xing didn't say much, just talked about the past few days that Kimura had lived there, and the death of his grandfather. When Salina knew that Zhang Xing was now an orphan, she immediately felt infinite sympathy for him. She wanted to bring Zhang Xing back home to take care of him, but there was no way Zhang Xing would agree. Her home is the dean's home. It would be so uncomfortable to live there. Besides, he has so many secrets. He can't let Heibao go out hunting every now and then, even though he really wants to. After sending Zhang Xing to the dean's office, Salina left. Zhang Xing knocked on the door gently twice, and the dean's loud and majestic voice came from inside. Come in. Looking at the well-behaved Zhang Xing, Dean Jigger seemed as excited as a big husky seeing a small husky. As soon as Zhang Xing saw the expression on the dean's face, he knew that he was a man with a naughty personality. Hello, Dean! Thank you, Mr. Dean, for seeking justice for me. When Jaeger heard this, he was happy. Haha, what you mean is that if I don't stand up for you, I'm the evil party. Not necessarily. Not all justice is evil. There is also a neutral side. Zhang Xing gestured with his hands while talking, which looked very interesting. Wow! You are quite good at arguing. No wonder you took all the 50 credits by yourself. Sit down. Do you know why I'm looking for you? The dean pointed to a purple wooden chair with rose flowers carved on it and said with a smile. Chapter 41. Let you participate in the 6th hospital competition. After Zhang Xing thanked him for his seat, he thought for a moment and said, I can't guess, but it's definitely not about fighting. Jaeger nodded approvingly. Why not a fight? The academy has strict rules. Severe violations will result in expulsion. The dean is very busy with official duties, so he won't scold me personally for such a small matter. Otherwise, what's the point of having those tutors, grade directors, and vice deans? The dean must have asked me to come here because of something related to the academy. As a junior student, I can only contribute the magic knowledge taught by the instructors to the academy. If my prediction is correct, it should be something like a competition. Well, Dean Jigger was stunned when he heard this. Could it be that there is a tree of wisdom in this child's head? He analyzes things in a logical manner, distinguishing the main from the secondary, and gradually finds the root cause of the problem by putting himself in the other person's shoes. This is a rare talent that only appears once in a century. He can be of great use. Well, good, you guessed it right. Jaeger stroked his beard, smiled and nodded with satisfaction. The magic skills competition held every 3 years by the 6 major colleges will be held at the end of the year. There is still more than a month to prepare. I want you to represent the junior class to compete with the other 5 colleges. When Jaeger said the word exchange, he emphasized it particularly, as if it had a special meaning. Dean, are we going to compete in magic skills? Zhang Xing asked. Yes, all 3 grades will compete in skills. The rule is beginner versus beginner, senior versus senior, but you can also challenge, low versus high or high versus low. Jaeger spoke briefly and then stopped, leaning back in his chair and looking at the ceiling, apparently remembering something. Zhang Xing pondered for a moment and thought to himself. This rule is a bit confusing. Will the elementary and intermediate magic students be beaten up by the advanced class? But since the 6 major institutions have formulated this seemingly unreasonable rule, its intention must be far-reaching. Some historical records in the library show that these empires could never maintain peace, and wars have been going on for thousands of years. The 6 academies continuously supply various elites to the empire. They train skilled workers with actual combat experience. Then this confusing set of rules can be explained. The battlefield doesn't care whether you are a beginner or intermediate level, let alone whether you are a warrior or a magician. Thinking of this, Zhang Xing understood. Seeing that the dean had no intention of speaking, he sat there and waited quietly. After a moment, Jaeger seemed to suddenly think of something. Zhang Xing, your current strength has reached the level of a high-level magician, right? This was obviously a question that was asked despite knowing the answer. How could a magician at the Demon King level not see how Gran was injured? Well, barely. Zhang Xing told the truth. There was no loss in telling the truth in front of the dean. Instead, it was beneficial to him. The dean was very satisfied with this answer. How much magic skills have you mastered? Asked Jaeger. He knew that Zhang Xing's magic skills were not learned from his academy instructor. As for where he learned it, he didn't want to ask. In his eyes, these low-level magic skills were relatively easy to acquire. Zhang Xing is a kid with a lot of secrets, and he doesn't want to know them. How could such a monstrous person not have secrets? This is too little, not enough. Dean, please teach me some. Zhang Xing started to get naughty. Jaeger curled his lips and said, Don't try to be smart with me, kid. Tell me, how much is very little? 17. Zhang Xing whispered. What? Jaeger was stunned. 17 is not enough? According to what the kid said, how many is too many? Chapter 42 Demonstration of Magic. Come with me and show me the magic skills you know. I will teach you some more based on your mastery. As Jaeger spoke, he stood up and walked to a wall. With a wave of his hand, a water wave barrier appeared on the wall. Zhang Xing looked at the dean strangely as he walked in. He reached out and touched the waves. They felt slightly cool and moist, just like water. Then he entered half of the body and felt pretty good. This should be a representational magic circle. It is a shape created by arranging some materials, such as metals, gems, etc., to stimulate magic and trigger the formation of a magic circle. He has not reached that level yet and cannot learn such a formation. Stop playing and come in quickly, the dean urged. Zhang Xing said silently in his heart, I am doing research, not playing. Do you really think I am a child? Inside was a row of spacious stone chambers, about a dozen in total. They came to one of them, which was over 100 square meters in size, enough for practice. Okay, let's start. Jaeger waved his hand and set up another layer of water magic barrier. Zhang Xing began to chant a spell in a pretentious manner. God, please save the suffering people. Bite. 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 3 magic arrows hit the water barrier and disappeared. Then he cast 4 or 5 attack spells and then stopped. Master Dean, I don't know much. I only know a few offensive magics. Well, your magic power is strong, far beyond the level of mages of the same level. Your casting speed is also good, and your attack power is also good. Jaeger was quite satisfied. Judging from Zhang Xing's current performance, he should be able to enter the top 50 in the competition. However, he has no experience, and when he faces those students who have practical experience, his strength will be discounted. Now we need to cultivate in him the spirit of calmness and composure to face danger in battle. The battle between a magician and a warrior is different. A magician must not panic no matter what critical situation he encounters on the battlefield. They sat in the rear, forming a magic army, constantly threatening the melee soldiers at the front of the battlefield. Both the enemy and us will send a death squad to disrupt these magicians. If the magician gets in chaos, the whole battle is half lost. Therefore, their position is crucial. There are also some magicians who follow the warriors all the time, and they are in the most dangerous environment. All students in the academy must go through this stage, and only those who can survive are considered elites. Zhang Xing, use all your strength to cast these attack spells, and speed up a bit. You have to keep attacking until I say stop. Jaeger wants to see Zhang Xing's endurance, and where his limit is. Zhang Xing remained calm and began to cast magic with all his strength. If he had used 6 points of his strength just now, then he was using 10 points now, but that was not all he had. He believed that Dean Jaeger did not want him to cast magic at the risk of his life. After all, magicians are different from warriors. Once their magic power is exhausted, they can only wait for death. They don't know how to fight in close combat. Swish, swish, swish! The magic arrows were almost connecting end to end, and the speed had reached the limit of a high-level magician. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Serial fireballs exploded one after another on the barrier. Time passed by minute, and the total time of the magic hourglass used for timing was 1 hour. 1/3 of the sand has gone down. Jaeger saw that Zhang Xing's breath was normal and his attack did not weaken at all. He stroked his beard, nodded, and continued to observe. 2/3 of the sand had gone down, and Zhang Xing was still as usual. Even after an hour, Zhang Xing still hadn't stopped. At this moment, he was immersed in the world of magic, and the scene in front of him was very different from before. When Jaeger saw his form, he was immediately shocked. This is the realm of subtlety. Chapter 43, The Realm of Subtlety. After Zhang Xing learned this magic, he had never put his whole heart into performing it. But just in the past hour, all his mind was immersed in the repeated casting of magic skills. When 1/3 of the time had passed in the hourglass, his body shook and his mind awakened from a fantasy magical world. I just saw some magical elements that were different from before. What was the reason? Then he released a few more magic arrows, which did not produce any unusual effects. He also released intermediate magic thunderbolts and advanced magic meteor showers. His eyes flashed, and he carefully sensed the magical elements in the air, and deep thought gradually appeared in his eyes. When these low-level spells were cast, there was a sudden sense of closeness. I didn't pay attention to these details before, but when I concentrated just now, I found that the magic I released was smaller in size, but more powerful. It's like compressing a snowball to a very solid level, and then hitting it out. You can clearly feel the force increase a lot. Zhang Xing muttered to himself, his eyes lingering on the flashing magic arrow in his hand for a moment. Then he closed his eyes and concentrated all his energy into his body. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes and a hint of enlightenment appeared in his eyes. A fireball immediately appeared in his right hand and instantly smashed into the water wave barrier. With a bang, the fireball shattered and disappeared. No, it hasn't improved much. It seems that this head-size fireball can be compressed a little more. Then a fireball appeared in his hand, half the size of an ordinary person's head, and it hit the barrier, causing a noticeable vibration. Zhang Xing was excited and immediately compressed all other magic skills, and the power increased significantly. Then he bombarded the barrier again, which was really exciting. When the hourglass reached halfway, the excitement was over. He thought about the competition he would be representing the academy in a month, and felt that this amount of strength was not yet safe. No, St. Laurent College is ranked 6th and last. The students from other colleges must be as fierce as beasts. There must be many chosen ones, and there must be some who can challenge and win against those of higher levels. I can't summon Heibao to fight, so I should practice more. As the sand flowed away, Zhang Xing cast magic spells one after another, completely forgetting everything around him. He himself didn't realize that the fireball had been compressed to the size of an apple. The magic arrow that was originally released was like a thick wooden stick, but now it has become much thinner and looks a bit like a spear. Thunderbolts are no longer as scary looking as they appear, but have become more subtle. 2/3 of the time had passed, and the fireball had become the size of an egg. Its power had increased several times, and the water curtain barrier it had hit was shaking continuously. When there were only 5 minutes left, Zhang Xing felt a sudden shock in his head, and the world in front of him changed. The magic power in the body and the magical elements in the air formed a bridge, like a 7-color rainbow. Those colorful magical elements were no longer as lifeless as before, and suddenly became cheerful. Zhang Xing feels that he is the magic element, and the magic element is him. The magic power in the body did not increase much, but he could mobilize the 3 magic elements of fire, air, and water in a single thought. Swish! Dean Yeager stared in disbelief at the 3 magic arrows that appeared at the same time. It was like a real arrow, the first fiery red rocket emitting scorching heat. The second silver, transparent, solid gas arrow. The third crystal clear water arrow. 3 arrows arrived in an instant and hit the water curtain barrier. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the entire secret room shook. Dean Yeager swallowed his saliva, his face was ecstatic, and the corners of his mouth trembled. This is the ultimate achievement of the subtle realm. Chapter 44. The Dean was stunned. No matter whether they are magicians or warriors, once they become proficient in a certain martial art, they may be able to realize another realm within it. This state does not belong to cultivation, but is closely related to cultivation. This is a new level of understanding in the application of one's own skills, which the ancients called the realm of subtlety. The realm of foundation, the realm of subtlety, the unity of man and nature, the true meaning of the realm of the realm, the realm of completeness. Those who can enter this realm are now at the top of the pyramid of the Tianqing Empire. Zhang Xing was able to comprehend this realm at the age of 6, which completely broke the historical record of practitioners in the magic world, no, in the entire Tianqing Empire. After Zhang Xing finished the exercise, he still felt a little unsatisfied, as if there was still room for improvement, but he couldn't catch that trace of inspiration in his mind. Okay, cultivation requires opportunity and cannot be forced. Master Dean, I have finished my rehearsal. Can you teach me magic now? Zhang Xing rubbed his little hands, showing a lovely smile on his face, looking expectant. It would be a waste if you don't learn it. You still have to pay for the system. How can you not learn the free magic? Dean Jaeger. You are such a monster, how can I teach you any magic? Besides, there is no point in teaching him those basic magics now. Could it be that he is a dean and a magician at the level of Demon King, and they called him here just to teach him basic magic? After thinking about it, I decided that this kid's current strength is no weaker than that of a high-level magician, so if I were to teach him magic, I'd teach him some magic of this level. I will teach you some magic commonly used by wizards. I hope you can practice well in this month. Then those old guys will be so shocked that their eyes will drop and their jaws will drop. The more Jaeger thought about it, the more proud he became, and he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Watch out, kid! Freeze, ice spear, flame blade, blizzard, sea of flame, light of life, elemental armor. In the blink of an eye, 7 magic spells were launched, and then a bunch of spells were transmitted into Zhang Xing's mind. Okay, this is all you can learn for now. You should be able to learn it in about a month. The teaching was completed in less than a minute. Jaeger put his hands behind his back and was about to walk out, but he seemed to remember something and stopped. Look at my head. I haven't taught students for many years. I have forgotten even the most basic routines. Perform the spell I taught you once for me to see. If there's no problem, that's it. Zhang Xing went over these spells in his mind and felt very happy. This column in the system store had not been opened yet, so he learned some of them in advance today. The first thing to do in war is to defend well. I arranged the order of casting the remaining magic in my mind. Blizzard and Sea of Flames are group attack magics that consume a lot of mana. They are mostly used on the battlefield but rarely seen in competitions. But no one has stipulated that it is not allowed to be used, just control the scope. The Light of Life is used for healing and cannot be used for the time being. Then the remaining 3 attack magics can be divided into 3 attack directions, upper, middle and lower. Thinking of this, a thought flashed through my mind, and the power of the realm of subtlety was revealed. With a swish, the elemental armor was put on the body. 5 meters ahead, there was a sudden snowstorm on the left and a sea of fire on the right. At the same time, 3 magic spells flew past in the middle. After reaching the realm of subtlety, he can cast magic instantly without any worries. At this time, Jeg, who was about to teach Zhang Xing magic, was stunned again. Oh my god of magic, it took me less than a minute to teach this kid. He learned and performed it skillfully in less than 1 second. If those gifted people knew this, they would definitely commit suicide. Chapter 45 An Assassin Visits. Jaeger returned to the office with an excited look on his face, and couldn't help singing a little song. The St. Laurent Academy of Magic and Martial Arts is going to shine, and my old face will also be proud of it, ha 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 ha. When he returned to the dormitory, it was already dark. Zhang Xing entered the island and looked at the small fish in the pond. They were swimming happily, chasing and playing. Some were resting quietly, and some were eating shrimps. Not bad, it's a completely natural farming method. Heibao was still meditating. After reaching the 4th level, the door to inheritance in his memory had been opened. He would only go play after completely digesting the information of this stage. After taking a look around, Zhang Xing left Shillong Island. There were still a few wolves captured last time, enough for Heibao to eat in the next few days. It seemed that he didn't need to go out tonight. Suddenly, there was a slight breathing sound outside the door in the darkness. If his mental power had not reached the subtle level, it would have been impossible for him to detect the abnormality. The dormitory door has a magic lock configured by the college, and no one else can open it except the administrator and the student himself. At this moment, the door quietly opened a crack from the outside. Zhang Xing immediately became alert. It was very scary to see such a thing happening in the middle of the night. He pretended to be asleep and snored, concentrating deeply. After a few seconds, the gap in the door opened a little wider. After hearing the sound of someone sleeping soundly inside, a dark shadow flashed in. There was no moonlight outside the window, but in the dim light I could vaguely see that the man had his face covered. The black shadow slowly approached the bed, and Zhang Xing knew from his appearance that it was a middle-aged man. Anyone who sneaks into the dormitory so late at night is definitely not a good person. You have to know that this is the Magic and Martial Arts Academy. The main and second doors of the dormitory require special keys, unless you destroy the magic lock. This person was able to come in unhindered and undetected, so he must be an insider. Who could it be? The black shadow looked at little Zhang Xing, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, quietly stretched out his hand and grabbed him. Little guy, do you think you're safe hiding in the academy every day? How can I let you sleep peacefully without paying a price for beating up second young Master Gran? I'll destroy your cultivation and see if the academy can keep you. Then the second young master and the young master can do whatever they want with you, and no one will care. The black shadow thought as he grabbed Zhang Xing's head. As long as I give it a slight pinch, the genius or evildoer in your eyes will immediately turn into an idiot. No one would doubt that he was disabled by someone. They all thought that he went too far in his practice, and his spirit collapsed. A cold light flashed in the black shadow's eyes, and a magic that could cause mental disorder was about to fly out of his hand. But he suddenly found that his movements had slowed down, and the 1-inch distance between his palm and his head became infinitely far away. Moreover, the magic that was just one step away from being formed seemed to be disintegrating. What is going on? The black shadow wanted to retract his hand to take a look, but he saw a scene that surprised him greatly. Time seemed to slow down hundreds of times. The palm was not controlled by the brain at all and was slowly shrinking back within a moment. He began to feel fear. If he still doesn't realize that he has been hit by someone else's slowing spell at this time, then his life as a mid-level magician will have been in vain. When I looked at the bed again, there was no one there. The black shadow panicked and quickly mobilized the magic power in his body, silently reciting the exorcism spell in his mind. Zhang Xing ignored him, walked to the window leisurely and opened it. He stuck his head out and glanced down. This castle-like dormitory has 2.5 floors of concrete on one floor. It shouldn't be a problem to fall down and get a serious concussion. Chapter 46. It turns out to be Mentor Tal. Hearing what Zhang Xing muttered, the man in black became even more panicked. At this time, the spell had been formed, and a new kind of magic power emerged from his body, instantly lifting the slowness spell. Little brat, I didn't realize you had some tricks up your sleeve. I fell into your trap without realizing it. Just go ahead. Before he finished saying the word die, there was a bio sound, and everything went dark before his eyes, and he could not see anything. The hand he was reaching for Zhang Xing suddenly stopped in midair. Blindness spell! The black shadow shouted in shock. Oh! Who was it? It turned out to be Teacher Tal. I wonder what brings you here so late at night. During the theoretical test, Tal repeatedly asked Zhang Xing to be kicked out of the examination room. How could he forget this voice? As soon as Zhang Xing finished speaking, a cunning arc appeared on Tal's lips. Binding technique. Your eyes can't see, but your ears can still hear. Little devil, let's see where you can run. Swish! Tal's body froze, and the magic failed. What a cunning little devil! Tal didn't dare to use powerful magic, as it was not allowed in public. If he was discovered, the dean would definitely not forgive him. Even though the dean values this child very much, he is a member of the Linda family. He has to obey the master's order. It took me a long time to make up my mind and take the risk. He colluded with the dormitory administrator, gave him a lot of benefits, and lurked in, thinking that he could complete the task easily. I didn't expect this kid to be so difficult to deal with. I pricked up my ears and searched, but didn't hear any sound. Tal was a little surprised. He wondered if the kid had used some magic talisman to hide himself. If it is true as he guessed, it must have been given to him by the dean. I don't know what kind of luck this lowly person has to get the favor of the dean. Zhang Xing was hesitating at the moment. He had just thought about throwing this guy downstairs and killing him. Even if the academy finds out, it's okay. Let an outside assassin die, no one will blame him. But now it's different. Tal is a mentor in the academy. Killing him here would be very disadvantageous to myself. No matter what your reasons are, there is no evidence. If you say he came to assassinate you, no one will believe you. Even if the dean believes it, other senior leaders of the college will not let him go. Thinking of this, Zhang Xing's eyes turned and he got it. If you can't kill him, can't you just beat him up? I also have to make him clearly feel the pain of being beaten so that he will be afraid of me in the future, and will avoid me whenever he sees me. Tal lifted the blindness spell and saw a small dark figure standing motionless in the corner. Do you think you can escape this disaster just by relying on the few formation talismans given to you by the dean? He thought Zhang Xing was hiding in the corner out of fear, but he didn't know that a violent storm was about to befall him. Tal pretended that he couldn't see anything yet, groped around in his place, and silently chanted a spell in his heart. Binding technique. Now I see where you run. However, a magic was cast on him 0.1 seconds in advance. Tal slowed down, and the magic was interrupted for the second time. An indescribable feeling of discomfort surged through my body, as if my old lover was suddenly interrupted at the moment when he was about to explode. I felt like crying but had no tears. Then he saw Zhang Xing walking towards him slowly. Then he stretched out a small fist and waved it in front of his eyes. Bang! Zhang Xing threw back his arms, stretched his fists to the limit, and punched Tal hard in the stomach. All at once, I experienced all kinds of feelings, sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy. Tears and snot all flowed out at once. He wasn't done yet. He wrapped Tal's black clothes around his head and took the soft pillow to cover Tal's face. Then he raised his fist and smashed it hard. Chapter 47. Tal is dying of grief and anger. The next morning, students of all grades dressed neatly and went to their respective classes. When a female student accidentally threw a milk bottle into the trash can, there was a sudden scream. Ah! The students around him stopped and looked around. There's a bleeding pig's head! How scary! The female student pointed at the trash can in horror, her face pale and her voice distorted. Pighead? Some brave male students gathered around. Haha, it really is. Come and take a look, everyone. I don't know who threw it, but it does look a bit scary. Suddenly, a group of male and female students rushed over and stretched their necks to look into the trash can. How scary! Yeah, that's weird. Why would a restaurant throw away a pig's head? I'm wondering too, pig ears and pig faces are my favorite dishes. No! Look, this pig head seems to be moving. A boy picked up a clod of dirt and threw it on the pig's head. With a snap, the pig's head moved. Ah! It's alive! Could it be a pig demon? Coax! Hearing this, the group of students immediately retreated in panic. Look! Look! The pig demon has risen! Ah! Run! With a whoosh, the group of students ran about 10 meters away and stopped to continue watching. After a while, the pig demon stood up shakily. Plop! When these students saw the pig demon standing up, they almost fell to the ground. This is not a pig monster, it's clearly a human being. I just couldn't recognize who he was because his black clothes were tattered. Tina noticed something unusual here from a distance. What were these students doing here instead of going to class? She walked over with curiosity, and was stunned when she found a person standing in the trash can. Who is this? Why was he beaten like this? This miserable state is comparable to that of Gran. No matter who it is, give him medical treatment first. Tina was seen making several complicated movements with her hands at an extremely fast speed. A sacred aura appeared on her body, and then a soft and pure ball of light appeared from her hand and was thrown at the man. Swish! The ball of light wrapped around the man's head and slowly seeped into his skin at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, the man's swollen head began to recover. After another 10 seconds, the swelling had mostly disappeared and the man's face could be vaguely seen. Tina was shocked. Is it Tao? Many students recognized him. They were discussing in low voices and laughing secretly from time to time. Why is it Mentor Tao? It looks like he was beaten up. How miserable! Who knows? How can we students know about these mentors' affairs? Clive was in the crowd, staring in surprise. What was going on? He didn't know that Tao was acting on orders. Besides, he was not in the mood to care about family matters these 2 days. The 2 wizard guards assigned to him by his father disappeared, either alive nor dead. He didn't dare tell his family yet. Maybe the 2 guards were away for a few days for some business, but they would always say hello when they had something to do. He spent the past 2 days in anxiety. Whenever he had time, he would send his little brothers who followed him around to inquire about news. Now seeing Tao's appearance, and thinking about his second brother being beaten, he suddenly had a bad feeling. He didn't dare to think further and decided to ask Tao what happened when there was no one around. Tao came to his senses with a dazed look in his eyes. I shook my head vigorously, and the memories slowly emerged in my mind. Then he felt a pain in his heart and uttered 2 words through gritted teeth. Zhang Xing! Chapter 48, Tao, despised by all teachers and students. Zhang Xing pretended to be surprised in the crowd, but she was laughing so hard in her heart. Do you think that giving you a beating and making you look bad is enough? The embarrassing thing is yet to come. Tao realized his situation and looked at the strange expressions of the students around him as they tried hard to hold back their laughter. My vision went dark and I almost fell into the trash can again. He endured the pain in other parts of his body, slowly climbed out of the trash can, and walked towards the office with his head lowered. Tina had left when he woke up, just to avoid embarrassing Tao. The other instructors also pretended not to see him. They either looked up at the sky or slapped their hands on their foreheads, pretending to be thinking about something. After Tao walked a few meters away, he felt something sticky inside his clothes and was very uncomfortable. He shook the black robe hard, and some things fell out. Well, he subconsciously glanced at the things scattered under his feet, then raised his head and wanted to continue walking. But he had a strange look on his face, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Slowly, bit by bit, he moved his eyes to the ground on the right. When he was sure that he was not mistaken, he was stunned for a moment. The instructors who pretended to look elsewhere also noticed the situation, and they opened their mouths in surprise, looking at the things on the ground. All the students around were even more shocked. Underwear, it's a female classmate's underwear. Teacher Tao actually stole. Suddenly, everyone looked at Tao with undisguised contempt. This is not me. I don't know how this happened. It's really not me. Tao spread his hands and looked around, looking confused. Teacher Delcy, you know me, I really didn't take this. Mentor Delcy's eyes moved away from Tao's face, and then he walked away in an unnatural manner, as if he hadn't heard what he said. Seeing that Delcy ignored him, Tao raised his hands and looked at the other mentor. The tutor turned around and left without saying a word. Several instructors around him hurriedly left before Tao turned around. What are you looking at? Aren't you going to class? Do you have any sympathy at all? Don't you want to find a good job after graduation? A tutor walked and shouted to the students. All the students dispersed. Suddenly, Tao was the only one left in the entire academy, standing there stupidly. After a moment, Tao's hands dropped suddenly. The whole person became listless and lost all energy. How could this happen? How could this happen? Who framed me? Who is so wicked? Suddenly he paused. Zhang Xing, it must be that untouchable Zhang Xing. Why are you doing this to me? In less than one morning, the news of Instructor Tao's astonishing act spread throughout the Magic and Martial Arts Academy. No one cared why he was beaten so badly, everyone's attention was focused on the fact that he stole something. A very natural version of this story came out. Because of stealing, I was beaten. The instigator of the incident, Zhang Xing, was sitting in the classroom and listening to the lecture attentively. Zhang Xing, tell me what the shortcomings of the magic materials are. Teacher Selina smiled sweetly. What we usually call material spells are half-material spells or half-material array spells. Okay, that's a very complete answer. Please sit down. Classmates, Zhang Xing is a good student with excellent character and academic performance. You should learn from him. If you have any questions, you can ask him for help. After praising Zhang Xing a lot, teacher Salina announced the end of the get out of class. The students rushed out of the classroom like a swarm of bees. Chapter 49. The Tower of Heaven Trial Opens. In the west city of St. Laurent Castle, the Linda family meeting room was full of people. Today was the family's daily meeting. Count Lindedra sat at the head of the main hall, listening to reports from heads of various aspects of the family. Idila is 55 years old, a senior magician, and a well-known figure in the entire St. Laurent Castle. After everyone finished reporting, Idila nodded with satisfaction. The total income was higher than last month. Although it was not much, it was a blessing that it did not decrease. At this moment, the butler came to report that Tal wanted to see him. "What is he doing here? Isn't the class in session right now?" Idila was somewhat confused. "Let him in." After a while, Tal came in with a dejected face. After listening to the report, Idila's face darkened. Thinking of his youngest son's words last night, and considering Tal's situation, he fell into deep thought. At the same time, a feeling of anger welled up in my heart. Letting the youngest son win over a poor kid can turn him into an enemy. What a bunch of rubbish. After a while, Idila said, "Since the dean asked you to rest at home for a while, you should go back and rest. I will contact you if there is anything else." Wherever Tal went, he felt that people looked at him with contempt. He had no choice but to stay at home and wait for a chance to take revenge on Zhang Xing. "Send some people to keep an eye on that kid named Zhang Xing. Don't let him get too close to the academy. Let's see what happens first. Let's do this for now." Idila stood up and left the meeting room. At noon after school, Zhang Xing saw a group of students gathered at the entrance of the cafeteria on his way to eat, and he didn't know what they were looking at. Judging from their expressions, they seemed particularly excited. I leaned over to take a look and saw it was a notice. The Tower of Babel trial begins. Looking further down, the annual college welfare distribution, which is what students look forward to the most, rewards the most, and improves their strength the fastest, has officially begun. The trial tower has a total of 108 floors, with every 9 floors forming a stage. Passing a stage will reward you with rare magic materials, array talismans, and other items commonly used by junior magicians. Passing the second stage will reward you with items needed by an intermediate magician. Passing the third stage will reward you with items and magic skills needed by advanced magicians. The following rewards are all similar. They are all relatively scarce but commonly used items for magicians at all levels. Zhang Xing took a few glances and immediately lost interest. There is no shortage of items below the level of mage, but there is no need for those above that. There are plenty of system stores. When you reach a certain level, you can get whatever you want. Just spend some gold coins. Next to the notice was a ranking of the trial tower. The first 3 names were written in square golden letters. The name at the back is slightly smaller. First place, Jiantian. Second place, Kobo. Third place, Sion. Fourth place. Zhang Xing didn't have the patience to watch any further, so he turned and walked towards the restaurant. "Zhang Xing!" When he heard someone calling him, he turned around and saw that it was a classmate from a poor noble family. "Keldo, let's go and have dinner together," Zhang Xing said. The two of them usually get along pretty well. I don't know if it's because the Kelder family is in decline or for some other reason, but he always tries to please Zhang Xing intentionally or unintentionally. Zhang Xing's principle is, if you are willing to date me, that's fine, but if you are not, forget it. "Zhang Xing, do you plan to take part in the trial?" Keldos was 12 years old, a head taller than Zhang Xing, and had a rather funny look. The distance between the two eyes is relatively close, and when talking to people, the eyes are even closer, just like cross-eyed. "Not interested." "Why do you have this plan?" Zhang Xing asked. "How could he have the courage to go? Look at how poor he is. He doesn't even have any credits. How can he go?" A frivolous voice sounded behind them. Chapter 50. Yes, it's me. "Whether I go or not is none of your business," Keld said without even turning his head. "Ouch. Kelder, you dare to talk back. You must be itching for a beating after a few days, right?" The voice behind him rose a few pitches, and from the tone I could tell that Kelda had been beaten quite a bit. "Come and hit me, Teddy, I tell you, unless you kill me, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. When I grow up, I will definitely settle the score with you." The two men turned around, and Keld hid behind Zhang Xing, speaking in a stern manner. Hearing this, Zhang Xing laughed inwardly, remembering that when he was a child in his previous life, he fought with older kids. He was not convinced even though he couldn't beat them. As long as they ran far away, he would jump high and say things like this. This situation happened again, but it wasn't him who got beaten, and it wasn't possible. There were 3 boys behind him, one tall, one short, and one thin. They were obviously students in the advanced class, especially the tall boy Teddy. He looked to be only 16 or 17 years old, but he was at least 1.75 meters tall. Zhang Xing was only as tall as his waist. "Slap him and he will remember the food but not the beating. This will make him talk bad." The shorter boy among the 3 glared and said viciously. The tall boy Teddy didn't even look at Zhang Xing. He reached out and tried to push him aside. But his hand was pinched by Zhang Xing. "Ouch! You little brat, you want to meddle in other people's business? Take your hands off me!" Teddy looked down upon Zhang Xing with his head down, not taking him seriously at all. "Your name is Teddy, right? Kelda is my friend, so please stop bullying him in the future. Besides, do you think it's fun for the senior class to bully the junior class? Isn't it embarrassing?" "Oh my God!" Hearing Zhang Xing's words, Teddy and the others were stunned. "You're just a little brat, but you're pretending to be a big brother. From your tone, you seem to be standing up for your little brother. Get out of my way! I'll count to 3 or I'll beat you up too. 1, 2, 3. Zhang Xing had no intention of letting go, and just looked at Teddy with a smile, who had a fierce look on his face. "There's a fight going on over there, go check it out." In an instant, dozens of people gathered at the restaurant entrance. "Hey! That little classmate is Zhang Xing." "Yes, it's him. I recognized him from a distance." "Who's that tall guy?" "It's Teddy from the advanced class." "Ah, is it him?" Many students were surprised to hear Teddy's name. "Teddy, number 8 in Babel. Why did he confront Zhang Xing? Now we're going to have some fun." When Teddy heard that the child in front of him was Zhang Xing, his eyes narrowed. "Are you Zhang Xing?" "Yes, it's me," Zhang Xing said with a smile. The 2 men next to them, one short and one thin, suddenly became nervous. It's true that a person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. The entire senior grade regarded Zhang Xing as something miraculous. Some students even used their imagination to invent every move that Zhang Xing used against Golan in great detail. Teddy didn't believe it when he heard it, but he and Gran were good friends. One is the second young master of West City, and the other is the only young master of East City. Both are 17 years old and have been friends since childhood. After visiting Gran in Xiqing, he began to pay attention to Zhang Xing. Gran said that this kid was very evil and it would be best not to act rashly before finding out the truth. Besides, the dean admires him very much now. He called him to his office and talked with him for nearly 2 hours last time. Many people think that the dean taught him magic. "Oh, I was wondering who had such confidence. It turned out to be the popular Zhang Xuedi. Okay, I'll give you a favor today and let Kelda go, but shouldn't you also give me some favor?" After saying this, Teddy felt uncomfortable all over. In public, I actually talked about face issues with a kid. It seems that no matter how we talk about it, it will be embarrassing. Chapter 51. Who is the poor guy? Zhang Xing released Teddy's hand and said, "This is to give you face." "Oh my God, I can bear it." Teddy took a deep breath and tried his best to suppress his anger. He knew that no matter how strong Zhang Xing was, now was not the time to take action. He didn't want to go home and recuperate for no reason like Gran. "Zhang Xing, how about we go to the Tower of Babel and have a competition? Are you challenging me?" Zhang Xing still smiled as usual. "Yes, I heard that you have become the boss in the elementary class. You have been very popular recently. Many classmates have opinions about you. They say that you are very domineering. I don't want to bully the weak. Besides, fighting is just for children. If you want to play, you should play something more upscale. You don't dare, do you?" Finally, Teddy resorted to provocation. Zhang Xing didn't pay any attention to the nonsense he said, but was wondering whether he should go or not. But he changed his mind and decided, what is there to hesitate about? If you want to go, go. If you don't want to go, don't go. Okay, let's go in and have some fun, but we have to add some excitement. Zhang Xing readily agreed and immediately thought of a way to make money. Well, as a mage, there is no development without gold coins. How about we bet on gold coins? When he heard about gambling with gold coins, Teddy curled his lips in disdain. He heard people say that Zhang Xing is very poor, and it seems to be true. He still wants to win some gold coins from me? His family has nothing else but mines. Sure, how much gold coins do you want to bet? Teddy raised the corner of his mouth, revealing his contempt. Zhang Xing thought about it, and felt that it would be meaningless to gamble less. Looking at the sapphire storage ring on Teddy's finger, he knew that his family was rich. In his previous life, a child of Teddy's age from a wealthy family would have at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. The other world shouldn't be much different. Zhang Xing carefully counted the gold coins in the space. There were more than 120,000 of them, so he couldn't bet them all. I'm not as rich as you young nobles, so I'll just bet less, 100,000. Thump! Teddy almost fell over. What? How much? How much do you want to bet? Teddy asked 3 questions in a row, wondering if he had heard it wrong. Zhang Xing was a little confused and asked, 100,000? What's wrong? Is it less? When Teddy heard that it was indeed 100,000 gold coins, his face froze, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he swallowed hard. No. Nothing, no. Not a little. Damn it, I only receive 1,000 gold coins from my family every month. In addition to exchanging credits for magic materials, you also have to pay some gold coins. After some food and drink, there would only be 500 or 600 gold coins left. I haven't saved up 100,000 gold coins since I was a child. The poor guy in everyone's eyes asked for 100,000 right away, and looking at his expression he seemed a little embarrassed. What does he mean? Can't show it? Who among us is the poor one? Zhang Xing really thought so. Those young masters on Earth would always give out a stack of various cards as soon as they made a move. What about VP cards, VIP cards, gold cards, diamond cards, global limited edition cards, and the Supreme King card that you may not be able to get even if you are worth 10 billion US dollars? Teddy is richer than those plebeians on Earth. They even use gold coins to pay for toilet expenses. Do you think they are comparable? It's wrong. Zhang Xing has misunderstood everything. If Teddy knew he was thinking this, he would definitely fall into the toilet. All the students who were watching the excitement were also stunned. A student who was watching the fun with a plate in hand heard Zhang Xing ask for 100,000 gold coins. His hands trembled, and the plate fell to the ground with a clang, spilling the food all over the floor. Chapter 52. Why are you so poor? Teddy was stunned for a moment, and suddenly came to his senses. That's not right. I don't even have so many gold coins, how could Zhang Xing have them? This kid must be trying to trick me and get something for nothing. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise I would have been cheated. If I won, I wouldn't get the money, and if I lost, I would have wasted 100,000 gold coins. Zhang Xing, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Do you think I'm an idiot? Take out 100,000 gold coins and show them to me. Show them to the students around me. As he spoke, Teddy spread his hands and said to the students around him, Classmates, I seriously suspect that Zhang Xing has a problem with his character. Originally, it would be fine for us to bet a few gold coins in the competition, but he asked for 100,000. What is this? This is robbery. This is cheating. Oh no. This is fraud. Hey! Teddy, stop giving that speech. What's the point of inciting the students? Can you ruin my reputation just by talking? Save it. What if I can come up with 100,000 gold coins? Zhang Xing interrupted Teddy and continued to fart. If you can take it out, so can I. Teddy gritted his teeth and made up his mind to raise the money even if he had to borrow or sell things. He would not lose face on this. Zhang Xing scratched his head in surprise. You can do it too? What are you talking about? You can do it! You! Speaking of this, Zhang Xing turned around. Keldo, who is Teddy? He's the only eldest son of the Holly family in East City. He's a good friend of Gran and his family has plenty of money, Kelda whispered in Zhang Xing's ear. Zhang Xing was relieved and continued. You are a noble young master, you should be able to come up with the money, but we can't rule out the possibility that you will cheat. We both take the money, inspect the goods on the spot, and then write a contract. This way, either of us will be worried about not getting paid. After saying that, Zhang Xing began to take out gold coins from the space. Crash! Crash! Take out 10 bags and put them on the ground. 1,000 for a bag, this is 10,000. Then he took out 10 more bags. Here's 20,000. Let me open it and show you. I guarantee it's genuine. As he spoke, Zhang Xing waved his hand and 20 large pockets opened, revealing the glittering gold coins inside. Wow! So rich! All the male students around stared with their eyes wide open. Wow! So many gold coins! All the female classmates had little stars shining in their eyes. Teddy was stunned. Oh my God, this kid really took out gold coins. Compared with him, I am nothing but a young master. He is the young master. Hey! Why are you still standing there? Take out your money! Zhang Xing thought to himself that rich people are really stingy and are reluctant to even take it out to look at it. Teddy's head began to sweat. He slowly took out a dozen small bags from his storage ring and placed them on the ground one by one. During this time, Zhang Xing took out another 20 bags of gold coins. Seeing that Teddy had stopped moving, he urged him. Hurry up, or the food will get cold. After hesitating for a long time, Teddy whispered. That's all I have. No way, why are you so poor? Zhang Xing looked at Teddy in surprise, with a look of disbelief on his face. Then he muttered again. You have no money, what's the point of competing with me? With a look of contempt on his face, he took back a bag of gold coins, looked at Teddy, then shook his head, and continued to repeat the contemptuous look and exaggerated movements. Zhang Xing did it on purpose. With his experience, how could he not see Teddy's embarrassment? It was easy to tell that he didn't have that many gold coins on him. Why not take this opportunity to humiliate him? These young nobles think they are superior to others, and they always talk about how civilized and elegant we nobles are, and how dirty and lowly you poor people are. This time I want to see if you still have the nerve to be elegant. Chapter 53 The Breakthrough Begins. Teddy's face turned red and he looked at the two classmates next to him. The two students patted their pockets and spread their hands in a helpless gesture. This is not just a few dozen or a few hundred gold coins, it's 100,000. Who has that much money? How about we just bet on these? I have about 3,000 here. Teddy's voice was barely audible. Being watched by so many classmates, embarrassment was not a big deal. The main thing was shame. You don't have money, but your family does. What if you win? Well, Teddy's eyes lit up. Yes, I am ranked 8th in the Tower of Babel. And I go to challenge the level every year at the end of the year, so I have a lot of experience. He is a freshman who knows nothing. How could I lose to him? Okay. Wait a minute, I'll go home and get the money. After saying that, he ignored the two students next to him and left in a hurry. Zhang Xing secretly chuckled, haha. Someone came to give money again, it would be hard not to get rich. After lunch, Teddy ran to the door of a restaurant with an excited look on his face. I have the money, 100,000 gold coins. He looked around proudly and saw many students with surprised expressions, which made him even more proud. Let's go, Zhang Xing, we'll go now. Zhang Xing nodded. When the students around him heard this, they immediately thought something interesting was going to happen. They swiped their plates a few times and ran towards the Tower of Babel. On the way, Kelba introduced that it was said that the Tower of Babel was obtained by Dean Yeager from an ancient relic. The 108 floors of the tower correspond to the levels of magic practice in this world. Unfortunately, this is a replica of a sacred artifact and is quite badly damaged. After decades of repairs, the Dean was able to restore some of its functions, but the rank of this sacred weapon was reduced to that of an imperial weapon. and it has been reduced from the original 108 floors to the current 63 floors, which is equivalent to the level of the Demon Emperor. But it is enough for students to exercise. There were already crowds of people around the Tower of Babel. There were always people trying to break in at any time of the day, but there were especially many people coming at noon today. Zhang Xing, Teddy and others came to the tower and handed in their student cards, which deducted 5 points. An instructor in charge of managing the tower briefly told Zhang Xing some things to pay attention to, and then the two entered the tower together. The Tower of Babel appears to be only a dozen meters high, with 4 entrances at the east, south, west and north, which can accommodate 4 people at the same time. These people cannot see each other inside. And they did not enter with their bodies, but released their mental power to fight inside. When Zhang Xing walked in, he felt as if his real body was entering. His body was not as illusory as he had imagined in his mind. What he saw was a particularly real primeval deep forest, and he was at the edge of the forest. Before he could take a closer look at his surroundings, 2 primary magic wolves suddenly appeared and rushed towards him one after another. Zhang Xing casually threw out 2 magic arrows and hit the magic wolf, only to see the magic wolf immediately transformed into star-like elements and dissipated in the air. The first level was passed so easily. The scenery in front of me changed, and I came to the second level, where only 4 magic wolves passed easily. There are 8 on the 3rd floor, 16 on the 4th floor. When Zhang Xing rushed to the 9th floor in one breath, he saw a dark mass in front of him, a total of 432 magic wolves. My goodness, he was surrounded by 3 layers of people. Zhang Xing was not panicked. In fact, when he reached the 5th floor, he already had a battle plan in his mind. These magic wolves seemed to be numerous and could spit out elementary magic wind blades from their mouths, but they did not all attack at the same time. They also have a keen eye for combat tactics just like real demon wolves. The first batch of dozens will charge forward and bite, and the second batch will fill in the gaps at any time. When the attack reaches a certain stage, magic attacks will begin. Chapter 54, Rapidly entering the 19th floor. Starting from the 6th floor of the Tower of Babel, it is time to test a student's endurance and wisdom. Zhang Xing didn't need to take roundabout measures like other students and constantly fight guerrilla warfare with these demon wolves. He crushed everyone along the way, even on the 9th floor. If you want to pay attention to tactics and strategies, you have to reach the 28th level. Therefore, these more than 400 magic wolves all turned into air under his high-level group attack magic, Meteor Rain. From level 1 to level 9, the battle can be resolved with one move. In other words, it only took him 9 breaths to get through. Outside the Tower of Babel, it is displayed that Zhang Xing's current progress number is 9. And the number Teddy showed was only 7. Many students began to discuss. Zhang Xing's speed is too fast. Can you please not be so exaggerated? The great magician Pigu, who was in charge of guarding outside the tower, shook his head. He sighed in his heart. They are just children. Why are they running so fast? The purpose of coming to the Tower of Babel is to temper our spirit and will, not to compete in speed. Other freshmen are not as reckless as him when they are trying to pass the level for the first time. His mental energy is depleted so quickly. How are they going to pass the next level? His character is still unstable. He is not as perfect as the dean said. Let's see how he performs in the future. A mid-level monster, the Wind Snake, appeared on the 10th floor. This snake is incredibly fast and has its own fire attack magic. The rockets it sprays contain toxins that paralyze its prey. Keldor stared at the numbers displayed on Zhang Xing's side. He clenched his fists and whispered, "Come on, Zhang Xing! Beat Teddy down!" "Keldo, why are you so nervous?" The short man following Teddy put his arm around Keldo's shoulders and put a gangster smile on his face. "Let me go and stop touching me." Kel tried hard but failed to break free from those strong arms. "Don't think you're tough just because you rely on that lowly person named Zhang Xing. He's not tough enough yet. He's far from it. Zhang Xing is much stronger than you. If you have the guts, challenge him," Kelda said stubbornly. "Humph! Why are you in such a hurry? Teddy will beat him. Then we'll see how he can still act so majestically." "Teddy can't beat Zhang Xing, look above." Keldor pointed excitedly at the displayed number. "Ah! How is this possible? The short man looked at the number displayed on Zhang Xing in surprise, his mouth trembling. 18th floor! The difficulty of the 10th to 18th floors is not much different from the previous ones, and the number of wind snakes also doubles with each floor. Of course, this only applies to Zhang Xing alone. Teddy had just passed the 9th level and was now using the few minutes given by the rules to frantically recover his energy. A few minutes later, Teddy stood up, his energy mostly restored, a look of satisfaction on his face. It's faster than last time, and I've lost less energy. Zhang Xing, no matter how evil you are, I will defeat you today. I guess you are still struggling on the 9th floor. Haha, the desperate charge of more than 400 demon wolves is a battle you have never experienced before. You may be more powerful if you fight alone, but you will die miserably if attacked by a group. On the 19th floor, Zhang Xing looked at the scorched earth in front of him. Fiery red magma surrounded the scorched earth, bubbling from time to time and emitting waves of heat. Suddenly, the calm magma began to roll around. Two monsters with glowing crimson eyes popped out from inside. Zhang Xing's heart sank. It's a high-level magical beast, the salamander. Chapter 55 Salamander's Weakness. I have seen the introduction of this kind of warcraft in the college library. His skin is as hard as stone. He lives in magma all day long. After countless billions of years of evolution, his entire body has turned into a solid rock. Moreover, the fire lizard's attack speed exceeds that of the wind snake. Its own magic attribute is to spray mutated magma, and it is immune to fire magic. The warrior made a broadsword out of fine iron, which would melt anything it touched. When the wizard saw it, he ran as far away as possible. Zhan Tian, who ranked first on the Babel Tower's combat power list, stopped at the 25th floor. The second-placed Kabul stopped at the 24th floor, and the third-placed Scion also failed to pass this floor, but he did not persist as long as Kabul. It can be seen that this level is indeed a time to test the student's abilities. Zhang Xing is now proficient in fire magic and has reached the realm of subtlety. But it's not useful here. However, his ice magic is much inferior to his fire magic. I found that I didn't gain any experience points from the monsters I just killed. In other words, you can only gain experience by killing real monsters. Two salamanders slowly climbed up. Their bodies, more than 1 meter long, were thin at both ends and thick in the middle, like a shuttle. Each time one of the 4 large claws, which were glowing with a faint light, fell, it crushed a piece of rock. The pair of eyes, the size of crimson glass balls, emitted a spooky light. Zhang Xing put away his distracting thoughts and began to concentrate on figuring out how to smash the lump of stone. Ice magic is definitely the best choice. He cast out the ice spear magic taught by the 2 deans. Puff! 2 sounds pierced the fire lizard's back, and the magic dissipated, without any effect at all. And there seemed to be a mocking look in the 2 salamanders' little eyes. From 3 meters away, they opened their mouths and spewed out 2 streams of red and black magma. One on each side, shot towards Zhang Xing. The speed is so fast that it is impossible to defend against. Before this, Zhang Xing cast a slowness spell and a blindness spell successively, but both failed. I just felt that when the 2 magic spells acted on them, they were offset by an inexplicable magical force for some reason. Zhang Xing was a little puzzled. Slowness and blindness spells were ineffective against elves, but other creatures had a more than 90% chance of being affected. After dodging 2 streams of magma, Zhang Xing did not give up and cast 10 slow spells in succession. When the last slow spell was cast on the salamander, the effect was immediately seen. Oh my god, there's only a 1 in 10 chance of getting hit. It seems like this technique can't be used. It wastes too much time. At this time, Zhang Xing had no advantages at all and he had a headache. How did the white-bearded old dean get these perverted monsters to block here? I'm afraid even some wizards wouldn't know where to start. If it is really so difficult to kill, then who among these students can survive? This trial tower has lost its meaning as a training tower. There must be a weakness in these salamanders. Zhang Xing firmly believed in this idea and began to attack the salamander from various angles. Sure enough, after a period of observation, it was found that no matter how the salamander moved, its belly was always close to the ground, and even when it turned around, it did not leave the ground at all. Try it first to see if the weak spot is under the belly. Zhang Xing instantly cast an advanced magic. The earth is shaking! Boom! The surrounding rocks rolled, the earth shook, and the fire lizard was shaken to the point of falling 3 or 4 times. It should be there! Zhang Xing saw a gray spot the size of a copper coin in the middle of the salamander's belly, which could not be seen without careful observation. After casting another earth-shaking spell, 2 ice spears shot out from Zhang Xing's hands in an instant. Puff! Puff! After 2 soft sounds, the salamander stopped moving and its body gradually dissipated into the air. Chapter 56. I skipped classes and came to watch. After finding the fire lizard's weakness, Zhang Xing was greatly encouraged. I told you, both humans and monsters have weaknesses. Those guys ranked in the top 5 in combat power probably already knew about this weakness. He kept his mouth shut and didn't leak any information. Otherwise, Kelda would have told him quietly long ago. Haha, the remaining salamanders can just wait to be chopped, as many as there are. Next, Zhang Xing was unstoppable, and with a crackling sound, he launched a series of earth-shaking and ice-powered spears. The numbers outside the tower showed that it was up to the 22nd floor. Impossible! The short student standing next to Kelda screamed. This is already the result that Teddy has achieved before. As long as he can hold on a little longer, he may be able to defeat him. Keldor's excited eyes were fixed on the displayed numbers, as if he was cross-eyed, but he was completely unaware. At this moment, no one could be happier than him. If Zhang Xing wins, it means he wins. Not only will he severely suppress the momentum of Teddy and his group, but he can also win 100,000 gold coins. Even though he didn't do any of these, he felt relieved and felt great. I have been bullied by these people since I was a child, until now. For a child, this kind of hatred will distort his character, and even make him hate everyone. I am afraid that this life will either end in silence or explode in calmness, and the ending will be very sad and miserable. Zhang Xing's appearance made his eyes light up. The 6-year-old child was so powerful. He would definitely be able to avenge him in the future, so he came over without hesitation. There was a hint of special interest in the eyes of the great magician Pigu. No wonder the dean values him so much. He has such strong mental and magical powers at such a young age. Not bad. Just as Pigu stroked his beard and nodded, his eyes shook and revealed a hint of surprise. The 23rd floor. Already surpassed Teddy and firmly entered the top 7. Not bad. Not bad. At the young age of 6, he can be ranked 7th in the school's magic department. He can truly be called a genius. However, this is the only way the child can go. It's very difficult to go further. Teddy's aristocratic friends all had grim expressions on their faces, and they all looked at the displayed numbers with gritted teeth. This is a slap in their face. All the students in the school saw this competition as a battle between the poor forces represented by Zhang Xing and the aristocratic forces represented by Teddy. So far, if nothing unexpected happens, their noble gang has already lost to the poor gang. As for the 100,000 gold coins they lost, they didn't care, because it didn't come out of their own pockets anyway. This amount of money is nothing to the Teddy family. Soon the news that Zhang Xing had successfully broken into the 23rd floor spread throughout the Magic and Martial Arts Academy. After hearing the news, many students from the Martial Arts Academy came to watch with great interest. There were so many people outside the Tower of Babel that some mentors had to come out to maintain order. In particular, the presence of 2 beautiful mentors, Serena and Tina, caused a sensation. The male instructors who were still teaching also hurriedly finished their classes and came to help the 2 beauties. These people couldn't see the situation inside, and although they felt a little regretful, they were all excited as they stared at the rising numbers. Teddy had just entered the 19th floor at this time, but no one paid attention to him anymore. Everyone was talking about Zhang Xing. Serena, you have a student who really makes you proud. Look how beautiful you are, Tina said with a quiet smile. Then she gently pulled Salina's sleeve and said, Stop laughing, the male instructors are staring at me. Chapter 57. Arrogant John Tian. Salina smiled faintly. Let them be, how can I control their eyes? I didn't expect that Zhang Xing would cause a sensation whenever he did something. The last time he took the test and defended his thesis, the commotion was even bigger this time. Yes, Salina, you are so lucky. It is not easy to meet such a good student in your life, Tina said enviously. Tina, your good students are here, look. Solina pursed her lips and looked at a group of people coming from a distance. Tina took a look and shook her head. Hey! Zhang Tian is too arrogant. He thinks he is the #1 fighter in the Tower of Babel and looks down on everyone. He doesn't care about anyone. Even I, his mentor, can't control him. Moreover, he is narrow-minded and vindictive, and cannot tolerate anyone being better than him. Serena retracted her gaze and comforted her. Young people all go through this process, so you don't have to worry about it. Besides, he is the youngest son of the Martial Academy Dean Slit. His character is shaped by the environment he grew up in. There is nothing we can do about it. Tina waved her slender and soft little hands. Okay, stop comforting me. I am increasingly fed up with his behavior. Like his father, he is always aggressive in everything he says and does. Look at him now. Wherever he goes, he is surrounded by people. He has an even bigger presence than the dean. As they were talking, Zhang Tian walked to the edge of the crowd, with no intention of stopping. When the students who were still talking and laughing saw him coming, they automatically made way for him. It is truly unparalleled in its majesty, and unique in its scenery. The students around him looked at him respectfully with ingratiating smiles on their faces. Those who thought they had a say came forward to flatter and greet him. Moreover, everyone who greeted him felt that their worth had increased 100-fold. The gazes he looked at other people also became cold, and there was a kind of arrogance in his eyes. Zhang Tian was wearing a black magician's robe with 3 silver Roland flower marks on the cuffs. This means that he is already an official senior magician, not just a student of the academy. The top 3 students in the Tower of Babel enjoyed this treatment. Although other students claim to be junior, intermediate or senior level magicians, the Empire and the Magician Guild do not recognize their identities. In order to obtain an official status, one must first graduate from the academy and then take the certification exam at the Magician's Guild. The president and vice president of the 6 colleges each have 3 vacancies. The quota in Jaeger's hand has been given to the top 3 in the Tower of Babel. Even if Zhang Xing is in the top 3, he will not be able to obtain the official status of a wizard. Looking at the numbers displayed on Zhang Xing's side, Zhang Tian snorted coldly and paid no more attention to it. He had no intention of going to meet the mentors around him. He was truly arrogant to the extreme. At this moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "Look, Zhang Xing has passed the 23rd floor and is on the 24th floor!" Swish! Everyone's eyes turned to the number on the tower. Zhang Xing has firmly entered the top 3, haha! Keldo's surprised voice was particularly loud, attracting the attention of the people around him. Humph! I think this is the end of his career. He may not be able to get in among the top 3, but the 4th place is a sure thing. Zhang Tian had a look of contempt on his face and spoke coldly. His voice was not loud, but it was just loud enough for everyone in the audience to hear. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the number on the tower changed to 25. The whole place fell silent in an instant. Everyone stared at the flashing red number in shock, their mouths wide open with a look of disbelief on their faces. Chapter 58 Spiritual Realm Raised Again. Zhang Tian's face suddenly became gloomy. There was a raging fire in his eyes. Unexpectedly, he had made a mistake. This kid named Zhang Xing also rushed to the 25th floor and stood on the same starting line with him. Feeling that his dignity was challenged, Zhang Tian began to lose his composure. It's like a beast king's territory suddenly breaks into the territory of another beast king who is younger than him. There is nothing much to say, just fight, win, and destroy. After being in a state of agitation, Zhang Tian calmed down. 25th floor, 108 fire lizards, how could they be killed so easily? He used up all his mental and magical power and killed a total of 100 of them. Only the last 8 can pass this level. He came here this time with the confidence that he would win and pass it in one go. Zhang Tian was a little anxious, but he held it back. He thought that when that boy was defeated, it would be his chance to make a shining debut. Time passed minute by minute, the numbers on the Tower of Babel did not change, but Zhang Xing did not come out. Everyone was very puzzled. It would seem that after such a long time, if all the salamanders were killed, the number would change. If he had been defeated and retreated, he would have been teleported out long ago. But there was no movement inside. What was going on? Zhang Xing killed more than 1,600 monsters in there, especially when he killed the last one of the 108 on the 25th floor. He suddenly found the elusive feeling that came after entering the realm of subtlety. After casting a large number of ice spears, the bridge between the spirit and the magical elements in the air gradually became clear. If you concentrate your mind, you can manipulate the magic elements, and these tiny spiritual threads will form a colorful rainbow bridge. It seems that the necessary magical elements are swarming in, but in fact, there are still many floating outside the thread. That creates incoherence in the magic. Although it is extremely subtle, it does not affect the state of casting at all. But what if you magnify this tiny detail 1,000 times, 10,000 times? Zhang Xing no longer used earthquake magic, but directly hit the fire lizard's back with the ice spear. 100 attacks. 1,000 attacks. 1,500 attacks. At this moment, he discovered a phenomenon: no matter how much mental control you use to control the magic elements. Even if the attack you launch seems solid and unbreakable, there is still an uncertain weakness. This uncertain weakness is like a warrior's weak spot, which can be broken at the slightest touch. As long as you grasp this weakness, you can dodge or defeat any powerful magic. Next, Zhang Xing cast the ice spear with his left hand and the flame blade with his right hand, and began to look for each other's weaknesses. And the last fire lizard that was left was still surrounding him and spitting out lava. Zhang Xing subconsciously waved his hand, and the ice spear defeated the magma and rushed towards the fire lizard, but the flame blade following closely caught up with the ice spear, and the two were defeated together. After hundreds and thousands of experiments, there was a sudden attack. The flaming knife hit a certain point on the ice spear, and with a puff, the ice spear shattered. The flaming knife continued to move forward and hit the fire lizard. Zhang Xing's eyes brightened instantly. He found it. That point is where the magic is weakest. After countless experiments, the weaknesses of both the flame blade and the ice spear were found more and more accurately. Basically, the success rate can reach 90%. But Zhang Xing continued, his mind completely immersed in this action. Chapter 59: Shocking the Audience. The magic that Zhang Xing casts is no longer just those two types. Magic arrows, thunderbolts, chain fireballs. All attack magic was tested several times. The moment his success rate reached 100%, he really felt that he had integrated into the world of magical elements, rather than just seeming to. All parts of the body are made up of various magical elements. When casting a magic skill, you can tell the collapse point at a glance. What he didn't know was that this state had already broken through the realm of subtlety and reached the state of unity between man and nature. Although Zhang Xing didn't know that he had reached the state of harmony between man and nature, he could feel that his mental power was growing exponentially. After killing the last salamander, the scene in front of me changed and I reached the 26th floor. 216 salamanders were lined up densely and had been waiting for a long time. An easy battle began. Dozens of magma magic spurting out were no longer a threat. Zhang Xing used both hands to break them one by one. At this time, all the teachers and students outside the tower were standing there in shock. They stared at the numbers displayed on the screen, expressions of disbelief on their faces. After a moment, the eerily quiet scene suddenly became lively. Zhang Xing is mighty! He ranks first in the Tower of Babel. Keldor raised his right fist and pounded it into the sky, closing his eyes tightly and shouting with all his might. His voice was severely distorted, but he still shouted over and over again. Then some students also raised their fists and shouted loudly. Then came the ordinary noble children, who no longer suppressed their excited admiration and shouted, Zhang Xing is mighty! Instantly the sound was so deafening that even Dean Jedger, who was far away in the office, could hear it. He was dancing and laughing heartily, looking like a real naughty boy. Zhang Xing, I was right about you. You always surprise me. You have set a new record in the academy. Among the cheering crowd, many people kept looking at Zhang Tian intentionally or unintentionally. Zhang Xing has surpassed him. He is no longer the number one. There seems to be a glimmer of expectation in the complicated eyes of those people. It's like saying, fight the sky, charge, go in and catch up with him, and take back the first place. Zhang Tian's domineering aura weakened somewhat, but he still maintained a stern expression. At the same time, I was shocked and surprised. Although it is beyond my expectation, I am afraid that your magic power and mental strength have been exhausted at this moment. Just wait for more fire lizards to chase you on the 26th floor. Even if you want to delay time, you don't have the ability to do so. Wait a little longer. As long as you are in the spotlight, it will be the moment for me to take back the glory that belongs to me. He cheered himself on over and over again, not believing in his heart that a little kid who hadn't even fully grown his hair could really be so powerful. Thinking of this, Zhang Tian clenched his fists, confidence immediately filled his whole body, and he looked up at the tower. How is this possible? The number he saw suddenly changed the moment he looked up and became the 27th floor. Gah! The chaotic and noisy sounds at the scene suddenly stopped. Everyone was stunned. This time I was deeply shocked. At the same time, an unreal thought popped up in their minds. No matter how incredible you are, can you be so incredible to this extent? The two beautiful mentors, Tina and Serena, covered their thin lips with their delicate hands and stared with wide eyes in shock. Chapter 60. How is this possible? This can't be true. Zhang Xing's own level did not increase, but his understanding of magic reached a new level. In this age group, no, it should be said that among all people under the age of 20, it cannot be said that there will be no one to surpass him, but there has never been anyone before him. After easily dealing with the 432 fire lizards on the 27th floor, he did not move forward. I feel like I can definitely win 100,000 gold coins here. Even if Teddy has a magic rocket tied to his butt, he won't be able to catch up. Zhang Xing was inspired and left the Tower of Babel. Ugh! What's going on? Why are there so many people outside? At the same time, another door flashed with light, and Teddy also walked out of the tower. He had an excited look on his face. This time he successfully passed the 22nd floor and killed half of the fire lizards on the 23rd floor. Judging from the current results, we can at least move up 2 places, and 5th place should not be a problem. Zhang Xing definitely can't get past the 22nd floor, so his 100,000 gold coins belong to me, haha. Hey! Zhang Xing, you're out too? Teddy walked over proudly. Zhang Xing responded casually. His attention was focused on the dark crowd, with a puzzled look on his face, which Teddy took as a sign of dejection after failure. Little brother Zhang, don't be discouraged if you fail. You are still young and have many opportunities. Youth is an asset, right? Haha. But now is the time for you to take out real money. Give me the money. 100,000 gold coins, not a single one less. The conversation between the two was heard clearly by the teachers and students around them, and they all looked at Teddy with a strange look on their faces. Oh, by the way, if you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot about it. Zhang Xing's little face showed excitement. He rubbed his hands together and continued. Teddy, are you crazy? Our competition is about whoever loses will give the money to the winner. You are crazy. Of course the loser pays. This is the rule of the competition. I have never heard of anyone taking money after winning. Classmates, is that right? Haha. Teddy had a sarcastic smile on his face and spoke in a lecturing tone. He saw that the teachers and students around him also had mocking expressions on their faces, and his face became even more smug. Zhang Xing, what are you going to do to deny your debt in front of so many people? Why, you can't afford to lose? This is the bet you proposed, stop wasting time and take the money. Zhang Xing also said. You idiot, open your dog eyes and look behind you. I don't know where you got this confidence from. Following Zhang Xing's thumb and looking towards the Tower of Babel behind him, Teddy was stunned. Impossible! This is fake! After a few seconds of silence, Teddy roared. Classmates, tell me, the numbers on this tower are fake. It's a prank, right? Teacher Serena, this can't be true, right? Teacher Tina, even if he is a wicked child, he can't do this. Are you guys ganging up on me to make fun of me? When the students saw that Teddy was acting like a mad dog, They all quickly avoided him and did not answer him. No matter how crazy Teddy was, he didn't dare to grab the arms of the mentors to ask questions. He saw something on his mentor's face, an expression of sympathy mixed with a hint of contempt and some disgust. Impossible, impossible, Teddy murmured quietly. He just couldn't believe it and looked at his tutor and classmates again. However, no accident occurred. At this moment, he wished someone would stand up and laugh, and tell him, "Teddy, we are just teasing you." Chapter 61 Black Treasure Advances, 4th Level Black Dragon. Okay, stop acting crazy and hurry up and pay. Zhang Xing interrupted Teddy's fantasy impatiently. Teddy suddenly came back to his senses and took out a storage ring from his arms tremblingly. There are 100,000 gold coins in it. Return the ring to me after you take it out. My heart is bleeding. When he asked for the money, he vowed to his father that he was 100% sure that he could win 100,000 gold coins from Zhang Xing. His father did not say much, and he was usually very satisfied with his beloved son's performance. Besides, 100,000 gold coins is not a lot. Since my son wants to win, just give it to him. Young people all have the habit of being competitive. Winning or losing is a trivial matter. The process of experience is the wealth of life. But Teddy doesn't think so. Losing would mean that the small piece of sky above his head has collapsed. Human dignity, noble face, personal honor, all came to his mind, infinitely elevating the nature of this competition. He was overthinking it. All the teachers and students didn't care about this competition at all. As for the 100,000 gold coins he lost, no one felt sorry for him. Your family has a mine. Now everyone's attention is on Zhang Xing, who broke the record for breaking through the level since the establishment of the hospital. It is far superior to Zhang Tian by several levels. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Tian took a deep breath, turned around and left. He can't afford to lose and doesn't dare to challenge, at least not now. Zhang Xing, don't be too proud, I will definitely surpass you. I have only one goal in my life from now on, and that is to practice. I will practice as hard as I can. Next year, I will definitely step on you. Zhang Tian swore secretly in his heart. Although his walking posture was still so noble, it was not so arrogant when viewed from behind. The first place in the Babel Tower combat power list was suddenly replaced by two shining big characters named Zhang Xing. His name once again became famous far and wide, and even the Warrior Academy knew about a 6-year-old genius student named Zhang Xing. The person involved, Zhang Xing, didn't know that he had become a big star in the entire college. He used a large amount of Babel points he obtained to exchange for a lot of materials for setting up magic circles. Formation studies is a course that every magician must learn, and the main way to learn is practice. Without materials, you can only watch helplessly. When others are fighting, they will just throw a few formation talismans at you. Even if you are higher level than them, you can only watch them escape. Formation talismans are particularly widely used on battlefields. Their main advantage is that they save effort and consume little magic power and energy. After exchanging the materials, Zhang Xing hid in the dormitory and ignored all the noble children who came to curry favor with him or win him over. He doesn't have the time to play tricks with those people. Business is more important. The fish in the pond in the space have grown up, and it is time to feed Heibao. When he entered the island and took a look, he saw that Heibao was squatting by the pond, catching fish for himself, and there was no need for him to feed him. The dogfish has grown to more than 1 meter in size, and the crucian carp and carp are more than half a meter long. Heibao strolled around the pond with his hands behind his back, catching and eating whatever big fish he could. Heibao seemed very happy to see Zhang Xing come in. When I called up Heibao's level panel, I saw that the experience value column had reached 480/500. Upgrading is in sight. If I eat 2 more big dogfish, I will reach level 4. Heibao, eat these 2 fish quickly, you're going to give birth. Heibao himself also felt that it was time to upgrade. Swish! He shook his body and transformed into a black dragon more than 4 meters long, with unparalleled power. The fish and shrimp in the river suddenly felt the strong domineering power and were so frightened that they dared not move. Heibao grabbed 2 dogfish with his big claws and swallowed them into his stomach in a few gulps. I saw a faint light bursting out from the black dragon's body in the air. With a few crackling sounds, Heibao's body grew to more than 6 meters long, and had grown to the stage of a primary dragon. Chapter 62: Building Black Treasure's Exclusive Trial Field. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission. Black Dragon advances to the 4th level. Start the next task. Black Dragon is promoted to level 5. Current experience value is 0/2500. Build a dragon trial field and let your dragon fight. Open the building panel, click to build, and spend 20,000 gold coins. A flash of white light enveloped the west side of the castle, and a huge and ancient rectangular open-air building appeared before their eyes. Looking down, the area in front of you is only the size of 2 football fields. The 2 red gates in front of the building, which are hundreds of meters high, are solemn and majestic. Above the gate there are 3 large characters that look like a giant dragon's body: Trial Field. Heibao looked at the huge battle gate, with a raging flame of war burning in his eyes. Whoosh! He shook his body and rushed towards the gate. The moment Zhang Xing and Heibao entered the trial field, the entire scene changed. The interior space was filled with clouds and mist, appearing vast and boundless. Ding! The bronze trial begins. You have 3 minutes to pass it. Both sides are fighting for 1,000 points. I saw clouds and mist rolling in the field, a dragon's roar was heard, and then a 4th-level black dragon like Heibao appeared in the air. The 2 black dragons, each over 6 meters long, were hostile to each other, constantly growling in challenge. In the memories of their ancient heritage, fighting among their own kind is the best training. The battle lasted only 3 minutes. Heibao paused for a few seconds and then rushed forward first. The black dragon on the opposite side also attacked Heibao without showing any weakness. The 2 dragons displayed all their unique skills in the air, including biting, clawing, wagging their tails, and using dragon saliva. Heibao, who had been lonely since childhood and had never played or fought with his peers, felt that his strength was wasted. The black dragon that appeared in the trial field was like a real dragon and fought with great enthusiasm. Heibao became more and more courageous as the battle went on, forcing the other black dragon to retreat continuously. It fell from the air to the ground, grabbed the black dragon's body with its 2 front claws, and then tore it apart with force. Wow! The black dragon's body suddenly broke into 2, turned into dots of white light, and dissipated in the trial field. Ding! Passed the bronze trial in 1 minute and 50 seconds. Gained 300 experience points. Combat power increased by 100 points, currently 1,100 points. Do you want to challenge the silver trial? Yes. Heibao spoke in human language. The silver trial begins, time limit is 5 minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, a red cloud appeared in the sky, and then a 12-meter-long red dragon appeared 100 meters in front of Heibao. The system shows that the red dragon's combat power is 3,000 points. Heibao's eyes narrowed, and he sensed that this red dragon was 1 level higher than himself. He knew that this battle would be difficult to fight, the key being the huge disparity in strength. As far as I can remember, every time a dragon grows a level, the strength of its entire body increases exponentially, and the power of the magic it releases also doubles. And the red dragon has another characteristic, which is that it is most willing to bully dragons weaker than itself. Instead of using magic fire dragons to spit out fire at the opponent, they use sharp teeth and claws to bite. Just as I thought of this, the red dragon came flying over. His eyes were full of contempt and mockery, and he showed his 4 huge claws halfway. There was a look of determination in Heibao's eyes. The pride of the Black Dragon clan did not allow him to retreat. He would fight to the end even if he died in battle. Bang! There was a loud crash in the air. Heibao was obviously no match for the red dragon and was blown away by the other side. The red dragon did not stop and followed closely, slapping Black Treasure with 1 claw after another. In this way, Heibao was knocked down from the sky to the ground. Zhang Xing shook his head secretly. The 2 sides were not at the same level of combat power. Heibao was indeed lacking in combat experience and only knew how to use brute force. If the fight continues like this, Heibao will be beaten to death. Chapter 63: Stop at the Silver Trial. Heibao was really confused by the beating. His 4 claws were scratching around randomly, and his dragon breath was spraying everywhere. He was hit hard by the red dragon's tail in the abdomen. Heibao let out a sharp wail. The body fell rapidly to the ground, and large amounts of blood were spilled in the air. With a loud bang, a huge hole was smashed on the ground and the body was buried in the soil. The red dragon swooped down and stopped about 50 meters from the ground. There was a look of contempt in his eyes as he looked down at the black treasure in the soil. After a few seconds, the ground shook and the black treasure broke out of the ground. His body was covered in blood, and many of his tight scales were loose. The once majestic dragon head no longer had its spirit, and there was still blood mixed with mud in the corners of its mouth and nostrils. An image of a beggar dragon. There is still 1.5 minutes left, it is impossible to win, and holding on to the end is the victory in the failure of the first battle. Despite being beaten so badly, the fighting spirit in Heibao's eyes remained undiminished. Roar! Heibao raised his head and roared in unyielding anger. Then a breath of dragon sprayed towards the red dragon in the air. His body soared into the air, and he charged forward again. Facing the dragon breath spurting out, the red dragon spit out his flames with disdain. Heibao's dragon breath was completely evaporated in an instant. Although Heibao has good fire abilities, his killer weapon is acid. The red dragon's inherited innate talent, dragon breath, is fire. Plus, it is 1 level higher, so the black treasure's attack can't threaten him at all. Boom! 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 Heibao rushed over every time he was knocked away, attacking even though he knew it was useless. Lose the dragon but not the battle. The red dragon stopped in the air, seeming to enjoy this devastating style of attack. Zhang Xing also felt helpless. He couldn't go up to help and the system didn't allow him to do so. Although this red dragon is not real, its personality traits are indeed vividly portrayed. When facing creatures weaker than him, he always puts on an arrogant attitude and plays with the opponent to his heart's content, only stepping forward to end the battle when the opponent is exhausted. According to the level classification, a 5th level dragon is equivalent to a high-level warrior and a high-level magician. But their actual strength is much higher than theirs, and some dragons are 2 levels higher. Magicians are divided into 3 levels, as are wizards, followed by magicians, grand magicians, and demon kings. Zhang Xing is now a high-level warrior, and the next level is Battle Master, Battle Spirit, Battle King, and Battle Emperor. The actual combat power of a 5th level red dragon is already comparable to that of a magician and a war spirit. Even if Zhang Xing and Heibao work together, they probably can't defeat the red dragon. Therefore, the difficulty of this silver trial is quite great. No matter what kind of dragon it is, after growing from a hatchling to a young dragon, it will gradually begin to look for some powerful opponents to challenge. In addition, young dragons will travel around the world to find dragon elders and learn from them. The 5-minute trial time is up. Ding! Trial failed, please keep trying. The red dragon in the sky dissipated into the clouds, and the trial field returned to its original appearance. Heibao transformed into a human form and lay on the ground motionless. When Zhang Xing looked over, he could hardly recognize that this was Heibao. The head, which was already larger than a normal person's, now expanded at least 3 times. There was not a single intact part on his body. It was simply horrible to look at. However, there was nothing abnormal about Heibao's spirit. From his big dark eyes, one could see his desire to fight again. Heibao, well done! Recover from your injuries and continue the challenge. Zhang Xing opened the system store and bought the holy medicine to heal Heibao. Not long after Heibao took the medicine, he stood up thanks to his strong recovery ability. Chapter 64 Cruel Training. The 2nd day, the 3rd day, the 4th day. Heibao fought a battle every day, and although he always ended in failure, his combat experience increased day by day. It increased from 1,100 points in the first game to 1,500 points. But in the next few days, it only increased by 100 points and finally stagnated at 1,600 points. There are only 15 days left until the end of the year. Dean Yeager led the top 10 students from each grade and their mentors to the imperial capital Tianqing City to participate in the triennial magic competition. Vice President Slit also led 30 students there. After several teleportations and riding on flight point mounts, they finally arrived at the imperial capital of Tianxing Kingdom in the early morning of 14 days later. Tired from the long journey, they each went to their arranged accommodation to rest, waiting for the competition to begin tomorrow. At night, Zhang Xing continued to enter the island to watch Heibao's battle. When leaving the academy, Zhang Xing knew that the reason why Heibao's combat power stopped at 1,600 points was because he had reached a bottleneck. No matter what method is used, as long as this bottleneck is broken through, Heibao's combat power will usher in a huge improvement. What Zhang Xing did was to constantly explain his experience in the use of mental power to Heibao. From learning to use a magic skill, to mastering it, and then to performing it proficiently. How to communicate with magical elements, and how to use mental power to control the elements in a delicate manner. Zhang Xing told Heibao all about his experiences of entering into the realm of subtlety, and the state of unity of man and nature. It doesn't mean that Heibao should use his magical fighting method to fight the red dragon. His method is useless against red dragons, as dragons are immune to all low-level magic. For example, auxiliary magic such as slowness, blindness, hypnosis, etc. Instead, let Heibao learn from this method and seek opportunities to break through the bottleneck in battle. The dragons themselves are both magicians and powerful warriors. But more of it is based on the warrior's fighting style. Heibao did not disappoint Zhang Xing's expectations and gradually realized the use of power in the battle with the red dragon. At the same time, the red dragon's weakness was also found. At this moment, the red dragon was no longer so arrogant, because in the past 10 days, the little black dragon in his eyes had become more and more tenacious. Especially during these 3 days, Heibao's claws had scratched the weakest part of the red dragon's tail. And he could no longer use Heibao as a punching bag as he did before. The 20-second battle had been going on for 2 minutes, and just when he was about to grab Heibao's belly with one claw, suddenly, Heibao's big dark eyes became extremely bright, and then his body shook and moved in an incredible way. The red dragon's claw missed. Before he could react, he felt a powerful force hitting him. Boom! The red dragon was knocked over several times. In the following battle, no matter how the red dragon attacked, it was always just a hair's breadth away from hitting Black Treasure. And every attack of Heibao never missed. Zhang Xing laughed as he watched from below. Heibao suddenly had an epiphany and realized the realm of spiritual subtlety. In Heibao's eyes, the red dragon's speed was no longer so dazzling. When he concentrated, the scene in his eyes seemed to be slowed down 10 times. In the eyes of others, the red dragon's huge tail had already swept over Heibao, and it was natural for him to be hit. But Heibao made the impossible possible. The system showed that Heibao's combat power suddenly jumped from 1,600 points to 2,000 points. This is not the end. In the next 2 minutes or so, the index rose steadily from 2,000 points to 3,000 points. Chapter 65 The 6th House Competition begins. Ding! Challenge time is up, challenge failed. Just when Heibao began to show his power and beat the red dragon wildly, the 5 minutes were up and the trial field returned to its original state. Heibao's 2 front paws were still tearing in the air, with his mouth wide open, showing his sharp teeth. Victory is on the verge of happening, and the critical moment has arrived. Heibao couldn't help feeling a little bored. Okay, let's fight again tomorrow. You've already won! Zhang Xing smiled and waved. Heibao transformed into a human form and landed beside Zhang Xing. I will tear him to pieces tomorrow. There was no conversation all night. Zhang Xing sat in meditation. The next morning, people from the 6 major academies gathered at the Tianxing City Royal Training Ground and began the battle for this session's ranking. The competition rules remained the same: beginners versus beginners, seniors versus seniors. Competition for individual rankings. The first place prize is 1 million gold coins and an attack weapon of the corresponding level. The second place prize is 500,000 gold coins. The third place prize is 300,000 gold coins. The ranking of 10-person groups will reward 1 million gold coins for the first place, and 100,000 gold coins per person. The second and third place prize amounts are the same as for the individual competition. There is no level distinction in the individual challenge competition, and no distinction between magic and martial arts. The first place prize is 5 million gold coins and 1 attack, defense, and amplification weapon of corresponding levels. The second place prize is 3 million gold coins, 1 offensive weapon and 1 defensive weapon. The third place prize is 1 million gold coins and an offensive weapon. These rewards make the tutors jealous, not to mention the students. Especially the magical weapons rewarded by the Empire are more tempting. The materials for the magic tools used by mages are scarce and difficult to buy on the market. Even if they are available, they are ridiculously expensive. In addition, you have to find a weapon forging master to forge it, which will cost a lot of gold coins. Therefore, the staffs in the hands of some wizards and mages are only of the level of high-level wizards. However, those high-level wizards can only use the cheapest magic tools, most of which are exquisite and beautiful in appearance, just for show and to reveal their status. The Empire's rewards are top-level magical instruments forged with the best materials, and their value exceeds that of gold coins. A total of 360 people from 6 colleges participated in the competition. The Imperial Emperor August personally delivered the opening speech for the competition. The students felt full of strength after listening to the Emperor's passionate speech. Every student thinks that he or she is the pillar of this empire, and that wealth, fame, fortune, and status are just around the corner. The door to the Imperial Court has been opened for them, and they will be given official titles and honors at this moment. Of course, there are also many noble children whose titles are hereditary. Their future paths have long been paved, and they can ascend to the throne as soon as the opportunity arises. The few poor students here are extremely excited. Entering the upper class is their dream, and it may come true today. But Zhang Xing almost fell asleep while listening to it. He didn't want to be an official. He just wanted to raise dragons well. It's so troublesome to raise a black baby. Where is the time to do other things? Besides, he was still wondering when the system would give out the second dragon egg. He looked at the elderly Emperor Keith, who was wearing a gorgeous robe and a crown. He knew that this old man had another identity, that is, one of the 6 martial emperors of the empire. According to legend, when Keith was still a prince, he had a very high talent for magic and was already a wizard at the age of 15. But during a palace coup, his magical powers were destroyed by an assassin. Thus, Keith began to practice martial arts. With his great perseverance, he broke through the barriers at the age of 45, was promoted to the martial emperor realm, and seized the imperial power. Chapter 66 Zhang Xing ranked first in the primary class. After Emperor Keith finished his emotional speech, he announced the start of the competition. There were a total of 60 elite members of the 6th Academy's junior magic class, who drew lots to compete. Half of the people were eliminated in the first round, and the remaining 30 people continued to be eliminated by drawing lots, leaving 15 people, and then another 7 were decided. One person will have a bye, and 6 people will advance to the top 3. Among the 4, the winner will compete for the first place, and the 2 losers will compete for the third place. The same rules apply to martial arts academy competitions. The Eastern Magic and Martial Arts Academy and the Western Martial Arts Academy were competing not far from each other, and everyone present could see them clearly. Zhang Xing passed the first few rounds easily, and when he entered the top 7, he attracted the attention of other colleges. After taking a look at the information, the senior leaders of the academy and the Emperor of the Empire were all shocked. A new student at St. Laurent's School of Magic, only 2 months old, 6 years old. The other 5 deans looked at the smug Jeg with unfriendly eyes. Dean Jaeger, this kid is quite talented. He has a lot of experience in combat at a young age. He is calm and composed. He is a good talent. I wonder which family he belongs to? Nelson, the dean of the Jinding Magic and Martial Arts Academy, asked with envy and jealousy. Zhang Xing is not from any family. He is an orphan and his life story is quite pitiful, said Jeg. Nelson uttered an "oh," and said no more, but his eyes lit up and his mind became active. After hearing this, the other old guys also started to think about how to poach Jaeger's people. The top 3 players in the competition have been decided, and the person who was given a bye and these 3 are now competing for a spot in the next round. Zhang Xing's opponent is a freshman from the Lian Magic and Martial Arts Academy. He is quite powerful, but he cannot survive a single move from him. Another winning student wanted to compete with him, and he used advanced magic, continuous fireballs, right from the start. It was useless, not even the corner of Zhang Xing's clothes was stained. This student also ran out of magic power and admitted defeat. St. Laurent Magic and Martial Arts Academy, junior class student Zhang Xing won first place in the individual competition. When the news was announced by a great court magician who presided over the competition, it attracted the attention of the entire audience. Zhang Xing returned to the team with great joy, and his friends around him looked at him with shining eyes and envy on their faces. 1,000,000 gold coins plus a magical weapon! Teddy was so angry that his teeth were itching. With this kid's fighting ability, he would definitely take first place in the beginner class. He should be placed in the advanced class. Dean Jeg said that magic must be learned step by step from the basics and not be too ambitious. It is not against the rules to let Zhang Xing skip a level just because of his high combat power. Even if you want to skip a grade, you still have to pass a strict exam. We can talk about this after the competition. Dean Jigger had his own plan. He would definitely let Zhang Xing skip a grade. He would not skip to the advanced class, but would let him skip directly to the graduation exam. But Zhang Xing was too young to serve in the army after graduation. He wanted to send Zhang Xing to a better school for further study, not only to learn more magic knowledge, but also to learn military and political theories. The Tianqing Empire has only one military academy, the Royal Military Academy. The students who came out of there were all military generals in the army or officials in the imperial court. His idea was a good one, but Zhang Xing came from a poor family, and the first condition for the Royal Military Academy to recruit students was to limit his identity. Only children of nobles of Viscount or above can register for the exam. As the president of the Magic Guild and the dean of the Magic and Martial Arts Academy, he has no right to confer titles on his students. Ever since Ogakith became emperor, he took all the power back into his own hands. Although the ministers and nobles had some opinions, they did not dare to say much. Ogakith implemented a dictatorship, and anyone who disobeyed would be killed. Chapter 67, First Challenge Victory. After Zhang Xing waited for an hour, the competitions of other grades ended. He did not pay attention to who won first place. All we know is that Zhang Tian from their college's advanced class made it into the top 10, and there was one person from the intermediate class, but the rankings were all low and they didn't make it into the top 5. Next up was the individual challenge. 5,000,000 gold coins were beckoning to him, and this was what he cared about. With so much money, Dragon Island will usher in a wave of rapid construction. It is possible that a second, third, or even a fourth dragon egg will hatch within a short period of time. Zhang Xing rubbed his hands together confidently, his eyes full of glittering gold coins. Of course, those who are eligible to challenge are the top 10 students in the grade. There are 10 people in the advanced class, 10 people in the intermediate class, and 10 people in the beginner class. These 30 people are the strongest students in the 6 colleges. The first place in all previous years has been taken by the students in the advanced class. The Emperor of the Empire encourages lower-level students to challenge higher-level students, and it is glorious even if they lose. I want to challenge! Zhang Xing, who had been waiting for a long time, stood up. Swish! Everyone looked at him, and many people nodded in appreciation. His courage is commendable. There are 2 types of challenge rules, one is designated person, the other is drawing lots. When he came, the dean told him that the students all chose to draw lots to challenge. Generally, designated challenges are for students who have conflicts with each other. Zhang Xing doesn't care what the saying is, as long as he can challenge it. 29 bamboo sticks were placed in a bamboo tube, and Zhang Xing took one out at random. Golden Tripod Magic and Martial Arts Academy, Junior Class Bill. An imperial officer read out the name of the challenged. As soon as he finished speaking, Bill immediately stood up and admitted defeat. What a joke! Who among the students in the junior class of the 6th college can beat him? Keep drawing lots! Zhang Xing drew another one. Tian from the advanced class of Jinding College. The official held up the bamboo stick and showed it to everyone. Tian accepts the challenge. Please invite 2 students to come on stage. Tian is ranked 6th. He looks rather rough and does not look like a magician but more like a warrior. Arriving at the center of the competition venue, the 2 men saluted each other with magician etiquette. Tian looked at Zhang Xing's short stature with a hint of contempt in his eyes. Zhang Xing, I'll let you make the first move. If you can't beat me after 10 moves, just retreat and admit defeat. Since you are so young, I don't have the heart to hit you, haha. Do I need 10 moves to beat you? One move is a bit too much. Zhang Xing sighed and shook his head. Ah? One move? Haha. Tian bent over with laughter. Okay, stop laughing, Senior Tian, you have to take safety precautions, I'm about to start the attack. Zhang Xing could only kindly remind him. Tian put his hands on his knees and said with a nonchalant smile, Zhang Xing, you can do whatever you want. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw Zhang Xing's little hand throw out a most ordinary magic arrow. Then I saw Tian being hit hard by a huge tree. Bang! Plop! 10 seconds passed and Tian still hadn't gotten up from the ground. A great wizard from the Empire looked over and immediately declared Zhang Xing the winner. It was not until then that Tian woke up from his dizziness. He didn't know what had happened and was even looking for Zhang Xing. When the remaining 20 or so students saw this scene, they were all shocked. An ordinary magic arrow can knock Tian unconscious instantly, which shows how powerful the magic contained in it is. They were all thinking in their minds, how should they deal with this magic if they encountered it, and whether they could defend against it. Some people disagreed. They thought that Tian had underestimated Zhang Xing and that his failure was his own fault. A small magic arrow could be broken with a wave of the hand. Chapter 68 How can you admit defeat before the draw? Will Zhang Xing continue to challenge? Of course. Zhang Xing went over and pulled out another bamboo stick. After seeing the name on the bamboo stick, the imperial official looked at Zhang Xing meaningfully. Storm Magic and Martial Arts Academy, Senior Class Winnie. What? The winner of the senior class competition was drawn? This Zhang Xing has such bad luck. Yeah, his challenge is over, but he's pretty good, and he was able to beat Tian, who was ranked 6th. The instructors and students around him all sighed for Zhang Xing. When Zhang Xing heard this, he thought he was lucky as he had drawn the strongest student so quickly. After this fight, he would get 5 million gold coins. Oh no, I have to accept challenges from others, but no one should dare to challenge me, right? Please, 2 students come on stage and get ready. Zhang Xing saw Winnie walking towards the venue with him. He was a standard handsome young man, and his walking posture showed aristocratic demeanor. When the competition was announced to begin, Winnie did not show any courtesy to magician Zhang Xing, but just nodded slightly. He thought that a nod was enough, and there was no need to treat a poor kid like Zhang Xing the same. But he did not underestimate Zhang Xing's strength. After all, he had experienced it before. Zhang Xing did not attack immediately. He placed his hands on his abdomen, like a little adult, waiting for the other party's opening remarks. Winnie had no intention of talking nonsense to Zhang Xing, and seeing this look, he thought he was deliberately trying to provoke him. What are you, a little brat, pretending in front of me? You have nothing, so what qualifications do you have to pretend? I have now been made a baron by His Majesty the Emperor, and you? You are still a pauper. Zhang Xing waited for a while, but the other party didn't speak, and he couldn't help feeling a little strange. Senior Winnie, don't you have anything to say? If you don't want to say it, just start. Winnie had been getting impatient waiting, but as a nobleman and a baron, he had to maintain his composure and could not attack a child first. Swish! Zhang Xing casually shot out a magic arrow. Winnie, who had been prepared for this, raised the corner of his mouth in disdain. Swish! He also shot out a magic arrow and rushed forward to meet it. But the next scene made him unable to believe his eyes. I saw that the magic arrow I shot was easily defeated like a ball of water. And the opponent's magic arrows were coming towards him with great force. He quickly sent out 3 more magic arrows, trying to block Zhang Xing's arrow. But it's no use. Bang! Winnie watched helplessly as the arrow, which was even smaller and more delicate than the one he shot, hit a certain point on the wind-type protective magic wall in front of him. The wind wall shattered in an instant. Not only that, the arrow's power continued, hitting his chest with a bang. A powerful force pushed his body off the ground. Bang! He fell heavily 10 meters away. This is impossible. Winnie was stunned for a moment. He knew his own strength. Even if he was fighting against an intermediate magician, it would be impossible for him to easily break 4 of his magic arrows with an additional layer of protection. And also injured him. Could it be that he is not a junior magician? A sudden thought popped up in his mind. No! Even if he is a high-level magician, he can't have such strong magic power. Winnie racked his brains but couldn't figure out what was going on. The stadium was quiet at this time. All the students looked at Zhang Xing in a daze. That's Winnie, the first-place winner in the senior class competition. Was he defeated so easily with just a small magic arrow? How is this possible? I continue the challenge. Zhang Xing walked quickly to the bamboo tube and stretched out his hand to draw the lot. I give up! I give up! I give up too! A series of voices of surrender rang out. Gah! Zhang Xing's hand stopped in midair, and he turned his head and said, I haven't smoked yet. Chapter 69 Lei Wu Empire Lei Zhantian brought a dragon. Zhang Xing, you don't have to draw anymore, we all admit defeat. The top-ranked advanced class students said in unison. You defeated Winnie with just one move, who would come up to you to cut vegetables. That's great, thank you all for your tolerance, haha, thank you very much. Zhang Xing said with a smile. If no one challenges Zhang Xing, then I will announce. At this moment, everyone felt the ground shaking, their heels were unstable, and some calligraphy, paper and pens on the table were sliding towards the edge of the table. There was a clattering sound from the weapons on the weapon rack. The voice announcing Zhang Xing's first place was immediately interrupted. At the same time, reports from the guards came one after another, their voices coming from far away and getting closer. Report. The Lei Wu Empire delegation wants to see you. Lei Wu Empire? The Emperor of the Tianqing Empire and a group of civil and military officials suddenly looked unhappy. The 12 deans were also confused. What were they here for? Also, the sound that shook the earth seemed to be. Let them in! Emperor Keith ordered. Send the Lei Wu Empire delegation to see you. Not long after, the shaking of the ground stopped, and a group of more than 20 people dressed in gorgeous clothes entered the competition venue. When they saw the person walking in the front, the eyes of the 12 deans, the emperor and others couldn't help but shrink. Lei Dongtian, the first war emperor of the Lei Wu Empire, the grand marshal of the army, the prince, the uncle of the emperor, and the actual ruler of the empire. He was followed by a group of arrogant young men, who looked down upon everyone around them as they walked. Haha! Your Majesty Keith, I haven't seen you for 10 years. I wonder how you are doing? Lei Dongtian stood with his hands behind his back arrogantly, and did not greet the emperor as an envoy. Emperor Keith did not stand up either. He sat quietly on the large dragon throne and said calmly, I wonder why Lord Lei Dongtian came to our empire? Nothing much. I know about your triennial martial arts competition, so I brought some juniors here to learn from them. Haha! Lei Dongtian glanced at Zhang Xing and the other 30 people and shook his head with a disapproving look. The 20 or so young men from the Lei Wu Empire also noticed Zhang Xing and his group. Sparks of battle instantly flew between the two sides. Haha, we've learned from each other. This is not the first or second time. We were evenly matched in the previous times. This time, Prince Lei is leading the team himself. I guess he must have some extraordinary tricks, right? Keith and Lei Dongtian have always been rivals. They have been evenly matched since they entered the War Emperor realm, and neither could do anything to the other. But 10 years ago, there was no news about Lei Dongtian, and Keith had never gotten any inside information. Seeing him appear at this moment, I felt a vague sense of uneasiness in my heart. There's no special tricks, I just brought a dragon here. Although Lei Dongtian spoke easily, he couldn't hide the pride on his face. What? Dragon? Keith and the 12 deans were shocked and exchanged glances with each other. They all saw the look of horror in the depths of each other's eyes. The military strength of an empire depends not only on the size of the mage corps, but also on whether there are dragon riders. Obviously, their 2 countries are just the lowest level 12 countries in the Holy Dragon continent. There is simply no strength to equip a war dragon army. However, any empire that has 1 or 2 dragons will apply for promotion. If the Lei Wu Empire has 2 dragons, after being identified by the envoys of the Holy Dynasty, the Saint Roland Empire will generally be included in the territory of the Leiwu Empire, and the name of the Saint Roland Empire will be abolished. This is a major event that concerns the foundation of the country. No emperor would be willing to give away the country built by his ancestors. Chapter 70. Do you look down on the dragon I brought? Prince Lei Dongtian, where is your dragon? Why not summon it out for us to see? Keith knew it was true, but he would not give up until he saw it with his own eyes. Ha! This is not my dragon, it belongs to my personal disciple. I have been training him for the past 10 years. Lei Zhan, go and summon your dragon. Lei Dongtian said to a boy of about 17 or 18 years old standing behind him. Disciple obeys your command. Lei Zhan saluted respectfully and stepped back, then turned and walked out of the field. It wasn't long before the sound of the earth shaking spread throughout the area again. Under the gaze of everyone, a gigantic ground dragon, 6 meters tall and 12 or 13 meters long, walked in with powerful steps. Lei Zhan was sitting on the ground dragon, and from a distance he looked like a little child. Everyone in the Saint Laurent Empire stared at the giant monster with wide eyes. I had only heard of it in legends, but seeing it with my own eyes today, I was absolutely shocked. The hearts of Emperor Keith and others sank to the bottom of the sea in an instant. This is a young land dragon, and its strength level is level 4. Its huge body is like a small mountain, and its skin is like pieces of hard rock. It is the nightmare of all ground forces. An army of tens of thousands of people will be frightened and scattered on the spot by this ground dragon. The army of magicians in the air did not dare to get too close, as the flames spewing from its mouth were more than 20 meters long. Some ordinary magic is of no use to it. Is this a dragon? Zhang Xing wondered curiously in his heart. Aren't dragons what we imagine flying in the sky? In his previous life, he worked as a cartoon editor. Creatures like this one with strong limbs, huge heads, and sharp and terrifying teeth were called dinosaurs. Of course, it's not wrong for people to call them dragons, but these dragons are completely different from the dragons in his mind. Lei Dongtian was very satisfied with the performance of everyone in the Saint Laurent Empire. He came here to demonstrate today. Although there was only one dragon, it had a considerable deterrent effect on the imperial troops on the border. His mood turned unhappy when he shifted his gaze to a child in the middle of the field. The little kid, who was about 6 or 7 years old and a little over 1 meter tall, was not shocked or frightened, but showed a look of contempt. Lei Zhan, go and spar with the students from these academies. Be careful not to hurt them. Lei Dongtian glanced at Lei Zhan, then turned his gaze to Zhang Xing. Lei Zhan followed his gaze and saw Zhang Xing shaking his head, and immediately understood what his master meant. Hey! The junior who shook his head, are you looking down on this giant dragon like me? Lei Zhan pointed at Zhang Xingdao with a whip that was more than 3 meters long. Are you talking about me? Zhang Xing looked straight ahead without raising his head. He was not used to craning his neck to talk to people. It was too tiring. Yes, that is you. What is the name of this junior? Are you interested in sparring with me? Lei Zhan spoke condescendingly in a tone that sounded like he was teasing a child. My name is Zhang Xing. I hope you won't be scared awake by my name when you dream in the future, Zhang Xing said calmly. Hee hee. Lei Zhan laughed. Zhang Xing, don't act on impulse. All of you should return to your seats. Dean Zhiga spoke. He knew how powerful Zhang Xing was, but he had no chance of winning against a giant dragon. Hey, isn't this President Jaeger? Why, this kid named Zhang Xing is your disciple. Lei Dongtian pretended to be surprised. Before Jizhi could speak, he rushed to say, Don't worry, Jizhi. I'm just gesturing. Let my disciple teach him the basic attack moves of the Earth Dragon. Don't worry, Dean, I just want to see how powerful this gray monster is, Zhang Xing said with a smile. Chapter 71 lets you see a real dragon. As soon as Zhang Xing finished speaking, Lei Zhan's group of students burst into laughter. Haha, is this junior student stupid? He actually called the dragon a monster. He's such a brat and he wants to learn from me. It really makes me laugh to death. You thought this was a big bad wolf, but it's still so gray, haha. Are you going to fight or not? If you want to laugh, then let you laugh to your heart's content. I'm going to sit for a while. Oh, by the way, hurry up and laugh. If you want to laugh later, You won't be able to laugh anymore and you'll cry for your parents. Gah! As soon as Zhang Xing finished speaking, all the students of the Leiwu Empire stopped laughing and their faces turned gloomy. Humph! You're quite arrogant! The child laughed back at them again and again, and his words became more and more outrageous. Senior Lei Zhan, teach him a lesson and stop him from talking nonsense. Yes, beat him up and teach him a lesson. Lei Zhan raised the corners of his mouth coldly, and pointed the long whip in his hand at Zhang Xing. Lei Bao, teach him a lesson. When the ground dragon heard its master's command, it immediately let out a low roar, stretched out its strong limbs, and walked towards Zhang Xing slowly. In the eyes of the ground dragon, Zhang Xing was as small as an ant, and its contemptuous look was even more obvious than that of its owner. Wait! Dean Jigger stood up and shouted. Zhang Xing, no! Teacher Salina shouted anxiously. Zhan Tian and all the other students also showed expressions of horror. We have lost this competition. Please, Prince Lei Zhantian. Emperor Qi stopped talking with a click before he could finish his words. He was stunned by the scene before him. All 11 deans stood up at once. Dean Jaeger's hands were still raised in the air. All the students in the academy opened their mouths in amazement. The civil and military officials of the empire were just as dumbfounded as those students. At the same time, they all heard Zhang Xing's words. Hey Bao, come out and fight! Show them what a real dragon is! Suddenly, a giant dragon appeared in the air. It was 13 or 14 meters long, with black scales all over its body and emitting a dark glow. This is a black dragon. No, this is impossible. Lei Zhantian looked up at the sky, staring blankly at the huge monster in the sky and the child above it. The students he led also tilted their necks and looked at the top of the ground dragon's head in disbelief. Emperor Keith had a dazed expression on his face, muttering, Black dragon, we have one too! Black dragon? Teacher Salina screamed and covered her delicate lips with her hands. Fifth level, dragon! Lei Zhantian swallowed hard and uttered these words with difficulty. That's right, it's level 5. Just as they were laughing at Zhang Xing, Heibao successfully challenged the silver trial. The experience value of 300 points suddenly climbed to a peak of 2,500 points, meeting the conditions for upgrading. Under the pressure of Heibao, the earth dragon felt a huge danger. It kept roaring in a low voice and swaying its body as it retreated backwards. The low-level bloodline of the earth dragon cannot be compared with the noble black treasure. The inheritance in its memory made it want to turn around and flee. But as a side branch of the dragon clan, the ground dragon still has the pride to fight. It retreated vigilantly to a distance of 10 meters, grasping the ground tightly with its limbs and concentrating all its strength. An earth-shaking roar, accompanied by a scorching flame, sprayed towards Heibao. Chapter 72, demonstrating the dragon's might and crushing the earth dragon. Heibao just shook his head and sneezed lightly, and a burst of dragon breath flames defeated the flames of the ground dragon. Immediately afterwards, a fierce light flashed in Heibao's eyes, and he moved his body and swooped over like lightning. It stretched out its huge and sharp claws and grabbed the ground dragon. Bang! The huge body of the ground dragon was grabbed and flew more than 10 meters away, smashing heavily to the ground. It rolled a few more times and plowed a trench more than 1 meter deep in the ground. Lei Zhan had already been thrown out by the earth dragon to the side of Lei Dongtian. He knew that he could not defeat the black dragon in front of him, which was bigger than him, so he protected his master in advance. Stop fighting, we admit defeat! Looking at the miserable appearance of the earth dragon, Lei Zhan felt heartbroken and hurriedly shouted loudly to admit defeat. Just as he was speaking, Heibao's huge figure swooped over, did a beautiful turn in the air like a fighter jet, turned 360 degrees, rushed to the top of the ground dragon, and swung its tail like a dragon. Bang! This blow was really harsh. Everyone present couldn't help but have a twitch in the corners of their eyes. Especially the students from the Leiwu Empire, they were so scared that they quickly closed their eyes. The earth dragon was still in a daze, and he only felt an even more powerful force hitting his head. His huge body flipped in the air uncontrollably and slammed to a farther place. After the earth shook for a while, the earth dragon lay there motionless. Judging from its weak breath, its injuries were very serious. The entire stadium suddenly became quiet, and you could hear a pin drop. I'm sorry, Senior Lei Zhan, you were a little late. Zhang Xing stretched out his little hand and gestured the distance of 2 millimeters. He Bao got a hint from Zhang Xing and put away his ferocity. He hovered in the air in a domineering and arrogant manner, looking extremely domineering. You! Lei Zhan didn't know whether he was angry or heartbroken. His eyes were bloodshot, his face was ashen, and he ran towards the ground dragon trembling all over. The shock in Emperor Keith's eyes was gradually replaced by surprise, and it became more and more intense. The god of war has not abandoned our Saint Laurent Empire. The devil has not abandoned me, Keith. There is a dragon in my Saint Laurent Empire. Even though Keith was at the martial emperor level, he could hardly suppress the excitement in his heart. From the moment of despair just now to the moment of ecstasy now, I feel like my heart is about to be shattered. This kind of ups and downs in emotions really made it difficult for him to bear. Ha 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 ha! Keith laughed out loud. He wanted to vent all these mixed negative emotions. He wanted to use this laughter to mock Lei Dongtian. He wanted to tell all the civil and military officials who would have the last laugh. Zhang Xing, riding on He Bao, touched the dragon horns excitedly. His small body looked so huge in everyone's eyes. Zhang Tian stared blankly at the giant dragon in the sky, helplessly giving up the fighting spirit in his heart. A feeling of sadness filled my whole body. To fight with someone who owns a dragon would be courting death. Moreover, Zhang Xing relied solely on his own strength to completely crush the geniuses from the 6 major academies. If another dragon were added, even if all of them were tied together, they would not be enough to withstand the spray of one dragon's breath. Dean Jedger was as shocked as the Emperor. I didn't expect this kid to hide so deeply. He knew that Zhang Xing had a secret, and it was a big secret. Although I was a little curious, I had no intention of snooping. He always believed that if an opportunity is not yours, you should never force it. Even if you get it, you will pay 10 or 100 times the price, which is not worth it. Now he finally knew what the secret was. He had thought of countless possibilities, but he never imagined that it was a dragon. Chapter 73. He was named a first-class earl in a flash. When Lei Zhantian came, he made a huge fuss, but when he left, he didn't even dare to fart. However, he glanced at Zhang Xing with murderous intent in his eyes. Emperor Keith had no intention of forcibly detaining Lei Zhantian. He knew that since Lei Zhantian dared to come alone, he must have prepared a backup plan. However, he and a dozen or so deans were not fully prepared and basically could not stop him. Besides, there is no need to take action against Lei Zhantian now. The Empire already has the demon dragon knight Zhang Xing. If he is trained for a few more years, he can fight however he wants. A mere Lei Zhantian cannot cause any big waves. Emperor Keith has lived for over 80 years, and there has never been a time when he felt as excited as he does right now. Even when he ascended the throne as emperor, he was not as excited as he is now. Bang Xing Ting Feng! Swish! Everyone looked at Zhang Xing. They knew that the emperor was going to reward them greatly, and the benefits would surely be many. There are all kinds of emotions in the eyes of these people. Envy, jealousy, and hatred are of course the most common, and some people are in a state of detachment. What are they thinking? Oh no! Or rather, what are they imagining? Only they know. But they definitely don't have any good intentions. We can't say that these people have dark hearts and can't stand others doing well. We can only say that the greed in their hearts is too strong. There is a child on the street carrying a bag of gold coins. What do you think the adults around him will do? What Emperor Keith did was to invite the child to the palace, and use his gold coins to expand the palace. Zhang Xing followed the etiquette of other magicians and walked forward, waiting to be named. Zhang Xing won the first place in the 6th Academy Primary Magic Competition. He will be awarded 1 million gold coins and be granted the title of Viscount. I won the first place in the 6th Academy Challenge again. I will be awarded 5 million gold coins and be promoted to the title of Baron. Having said this, Emperor Keith paused for a moment, his eyes slightly drooping, as if he was considering something, but then a firm look appeared in his eyes. Zhang Xing and his black dragon companion defeated the ground dragon of the Leiwu Empire and won supreme glory for our Tianxin kingdom. Promoted to first-class earl. Boom! As soon as Emperor Keith finished speaking, everyone was shocked. My god of magic! A reward of 6 million gold coins is good enough. Even if it is a title, can it be given as a viscount? He jumped from a pauper to become an earl overnight, which was an unprecedented precedent for conferring a title since the founding of the country. And he directly skipped over the viscount to baron and marquis, jumping 2 levels at once. His Majesty Keith was determined to tie Zhang Xing to his side. Zhang Xing has read The Deer and the Cauldron, in which Wei Xiaobao was conferred the title of first-class Deer and Cauldron Duke by Emperor Kangxi at a young age. Of course, they are all empty positions and are of no use. Could you please give me something practical, such as gold coins, territories, etc.? It would be best if I don't have to manage them myself and collect money every month. Just as I thought of this, I heard Emperor Keith speak. Make Zijing City Zhang Xing's territory, and don't pay taxes in the city for 10 years. Also, Dean Yeager, go back and get Zhang Xing's diploma so that he can study at the Royal School of Magic. What you wish for will come true. Jagger originally planned to shamelessly ask His Majesty Keith for a title for Zhang Xing. Unexpectedly, the Emperor came to power and directly conferred him the title of first-class Earl. And even the territory was given. Bohemia City is a treasure city. Not only is it rich, it is also the first gate to the imperial capital. Although it borders the Leiwu Empire, it has an important seaport, and trade between countries is transported through here. It turns out that His Majesty Keith asked Zhang Xing to guard the door for him. But there is nothing wrong with this. Zhang Xing is still young and doesn't need to stay in the city. It is enough to let everyone know that the land belongs to Zhang Xing. Who would dare to lead the army to set foot there? Chapter 74 Refining Bloodline Pill. After the conferring of the title, Dean Yeager called Zhang Xing to his side and told him to be more restrained after entering the Royal Academy of Magic and to get along well with his classmates. Every student there is either a royal relative or a member of a wealthy and prominent family. All the elites of Tianxin country are in that school. If you offend them all, even His Majesty Keith won't be able to protect you. Because you have a dragon, they dare not confront you head-on, but as for those shady tricks, there is nothing they cannot do, only things you cannot imagine. What's more, you and your black dragon have not grown up yet, and are not strong enough to suppress the high-level wizards and high-level warriors among the royal nobles. Zhang Xing listened and learned, and was extremely grateful. I moved to a new environment, a separate dormitory with all the necessary facilities. The Royal Academy of Magic is worthy of being the highest institution of learning in the empire. Zhang Xing felt like he was staying in a 5-star hotel. Take a day off and officially become a transfer student the next day. In the evening, Zhang Xing entered the space to check the new tasks given by the system. The first one is to upgrade Black Treasure to level 6. The other way to level up, besides going through the brutal trial field, is to feed various monsters. The second one was the long-awaited task of hatching dragon eggs. After choosing to accept the task, Zhang Xing pressed the start button of the fruit machine. Beep, beep, beep! After a noise, Zhang Xing saw the cursor slide across a white dragon egg as if it was drunk and stopped on the word, "Thank you." Ding! Too bad you didn't win. Start a side quest to win a prize. Oh my god! What bad luck! Side quest: learn basic herbal medicine, purchase dragon spirit grass, earth fire sparks, and ancestral dragon blood from the system store, and refine 5 bloodline pills to feed the black dragon to enhance the purity of the black dragon's ancient bloodline. Zhang Xing felt that this task was acceptable. Improving Heibao's bloodline was no trivial matter. I spent 100 gold coins to buy basic herbal medicine from the system store. After clicking on it, the knowledge in the book turned into a white light and was all imprinted in my mind. Then he spent another 150 gold coins to buy 5 medicinal herbs and 1,000 gold coins to buy an alchemy furnace. Sitting in front of the alchemy furnace, he began to refine the bloodline pill according to the steps. Swish, swish, swish! It took less than a minute to finish refining it, but unfortunately only 2 portions were produced. However, it also unlocked his own talent for alchemy. Check the attribute panel, the current alchemy talent points are 2 out of 100. It seems that refining 1 portion will increase a little. I bought 10 more materials and started refining. When all these materials were used up, there were just enough to make 5 bloodline pills. His alchemy talent value became 5 points. If I continue to practice like this, won't I be able to reach the maximum level soon? Refine some more and see. Zhang Xing bought another 10 sets of materials and started refining them. Swish! One portion of refining was successful. It can still grow. Keep refining. Zhang Xing muttered to himself. Soon, 5 more bloodline pills were successfully refined. Since it's so easy, let's practice it. When his talent value reached 25 points, it stopped increasing. At the same time, the system prompts that you can learn intermediate herbal medicine. The formulas for the 10 herbs needed for the intermediate bloodline pill are also given. After the flash of light, Zhang Xing began to refine. After the herbal talent value reached 60 points, I learned advanced herbalism. Finally, herbal medicine reached the maximum level, and a bunch of 3 levels of bloodline pills were also refined. Well, another new skill, not bad. According to the system's regulations, Black Treasure can only take 5 of these bloodline pills every day, so Black Treasure will definitely gain bloodline points. Let him eat 5 first and see. Hey Bao, come here and eat some jelly beans. Hearing Zhang Xing's call, Hey Bao ran over innocently. Chapter 75. The second dragon egg hatched successfully. The 5th level Hey Bao has grown into a sturdy man, 1.85 meters tall, with bulging muscles and shiny black skin. She no longer has the cuteness of her childhood, and her face is still full of bitterness and hatred, as if she is furious all the time. He was born with that appearance, and there is no way to change it. Zhang Xing knows that He Bao still has the personality of a child. As soon as he heard that there was food, He Bao would show up immediately. When he saw the 5 bloodline pills, his saliva immediately flowed. He sniffed the aroma of the elixir hard, his eyes shining with brilliance. Although I don't know what kind of medicine this is, the blood in my body is circulating faster. He knew that the 5 pills in the master's hand were much more valuable than the monster's meat. He Bao tried to bite the pill with his teeth like gnawing at a bone, but the pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth. After taking 5 pills, there were indeed more blood points on his attribute panel. Level 1 bloodline points 5 out of 100. He Bao felt some unusual movement in the blood in his body, so he turned back to his nest to refine it. Congratulations on completing the side quest and getting a chance to win a prize. Zhang Xing prayed in his heart and clicked start. This time he was not disappointed. The cursor stopped on a white egg. Congratulations on winning a white dragon egg. Build a level 1 white dragon nest and hatch dragon eggs. Open the Build tab and select Build. I saw a white light landing in the north of Dragon Island. A towering mountain of ice and snow appeared there, and at the foot of the mountain there was a cave entrance that slanted deep into the ground. Zhang Xing knew that was the white dragon's lair. After sending the dragon egg deep into the cave, Zhang Xing left Dragon Island and waited for the little white dragon to hatch the next night. The next morning, Zhang Xing was assigned to the first class of magicians at the Royal Magic Academy. Class 2 is for intermediate wizards, and Class 3 is for advanced wizards. Then there are the 3 classes of magicians. The teacher of Class 1 is a male junior grand magician named Wits. He praised Zhang Xing lavishly, saying that he was the pride of the empire, the hope of the future, and other particularly hateful words. Then, amid sparse applause, Zhang Xing walked to the corner of the last row of the classroom, sat down quietly and began to listen to the class. It was obvious that both teachers and students were deliberately alienating and ostracizing him. However, Zhang Xing did not show any dissatisfaction. He came here to study, not to compete for power with these young masters of royal family and nobles. He thought so, but others didn't think so. Zhang Xing was granted title and fiefdom by the emperor at such a young age. What would he be like when he grew up? Moreover, he also has a giant black dragon. This has seriously threatened the status of their ruling class. Some people want to win them over, some want to suppress them, and some even have malicious intentions. Before taking any action, the aristocratic forces usually flex their muscles first to let Zhang Xing see who is stronger. Of course, on the first day, no one took the initiative to show goodwill, and everyone was waiting for the opportunity. Zhang Xing listened to the class quietly, ate after school and went back to the dormitory. The ordinary first day passed like this. In fact, he didn't pay any attention to the wizard's theoretical courses and didn't understand them. Although he pretended to listen attentively, he was actually looking forward to school being over so that he could go to the space to see if the little white dragon had hatched. Having nothing to do in the evening, he came to Dragon Island early to wait for the little white dragon to be born. An hour later, the dragon egg finally moved. He moved a few times in the corner of the freezing cold ice cave. The dragon egg rolled down the smooth slope. Crack! It hit the wall of the ice cave and the eggshell shattered. Then a little dragon man wearing an eggshell hat appeared in Zhang Xing's eyes. Chapter 76: The Smiling Little White Dragon. Aya! The childish cry almost melted Zhang Xing's heart. The hatched little white dragon is still as cute and tender as a cute pet. Compared to when Heibao was just born, he is smaller, less than 1 meter tall. There is a thin layer of scales on its white and plump body, and there is a short tail behind its buttocks. When he saw a child who was about the same age as himself, he did not show an arrogant attitude like Heibao. Instead, he smiled very intimately. Now Zhang Xing felt relieved. He was just thinking about how to tame this little white dragon. He took the eggshell from the little white dragon's head and put it next to his mouth. Eat it! Baby dragon! Crack! Crack! The little white dragon cried out tenderly, rubbed the back of Zhang Xing's hand with his cheek, and slowly began to eat his first meal after birth. After a while, after eating the eggshells, the little white dragon's big eyelids drooped, and he hummed softly, then lay on the cold ice crystals and fell asleep. Zhang Xing left the underground ice cave, opened the system store, and found the mission item, Ice Dragon Fruit. Bai Long lives his entire life in a freezing underground cave, and his food consists of icy things. Even if a magical beast is captured, it will spray out icy breath to freeze it into ice cubes, which will then be swallowed into the stomach and slowly digested. 5 ice dragon fruits were planted on both sides of the cave entrance, waiting to mature and bear fruit the next day so that the little white dragon could eat them when he woke up. After a night of meditation, Zhang Xing felt as if daybreak had just arrived when he closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the 5 ice dragon fruit trees had produced 100 crystal clear ice pear-shaped fruits that exuded an icy breath. From a distance, they looked like 5 fruit trees carved out of ice, very beautiful. After waking up, the little white dragon saw that there was no one around, so he instinctively walked out of the cave to look for food. When he was still some distance away from the cave entrance, he smelled Zhang Xing's scent and ran out quickly. Zhang Xing heard the noise and turned around. Little White Dragon gave him a cute smile again and ran to his side affectionately. Since you love to laugh so much, I'll give you a name like Xiaolong. Your nickname is Xiao Bai. Xiao Beilong widened his eyes and thought about it, and felt that the name seemed quite good. Yay! I have a name! Xiaolong shook his big head happily. At this time, Zhang Xing heard a gurgling sound. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw Xiao Bai touching his belly and looking at him with longing expression. Aya! Big brother, I'm hungry! Haha, I prepared the ice dragon fruit for you a long time ago, look! Zhang Xing stretched out his hand, and with a whoosh, he used the elementary magic entanglement technique to roll up all the 100 ice dragon fruits. Eat good baby! Zhang Xing touched the 2 small horns protruding from the top of the little white dragon's head. Wow! When Xiaobai saw so much food, he pounced on the ice dragon fruit and swallowed it 1 bite at a time. When he finished eating 10 fruits, a white light flashed on his body. Congratulations to Bai Long for advancing to the first level. Your current experience value is 0/20. Activate my innate talent, Ice Dragon Breath, Bite Technique. Next, the little white dragon continued to eat. Congratulations to Bai Long for advancing to the second level. Your current experience value is 0/100. Congratulations to Bai Long for reaching the third level. Your current experience value is 0/500. Zhang Xing looked happily at the little white dragon which had advanced 3 levels. This dragon raising speed is unparalleled. The early stage is the most difficult to raise. Eating a few fruits will level up quickly. It saves time and effort. Hurry up and raise Xiao Bai to level 5. Let's see what kind of dragon will come next. Just as I thought of this, I felt a slight noise not far away. I looked over and saw Heibao hiding in the dark and secretly looking over here. Chapter 77 Prince Morris's son comes to show goodwill. Heibao, come here, let me introduce you to a new partner. Zhang Xing waved. Heibao's body, as big as a hill, left a deep footprint on the hard ice and snow. Two dragons of different kinds, one big and one small, met. Seeing such a fierce Heibao, Xiaobai was not afraid and still showed his cute smile. This is your younger brother. His name is Xiaolong, and his nickname is Xiaobai. When I'm not here, you have to take good care of him. Don't bully your younger brother. Do you understand? Heibao nodded sensibly, walked over, circled around Xiaobai, and sniffed his scent with his nose. Zhang Xing could tell from Heibao's eyes that he was very happy. After all, he had a partner with whom he could play and fight. Feeling that it was almost time for class, Zhang Xing was about to leave Dragon Island when he suddenly remembered something very important. Xiaobai, let's sign a contract. As long as it's equal, your brother Heibao has already signed it. The little white dragon smiled sweetly. Okay. A few seconds later, an inexplicable sensation appeared between Zhang Xing and Xiaobai. At the same time, Zhang Xing's attributes also have Xiaobai's innate magic skill, ice magic. You guys play here, I'm going to class. After Zhang Xing finished speaking, he waved to the two dragons and left Dragon Island. As soon as I walked out of the dormitory, two students in their teens pretended to meet by chance and shouted in surprise. Hey! What a coincidence, Zhang Xing hasn't had breakfast yet. Together? Well, let's go! Zhang Xing smiled slightly, and several people walked towards the restaurant. These two people are classmates, but I don't know their names or backgrounds. It can be said that all the classmates knew Zhang Xing's name, but he didn't know any of them. Zhang Xing, my name is Wick, and my father is Prince Morris of Tianqin Country. I would like to invite you to our home after school today. Do you have time? Hello, classmate Zhang Xing. My name is Bell, and my father is General Lambert of Weiyuan. His Highness Wick invited a few of us who are on good terms with him to have dinner together. There were no outsiders, so it was very casual. When Zhang Xing heard this, he thought, great. A royal relative and a descendant of a military general came in person to win him over. Those who can be conferred the title of prince by Emperor Kiss are either his brothers or elders. He didn't want to get involved with these people. He had seen too many things happening in the palace and TV dramas. It was nothing more than a struggle for power and profit. Although Emperor Keith is now over 80 years old, he is still young for a martial emperor, and it will not be a problem for him to be emperor for another 80 years. There is no need to pay attention to these messy forces for now. With the emperor's support, nothing big will happen in Tianqin Kingdom. As long as he calmed down and focused on improving his cultivation and training dragons, no one in Tianqin Country would be able to threaten him in a few years. As for what Dean Jedger said about trying not to offend them, it seems that we are bound to offend them. I appreciate His Highness Wick's kindness. I still have to study tonight and have missed a lot of classes. If I don't work harder, I will disappoint His Majesty the Emperor. Zhang Xing directly brought up Emperor Keith, and his meaning was very clear. He wanted to tell them that I am on the Emperor's side, so you should just forget about it. Wick didn't say anything after hearing this, as if he had expected it. It's okay. Once you've caught up with all your classes, it won't be too late for us to get together and chat. Bell also echoed. Your Highness is right, it's never too late to get together again. The few of them did not eat together, and Wick naturally ate at a table alone. The same went for Zhang Xing. No one came up to him and greeted him, but Zhang Xing didn't care. Chapter 78 Cultivating Little White Dragon. Zhang Xing was dazed in the theory class in the morning, but was somewhat alert in the magic practice class in the afternoon, but he was not very interested. There are only so many types of magic skills. For the same magic, whoever has stronger magic power will be more powerful, and whoever has stronger mental power will be faster. In Zhang Xing's opinion, whoever upgrades faster is the most powerful. Lock the dormitory door at night, enter Dragon Island, and call up the attribute panel. Zhang Xing, male, 6 years old. Title, Lord of Shillong Island. Buildings owned, Level 1 Castle, Level 2 Black Dragon Nest, Level 1 White Dragon Nest. Warrior level, Advanced Warrior, current experience value 180 out of 500. Magic level, Advanced Magician, current experience value 120 of 500. Martial arts skills, Sky-breaking fist, sky-splitting fist, sky-destroying fist. Magic skill method, elementary meditation technique. Magic skills, fire breathing, frost dragon breath, bite, 1 to 4 level magic. Magical realm, the state of unity between man and nature. Own pets, 1 black dragon and 1 white dragon. Black dragon level, level 5, current experience value 0/10,000. White dragon level, level 3, current experience value 0/500. Number of gold coins, 6.13 million. My experience points have increased little these days, but I have gained a new magic field. I have reached the state of unity between man and nature, and my strength is comparable to that of a junior magician. If we had the 5th level black treasure, we won't be afraid of even a high-level magician. However, this is not enough. If you want to be able to protect yourself in the imperial capital, you must at least reach the level of a junior great magician. We need to upgrade Heibao and Xiaobai to level 6 as soon as possible. Thinking of this, he summoned Xiaobai out with a mind moving. After a while, Heibao and Xiaobai were seen flying from a distance. Judging from the direction they came from, they must have come out of Heibao's lair. These two guys finally have company, but they just play around and don't practice anymore. Heibao, you must practice seriously tomorrow. You should go for the gold trial. The next level after the bronze and silver trials is the gold trial grounds. It is more difficult, but also rewards more experience points. Magical beasts below level 5 cannot provide much experience for Heibao. I heard that the Royal Magic and Martial Arts Academy will organize these students to go to Fred Forest for trials in a few days. Fred Forest is the territory of Warcraft. The Warcraft there are just like those in the human kingdom, with all kinds of Warcraft of all levels. Therefore, students from several nearby Imperial academies, mercenary groups, and lone rangers who make a living by hunting will all go there. Currently, the system does not provide any satisfying upgrade tasks. When the time comes, you can follow along to familiarize yourself with the route, and then you can hunt monsters alone to earn upgrade points. Xiaobai, have you eaten today? Zhang Xing looked at the cutely smiling Xiaobai. Xiaobai shook his head. I forgot about it while playing. I seem to be a little hungry. What a child. He was so busy playing that he forgot to eat. At this stage, it doesn't matter if Xiaobai doesn't eat for a few days. Besides, there was food in the pond, but Heibao didn't take Xiaobai there. It seemed that he didn't feel hungry even after not eating for a month, and he thought Xiaobai wasn't hungry either. Xiaobai, I'll take you to eat fish, Zhang Xing said as he walked towards the pond. Heibao and Xiaobai, who followed behind him, did not forget to play and fight while walking. Heibao, like an elder, kept instructing Xiaobai on how to attack and how to bite. When he arrived at the pond, Xiaobai saw that it was full of big fat fish. His eyes lit up and he let out a whoosh and revealed his true form. He was seen flying into the air, swooping down and biting a big pike. Then it blew out a breath of dragon, froze the pike into a lump of ice, and swallowed it into its stomach in one gulp. Although Xiaobeilong's way of eating is not bloody, Zhang Xing felt it was just one word, extremely cold. Chapter 79 Research on the Fusion of Ice and Fire. After Xiaobai swallowed a dogfish, his experience points increased by 10 points. Then he swallowed 2 more in one breath and stopped eating. Xiaobai's appetite is not that big now, and he probably can eat 10 big dogfish a day is the limit. It's not that slow to reach the 4th level, it only takes 5 or 6 days. Xiaobai, remember to eat at least 10 fish tomorrow and level up as soon as possible. Heibao, you should also help Xiaobai and think about it. Don't play all the time. Zhang Xing really felt like a little dad, worrying and nagging all the time. After sending them away, Zhang Xing sat on the ground and began to study the ice magic that the little white dragon shared. Through understanding, he knew that ordinary magicians could only comprehend and practice one type of magic. For example, Dean Yeager can only practice wind magic. Teacher Salina can only practice water magic. But Zhang Xing felt that he didn't seem to have this limitation. What Dean Yeager values most about him is that he can practice both fire and wind, otherwise he wouldn't be so shocked. There are very few people who possess these two magical qualities, and wind helps fire, so the attack power of the two will be added. Now that ice magic has been added, he doesn't feel uncomfortable at all. Putting aside these distracting thoughts, Zhang Xing shot a fireball with his left and right hands and an ice arrow with his right hand. The two merged and cancelled each other out 3 meters ahead. He felt something in his heart and began to ponder. One is Heibao's fire magic talent, and the other is Xiaobai's ice magic talent. They coexist in the body without any problems. So what if we combine these two talents? He had seen some of the more famous battles in the library. Thousands of years ago, the undead army invaded the Holy Dragon continent. In one of the battles, 3,000 high-level magicians faced off against an army of 5 million undead. The feat of that battle shocked the entire continent and frightened the undead legion. 3,000 senior magicians, half of them united to cast the ultimate forbidden fire magic spell, and the god of fire was born. The other half joined together to cast the ultimate forbidden ice magic spell, freezing the continent. If the forbidden spell was cast normally, it would not be enough to scare the 5 million undead army. But the spells cast by these 3,000 senior magicians were not ordinary forbidden spells. But instead, they used the blood and lives of all of them to integrate into the magic and into the world of ice and fire. When the two forbidden spells merged together, a thunderous roar broke out, shaking the entire Holy Dragon continent and shattering the souls of the undead legion. 1/3 of the 5 million undead army was destroyed in an instant. All 3,000 mages were killed. Finally, the entire undead army had to give up the invasion. They were afraid that if they organized 2 more waves of such attacks, the entire undead army would be destroyed. Magicians of later generations tried to research different types of magic that could truly be integrated together, but all failed. I'm different. I already have these 2 types of magic in my body. No matter if it makes sense or not, the existence of this magic is the reason. If bloodlines can be fused, why can't magic elements be fused? To put it another way, aren't different magical elements just another form of bloodline? Zhang Xing muttered to himself. No, I can't act rashly. I know nothing about blood fusion or magic element fusion. If you merge them randomly, you will be killed in an instant. Go look up information. The Royal School of Magic Library must have information on this subject. Zhang Xing got up and walked out of the dormitory and ran towards the library. The library will close in 2 hours. If you can't find the information, try again tomorrow. Chapter 80 Searching for Information. The Royal Academy Library was particularly quiet. Some serious students were looking down at the books that interested them. Zhang Xing used his student card to apply for a library card and went in to look for the books he wanted. The scale of the library is several times larger than the library of his previous university. He didn't have the time to appreciate these and soon found books on magic fusion. Then I found some books about blood fusion. I found a secluded corner and started reading it carefully. I started by reading line by line, then after a while I could read 10 lines at a glance, and then dozens of lines. After a while, I started turning the pages one by one. Swish! 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 The useful information in the book quickly floated into his mind, and the useless information was automatically filtered out. His whole mind was completely immersed in the book. The sound of flipping pages startled many students and also alerted the administrator, Senior Mage Moore. Which student is not reading quietly and making trouble? Moore walked over to the sound angrily. Well, when Moore saw the child in the corner, he recognized him immediately. This is the child with the dragon. His name is, oh yes, his name is Zhang Xing. Seeing Zhang Xing flipping through the book like this, his impression of Zhang Xing immediately became bad. I heard that he only attended the 1st grade at St. Laurent College. If it weren't for the special care of His Majesty the Emperor, how could he have entered the best college in the Empire? Humph! Isn't it just because you have a black dragon? I also heard that he couldn't understand what the instructor was saying and was distracted during class. Isn't this nonsense? You miss so many classes, it's a wonder you can understand it. Why is he flipping through books instead of trying to catch up? It seems to be a fusion of magic and blood. TSK. I haven't even finished the wizard course yet, and I'm already reading these irrelevant books. He's not reading at all. He's obviously just idle. Maybe he's depressed because he can't keep up with the lessons. The students who were watching were whispering to each other, and everyone was looking down on him. Children are just children. They are naughty by nature and won't amount to anything. More muttered and drove away the students who were watching. Zhang Xing's mental power was completely absorbed in the book, and he didn't notice the surroundings at all. Even if he noticed, he wouldn't care. When I first started reading, I remembered it after just scanning one line. Then I remembered it after scanning a dozen lines. I couldn't memorize so quickly when I read books before. Zhang Xing regained his composure and glanced at it as he usually did when reading a book. Oh, I didn't remember. I concentrated again and read 10 lines at a glance. I see. It must be a problem of the unity of nature and man in the field of magic. If I hadn't studied those magic skills carefully, I'm afraid I wouldn't have achieved such an achievement. Although the system is powerful and unreasonable, some things still require your own efforts. I didn't expect that this kind of spiritual state could be used in reading books. Thinking of this, he became more determined in his mind to merge these two magical elements together. You have systematic advantages that others don't have, so you will definitely be able to succeed. Next, Zhang Xing devoted himself to the process of flipping through the book. He managed to finish reading 2 half-foot-thick books before 10 o'clock in the evening. After closing his eyes and relaxing for a few minutes, Zhang Xing stood up, returned the book, and left the library. Moore looked at Zhang Xing's excited expression and shook his head. Alas! Your Majesty may have mistaken you for someone else. Chapter 81 February 2nd Fusion Success. Zhang Xing returned to the dormitory and entered the space directly, starting thousands of experiments. The night passed quickly and there was still no progress. I was also thinking about the issue of integration while attending classes during the day. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. On the 8th night, in a state of unity between man and nature, his mental strength was highly concentrated and extremely powerful. The two magical elements gradually moved closer in the air. His mental power was like a very flexible gas, in which the ice and fire elements were like two smaller gases. Under the compression of mental power, the two magical elements merged half into each other's territory. At this time, they began to get angry. Constantly expanding. Bang! With a loud bang, the mental power that enveloped Zhang Xing exploded. In an instant, his face turned pale. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Fusion failed. This method is wrong. We can't force the fusion. There are many different types of magical elements in the air, and they get along peacefully. If we regard the world as one person, then how can we talk about the fusion of so many magical elements in the sky? They are fused together. Thinking of this, Zhang Xing swallowed a pill that was made for this purpose and began to meditate to restore his mental strength. On the 9th night, Zhang Xing, who had fully recovered, began to merge again. This time he no longer let his mental power wrap around the two magical elements. Instead, he completely integrated himself into it, and little by little, the two elements, both containing his spiritual power, became familiar with each other and sensed each other. As time passed, the two elements slowly got closer. His mental power was also constantly adjusting the state of the two. No, it should be said that all three were always in a state of balance. When this balance continues, miracles happen. I saw the two elements of ice and fire tightly united together, indistinguishable from each other. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Zhang Xing continued to sense the subtle changes between the three until a minute later. As the mental strength receded, the balance was instantly broken. Boom! A huge rock more than 10 meters high at the experimental site was blown to pieces. Success! Zhang Xing's joyful shouts and the sound of explosions attracted the attention of the two dragons. Hey Bao! Xiao Bai, don't be afraid. Your master often behaves abnormally like this. You'll get used to it. Xiaolong. Master is so awesome! A month later, on the day he remembered, February 2nd, 3880 of the Holy Dragon calendar, was his birthday. At the same time, this day is also a festival in the Holy Dragon continent. The dragon raises its head. On this day, Zhang Xing turned 7 years old. Oh! This month has been really tiring. I've been busy researching the fusion of two types of magic while training Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai took until the 7th day of eating fish to reach the 4th level. He was probably too playful, otherwise 5 days would have been enough. But these 2 days won't make a difference. Xiaolong is still a child, and he can't watch them on Dragon Island all day. Over the next 20 days, Heibao performed quite well and trained Xiaobai hard in the trial field. Now Xiaobai has grown into a 5th-level dragon, but his personality and temper haven't changed, and he still loves to laugh. At night, Zhang Xing once again entered a state of harmony between man and nature. This time, Zhang Xing's fusion was not in vitro. Instead of allowing the two types of magic release to merge instantly through the bridge of mental power to produce a huge explosion. Instead, they completely merge in the body. Let them become one, you and me, I and you. After thousands of experiments, from the outside to the inside, he finally figured out some tricks. At this moment, Zhang Xing is a magic element, using his entire body as a medium to bring the two incompatible magic elements closer together. With the experience of in vitro fusion, it didn't take much effort this time to fuse the two elements together. As long as they are inside his body, they are a whole, and once released outside the body, they are like a magic bomb. At this point, Zhang Xing has truly achieved the dual cultivation of inner and outer things, and of magic and martial arts. Chapter 82 My Black Dragon is Sleeping. After more than a month of hard training, any other magician would have died of exhaustion and vomited blood. But Zhang Xing is different. The cultivation of a high-level warrior played a crucial role. Moreover, under the super-intensive mental application, he also vaguely sensed the next realm of harmony between man and nature. This was also the most valuable gift he had ever given himself for his 7th birthday. On February 3rd, after more than 10 days of preparation, the instructors of the Royal Academy of Magic will lead all the students to hunt in Fred Forest. There were huge crowds of people outside the Imperial City Gate in the morning, and the elders from various families and royal relatives kept waving to the children. Be sure to take care of yourself and stay safe. Don't act alone, stick with the team. These children are their dearest and most precious ones. They are worried about taking them to such a dangerous place to hunt. Some mentors in the rear were constantly comforting the most powerful clan nobles of the empire. Zhang Xing's team consists of 20 people, all of whom are royal relatives. The original plan was for a team of 12 people, 6 warriors and 6 magicians. But Emperor Qix's relatives all came to him and insisted that their descendants be in the same team with Zhang Xing. The reason was simple: Zhang Xing had a dragon. No matter how powerful the monsters in Fred Forest are, they wouldn't dare to attack a dragon easily. In the end, Emperor Qix had no choice but to arrange 8 more people, all of whom were magicians. Therefore, the members of Zhang Xing's team became 14 mages and 6 warriors. After several twists and turns, and then several teleportations, he rode on a flying mount and walked for 3 days before arriving at the edge of the Felide Forest. Coincidentally, people from the Leiwu Empire Royal Academy were also present. There are more than 300 students on both sides, and the dozen or so instructors leading the teams are all senior magicians. After a polite greeting, each of them began to set up camp. In fact, they all know each other tacitly, and they compete with each other at this time every year. After entering the forest, the students not only have to face the attacks of monsters, but also have to be on guard against sneak attacks from the opposing students at all times. Of course, life and death are up to fate. They are inherently hostile and there are no rules. After a night's rest, all the students packed their equipment and entered Fred Forest early the next morning. Zhang Xing just wanted to act alone, and felt uncomfortable being with these princesses. Wake and Belle were also in this team, along with 4 delicate princesses and 6 warriors holding broadswords walking on the outermost edge. The territories of Warcraft in the Fred Forest are also divided into different levels. First-year magic students like Zhang Xing can only hunt in the corresponding areas. The territory of the Fire Cloud Leopard is ahead, everyone be careful, Wick reminded. Zhang Xing, summon your black dragon and let us take a look, Princess Dalini said arrogantly. Yes, hurry up and summon it out to have a look. The students from the 6 academies have all seen it, but the people from the Royal Academy haven't seen it yet. Princess Elsa had the same tone. Excuse me, Princess. My black dragon is sleeping now. He has a bad temper and will get angry if you disturb his rest. I can't guarantee what he'll do when he gets out. Maybe he'll eat you all. Zhang Xing was wearing a custom-made black magic robe, with his hands tucked into the wide sleeves, and spoke casually. He didn't look like he was here to hunt at all, but rather like he was here to appreciate the majestic scenery of the primeval forest. The two delicate princesses' expressions changed immediately. Why are you sleeping in the broad daylight? You ate us. Do you think a child can scare an adult? Zhang Xing, you dare to disobey our orders? Kneel down and admit your mistake immediately. Chapter 83 slapped the princess. Zhang Xing curled her lips and said, Why are you acting like a princess in front of me? Other noble young masters give in to you and even want to lick your feet, but I won't indulge you. You are not qualified to make me kneel. I don't even need to kneel in front of His Majesty Keith. Who do you think you are? These 4 princesses were born to the 4 wives of Emperor Keith. They have been precious since childhood. Who dares not to obey their orders? Hearing Zhang Xing say something even more arrogant than them, everyone in the team looked unhappy. Do you think you can be arrogant just because you are appreciated by His Majesty Keith? Do you think that just because you have a dragon you can't disobey anyone's orders? You are a country dweller. If it weren't for my father, you wouldn't be where you are today. You ungrateful little bastard. Princess Dalini started to go crazy, showing her genes of a shrew. Bang! Everyone's eyes blurred, and before anyone could react, Zhang Xing flashed in front of Dalini, stretched out his little hand from his sleeve, and slapped her hard in the face. Ah! Dalini screamed in pain and subconsciously raised her hand to cover the fingerprints on her face. She stared at Zhang Xing with wide eyes, full of disbelief. Everyone around was also stunned. Zhang Xing. He actually slapped the princess in the face? Incredible. Although the status of these princesses in the harem was not very high, once they left the palace, everyone had to serve them respectfully. Even Dean Yeager had to treat them with courtesy when he met them. Not to mention the common people and some nobles. But today, Her Royal Highness the Princess was beaten by a child. A few seconds later. Wick, Bell, Gary, Hill, tie him up for me. He actually dared to hit me. I will beat him to death. I'm going to beat this little bastard to death. Princess Dalini's face was distorted and there was a crazy and vicious look in her eyes. She jumped high on the spot and screamed with all her strength. Bang! Zhang Xing slapped him again with a loud slap, and said calmly, You curse and I'll slap you. If you have the habit of being a masochist, I'll help you. With a click, Dalini shut up. Zhang Xing, don't go too far. Her Royal Highness the Princess is the daughter of His Majesty. You are committing an insubordination. Senior martial artist Gary drew out his broadsword and stared at Zhang Xing viciously. Soon after, several other martial artists also showed their weapons. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense. What? You want to fight me? Zhang Xing put his hands back into his sleeves. Several martial artists subconsciously took a step back, tightly gripping their weapons, and said nothing. Zhang Xing, you are too arrogant. You hit His Majesty's daughter. It's clear that you don't respect His Majesty. You should be beheaded for this reason alone. Bell's face looked furious, but there was a gloating look in his eyes. Wick stood there with his hands behind his back, looking like he was watching a show. Although Princess Dalini is his half-sister, they are not in the same camp. Besides, this slap could be a big deal or a small one. If it happened to someone else, it would be a big deal, but if it happened to Zhang Xing, if he wants to make a big deal out of it, it will be very big. Of course, Zhang Xing couldn't be convicted for just this one thing. At most, he could just be demoted or something. But from now on, Zhang Xing will be hated by all royal relatives and nobles, and it will be impossible for him to develop in the imperial capital. Chapter 84 Run, little brother, there is a snake. A group of burly men holding weapons surrounded a child, but no one dared to attack. Zhang Xing smiled disdainfully. Beheading? You guys come and do it. Who's going first? You. Still you. Zhang Xing pointed at the senior combat masters with his chin, and each time he pointed at one of them retreated. Normally, a warrior wouldn't be so afraid of a magician, especially at such a close distance. The magician didn't even have time to cast magic before being chopped down by the warrior's sword. Even if Zhang Xing has a dragon, he shouldn't be so scared. Zhang Xing discovered that these warriors always looked at Wick beside them intentionally or unintentionally. However, he didn't pay any attention to the tricks involved and just took advantage of this topic to express his ideas. He waved his hand and left. I was just worried about finding an excuse to leave. The people behind him were dumbfounded. Why did he leave? Wick's eyes flickered and he did not try to keep Zhang Xing. Everyone else was hostile to Zhang Xing and could not speak. The 4 princesses immediately panicked. How terrible it would be without the dragon's protection. Let him go alone, it's better to let him go deep into the water and be eaten by powerful monsters. Princess Dalini said bitterly. What are we afraid of with so many of us? Hasn't it been like this in previous years? Will we die without him? Said a soldier. Okay, let's go hunting. Wick was a little surprised by Zhang Xing's strange behavior, but he couldn't guess the reason. The arrival of so many people in the silent outskirts of the Warcraft forest awakened a large number of birds, and they flew towards the valley of the forest. Not long after Zhang Xing walked away, he encountered some scattered low-level monsters. These monsters thought they could eat a delicious child, so they pounced on him viciously. What was waiting for them were just a few ordinary magic arrows. Zhang Xing left the corpses of the monsters and continued to move forward. The vast and lush monster forest stretches as far as the eye can see. Looking down from the sky, one can see the rolling mountains below, shrouded in clouds and mist. Compared to here, the forest over at Kimura's end was as small as a small grove. According to the senior magician who led the team, no one could reach the depths of the forest, not even a war emperor like His Majesty Keith. Zhang Xing had no plans to hunt in deep areas, as long as he could reach areas where 4th and 5th level monsters were active. If I were to walk, it would probably take me a month to get there. When he was about to summon He Bao out, a chaotic sound of footsteps was heard not far away. Zhang Xing withdrew his thoughts and looked ahead quietly. 10 seconds later, 4 figures ran towards him in a panic. When they saw a child alone, they all had puzzled looks on their faces. However, there was no time to ask anything, because a group of snakes were following closely behind them. Densely swarmed snakes appeared from the grass and on the tree trunks and branches, making Zhang Xing's scalp tingle. Run! Little brother, run! The snake is coming! 2 voices, one male and one female, sounded at the same time. All 4 of them were in their 20s, dressed as mercenaries. The 3 men held broadswords, and the woman wore a black robe with 4 magical flowers tattooed on her cuffs. They saw Zhang Xing still standing there blankly and thought he was frightened silly. The female mage ran over and reached out to pick up Zhang Xing. But at this moment, her eyes looked behind Zhang Xing and her outstretched hand stopped. The other 3 also looked behind Zhang Xing in horror. Snake, Snake King! The 3 of them hurriedly stopped and shouted at the same time. How could there be a Snake King here? It's a 3rd-level monster! A dragon egg-sized ice ball appeared in both hands of the female mage at the same time, ready to be launched at any time. Chapter 85 The Snake King Can't Eat Me. Just as they were running over, Zhang Xing had already noticed the unusual movement behind him. He was also wondering why there was the presence of a 3rd-level monster on the outskirts of the forest. At this time, the 4 men very righteously surrounded him and protected him. Brother Desi, quickly sprinkle the snake repellent! The female sorceress reminded. The burly man with the largest build quickly pulled out a small bow from his arms and sprinkled it around the few people. Melly, we are surrounded. Is there any way to get out? Desi grabbed the broadsword tightly with both hands and asked with a nervous look on his face. Desi, brother, there are too many snakes. I'm afraid there are tens of thousands of them. I can't do anything. Mary tried to remain calm, but her voice couldn't help but tremble. Why did we have to run into these damn snakes? It's over, we're going to die. Matthew, who was short and had a big nose, had a sad face and was mumbling. Brothers and sisters, please make way. Don't block me. I can't see. Zhang Xing tugged at the corner of Desi's clothes and said. Several people were a little amused when they heard Zhang Xing's words. Are you still watching? Do you think there are just a few earthworms outside? Little brother, be good and listen. Stay well in there. Your brothers and sisters will protect you, Mary said softly, her tone as if she was coaxing a child. Little brother, don't make trouble. There are a lot of snakes outside. It's scary. You'd better not look at it. Matthew looked at the snakes with vigilant eyes and spoke in a low voice. They are just a few small snakes. 2 fireballs can solve the battle. Oh. When they heard Zhang Xing's arrogant words, a row of black lines appeared on their foreheads. There are also a few small snakes. You are such a funny kid. There are thousands of them, including quite a few first and second level snakes. There was also a king snake that was 6 or 7 meters long, and as thick as an adult's thigh. Not to mention 2 fireballs, even 100 fireballs might not be able to burn it. Hiss, hiss, hiss! At this moment, several people heard 3 creepy noises, and then the snakes became restless. Oh no! The Snake King has sent out an attack signal! Several people shuddered suddenly, and cold sweat instantly soaked the clothes on the back. At least several hundred snakes flew out from all directions and shot towards them. These snakes ignored the smell of snake repellent on the ground, opened their mouths wide, revealing 2 sharp fangs, and bit hard. Be careful and save your energy! Desi's broadsword flashed, and a large number of snakes were chopped into several pieces, falling to the ground and still moving. The others also killed all the poisonous snakes in this wave. However, more and more snakes attacked, and after a few minutes, a thick layer of snake bodies piled up on the ground. The smell of blood filled the entire room, making it difficult for them to breathe. We must break out as soon as possible, otherwise the smell of blood will attract more monsters. Desi, who was in battle, said heavily after killing several second-level magic snakes that flew in from the sky. Several people nodded heavily, watching as countless snakes continued to rush towards them. Mei Li was still thinking about little Zhang Xing behind her. She reached behind her, but didn't touch anyone. She was startled. Then he felt around behind him twice, but still no one was there, so he quickly turned his head. Ah! The child is gone! Then I heard Zhang Xing's voice coming from not far behind me. I'm here! Swish! Several people turned their heads quickly to look. My goodness! This child ran into the sight of the Snake King. Little brother, come back quickly! The Snake King specializes in eating children! Mary shouted anxiously. It's okay, he can't eat me! Zhang Xing stood in front of the Snake King, staring with wide eyes, muttering. He's even uglier than He Bao! Chapter 86. Oh my god, this kid is a magician. To the surprise of Desi and the other 3, the Snake King did not eat Zhang Xing immediately. They didn't have time to think about it, they just killed the snake and retreated, trying to save Zhang Xing. The 3rd-level Snake King already has a certain level of intelligence. It keeps spitting out its tongue, as if it senses an unusual smell. At the same time, it is also constantly retreating. Huh! Why doesn't this big snake attack? Zhang Xing thought strangely. It is said that the senses of Warcraft are extremely sensitive. Could it be that he is afraid of a human? My aura is now hidden just like an ordinary person. This big snake shouldn't be able to sense it. Could it be the aura of black treasure? Thinking of this, Zhang Xing became more certain of his idea. I'm with He Bao and Xiao Bai every day, and I've signed a contract with them, so it would be strange if I didn't have their scent on me. A 3rd-level monster also has experience points for me. I can't let it get away. The Snake King seemed to know what he was thinking. Before he could take any action, it turned around, hissed twice, and ran away. After hearing the order, the group of snakes that were besieging the 4 people immediately stopped attacking and retreated like a tide in an instant. What's going on? The 4 of them were puzzled and shook their heads to indicate that they did not know. When they looked at Zhang Xing again, they were all stunned. Well, not only was Zhang Xing fine, but the Snake King was in trouble. The Snake King escaped quickly, but Zhang Xing cast magic even faster. Just as Desi and the other 3 were staring in amazement, Zhang Xing casually shot a small magic arrow that instantly pierced the Snake King's head. Puff! Blood is everywhere. Plop! With a sound, the King of Snakes who had just jumped into the air fell to the ground and died. Gain 80 experience points. Warrior experience value is 260, magic experience value is 200. Is this child a magician? The 4 Desi people were shocked. The 3rd level Snake King was killed by him in one move. What kind of accomplishment is this? As a junior wizard, Mary knew she couldn't do this. Desi and his companions were all warriors, so it took them a lot of effort to kill the Snake King. They walked over quickly, each looking at the child in front of them like curious babies. Little brother, what's your name? Who did you come with? Meili squatted down and spoke softly. My name is Zhang Xing. It's very dangerous here. Please get out quickly, Zhang Xing said in a condescending tone, with his hands folded inside his wide sleeves. Plop! Several people almost fell down after hearing this. They suddenly had an illusion, as if a senior with unfathomable cultivation level appeared before them. But then I realized that this was just a child. Being looked down upon by a kid, speechless. We are here to hunt magic crystals and earn money to redeem people. Zhang Xing stopped Meili before she could finish her words. Shh! Listen! Zhang Xing pricked up his ears and concentrated his mind. Several people also listened attentively. Desi immediately fell to the ground with his ears pressed to the ground. For 7 or 8 seconds, he heard an unusual sound. Oh no! There are a large number of monsters coming, and from the sound of them, there is more than one kind. Let's retreat quickly, Desi said urgently. It must be the smell of the snake's blood that attracted them here, said Matthew. No! That's not right! Something must have happened in the forest today, otherwise there wouldn't be so many monsters appearing in groups in the outer areas. Besides, even the 2nd and 3rd level monsters have escaped. Another Right who had remained silent spoke up. Stop talking, let's go, Mary urged. You can't leave. You are surrounded again. Zhang Xingtou looked around. What do you mean you are surrounded again? Doesn't that include you? Matthew looked at Zhang Xing sideways. Why does the way this kid speaks sound so awkward? Chapter 87. Wow, so many monsters are coming to my door. Of course not including me. I can leave if I want to. These monsters can't surround me, Zhang Xing said with a faint smile. Oh my god, whose child is this? He brags without blinking an eye. Even as they were talking, 600 or 700 pigs with foot-long fangs swarmed out of the jungle. Not good! This is a fierce fang demon pig, a 3rd-level demon beast. Before Desi finished his words, all kinds of magical beasts rushed out from the woods in all directions. Fire bear! Crystal jackal! Chongyang leopard! Voldiu! Oh my god! I must be dreaming! How come all the 3rd-level monsters are coming out? This shouldn't happen. How could these monsters gather together? They all have their own territories. They will kill each other when they meet. This is really weird. Hurry up and climb to the top of the tallest tree, Matthew screamed in horror. It's useless. These 4,000 or 5,000 monsters can destroy all the trees here with one charge. We are really dead now, Meili said desperately. Fight them. Kill one and you'll get your money's worth. Kill 2 and you'll make a profit. Desi brandished his broadsword and roared at the beasts that were charging at him. Come on! Come on, all of you! No, these monsters are controlled by people. Right, who rarely spoke, suddenly spoke. What? Being controlled by someone? You mean? Desi asked in surprise. If I'm not mistaken, there must be a beast tamer not far behind these monsters, Right said firmly. It's impossible for a beast tamer to control so many beasts. Matthew shook his head. What if we add his other identity, the necromancer? When they heard the word necromancer, a feeling of horror arose in the hearts of the other 3 people. What? Undead mages, didn't they disappear from the Holy Dragon continent? Matthew, who was very eloquent, started to stutter. It has disappeared according to the legend, but dark magic has not disappeared. Although it is taboo, there are always people who try to learn it. Look at the eyes of these monsters. Wright held the broadsword tightly in both hands, bent his knees, and was ready to attack at any time. Ah! Their eyes are all green! Mary exclaimed. The snakes that came here were frightened by the aura of these 3rd-level monsters. The higher the level of the necromancer, the higher the level of the monsters he can control, I don't think his level is that high. He's probably level 4 or 5 at most, about the same as us. Wright continued. It looks like we are not the only ones who are unlucky. Several students from the Imperial Royal Academy may also be in danger of their lives. Matthew sighed. Zhang Xing, are you a student of the Magic Academy? Mary turned and looked at Zhang Xing. I'm from the Tianqing Royal School of Magic and Martial Arts. Looking at the excited little Zhang Xing, Mei Li really didn't know what to say. This child was so strange that we were all scared to death. His expression was as if he had seen the most delicious prey. Are all the students trained by Tianqing country so bold? However, this child's magic is still very powerful, and he won't need their protection when the battle starts. That's great. Whatever I thought of came true. Now I don't have to run inside and kill them one by one. Zhang Xing burst into laughter. Just when Mei Li and the others were looking at Zhang Xing as if he were a fool or idiot, and were about to say something. The scene before them stunned them. Chapter 88 Xiaobai, it's your turn to show off your might. At this time, Xiaobai was listening to Heibao bragging on Dragon Island. Xiaobai, who has transformed into a human, is fair and clean, over 1.80 meters tall, and looks handsome and majestic. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged by the pond, drooling and with a longing look on his face, listening to Heibao explaining how crispy and delicious the meat of the monster was. Heibao acted like a boss, waving his hands constantly and blowing spit everywhere. When I was a kid, I went hunting with my master and encountered a level 3 demon bear. It was very strong and could sweep away a particularly thick tree with one blow. I was just a little kid at the time, I wasn't afraid at all, I just rushed over and beat him up. Guess what happened in the end? Xiaobai blinked his big eyes, listened with great interest, and asked, What's wrong? In the end, the demon bear knelt down and begged for mercy, crying, I don't even want to eat level 3 monsters. The master said that he would take us to the monster forest to eat level 4 or 5 monsters in the next 2 days. Master's grilling skills are amazing. Xiaobai, you have never eaten it. The demon bear meat I grilled for you is not only crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, but also has a salty taste. But I don't like grilled food, I only like frozen food. Xiaobai shook his head like a rattle. Can you eat the monster after you roast it? If it's crispy and delicious, then don't eat it. But if it's crispy and delicious, then it's still okay. Xiaobai thought to himself, what a happy life that would be if he could quickly freeze a magic wolf, and then swallow it in one gulp. Xiaobai, come out to eat! When Xiaobai heard Zhang Xing's call, he was excited. Ha! The master asked me to have a feast! He muttered in surprise, immediately transformed into a dragon, and disappeared in Dragon Island in a flash. Why are you in such a hurry? The monster can't run away. You have never seen the world. Ha! Heibao curled his lips in disdain. Heibao, don't be impatient. Let Xiaobai come out to train first. We'll let you out when we encounter a monster above level 4 or 5. After hearing Zhang Xing's comforting voice, Heibao felt instantly balanced. A white light flashed across the sky above the Warcraft forest. This is a dragon. Oh my god, I saw a dragon! It's the white dragon. Melly and the others looked up at the giant dragon that was more than 10 meters long that appeared in the sky and were stunned. Roar! Bai Long saw thousands of level 3 magical beasts around him and roared with excitement. Xiaobai, the hunt begins. Let's see who kills the most. Zhang Xing couldn't help but take action. Xiaobai gave him a smiling look in the air. Okay, let's compete. I will definitely kill more than my master. That's not necessarily true. As he spoke, Zhang Xing cast an attack acceleration and 2 shields on himself, then rushed forward. The surrounding monsters retreated in fear when they saw Xiaobai. Although they were controlled by the necromancer, right meant that it was not the undead magic that controlled them, but a potion. Therefore, the monsters have not lost their nature. But they couldn't escape the control of that compulsory drug. At this time, Zhang Xing and the others heard a strange sound in their ears, like the whimpering sound of wind whistling through a hole. The retreating monsters began to get agitated, and the green in their eyes became more intense. The next second, the group of beasts split into 2 waves. One wave cast magic to attack Xiaobai in the air. Another wave of attacks came towards the people on the ground. When Mei Li saw Zhang Xing actually rushed into the group of monsters, she hurriedly shouted, "Zhang Xing, come out quickly, you are a magician, not..." Before he could finish his words, he stopped with a click. They looked at Zhang Xing with disbelief. How is this possible? Is he a magician or a warrior? Chapter 89 Rapid Upgrade, Sky-Breaking Fist. Bang! A fire bear was knocked away with one punch. Kick a crystal jackal to death with one kick. A thunderbolt of lightning electrocuted the Chongyang leopard to death. A series of fireballs burned two bulls to death. Haha, Xiaobai, your dragon breath is quite powerful. It froze more than a dozen of them to death in one go. Master, you have to speed up. Xiaobai, I'm just warming up. You'll see me use my ultimate move soon. Matthew swallowed hard. Brother Desi, why can't I tell who the monster is? Mei Li opened her mouth and said, I think that child looks like a monster. Desi had a dazed expression on his face, muttering, That child is not a demon beast, he's a divine beast. Right said stupidly, Isn't Zhang Xing also a dragon? Desi, I think he should be a little Tyrannosaurus. Just as several people were developing rich associations, Zhang Xing finished his warm-up exercises. At the same time, light kept flashing on his body. Upgraded! Ding! Congratulations on being promoted to Junior Combat Master. Your current experience value is 0/2500. Ding! Congratulations on being promoted to a Junior Wizard. Your current experience value is 0/2500. Not only that, his experience points were still increasing, but they were reduced by more than half. Before the upgrade, killing one would give him 80 experience points, but now it was only 20 points. The Combat Master's experience value kept jumping up, 20 points. 120 points. 190 points. 1800 points. 2500 points. The same goes for magic experience points. So cool. Upgrade! Congratulations on reaching the Intermediate Combat Master level. Your current experience value is 0/10,000. Congratulations on becoming an Intermediate Wizard. Your current experience value is 0/10,000. From now on, there will be no experience points for killing these third-level monsters. Zhang Xing only felt that the strength of his body was infinitely increasing, as if he had endless energy. Heaven-shattering fist! Zhang Xing had never had the chance to use the martial arts he had learned from the system, so this was a good time to use them to see how powerful they were. Boom! A punch was thrown forward. It's fighting spirit! Dang! The broadswords in the hands of Desi and the other two fell to the ground without them even realizing it. They were shocked again. No! He can't be a dragon! A dragon can't possibly fight! He's almost killing us! He's barely 10 years old, right? Even if the four of us were put together, we wouldn't be able to defeat him. Today I really saw a god, the Warcraft Chaos, the Necromancer, the White Dragon, the Evil Child. All of these appeared at the same time. It's really unbearable. Matthew. I want to recognize him as my elder brother. No, I want to worship him as my master. That's right. Zhang Xing not only practices magic and mental strength every day, but also never neglects his fighting spirit. It's just that his fighting spirit is somewhat different from that of the warriors on the Holy Dragon continent. To be precise, that is dragon energy. Ever since he practiced the 3 dragon fist styles given by the system, Sky-Breaking Fist, Sky-Splitting Fist and Sky-Destroying Fist, a huge amount of dragon energy has been generated in his body. Taking advantage of today's upgrade opportunity, he felt that he could use the first move of Dragon Fist, Sky-Breaking Fist. Sure enough, the punch was so terrifying. I saw a group of Chongyang leopards in front of me being blown away by the power of the Sky-Breaking Fist. Matthew stared at the terrifying punch and said, Brother Desi, how many can you kill with one punch? Desi said dully, 3 or 4. Matthew. Brother Desi, how many heads did this kid kill with one punch? Desi. There are probably more than 20 of them. Matthew immediately threw himself into Desi's arms and burst into tears. Woo-woo, brother, I can only kill one. His fighting spirit is more than 20 times stronger than mine and 7 or 8 times stronger than yours. Wow, I don't want to live anymore. Chapter 90 Xiao Bai You win, the dragon breath is really powerful. In fact, Desi said too much. What he is best at is not fists, but swords. If I use my full-strength sword, I can kill 3 or 4 of those 7 or 8 meter-long monsters, and it would be good enough if I can kill 2 with my fists. The little white dragon was having a great time. After he initially spit out a few bursts of dragon breath, he stopped wasting the magic power in his body and instead used his main skills to bite. Although the magic sprayed by those monsters was small, they were outnumbered. Some of them contained pungent venom, and Xiao Bai doesn't want to get these disgusting things on his body. Dodge it if you can, if you can't, use dragon breath to block it. The monsters were torn into pieces by Xiao Bai's huge claws. Under his claws, the monsters kept wailing. They were afraid out of instinct, but they fought back uncontrollably. But they have no power to fight back. Bang! One tail down, sweep away all the enemies. Xiao Bai flew in the air, moving freely among thousands of magical beasts. Every dive would take away the lives of some magical beasts. More than half of the 4,000 monsters died quickly. At this moment, the strange whimpering sound came again into the sky above where they were fighting. Immediately, all the monsters seemed to be liberated and fled in all directions. Zhang Xing was enjoying the killing and he wanted to compete with Xiao Bai. How could he let these monsters escape so easily? Slow down! Swish, swish, swish. 6 consecutive slow spells were used to hold back the hundreds of monsters running at the back. Snowstorm. Swish. 3 consecutive level 4 magic blizzards instantly froze those hundreds of monsters. Seeing this scene, Matthew threw himself into Desi's arms again and sobbed. Brother Desi, I really don't want to live anymore. Compared to this kid, I have lived like a dog for the past 20 years. Desi. Yeah, I feel the same way. He can cast level 4 magic instantly like it's a piece of cake. If he was 1 or 2 years younger than us, it would be acceptable, but... When Xiao Bai saw Zhang Xing doing this, he also became competitive. Roar! With a loud roar, his body tightened in the air and then bounced. Xiao Bai swooped down like lightning. I saw a strong icy breath gushing out of his mouth. The ground was icy wherever they passed. Not only were the monsters frozen into icy blocks, but even the 1-foot-thick trees were covered with a layer of crystal-clear ice. Haha, Xiao Bai, you win. I don't have a dragon breath as long as yours. Zhang Xing waved his hand and Xiao Bai descended from the sky, transformed into a human form with a smug look on his face. Master, this battle was a great pleasure. I will bring some monsters back for Brother Heibao to eat. Well, go ahead. Xiao Bai rolled up a dozen magical beasts and flashed back to Dragon Island. Heibao, Heibao, I brought you food! Xiao Bai started shouting as soon as he returned to the island. When Heibao heard that there was food, he flew over. But he immediately pretended to be unhurried and said arrogantly, Oh, they are a few third-level monsters. I don't like to eat them. There are a lot more of them outside. My master and I have killed more than 2,000 of them. Xiao Bai showed off rarely. What? You only brought back 2 out of thousands. Oh, Xiao Bai, why don't you bring some more? These 2 are not enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. If you don't take them back, the owner will throw them away and they will be eaten by other monsters. No, I want to take them all back and freeze them at your place. We can eat them whenever we want. Heibao communicated with Zhang Xing and after getting permission, he slipped out of the space. Chapter 91 He actually dared to poke Heibao's head. Heibao, this guy, is always looking at what's in the bowl and what's in the pot, for fear that there won't be enough for him to eat. Zhang Xing shook his head, looking helpless. It is easy to change the country but difficult to change one's nature. In the blink of an eye, Desi and the others saw a big man with a black face appearing beside Zhang Xing. Moreover, this big man had an ugly appearance and a face full of anger. Their hearts skipped a beat. Oh no! This person was going to harm Brother Zhang Xing. Just as he was about to open his mouth to remind Zhang Xing, he saw the big man bow slightly to Zhang Xing and perform a very strange etiquette. Master! I'm here to get food! His voice was rough, loud, and his tone was cold. People who didn't know would think he was about to take action. Owner? Is he the little white dragon from before? How come your skin turned so dark in the blink of an eye? Maybe a chameleon? Very likely. Don't talk nonsense if you guys don't know how to do it. Is a chameleon a dragon? Yeah, that's true. Desi and his companions were whispering to each other about 10 meters away. But just when Heibao was about to clean up the monster's corpse, footsteps were heard outside the jungle, followed by a surprised shout. Oh my God! Your Highness Rick, the god of luck has blessed you. There are so many corpses of monsters here. Hey! You black-headed guy, stop it! Heibao ignored the voice and didn't know it was talking about him. Swish! With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen corpses of magical beasts entered the space. At this time, the owner of the voice ran over angrily, shouting, Big Black! Are you deaf? I told you to stop! Heibao turned around, somewhat confused. We were the ones who killed these monsters, so why didn't he let me take them? When they saw the person coming, Desi and his companions showed angry looks on their faces. The person who came was the follower of the eldest prince of the Leiwu Empire, Rick, and the lackey butler Su Stun. Sastin stopped in front of Heibao, and he was almost as tall as him. Black boy, didn't you hear me? Are you deaf or blind? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Sastin raised his head and nagged fiercely, tapping Heibao's head with his finger after every word. Heibao cannot attack humans without Zhang Xing's permission, which he had seriously promised at the beginning. But the anger in his eyes could hardly be suppressed at this moment. Who else but his master would dare to touch his head? That's not an ordinary head, it's a dragon head. When he first saw Heibao's face, Sastin was indeed shocked. But in order to lick the eldest prince, I have done anything even dangerous, so how can I be afraid of these things? I'm asking you a question, black boy, why don't you fart? Are you dumb? You fucking said. Su Stun continued to tap Heibao's head, and the muscles on the faces of Desi and the others beside him twitched with every tap. But there was excitement in their eyes. Just when he was worrying about how to take revenge on Sastin, he didn't expect that he was seeking death himself. Nima! That's a dragon! How dare you poke the faucet with your finger? This is not courting death, no one can save you, ha ha! Bite him to death, bite him to death! Several people shouted in their hearts at the same time. The eldest prince's lackey should have been killed long ago. He took a fancy to a 5th-level magic crystal in their hands and seized both the team leader and required them to redeem them with gold coins. The few of them had no choice but to continue taking risks to hunt monsters to make money. Chapter 92 Group attacks are not an option. The eldest prince of the Leiwu Empire, Lei Ke, is 25 years old, a senior combat master, and is highly regarded by the emperor. The butler Su Stun was very considerate, and found various ways to collect money for him all day long. Rick was very satisfied when he saw that Su Stun had used his gangster-like methods again. Just as his eyes were shining as he looked at the thousands of monster corpses around him, a shrill scream was heard. Ah, my hand! Turning his head quickly towards the sound, Rick's heart was shocked. Butler Sustin's left hand was broken at the wrist. The dark-faced man was holding the severed hand in his hand. Sastin felt unbearable pain and quickly took out a bottle of magic potion and sprinkled it on his wrist to stop the bleeding. He didn't see clearly how his hand was broken, but he felt a slight magical fluctuation. This is really outrageous. I am a mid-level mage, but I lost one of my hands due to a sneak attack by a black-faced man. It is such a shame and humiliation. We must break his limbs so that he can neither live nor die. Sastin retreated quickly, chanting a spell. Respected Lord God of Fire, your servant. What do you mean, servant or not? Your Lord Fire God is here. Heibao opened his mouth and a breath of dragon came out. Call! Sastin immediately turned into a fireball and was burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. Nag, nag, when you finish the spell, I'll have the urn and the pit ready for you. Heibao muttered disdainfully and turned around to continue collecting his food. Gah! The whole place was silent. The eldest prince had a look of astonishment on his face. The group of warriors and magicians he brought with him also looked shocked. Did Thurston just die like that? He is an intermediate magician, not just any cat or dog. Hiss! These people suddenly felt a chill. The big man with a black face is not an ordinary person. Swish, swish, swish. At the eldest prince's glance, the warriors drew their weapons. Walked towards Heibao step by step. The magicians made their own spell gestures and prepared themselves. Heibao, who was busy, turned around with a fierce look in his eyes. Zhang Xing had already secretly issued an order that once they took action, they would be killed without mercy. Looking over these people, each one of them was a whole level higher than him. There are 8 warriors and 6 magicians. No matter where they go, this lineup is a force that cannot be underestimated. If it were placed in St. Laurent Castle, it would probably be able to wipe out all the aristocratic forces there. It would be difficult for Heibao to cope with it if he didn't transform. After all, he can't fully utilize his strengths by relying on the human body. The eldest prince thought he had a sure win, and a smug smile appeared on his face. Black boy, I don't care who you are. If you kill my servant, you must pay with your life. Remember, the one who killed you is the eldest prince of the Leiwu Empire, Rick. Get started. Following Rick's order, 6 magicians took the lead in launching the attack. Slow down. Blindness spell. Body protection shield. Only 2 sounds of Bayu were heard, and the first 2 magic spells flashed on Heibao's body. The third magic created a layer of light curtain over the 8 warriors. Then, the 8 warriors smiled cruelly, swung their broadswords and slashed at Heibao from 8 directions. However, the next scene dumbfounded everyone present. Of course, except Zhang Xing. Heibao's body moved without wind, and at the moment the broadsword came, he flew into the air. The 6 magicians were stunned. His speed was not restricted at all. Was the magic ineffective? Before they had time to figure out the reason, they heard a roar that shattered their eardrums. Plop! The 2 magicians could not bear the sound that shocked their souls and immediately sat down on the ground. Chapter 93. Just one word, get out. After the other 4 magicians endured this fierce mental shock, they looked up at the sky again. Plop! They all sat on the ground in shock. The 8 warriors slashed the air with their swords, and after a slight pause, they used their fighting spirit to fly into the air following Heibao. However, with a loud roar, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in front of them. The black shadow swung his body, and the 8 warriors felt a powerful force crashing down on them. Bang! 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 8 people were killed by Heibao's tail. It happened in the blink of an eye, so fast that they didn't react and didn't know what happened. Is this a black dragon? The 6 mages looked incredulous, staring at the sky with wide eyes in horror. The eldest prince's pupils shrank and he stepped back a dozen steps. Black dragon! The 8 warriors had broken limbs and arms, and they didn't even bother to wipe the blood from the corners of their mouths, nor did they forget the pain. They looked up at the sky in horror, muttering to themselves. It's a dragon. Desi and the other 3 were shocked and a little stunned. How did the white dragon turn into a black dragon? No matter how hard they racked their brains, they could not figure out that Zhang Xing had 2 dragons. At this time, the eldest prince remembered the rumors about the black dragon of the Tianxing Empire, and the child named Zhang Xing. His eyes turned. You are Zhang Xing from Tianxing country? Zhang Xing did not answer yes or no, but said a word lightly. Roll! This word undoubtedly exploded in the mind of the eldest Prince Rick like a thunder from heaven. Apart from the Empire's great-grandfather Lei Zhantian, he had never been scolded like this by anyone else. Born in an imperial family, he was always the one scolding others, and others were always respectful and flattering to him. But now I actually heard the words, "Get out," from a child, and my self-esteem was severely insulted. But he had no ability to resist. I wanted to say something harsh, but I didn't dare. The terrifying black dragon in the sky was staring at him. The contemptuous, arrogant, and ferocious look in its eyes made his calves clench uncontrollably. He doesn't have the money to fight against a black dragon. He suppressed the anger and fear that filled his whole body deep in his heart. He gritted his teeth and uttered a word. Walk! A group of his men followed him away in embarrassment. When he walked a few dozen meters away, the eldest prince could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the thick tree trunk. Zhang Xing! I will never let you go. Heibao, that's enough. Why do you need so many level 3 monsters? Let's go inside and take a look. When Heibao heard this, he thought it made sense. Why didn't he think of that? But he didn't slow down at all. In the blink of an eye, he threw dozens of them into the space. Desi, big brother, sister Meili, the remaining 1,000 monsters are left to you to deal with. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Zhang Xing left them so many magical beasts to express his gratitude for their bravery just now. At such a critical moment, they still thought of protecting a stranger child, which shows that these people are kind-hearted. Zhang Xingxiao, brother, how can this be so kind? You killed all these monsters, we can't keep them. Yes, Master Zhang Xing, so many magical beasts are worth a lot of money. There must be a lot of magic crystals in their brains. Several people refused and said from a distance that they did not dare to come forward. That black and strong man who is as tall as an iron tower is a dragon. If he didn't think he could get along well with Zhang Xing, he would have run away long ago. Chapter 94. Everyone comes to grab the magic crystal. After a fierce ideological struggle, Matthew finally plucked up the courage to walk up to Zhang Xing. Plop! Kneel down. Zhang Xing was stunned. What was this for? Master Zhang Xing, please accept me as your disciple. I poof! Zhang Xing almost burst out laughing when he heard this. Brother Matthew, don't joke with me. Besides, I'm only 7 years old and my abilities are limited. Master Zhang Xing, if you don't accept me, I will kneel here and not get up. Matthew used the common tricks for becoming a disciple. Zhang Xing smiled gently and said, Then just kneel here. After saying this, he rode on the black dragon and disappeared from their sight in the blink of an eye. After waiting for a while, Matthew stood up dejectedly. Alas! I missed the chance to follow the dragon, but I will not give up. Even if I have to travel all over the Holy Dragon continent, I must follow him. Desi and the others shook their heads helplessly. Matthew was not only a nagging person, but he also had another advantage. He was very thick-skinned. Okay, don't waste time. Let's find the magic crystal first, and then pick up the most expensive part and take it away. Brother Desi is right, otherwise someone will come and rob us again. Meili said as she started to look for the magic crystal. I found one. I have one here too. Haha, we're rich. Once we have collected 200,000 gold coins, we will go and redeem the captain. But Saston is dead, who can we turn to? We can't even see the eldest prince, what should we do? Collect the magic crystals first, and then we'll find a solution when we get to the imperial capital. Several people quickened their pace and searched the head of each monster. Why do I hear footsteps not far away? Mary concentrated and sensed carefully. I heard some noise too. The 4 people came from different directions and heard footsteps nearby. Sure enough, within a few seconds, 4 groups of people arrived in the area. Wick, Bell, 4 princesses of the Tianqing Empire, some people from the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, etc. Lei Zhan, the Earth Dragon Knight of the Royal Magic and Martial Arts Academy of the Leiwu Empire, and others. There are also 2 mercenary groups that look very ferocious. Haha, Desi, you guys are just monopolizing this place. There are so many monsters here and you didn't even say hello. Humph! Prin, you guys from the Golden Lion mercenaries have noses as sensitive as dogs. I always run into you guys. Desi stopped what he was doing and stood up. The other 3 people also gathered towards Desi. Desi, you've almost got enough, please leave. Harvey, your Purple Wolf mercenary group should be more lenient. We will wait until you have the ability to fight. Desi has always been at odds with these 2 mercenary groups, but the relationship between the Golden Lion and the Purple Wolf is not good either. They are all for the development of their respective teams, sometimes working together, sometimes working against each other. Leave? It's not that easy. If you leave the magic crystal on your body, I might consider letting you leave. Lei Zhan walked out proudly with his hands behind his back. Who are you? You don't speak softly. Do you know who I am? Pulin is in his mid-30s, tall, and a junior warrior. He is well known in the mercenary community of the Leiwu Empire, and is known for his cruelty and ruthlessness. I know you are the leader of the Golden Lion mercenary group, but do you know who I am? Lei Zhan said contemptuously. After taking a look at Lei Zhan, Prin curled his lips and said, "Aren't they just the sons and daughters of a group of noble masters from the Royal School of Magic and Martial Arts? You can still show off your power as a young master in school, but here, humph!" Lei Zhan shook his head. "It seems that you look down on us students." "So what? If it were you seniors who have returned from the battlefield, I would still be a little scared, but you kids who haven't even fully grown their hair yet." Prince sneered, a look of contempt on his face. Chapter 95, Teammates Who Are Like Pigs. "If that's the case, then I have nothing to say. Just remember that my name is Lei Zhan, so you can die with your eyes closed," Lei Zhan said calmly. "Lei Zhan? Dragon Knight Lei Zhan?" Pulin's face froze and he blurted out. Except for the people from Tianxing country, everyone present was as shocked as Prin. They were all from the Leiwu Empire, and of course they had heard of the name of Lei Zhan, the rising star of the empire. "Yes, I am the Dragon Knight Lei Zhan." The 17-year-old Lei Zhan looked down on everything at this moment, as if he was the master among this group of people, insolent and incomparable. Pulin's mind changed. He heard that Lei Zhan had a 4th-level Earth Dragon, so he was not afraid with his cultivation as a primary war spirit. The key is his master Lei Dongtian, who is not to be trifled with. As the leader of the Golden Lion mercenary group, he could summon 1,000 or 2,000 people with a wave of his hand. But if Lei Dongtian sneezes, hundreds of thousands or even millions of soldiers will be mobilized. He is the Grand Marshal of the Leiwu Empire. Can't afford to offend, can't afford to get hurt. If I could establish a relationship with him, wouldn't my future path be brighter and brighter? Ha ha! So it's the famous Lord Lei Zhan. I didn't know about it before, please don't blame me. There are not many people in the current Leiwu Empire that I admire the most. Your Excellency Lei Zhan is one of them. At the same time, Your Excellency is also the youngest young hero with unlimited potential. Lei Zhan couldn't help but feel elated after being praised by Prin. His face became even more smug, and he said arrogantly, "You are smart. Don't think I will let you go just because you say a few nice words. However, since we are all from the same country, I will spare you for now. Now take your people and leave here immediately." "Wait a minute! Lord Lei Zhan, I see that the people you brought with you are not very good at hiding. Why don't you let us from the Battlemaster mercenary group help you?" "Yeah." Lei Zhan nodded. These people came to him on their own initiative, so it would be a waste not to accept them. It was time for him to win over some of them and make plans for the future. "Do you think we should ask the people from Tianxing country to leave first? It seems like they want to get something for free in the end." Prin leaned forward and whispered. "This?" Lei Zhan hesitated. After his last crushing defeat to Zhang Xing, he developed a deep fear of that extremely evil child. At the same time, I also hate him to the core. If that brat was around, the people from the Leiwu Empire would have to run away again. "Wick, why don't I see Zhang Xing from your academy? Isn't he here?" Lei Zhan asked. Wick's eyes turned, and when he saw the current situation, he immediately understood Lei Zhan's intention. But before he could open his mouth, Princess Dalini spoke first with hatred. "That brat ran away on his own. He relied on the fact that he had a dragon and didn't take us seriously. Sooner or later, we'll teach him a lesson. It would be best if he died here and was eaten by the monsters." My sister, you." When Wick heard this, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He was not afraid of godlike opponents, but he was afraid of teammates who were like pigs. And he couldn't get angry at his sister on the spot. If it were someone else, he would have slapped her away. Lei Zhan laughed, and he laughed very happily. He really wanted to thank that stupid princess. No matter whether Wick said Zhang Xing was there or not, he didn't dare to act rashly, because Wick was a very insidious person and had long been well known among his peers. If you just listen to his words and believe them, I guarantee you will suffer losses. Now that we are sure that the brat is not here, let's kill all the people in Tianxing country. You will see how you will report back then. What's more, there are 4 delicate princesses here. If you kill them all, everyone in the palace will hate Zhang Xing to death. Let's see how you can survive in the Tianxing Empire." Chapter 96, Necromancer. Wick looked at Lei Zhan's sinister smile, with the murderous intent in his eyes growing heavier, and felt a chill in his heart. Silly sister, you have killed us all. The people in front of you are not the servants in the palace who obey your orders. They are all hungry wolves who eat people without leaving any bones. It looks like I have to waste another teleportation scroll. I can barely take a few sisters away, but I can't take care of the others. Everyone, split up and send out a distress signal. Great Magician Bill will come to rescue us. It can be said that Wick has a particularly strong sense of danger. He quietly gave orders before Lei Zhan finished laughing. However, the performance of the four princesses was once again terrible. They grabbed Wick's sleeves tightly and said in a voice that was almost crying, "Wick, use the teleportation scroll quickly." The sound was not loud, but everyone present could hear it. Swish! The eyes of Wick's men and all the students of the Leiwu Empire's Royal Magic and Martial Arts Academy were all turned to them. No one wants to die, and everyone wants to follow the magic scroll. Wick wanted to escape during the chaos. At that time, everyone relied on their own abilities, and life or death was their own business. But things are different now. If I abandon them, I won't be able to explain to the elders when I go back. Just when he was in a dilemma, a particularly unpleasant laugh was heard. Hee hee. Don't bother, dolls. None of you can leave. This sound echoed in everyone's ears, making their hair stand on end, and they couldn't help but shiver. Who? Come out. Stop playing tricks. Some people shouted loudly to give themselves courage. I've been here for a while now. It's quite entertaining to watch you little kids quarreling. Oh, I really want to watch it a little longer. It's been a long time since it's been so lively. But I can't let someone leave. There are only 100 people, a little too few, but we'll just have to make do with them. As they were talking, everyone saw a man wrapped in a black robe slowly walking out from behind a big tree. I couldn't see his face clearly, but I could feel the breath of death emanating from this person. The right hand hidden in the wide cuffs held a skull staff, on top of which was a fist-sized black skull, eerie and terrifying. But what is even more terrifying is that with every step this person takes, the weeds under his feet wither, and the insects die. Ah, ghost! The four princesses screamed in fear, huddled together, and hid behind Wick and his companions. It's the necromancer! Right, who was standing by, pointed at the man in black robe with his right hand shaking in horror. Swish! After hearing this, everyone immediately stepped back 5 or 6 meters, and some people simply ran away. But they didn't run far before they felt something grabbing their feet and looked down. Ah! Ghost! I saw countless bushes on the ground rising and falling like waves, and broken skeletons crawling out of the soil, rushing towards those who were fleeing quickly. In panic, those people bombarded the skeleton with all their might, and pieces of bones and debris flew into the sky. However, countless skeletons swarmed in, and these people were instantly submerged in a sea of dry bones. This horrifying scene frightened all the young elites of the two empires. Hee hee! The terrifying and sinister smile rang in everyone's ears again, mercilessly striking their hearts like a death warrant. They would rather die at the claws of ferocious demonic beasts than become puppets of the legendary necromancer. Chapter 97. Zhang Xing arrives at a critical moment. Children, come into my arms! Join my army of dry bones, and I will grant you eternal death. No pain, no sorrow. Everyone's eyes gradually became blurry, as if they had become skeletons, and they mechanically walked towards the man in black robes. Come on! Children, give me your souls. From now on, you will neither go to heaven nor hell. You will gain eternal life in another existence. I saw a flash of green light above the withered bone staff in the black-robed man's hand. Everyone looked straight at the green light. Green light kept spinning from the empty eye sockets of the black skull, attracting them to enter like an endless space tunnel. Give your souls! Give your all, and you will rest in the kingdom of the dead! The man in black robe muttered a spell in a low voice. You can hear the excitement from his voice that comes from the heart. There is only one last step left to complete the magic ritual. These will be the first batch of undead subordinates I bring back to the Holy Dragon Continent. I'm back. He seemed to see again the moment that shook the Holy Dragon Continent hundreds of years ago. Betrayed, framed, poisoned, and on the verge of death, he was blessed by the god of darkness and inherited the undead magic from 1,000 years ago. After 100 years of cultivation, he succeeded in killing all his enemies. From then on, he began to like the feeling of controlling the fate of others. But the good times did not last long, as he was hunted down by those so-called just and bright holy wizards. He had no choice but to venture into the Warcraft forest, where he hid for another 100 years. Just as the man in black robe was feeling ecstatic. At the moment when everyone else loses their soul. Crash! Suddenly, there was a heavy rain. The green fire in the skull's eye sockets was extinguished in an instant. Ah! The black-robed necromancer opened his mouth and howled towards the sky. All efforts failed at the last moment. Damn it, God! Why is it raining at this critical moment? But then he smacked his lips. Wrong! Why does this rain have a strange smell, so pungent? It looks like urine? Then he stuck out his tongue and licked the falling raindrops. Yes, it's so sexy. Strange, the rainwater I drank before always tasted sweet and mellow. At this time, the students and mercenaries were also awakened by the rain. They realized that they had arrived here without knowing when, and they retreated back in horror. The black-robed necromancer discovered a strange phenomenon. It was not raining where those people were standing about 10 meters away from him. I looked up at the sky, and coincidentally, there was a black cloud right above my head. Unlucky! He muttered something and walked to the side. After walking for more than 10 meters, I still hadn't gotten out of the rainy area. Change direction. The black-robed wizard walked towards another place. At the same time, he looked up at the sky. When I saw this, I was stunned. Why is the black cloud following me? The others also had confused looks on their faces, not knowing what to say. What's going on? Is this a ghost? No one was in the mood to pay attention to this strange phenomenon. They were only thinking about how to escape. But there are countless skeleton soldiers everywhere. How can we escape? If you don't run away, you will be controlled by the necromancer and become a walking corpse. It's also a death. Charge towards the skeleton army, or you will die. Just then a student pointed to the sky and said in surprise, Look, that black cloud is coming down. Why did the black cloud come down? The others looked up into the air in confusion. It really came down! As they stared in amazement, the black cloud descended and stopped at a height of more than 20 meters. The dark clouds dispersed. Ah, it's Zhang Xing! It's the Black Dragon! He's back to save us! Chapter 98, Dragon Urine. Those who knew Zhang Xing cried for joy. Of course, the 4 princesses cried the hardest. Those who didn't know Zhang Xing looked at the sky in shock, muttering, Lord Dragon God has not forgotten his people. When evil appears, the messenger of Lord Dragon God will also come. Drive out evil! Save the world! In fact, Zhang Xing did not go far. Heibao told him in the air that he smelled a very disgusting smell. It is hidden very secretly in this forest. As long as you pretend to leave, the unknown thing will appear. Sure enough, not long after, they saw the black-robed wizard. When seeing him perform magic, Heibao knew from deep in his memory that the man below was an evil necromancer. So, Heibao came up with a clever way to disrupt Black-Robe's spell, using dragon urine. Haha! Your Excellency, the extremely terrifying necromancer, how does dragon urine taste? Zhang Xing said with a smile in the air. What? Dragon urine? Pa pa pa! Vomit! The necromancer felt even worse at this moment than if he had drunk dragon urine. He retched and scratched his throat with his fingers. Matthew and the others laughed out loud immediately. Some others held back their laughter and looked at the black-robed necromancer with strange eyes. The man in black robe vomited for a while, then stood up and shouted angrily. Little devil, get off my feet! Ha ha! Old ghost, climb up here! Zhang Xing didn't know much about the necromancer's fighting ability, so he didn't dare to go down rashly. He guessed that he must be very powerful, otherwise why would everyone be so afraid of him? He guessed correctly. The man in black robe was a high-level mage, just one step away from becoming the demon emperor. But such level of cultivation is not considered very high among several empires. The level of the necromancer is one aspect. The higher the level, the more undead he can control. But now he only has a large number of skeleton soldiers, no undead army. He thought that after Zhang Xing and He Long left, he could control these students, transform them into necromancers, and make them his first batch of subordinates. But he underestimated Zhang Xing and He Bao. He didn't expect that this child and the dragon were so smart. I was careless, so careless. The meat that was about to reach my mouth flew away. Negative emotions such as resentment, unwillingness, and loss filled his heart, and he wished he could eat Zhang Xing in one bite. But he was just venting in his heart, he had no way to deal with Zhang Xing. No! We are helpless against the Black Dragon. Just because the Black Dragon is immune to magic below level 5, he, a high-level Grand Mage, can only run away. There is a long way to go. Let's retreat today. There will be plenty of opportunities to establish an undead army in the future. Little devil, I'll spare you this time today. The man in black robe knew that he could not waste any more time. If he were to be noticed by the great magicians and war kings outside, he would be hunted day and night. Old ghost, do you want to run? Zhang Xing casually cast a slow spell, but the necromancer seemed to have no consciousness, and his figure gradually dimmed. Want to keep me? You are not qualified enough. Go save your seniors. Ha! Amidst the laughter, the figure in black robe disappeared lightly from the air. Looking again, the skeleton soldiers below were surrounding the more than 100 people and charging fiercely. Zhang Xing! Help! Zhang Xing! I was wrong. I apologize to you. Please come and save us. The pleading voices of the 4 princesses were heard from the crowd. No matter if they are an enemy or a friend, no matter if there are any grudges between them, save them first. He Bao, go down and save them! After receiving the order, He Bao swooped down and then swung his tail like a dragon. A large number of skulls were shattered into pieces. Chapter 99, Crushing the Skeleton Army. He Bao was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. With a slap of his giant claws, more than a dozen skeletons were crushed, and with a breath of dragon breath, a space was cleared. Those skeleton soldiers are just like paper, they break into pieces at the slightest touch. Zhang Xing was not idle either, but he did not take action. Instead, he was giving commands leisurely. He Bao, there are a lot of people over there. Oh no, there are a lot of skeletons, go sweep there. Left, spit on them. He Bao, go down and give them a blow like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. He Bao also became excited about the game and landed on the ground, starting to spin like a top. Swish, swish, swish. Puff, puff, puff. This kind of fighting style that crushed everything with laughter made those people become spectators. They all jumped high and waved their fists to cheer for He Bao. 10 minutes later, all the trees here were destroyed, and all the skeleton soldiers turned into bone fragments, piling up in a thick layer on the ground. Then the whole place fell silent, and only then did they realize that all the skeletons were gone, without a single one left. After a brief silence, they suddenly cheered. Whether they were from the Tianxin Kingdom or the Leiwu Empire, they all hugged each other. We survived! This is simply a miracle! Thank you, Lord Dragon God! Thank you, Mr. Zhang Xing! They all lined up consciously, and came forward one by one, either with the etiquette of a warrior or a wizard, all expressing their gratitude with the most respectful gesture. However, there were still a few people at the back of the crowd who had not come over. Lei Zhan, who had just been giving orders here, now had a gloomy look on his face and a complicated look in his eyes. It can be seen how conflicted his mood is at this moment. He is not as powerful as he thinks. The necromancer's 2 sentences made him lose himself, and he didn't even have the chance to summon an earth dragon. When the necromancer saw Zhang Xing, he said a few words and then ran away. This is the difference. He asked himself that he was no worse than Zhang Xing, so why was he not as good as him? If I had a black dragon, I would definitely do better than him. Thinking of this, Lei Zhan seemed to have found a good reason for himself. He snorted in his heart and said lightly, Zhang Xing, thank you very much. After saying that, he turned and left. Zhang Xing glanced at Lei Zhan without any expression and didn't care about his attitude. Everyone, return to the team. The necromancer may be watching us from some dark corner. Go back and report the situation to the instructors so that we can be prepared, Zhang Xing said, waving her hand. I'm leaving first. Everyone scattered in a hurry, each running faster than the other. The undead mage really scared them. If they formed a legion as mentioned in the legend of the Holy Dragon Continent, they could sweep across the entire continent. The first day in the Warcraft Forest was so thrilling. Although there were casualties among the students, the number was not large. Those who survived were extremely reluctant to take risks there again. The mentors who learned about the situation were also shocked. The appearance of the necromancer is definitely not a good sign. We can't continue hunting. We must immediately gather our team and rush back to the Imperial Academy. At the same time, I paid more attention to Zhang Xing's existence. At this moment, Zhang Xing entered Dragon Island, closed his eyes, and meditated. I was indeed a bit tired this day. Nothing happened all night. When I woke up and stretched my body, I felt refreshed. Xiaobai, you come out with me today! Xiaobai smiled slightly, turned into a white dragon, and floated beside Zhang Xing. Zhang Xing lightly tapped the ground and rode on the white dragon. With a thought, he appeared above the Warcraft forest. Head to the 4th level monster area! The black treasure disappeared in a flash, as if the black cloud had never appeared in the sky. Chapter 100. The monsters in the forest were scared away. Thinking of the terrifying necromancer, Zhang Xing suddenly felt helpless. I tried it yesterday and found that he was indeed not easy to deal with. Those auxiliary magics had no effect on him at all. From the aura, one can faintly sense a magical power that is no weaker than that of a great magician. If it weren't for the black treasure, he wouldn't be sure of defeating the necromancer. After all, there is a huge gap between their cultivation levels. Even if he is proficient in both magic and martial arts, and has achieved the unity of man and nature and spirit, he still has no confidence. Forget it, I don't want to think about these anymore. The most important thing is to upgrade the 2 dragons as soon as possible. At Xiaobai's lightning speed, he flew for a whole morning before he discovered the traces of a 4th level monster under the forest. This area is not small, it's enough for them to mess around. Let Xiaobai hunt a monster first, and see how many experience points he can earn. If there are too few, we will have to go deeper into the forest to look for magical beasts above level 5. Thinking of this, he commanded Xiaobai to pounce on a phantom tiger that was still looking for food in the grass on the hillside. By the time the phantom tiger noticed something, Xiaobai's huge claws had already arrived. Puff! Kill with 1 claw. Xiaobai happily flipped a few times in the air while holding the phantom tiger, and kept showing it off to Zhang Xing, just like a child who got 100 points in an exam and hopes to get encouragement from his parents. After praising Xiaobai for a few words, Zhang Xing raised his eyebrows. Damn it, just a little experience value! To gain 10,000 experience points for a level up, I need to kill 10,000 4th level monsters. It will take me a long time to finish killing them all. Looking around again, even a mosquito ran away, frightened by Xiaobai's dragon power. Let alone 10,000, even 100 would be hard to catch. At this moment, he really missed the necromancer. It would be a good idea to capture him and have him help him catch monsters. Unfortunately, the necromancer ran faster than the Warcraft, and no trace of him was found along the way. Let's go, Xiaobai, the level of the monsters here is too low, they are of no use to us. Xiaobai growled, and the huge dragon head nodded slightly to show its approval. Then they flew into the depths of the boundless forest. Over the next 2 days, as they continued to go deeper, they managed to hunt down several 5th level monsters. A fire fox, 2 gray wolves, and a violent ape king, that's all. When these powerful brothers saw Xiaobai, they immediately became soft-hearted and kowtowed and begged for mercy. Although Xiaobai has a relatively friendly personality, and is always smiling, he is a dragon after all. Hunting for food is in his nature, and he also has a cruel side. I looked at the attribute panel, and saw that the warrior experience points were 41/1000. Magic 41/1000, the same goes for Heibao and Xiaobai. Alas! The experience points given for the same level are not much, only 10 points. It seems that if you want to upgrade quickly, you have to think of other ways. Warcraft are just like humans, the higher the level, the fewer there are. Wherever they passed, most of the monsters were below level 3. Zhang Xing suddenly lost the desire to go deeper. Besides, it had been 3 days since he started talking, so it was time to go back. The return trip was much faster, and we reached the edge of the forest in more than a day. When I went down to take a look, everyone had left. It's all the necromancer's fault. A good training session ended just as it began. If it weren't for these students, those great magicians might have united and hunted down the necromancer. That necromancer was cunning enough. He didn't fight with Heibao at all. He was also very patient. He didn't get angry even after being peed on in the face. He acted as if nothing had happened. It can be seen how deep this guy's scheming is. Chapter 101: The Origin of Holy Dragon Continent. Zhang Xing was not in a hurry to go back to the college. He had finally come out for a while, so he decided to take a walk first. He also knew Emperor Keith's intention. He simply valued his dragon and wanted to tie him up in the Royal Academy to serve the Empire. As for those magic theory courses, if you study hard, you can finish them in a few days. He also thought about talking to Emperor Keith to see if he could skip class and ask for a personal leave or sick leave. Bohemia City is not far from here. Let's go take a look. It's the territory bestowed upon me by the Emperor. I've never been there before. Zhang Xing muttered to himself and turned to walk in the opposite direction of the imperial capital. Meanwhile, inside the imperial capital's Royal Academy of Magic, Emperor Keith made a scene by beating up those great magicians who were leading the teams. It's been 4 days. Where's Zhang Xingren? Didn't you say he came back first? Go out and find them all. Emperor Keith sat on an ordinary chair with a gloomy face, and his sharp eyes swept back and forth at the mentors. Your Majesty, as soon as Zhang Xing saw the necromancer appear, he rode away on his dragon. We escaped after a bloody battle, in which several students died. He is so despicable. Before this, he even stole other students' monsters. A tutor stood straight with his head slightly tilted forward, his right hand fingers pressed together against his chest, and spoke respectfully, confusing right and wrong. Okay, I don't want to hear this, send someone to find him. Emperor Keith interrupted the mentor, and waved his hand to drive them all out. After these people left, Emperor Keith changed to a comfortable sitting position and began to ponder. Hey! Zhang Xing. Maybe he was still young and had never seen such a horrific scene, so it's understandable that he ran away. It seems that I have to teach him strictly in the future and not leave him alone. A hint of disappointment flashed in Emperor Keith's eyes. Originally, he didn't believe what these instructors said. When Zhang Xing competed in the 6th Academy, he performed very bravely. That resolute face and deep gaze show that he is not a timid or cowardly person. But when asked in detail, his 4 daughters and all the other students said the same thing. This made him believe it about 50% more, and he couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. After waiting for another 3 days and still no sign of Zhang Xing coming back, he became more and more annoyed. Just when Zhang Xing turned and headed for Zijing City, he finally ordered people to send someone to look for him. Zhang Xing had no idea that these nobles and royal relatives were so shameless. This is not a good thing to fight for fame and fortune. They are really shameless to the extreme, using every opportunity to attack or belittle him. Emperor Keith shook his head, as if trying to shake off this little thing. He opened the more than 1 foot thick Chronicles of the History of the Tianqing Empire on the table, found the description of the necromancer, and began to read it carefully. A necromancer, also known as a necromancer or a ghost master, summons and enslaves the souls of the dead and turns them into undead creatures. 1200 years ago, evil undead invaded the Holy Dragon Continent. It took 100 years of war to kill all these necromancers who gained great power by selling their souls. The dead warriors and magicians from all countries have become their servants and transformed into demons. The war is getting more and more intense, and humanity is about to perish. A young man with short hair and black eyes appeared with his dark blue holy dragon. He saved humanity. In order to express their gratitude to him, people renamed this continent the Holy Dragon Continent. Chapter 102: My Territory, Bohemia City. Zhang Xing looked at the majestic and prosperous Bohemia City with its many attics and nodded with satisfaction. Such a prosperous place must be making a fortune every day. Emperor Keith is so generous. You won't know until you see it. Once you see it, you will feel overwhelmed. As the lord of a city, I should first understand the people's sentiments. After entering the main city gate, the two young soldiers guarding the gate kept their eyes on the young girls and wives passing by and didn't pay any attention to him at all. Young man, I understand. Zhang Xing put his hands in his sleeves and strolled on the street like an ordinary child. Various shops on both sides of the street are busy, and the street is bustling with people coming and going. Seeing the widest street not far away, Zhang Xing walked over. Wow! A street of restaurants. The streets are lined with 3-story restaurants, and from time to time the waiters come out from the door to greet guests. Dear guests, please go to the 2nd floor. Hey! Master Valen, you are here. Please come to the 3rd floor. Smelling the aroma, Zhang Xing's appetite was aroused. Let's go in and have a big meal. It seems like I haven't been to a restaurant since I traveled here. After taking 2 steps, he stopped again. It's a bit boring to eat out alone. Why not call those 2 greedy dragons out to eat with us? We should share the good times and the bad times together. When making friends and being brothers, loyalty is the most basic principle. He walked to the back of the restaurant and saw that there was no one around. He called out, and 2 young men, one in black and one in white, appeared beside him. Hey Bao Xiaobai, let's go to a restaurant. Don't call me master outside. Don't call me young master. I'm not used to it. Hey Bao. Master, what should I call you? Xiaobai looked at Zhang Xing intently with a smile on his face. Zhang Xing thought about it and realized that people who were prominent in their previous lives liked to be called boss. Then call me boss. Heibao and Xiaobai kept talking about the boss. They didn't know which title was more impressive, the boss or the young master. The 3 of them walked to the largest restaurant on the street and stopped. Let's go with this one. 3 distinguished guests, please go to the 1st floor. The receptionist saw that the 3 people were dressed in ordinary clothes and did not look like aristocratic officials, so he invited them to the 1st floor. Zhang Xing didn't care. They came here to eat, not to compete with anyone in status. I entered the lobby on the 1st floor and sat down at a random table. What would you like to eat? The waiter came in with a kettle of hot water and greeted them warmly. Zhang Xing picked up the cookbook, flipped through 4 pages, and then threw it on the table. Steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roast duck, roast chicken, roast goose, roast pork, roast duck, braised chicken, bacon, pine flour, tripe, braised meat. Sausages, assorted crispy dishes, smoked chicken, and steamed pork with 8 treasures. Give me one of each. If you don't have enough, ask for more. When Zhang Xing spoke in a clear and loud voice, the shop assistant was stunned. Wow! He's really good at talking, even more professional than me. Let's not talk about the fact that this kid knows the names of the dishes so well. Let's just talk about these things. It's all meat dishes. I can't say it's the most expensive, but it's not cheap either. Moreover, this amount is enough for 12 or 13 big men. 3 guests, can you eat so much? The 1st floor suddenly became quiet, and everyone who was eating looked at them with wide eyes. I wonder if they are going to eat it or pack it up for some noble young master to take back? Why can't you eat? Just do as I say. Zhang Xing slapped the table with his little hand, acting like a gangster boss. The waiter hesitated for a moment, repeated the names of the dishes, and then ran to the back hall to prepare food for them. Chapter 103, Foodies Heibao and Xiaobai. Now the people around who were watching the fun were eating and drinking and talking in low voices. That's a bit unreasonable. Are these 3 people here to eat a free meal? No, no! How is it possible? Who dares to come here and eat a free meal? Everyone in Zijing City knows that this is run by the mistress of the acting city lord, Mr. Holly. Even if they have the guts, they wouldn't dare to eat for free. Last time, there were a few ruffians who relied on. Hearing this, Zhang Xing couldn't help but sigh that there are such situations in other worlds. After a while, 4 steaming dishes came up. Sir, please enjoy your meal. The waiter quickly brought the dishes to the table and was about to turn around and leave when he saw the black-faced man pick up a bear paw. Shoo! Ah! The shop assistant tilted his head in shock. That was the palm of a 1st-level magic bear, weighing more than 10 pounds. He swooped it all away in one gulp. Then look at the fair-skinned boy. Swish! A breath of cold air blew onto the roast duck, the heat disappeared instantly, and the whole duck was frozen into an ice duck. Then, crack! Crack! He chewed the meat and bones slowly and savored them. Looking at the child again, the shop assistant breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there is a normal one. Otherwise, I would have been really scared and thought they were 3 monsters. Not bad, not bad, it tastes great. Heibao ate 2 of the 4 dishes, 1 bite at a time. What are you looking at? Serve the food quickly. Heibao glared at the waiter, who then came to his senses and turned around and ran away in fright. Oh my goodness, if Tianxing country holds a food competition, the big black guy will definitely win first place. After a while, 6 dishes were served. Then, as everyone stared in amazement, Heibao picked up the plate and devoured all 5 dishes as if they were rice. Zhang Xing and Xiaobai ignored Heibao's eating. They turned their faces away as if they didn't know this person. Ah! So delicious! Hey guys, you guys are too slow in serving the food, hurry up and hurry them up! Heibao smacked his lips, looking as if he was still unsatisfied. At this moment, he inadvertently noticed that the people next to him were staring at him with shocked expressions without eating. Heibao couldn't help but feel a little proud. Wherever your brother Long goes, he is the focus. Even an ordinary meal can attract everyone's attention. When the people around saw the black-faced man with an angry look, they were so scared that they lowered their heads to eat their food or drink their wine. A man held up a small wine glass and took a sip of wine. This attracted Heibao's attention and opened a piece of information in his memory. Liquor! Hey, hey, hey! Bring me some wine! Heibao called out at the top of his voice. The shop assistant came running over. Sir, what kind of wine would you like? Heibao's gaze turned to the first floor. That's it, 2 jars first. The shop assistant brought a jar of wine, and while he was wiping the sweat off his face, Heibao and Xiaobai gulped down the wine. I smacked my lips and it felt pretty good. Dude, this wine is great, give me 10 more! The shop assistant nodded mechanically and numbly brought 10 jars of wine. At this time, the rest of the dishes have been served. Zhang Xing and Xiaobai quickly brought the dishes they liked to him. Then 2 greedy dragons, 1 black and 1 white, started to drink, one offering the other a jar of wine. In less than a minute, Erlong drank all 10 jars of wine. Master! Boss, we have been so focused on ourselves that we have forgotten about you. Come and have a drink! As he said this, he was about to stand up and take the empty jar to pour wine for his master. No! Haha, I can't drink! Zhang Xing waved his hand. Hey! Boss, you're welcome, just have a drink. As he said this, he took a glass and started pouring wine in a pretentious manner. Hey! No more wine! Man! 10 more jars! Chapter 104 Master Peter. The noise on the first floor not only alarmed the shopkeeper, but also attracted customers from the 2nd and 3rd floors to come downstairs to eat. At this time, 2 girls dressed as students came in. Sister, look, there are so many people on the 1st floor. I wonder what they are doing. Let's go and take a look. Sister, you'd better stop looking. Let's go upstairs and have a meal. We still have a magic practice class in the afternoon. Just take a look. Besides, it doesn't matter where you eat. Just watch while you eat. Okay, sister. I can't really help you. You just like to watch the fun. The 2 sisters went into the 1st floor and saw that the only empty table was the one next to Zhang Xing. The elder sister hesitated for a moment, but was still pulled over by her younger sister to sit down. After ordering 2 dishes, the 2 sisters waited quietly. Hey! Fair and Schwer, you guys come and eat too! The 2 sisters looked up at the approaching person and their faces turned cold. It's Senior Peter! After saying that, he lowered his head and ignored Peter. Fair and Schwer are sisters, ordinary little nobles, and are in the 2nd year of a second-rate magic academy in Bohemia City, which is the intermediate magician class. Peter's family has a high status in Bohemia City. Apart from the power of the city lord's mansion, his family is the strongest. Peter was having dinner at a restaurant opposite. When he saw the sisters, he ran down from the 3rd floor and pretended to have met them by chance. The purest and most beautiful girls in Bohemia Magic Academy are none other than this pair of sisters. Peter has been coveting her for a long time. He is in the advanced magician class and has been pursuing Feyre for a year. In fact, he also wants to pursue Schwer. Feyre, Schwer, what do you want to eat? I'll treat you, Peter said generously. Who needs your treat? We have already ordered the food. Sister Schwer particularly disliked this lecherous Peter, and was not polite at all when speaking to him. Peter didn't care. The more it was like this, the more he liked it. It was so hot. Sister, they are all watching that big black guy eat. Yeah, I see, it's really edible. Peter looked up and was startled. Why is it this kid? Isn't he from St. Laurent's School of Magic? Why is he here? While hunting a few days ago, I met Lei Zhan, who was coming from another direction. Their family has some unclear interests with the Lei Wu kingdom, and Peter and Lei Zhan have similar personalities and get along pretty well. Seeing that he looked unhappy, Peter asked the reason. Lei Zhan didn't say much, but just gave him a chance to help teach Zhang Xing a lesson. Peter had seen Zhang Xing at the St. Laurent School of Magic with his father. He only heard that he was a poor child and did not know his other identities. He readily agreed on the spot, as it was not easy to take care of a child. What's more, you may not even be able to see him. But when he saw Zhang Xing, he had bad thoughts. A mocking expression appeared on Peter's face. You can tell at a glance that he's from the countryside. He made some money and came here to eat and drink lavishly. People with no manners like this should be kicked out. The dirty and messy pubs on the roadside are where they should go. Oh my! Master Peter, why did you come to our restaurant in person to have dinner? It really brings honor to our humble home. When the shopkeeper saw Peter, he came over and greeted him personally. This shopkeeper is no ordinary person either. He is the steward of the acting city Lord Holly and the brother of the restaurant owner Vina. He rarely shows up in restaurants, so it is a great honor to be received personally by him. Peter looked at Schwer and Feyre with pride. Sir Rupert, you are joking, haha. Master Peter, just order whatever you want to eat. This meal is on me. Haha. Rupert also laughed. Chapter 105: A Meal at a Sky-High Price. Although Rupert is the steward of the acting city Lord Holly, he is ultimately a servant. Peter is the eldest son of the first family in Bohemia City, so there is no comparison. Being able to make good friends with them is also very beneficial to him. In a word, they can benefit from each other. I'll just eat something with the two schoolmates, but the environment here is a little bit bad. Peter changed the subject and looked towards Zhang Xing's table meaningfully. Rupert's gaze shifted from the two sisters to the three black treasures, and he immediately understood what Peter meant. It seems that the eldest young master's old habit has come back again. He wants to show off in front of beautiful women, bully outsiders, and show his strength. This, if I don't help, Peter will definitely hold a grudge against me. Even if I help them, I don't know the background of Zhang Xing and the other two. What if I end up offending someone I can't afford to offend? That would be asking for trouble. After a little consideration, I decided to help young Master Peter. In Bohemia City, apart from the acting city lord and the Peter family, there is no need to worry about other families. Now that these two strongest forces have united together, who can they be afraid of? Haha, please rest assured, Master Peter, the dishes you ordered will be ready soon. Rupert called the waiter over with a smile and whispered. By this time, Heibao and Xiaobai had each drunk 50 jars of wine. They were asked to try all the dishes in the restaurant. Xiaobai, among all the dishes, I still think steamed bear paws are the best. Heibao, I think steamed lamb is delicious. Erlong was drunk, and his face was red. Of course, you couldn't see it on Heibao's face, but he was obviously drunk. Xiaobai's face was flushed, and his tongue was a little distorted when he spoke. Then order 10 more bear paws and lamb. As Heibao spoke, he shouted at the waiter to serve the food. The waiter came running over but didn't order any food for them. Instead, he rubbed his hands together and said, 3 of you, we've eaten up all the food in this restaurant. I'm so sorry, I don't have anything left, please settle the bill. Zhang Xing also felt that they had eaten enough. It was impossible for such a big restaurant to go bankrupt by them. They must be worried about not having enough money to pay the bill, so they came over to ask for money. Well, let's calculate how much it is. Three of you, what you are eating is a total of 880,000 gold coins. Boom! Upon hearing the price, the other diners were stunned. However, there were some smart people who rolled their eyes and roughly calculated that there were definitely not so many people. They were trying to dig a hole to bury people. Zhang Xing was stunned. 880,000? Oh my god, why don't you go and rob? There are many reports of tourists being ripped off at exorbitant prices on Earth. I didn't expect to meet him in another world. Dude, you did the math right. The food we eat is worth at most 10,000 gold coins, do the math again. The corners of Zhang Xing's mouth turned up, revealing a hint of sarcasm. I want to see whether you are just robbing a strange customer or there is something fishy going on. That's right, it's already been calculated. 43rd level Warcraft bear paws from the Warcraft forest, each worth 12,000 gold coins. 42nd level magical beasts, snow lambs, from the Holy Dragon Prairie Ranch. 8,000 gold coins each. Okay, stop nagging me and get your shopkeeper here. Zhang Xing interrupted the shop assistant's nonsense impatiently. It's not like he hasn't eaten monster meat before, let alone the 3rd level one. I'm afraid he hasn't even eaten the 1st level one. Even a bear paw of a 3rd level magic bear would cost no more than 10,000 gold coins. Half of that, 5,000 gold coins, would be a lot. Chapter 106. Dare to blackmail my boss and burn down your restaurant. I am the owner of this store. I guarantee that the bill I just calculated is correct. Rupert walked over with a forced smile. I know you are the shopkeeper. What I mean is to call your boss to me, Zhang Xing said coldly. Haha, if you can't afford to eat, don't come here. Why are you pretending to be a noble? Peter interrupted. What I despise most is people like you who have 2 gold coins in their pockets but don't know their last names. Especially a kid like you. Is it easy for a family to make some money? But you ruin the family just by eating out. Stop. Who do you think you are? How dare you teach me a lesson? I don't care what dirty tricks you have, this price is obviously extortion. Zhang Xing felt annoyed when he saw Peter's arrogant look. He didn't want to listen to any more nonsense, nor did he want to know what Peter's intention was in jumping out. He is planning to target this restaurant. If he doesn't teach you a lesson, how can he collect taxes in the future? If you keep ripping off the customers from outside, they will all run away. You all work for me. You earn less, so of course I charge less. Your restaurant is too much of a bully. Those bear paws and lambs are all raised on a ranch outside the city. They are not 3rd level monsters, they are just ordinary wild beasts. Swish! Everyone's eyes turned to the owner of the voice. At first glance, she is a delicate little girl. You are so brave to tell the truth. The customers admired the little girl very much. They knew that the dishes on the 1st floor were made from ordinary animals, and that they had to go to the 2nd and 3rd floors to eat monsters. But no one dared to say it, nor did they want to say it. It had nothing to do with them, so they just watched the fun. Schwer, don't talk too much. Sister Fair pulled the corner of her sister's clothes and reminded her in a low voice. It's wrong for them to do this. Look how pitiful that little brother is. Schwer said loudly and stubbornly. Fair was also helpless. Her sister was straightforward and too young to understand these dark tricks. Rupert's face immediately turned ugly. Little sister, be careful with your words. If you affect our restaurant's business, I will arrest you and bring you to justice. Our restaurant has been open for more than 10 years. Our prices are fair and we treat everyone fairly. Otherwise, how could we have become the largest and most famous restaurant in Bohemia City? If you don't want to eat, get out of here. Then he winked at Peter. Schwer, don't get involved in this. It has nothing to do with us. Let's eat quickly. Peter pushed the dishes on the table forward. Schwer wanted to say something, but her sister held her back tightly. Schwer, please stop interfering, okay? I beg you, our family can't stand your troubles anymore. Schwer's body froze, and the angry expression on her face slowly and helplessly relaxed. Heibao and Xiaobai didn't understand the ways of the world and just kept eating. But they could still understand what Schwer said. Heibao. Xiaobai, they want to blackmail the boss. Xiaobai smiled and nodded. Yes, they used ordinary animal ingredients to pretend to be third-level monsters, trying to extort the boss's gold coins. Heibao said viciously. I think they want to die, burn the restaurant down, and tear everyone here to pieces. Xiaobai smiled and said, You burn half and I'll freeze the other half. Let them die in agony. Bang! Everyone around was shocked. Two little brothers, you are so bold. If you open your mouth, you will burn the house down, and if you close your mouth, you will kill people. At first glance, they were the reckless mercenaries, and they didn't even bother to ask whose restaurant this was. It's over, you are in trouble. You could have just paid some money, swallowed the loss and left, but now, you can't leave even if you want to. Chapter 107. What? That kid wants to close our restaurant. Burn down the house? Kill people? Rupert laughed instead of getting angry. You burn it for me to see. I'm standing here, you tear it for me to see. Heibao, scare them, don't really burn it, these are all my property. Zhang Xing's mind moved and he reminded Heibao. I saw Heibao hiccup. Well. Suddenly a stream of fire burst out of his mouth. Fuck! It's so hot! Rupert's face changed and he quickly jumped back 3 meters to avoid the scorching fire. The diners were in a panic and immediately ran to the door to watch the excitement from afar. This dark-faced man is so brave that he can burn anything he wants. Peter snickered in the crowd, gloating. You guys are finished. You've pissed off the restaurant owner. The acting city lord won't sit idly by. Even if the dean of your college comes, he can't save you. Call the city guards to arrest them. They are so brave to cause trouble in Bohemia City. Rupert immediately assigned his men to call for help. The city guards patrol the streets every day and are responsible for maintaining public security in the city. This street in particular is a key protected area. But at this moment, a delicate cry came from outside the building. What's going on? What are you all doing here? After hearing the sound, the onlookers quickly moved to the sides. Mrs. Vina! Hello, Mrs. Vina! The person who came was the mistress of the acting city lord Holly, the owner of this restaurant. Vina kept nodding, she was very satisfied with these people's compliments. Now 30 years old, she can be said to be one of the 3 most beautiful girls in Bohemia City. City Lord Holly was completely bewitched by her. Whatever she wanted, Holly would try his best to help her get it. Mrs. Vina, these 3 people not only didn't pay for the meal, but also wanted to kill people and set fire to the house. Rupert took 2 steps at a time, ran up happily and said respectfully. Although the person in front of him is his own sister, this society emphasizes class differences. Not to mention brothers and sisters, even a father has to bow when meeting a son of high status. Oh! Who is so bold? Vina's face showed a lazy look, and there was no tone of concern in her voice. Madam, I heard that he is a student of St. Laurent's School of Magic and Martial Arts. Rupert whispered. Oh, they are from the Magic and Martial Arts Academy. They have no control over this place. Just deal with them as you wish. Don't worry. Vina glanced at Zhang Xing and the other 2 with a look of contempt and disgust on her face. The 2 drunkards were covered in grease and looked like low-class people. Zhang Xing knocked on the table. Are you the owner of this restaurant? Vina looked at the child she ignored, who was sitting there in a very arrogant manner, pretending to be an adult. That's me, kid, what do you have to say? I don't have much to say, I just want to inform you that this restaurant will be closed for rectification from now on, Zhang Xing said lightly. What? What did he say? Vina asked Rupert with a strange expression on her face. This kid said he wants to close your restaurant, Rupert said loudly on purpose. Coax! Everyone around laughed. Is this child sick? Who does he think he is? Ha! Vina also laughed, but it was a sarcastic laugh. Psycho! Call the city guards to take them away. Just as he finished speaking, there was a sound of orderly footsteps and the collision of armor outside. The city guards are here! Cross, cross, cross! 20 fully armed soldiers wearing armor and carrying blades walked through the spacious hall and entered the restaurant on the first floor. Arrest these 3 people. They ate without paying and threatened to burn down the restaurant with the intent to kill people. As soon as Rupert opened his mouth, he accused Zhang Xing and the other two of 3 crimes. Chapter 108 Heibao, Xiaobai beat them out. When the 20 city guards saw that it was an order from the city lord steward, how could they not obey? What's more, there was a bigger figure nearby, watching their performance arrogantly. Hula! They quickly surrounded Zhang Xing and the other two. If you're smart, come with us and don't let us take action, the city guard leader said coldly with an expressionless face. He was speaking to Heibao and Xiaobai, but the one answering was a little child. What if we don't leave? His eyes turned to Zhang Xing. Oh, so this kid is the head of the family. I don't know which family he is from. You are unlucky. You have offended the wrong person. You don't have to leave. I will add another charge against you, resisting arrest. I will kill you on the spot. Zhang Xing raised his lips and said, You want to arrest people without asking for the reason. Are you city guards working for Zijing City or for this restaurant? Don't waste time talking to them, just take them away quickly, I still have business to do. Vina shouted impatiently. Yes. Mrs. Vina, the leader said hurriedly. Bang! Zhang Xing slapped the table with her little hand. Let's see who dares, Heibao Xiaobai. If they dare, beat them all out. Okay, boss. It's a small matter, sir. Heibao and Xiaobai stood up drunkenly and said, Fighting is good. We love fighting the most, especially after drinking a little wine. 2 burly men stood beside Zhang Xing, and with Zhang Xing's intimidating aura, everyone suddenly felt that the kid was really the boss. Although they didn't understand the specific meaning of the word boss, they could guess some clues. Swish, swish, swish! The city guards drew their iron swords and approached Zhang Xing and the other two cautiously. Superior! Following the leader's order, there was a flash of swords and sabers above the table. Then everyone felt their eyes blurry and heard a heart-wrenching clanging sound in their ears. After the noise, the onlookers were stunned. In just a blink of an eye, all 20 city guards were knocked out of the window. It's so awesome that he even dares to fight against the city guards. What ruthless people! They don't plan to get out alive. There are many powerful figures in the city lord's mansion, including no less than 10 high-level war spirits, junior great magicians, and junior war kings. Aren't these 2 young men who took action just like ants in front of them? Rebellion! Rebellion! You are dead! Rupert's face was gloomy, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly attacked. Few people knew that he, the butler and owner of the restaurant, was also an intermediate mage, just 1 major level higher than Zhang Xing. Ivy Binding! The 4th level wood magic has the effect of binding and paralyzing, and is the most effective weapon for catching criminals. Suddenly, a large number of vines appeared around Zhang Xing and the other two, and coiled around them like slender snakes. Humph! Don't think you can be so arrogant just because you knocked down a few soldiers. I just don't want to do it myself. Rupert looked at the 3 people who were about to be entangled with contempt, and said disdainfully in his heart. But the next second his face froze. This is impossible! How could 2 young men who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old break a 4th level magic? Those vines were burned to ashes by Heibao's fire. However, I know more than just this bit of magic. If I hadn't been concerned about the restaurant, I would have used my ultimate move to kill you little brats. With your limited experience, you are not qualified to handle this matter. Go find your acting city lord. Zhang Xing took a look and realized that he couldn't even figure out what to do with these minions. I thought the owner of this restaurant would handle the case impartially, but who knew it was an arrogant woman who came up and arrested people without asking any questions. Chapter 109 Acting City Lord Holly appears. We are not qualified. You call us Lord City Lord? Who do you think you are? If I can't even handle this little thing today, how can I explain to the City Lord? Although I have a relationship with my sister, the City Lord rewarded me with a stewardship position in the Outer Palace, but I failed to do my job well and lost this position. I am really going to starve to death. But we can't demolish the restaurant. Thinking of this, Rupert was extremely angry. If it weren't for that kid Peter, would things have turned out like this? By the way, where's Peter? When he turned around, he was even more furious. Peter was chatting happily with the pair of beautiful girls, but the girls ignored him and he licked their faces like a pug. Just when Rupert was in a dilemma, a majestic voice sounded outside. "Who dares to cause trouble in my Bohemia city? Don't you want to live? The city lord is here." Rupert was so excited when he heard the voice. Now that the boss was here, he would have no responsibilities. "City lord? I am the city lord, okay." Zhang Xing looked at a domineering old man who walked in arrogantly. Everyone around him was like they had met their real father or grandfather, and they couldn't wait to kneel down and lick his feet. "Lord City Lord, you have to make the decision for me." Vina pretended to briefly describe the situation. Although everyone knew about her relationship with the City Lord, she still had to pretend in public. After all, the tigress in the family of acting City Lord Holly is not someone to be trifled with. Holly is 55 years old, a junior Grand Mage, a smooth person, a management talent, and is deeply trusted by Emperor Keith. The previous City Lord died in battle, and he originally had a 90% chance of becoming the City Lord. But it was snatched away by a child out of nowhere, and it was a hereditary property. This made him feel worse than eating a fly. However, Emperor Keith allowed him to temporarily manage Bohemia City for 10 years and promised him more benefits, which helped him to find a slight balance. One of the benefits is not having to pay taxes for 10 years. He was in charge of a huge amount of finances. If he said the total harvest this year was 100 gold coins, then it was 100 gold coins. What can the city lord know about that kid who hasn't even fully grown his hair? Zhang Xing was a little confused. Did the acting city lord have nothing to do? Why did he come so quickly? Then his eyes moved around Vina, and he smiled thoughtfully. Whose child not only refused to bow to the city lord, but also sat there without moving? Now he dares to laugh at me? Holly felt that as a city manager of his size, it was beneath him to deal with such a small matter, so he had planned to show up a little to scare off the troublemakers. Now, those three people obviously don't take him, the city lord, seriously. This is not a trivial matter. It concerns his personal dignity. If he doesn't pin these three people to the ground and beg for mercy today, his prestige as the city lord will be destroyed. "Someone, call the leader of the knights over." Holly naturally couldn't catch anyone himself, otherwise what would be the point of keeping a group of people under him? The knights! The Bohemia Knights! The Bohemia Whirlwind Knights, who made Lewu Nation famous on the battlefield. These three people should wait to be tortured by the knights. How pitiful! The people around were whispering, shaking their heads and sighing. They were doomed now. Zhang Xing remained calm and composed. Heibao and Xiaobai behind him also restrained their breath and waited for their master's orders. He wanted to see whether everyone in Zijing City was of the same kind, unable to distinguish right from wrong, and no one dared to speak a word of justice. Just as he thought, in this world where the monarchy and aristocracy are in power, no one dared to challenge Holly's authority. Chapter 110. The leader of the Lingxi Knights is also a weakling. 3 minutes later, the ground began to shake and pedestrians on the street hid to the side of the road in fear. 2 teams of fully armed knights, riding on the same war beast, the unicorn rhino, arrived in front of the restaurant in a shocking manner. The windows of all the restaurants on the street were opened, and everyone poked their heads out to watch the show excitedly. "Ha ha! Come on, drink and watch at the same time. Looking at this dish is more delicious than eating anything else. Hit them hard, it would be best if you could destroy that restaurant." "Shoo! Are you crazy? Stop talking nonsense." It really proves the saying that people who watch the fun are not afraid of big trouble. Zhang Xing looked out of the broken window and saw a row of 3-meter-tall and 6-meter-long third-level magical beasts, the one-horned rhinoceros, with a 1-foot-long horn on their foreheads, staring at them fiercely. Heibao smacked his lips. He had never eaten this before. Cough! Zhang Xing coughed dryly, and Heibao quickly withdrew his gaze. "This is the monster that guards the city for us, and we can't eat it. Captain of the Knights Murphy pays respect to the Lord Mayor." With the sound of heavy footsteps, a dark-faced man nearly 2 meters tall, wearing dark metal armor and with a broadsword on his waist, walked up to Holly and bowed with the knight's combat etiquette. "Well, take these 3 people away." Holly just said a simple sentence. With a swish, Murphy turned around, drew his broadsword and walked towards Zhang Xing step by step. The people watching the excitement were so nervous that their hearts were in their throats. They could even hear their own heartbeats accelerating. Nervous, excited, cut quickly. There were also some people who couldn't bear to see the bloody scene. They sighed in their hearts and sympathized with Zhang Xing and the other two. On the count of 3, give up resistance, kneel down and listen to my orders. Otherwise, you will die. Murphy was filled with murderous intent, and his words were full of murderous intent. Seeing Zhang Xing and the other two still unperturbed, acting City Lord Holly couldn't help but reveal a strange look. Even if Murphy didn't show his weapon, his bloody aura could scare teenagers to tears. The child in front of him didn't show the slightest sign of fear. Instead, he looked at Murphy with interest. Hualin, who had seen all kinds of human life and was well versed in the ways of the world, vaguely felt that something seemed to be wrong. What is the child's name? He whispered to the butler Rupert. Your Excellency the City Lord, this. Rupert nodded with an embarrassed look on his face. Idiot, you don't know either, right? You don't know its origins? Holly asked in a stern voice. Reply to the Lord. Lord Peter said he is a student of St. Laurent's School of Magic and Martial Arts. Sweat beads flowed into the corners of Rupert's eyes, and his face was shaking with sweat, but he didn't dare to wipe it off. Yeah. Holly nodded slightly. It seemed that he was overthinking. Murphy walked to about 2 meters in front of Zhang Xing. At the same time, he had counted to 3. Seeing that the other party was as steady as a rock, he swung his sword without hesitation, aiming at the heads of the 3 men. Ah! Just as screams were heard from the crowd. Bite! A shocking scene appeared. The broadsword, which was 4 feet long and 1 palm wide, was easily caught by the child's 2 fingers. Not only that, the child just turned 2 fingers. Bang! Under the shocked gaze of everyone else, the broadsword made a crisp sound and broke. How is this possible? It's unbelievable. That's the sword that Captain Murphy asked a forger to make using black iron. This was not the end yet. A little girl of 5 or 6 years old suddenly emerged from the crowd and pointed at Zhang Xing. In a sweet, childish voice that would break an adult's heart, he said, You are Brother Zhang Xing. I know you. I saw your black dragon when I went to the capital with Grandpa. Boom! The whole audience was silent. Chapter 111 Meeting with the City Lord. Zhang Xing? Who is Zhang Xing? Except for the little girl who was talking, no one else knew Zhang Xing. But some people have heard of this name, but not many, only Holly and a few others know it. Zhang Xing broke the broadsword with 2 fingers. Although Holly was shocked, it was not earth-shattering. Besides, black iron is not a rare item, and there are many forging materials that are more advanced than black iron. That kid might just use a more powerful weapon to break Murphy's broadsword. When he heard the name Zhang Xing, his head exploded. Peter in the crowd was very curious. Is the name Zhang Xing very special? Why did the City Lord have such a strange reaction? If the little girl hadn't called it out, he really wouldn't have been able to remember the name. Lei Zhan said it casually at the time, and he listened to it with one ear and let it out with the other. Why would anyone remember the name of a poor kid? Are you Zhang Xing? Murphy, holding the broken sword, asked in surprise. Rupert, Vina, Holly and several others pricked up their ears and waited for the child's answer with wide eyes. Rupert and Vina, in particular, had sweaty palms. Yes, it's me. Zhang Xing held the broken sword and looked at it over and over again, looking relaxed and natural. Murphy swallowed and said, Zhang Xing from the Imperial Royal School of Magic and Martial Arts? Zhang Xing. Yeah. Dragon Warrior Zhang Xing? The first-class earl personally appointed by His Majesty the Emperor, the Lord of Bohemia City? Murphy's heartbeat accelerated and his speech speed became faster and faster. Yeah. It's me. As Zhang Xing spoke, he took out a purple gold identity token with a Bohemia flower engraved on it from his arms. Dang! Murphy's broken sword fell to the ground in shock. Plop! Murphy, leader of the Lingxi Knights of Bohemia City, kowtows to the Lord of the City. The commander has knelt, so how can the soldiers not kneel? Greetings to the Lord City Lord. All the knight soldiers inside and outside the house dismounted from their mounts and knelt in unison. The noise was deafening, and for a moment, the whole street became silent. A person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. Apart from all these, the crime of chopping the city lord with a sword alone would be enough to cost him his life. So, there is no need to kneel down, but you have to kneel down at this moment. Murphy is guilty of insubordination and deserves death. Please punish me, Lord City Lord. Zhang Xing ignored him and turned his gaze to Rupert. Rupert's heart trembled, and he subconsciously glanced at the Lord of Holiday City, only to see that he had no expression and did not say anything. Plop! Rupert knelt as well. Rupert, the steward of the outer house of Zhang City, greets the Lord of the city. Sweat soaked my entire back, and flowed from my forehead into my eyes. I didn't even dare wipe the sweat from my mouth. Rupert was terrified and scared to death. The real big brother came and offended him. It only took a word to deal with a small person like him. Zhang Xing looked at Vina again. Vina is in a state of confusion. Cough, cough. Holly coughed twice softly. Vina seemed not to hear anything. Her hands and feet were cold. Even if she took a spoonful of Luwei di Huanghuishan pills, it would not bring back her soul. Kneel down! Holly grabbed the corner of his mistress's clothes and pulled her to her knees. Vina came back to her senses and saw the housekeeper and her brother kneeling in fear. She then stammered, "Greetings, to the Lord of the city." Zhang Xing ignored these people and looked at Holly with sarcasm. Haha, it turns out that it's the city lord who has come in person. I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. Holly laughed awkwardly and just bowed slightly to show courtesy. He is the acting city lord, the duke, and the great magician. His status and position are equal to Zhang Xing, so there is no need for him to kneel down. Even if you make a huge mistake, you don't need to kneel down to Zhang Xing. While speaking, his eyes flickered between Heibao and Xiaobai behind Zhang Xing, as if he had noticed something. He had never seen such a dark person before, and he was sure that the black boy was the black dragon. Chapter 112. This restaurant should be closed for rectification. Thank you, Lord Holly, for your trouble in Bauhinia City. Zhang Xing sat there steadily, without moving an inch when these words were spoken. It was completely the tone of a superior speaking to a subordinate. Holly heard it and saw it, and he felt very uncomfortable. So infuriating. Although I had expected this day to come, I was mentally prepared. But actually face to face, accepting a child's praise. My lungs are about to explode. I endured it. You can stay in Bauhinia City for a few days. His Majesty Keith is looking for you all over the world, but you come here to play. I will report to His Majesty Keith immediately and go back to your school. What are you saying, Lord City Lord? I am only doing my best to serve His Majesty. The meaning of Holly's words was very clear. It was true that you were the City Lord, and it was also true that the territory was yours. But these are all your Majesty's, and I am serving your Majesty. It is easy for your Majesty to take it back. Just one word will be enough. You don't even need to say anything. Just a glance and someone will naturally find a way to snatch this position away. As for you, you little brat, if it weren't for the big black guy behind you, would I give you face? Okay, we're full. The food in this restaurant is average, but the service is okay. Zhang Xing paused here. Rupert, who was kneeling on the ground, was delighted when he heard this. It seemed that this kid would not bother with us. Then Zhang Xing's tone changed. However, there are still serious deficiencies in management. I heard that the phenomenon of overcharging customers is very serious. This phenomenon is very bad. It will affect the entire Bauhinia City catering industry. Am I right, Lord Holly? Holly's expression looked a little unnatural, but he didn't respond. Acting City Lord Holly, I think we should suspend business and reorganize it first. After saying that, he stared at Holly. Holly was so angry that he was itching. Damn it, this is forcing me to express my opinion. If I don't agree, I might go back and say something bad about me in front of His Majesty. I can still endure it. Well, what the City Lord said makes sense. We should tidy up things. Rupert, please stop business and conduct self-inspection until the City Lord is satisfied. Hee hee. Heibao opened his mouth wide and laughed happily. This smile was not a big deal, but it scared the onlookers and they all dispersed. Peter, hiding in the crowd, covered his face with his hands, tucked his tail between his legs, and slipped away with the crowd. He was really scared. He didn't expect that such a small kid could be so powerful. Fortunately, there was no direct conflict with him, otherwise the family would have been in trouble. I will definitely settle the score with Lejean later. He almost got me into trouble. Rupert was also cursing Peter in his heart. How damn unlucky he was to be so badly screwed by this guy. At the same time, Holly's impression of Rupert was extremely bad. He was still the butler, but he was such a blind man. If he was allowed to be in charge, the family would be ruined. Zhang Xing saw the pair of sisters in the crowd and waved. "Feier, Shuer, come here!" Feier was hesitating, and Shuer ran over and looked at Zhang Xing like a curious baby. "Ah, you are the city lord at such a young age? Are you a royal relative?" Feier walked over shyly and pulled her sister's clothes. "Shuer, don't be rude. Come and greet me." Shuer laughed playfully and stuck out her tongue. The two sisters bowed respectfully to Zhang Xing and Holly. "Shuer, Feier, come to the capital to visit me when you have time. I'm at the Royal Magic and Martial Arts Academy. I'll treat you to some delicious food from the imperial capital when we get there." "Shuer, we have already agreed that my sister and I will definitely go." The noble lords, young masters and young ladies, soldiers of the Lingxi Knights, and bosses and waiters of all the major restaurants filled the streets, all looking at the sisters with envy. Dorothy's family is going to prosper. Chapter 113 Side Quest Challenge the 5th Level Dragon. Arriving at the City Lord's mansion, Zhang Xing sat in the City Lord's seat, with City Lord Holly sitting next to him on the right. The housekeeper was holding a stack of thick account books and reporting the income at the seat below. Zhang Xing had no idea what was going on. He only remembered that he could earn 100,000 gold coins a month, and at the end of the year, he, the City Lord, had 1.5 million gold coins in his personal pocket. "Damn it, you are kidding me!" So he waved his hand in a magnanimous manner and said, "Forget it. I still trust you." Holly was secretly criticizing Zhang Xing again. The next morning, Zhang Xing took the teleportation array and left Bohemia City. There was no point in staying there, and Emperor Keith sent a message through the magic circle, urging him to go back to school. "Being the city lord is not as easy as I thought. I took it for granted. I thought that I could be the boss completely by myself now that I'm the city lord. Now it seems that's not the case at all. It's a very tricky situation here, and this old man Keith is a very cunning guy. Think about all the things Keith gave him. They're all just titles. None of them are practical. What's even more abominable is that the group of people in Zijing City embezzled all his gold coins. The second largest city in Tianxing country only has an annual income of more than 1 million. Anyway, he doesn't believe it. However, there is no time to settle accounts with them now. The 6 million gold coins in my hand will be enough for a while. It's important to improve your strength." A few days later, Zhang Xing returned to the academy. Emperor Keith encouraged him with a few words but did not say much. They attend classes as usual during the day, and enter the space as soon as they return to the dormitory at night and lock the door. Xiaobai and Heibao are constantly challenging the Golden Trial. A 6th-order Golden Dragon appears in the Golden Trial, and the battle costs 12,000 points. Heibao's battle score only rose from 3,000 points to 4,900 points, and Xiaobai's was 4,300 points. The difference is too big, we have to keep fighting hard. I opened the column of martial arts techniques and didn't see any changes. I learned everything I could. There is nothing in the store that you need to increase your experience points. When I opened the building column, I saw that a new building had appeared. Maybe it was opened when Xiaobai reached level 5. After thinking about it, I focused my attention on the construction project. Let's start building. I bought flower seeds of evergreen, purple rose and green radish in the store. A little build. Neat flower beds suddenly appeared in the streets and alleys of the castle, and then plants were planted bit by bit. In an instant, flowers bloomed all over the ground, and the fragrance was overwhelming. The vines of green ivy have climbed all over the walls of the castle, creating a lively scene. Ding! Greening the castle triggers a side quest. Sure enough, the system would not give out construction projects for no reason. Some previous guesses were now confirmed, and Zhang Xing was full of expectations. It would be best to have a simple task and then participate in the lottery, haha. The third dragon egg baby is coming. Little Zhang Xing rubbed his hands and waited, but the next task given by the system made him dumbfounded. Ding! The side quest is now open. Successfully challenge the 5th level dragon trial field. What? Let me challenge a 5th level dragon? Oh my god, this is not a joke. Level 5 is equivalent to the silver trial. It would be nice to give me a bronze mission. He still remembers clearly how Heibao was beaten when he challenged the 5th level red dragon. And these dragons are immune to magic, so he has no weapons and can only use his fists. 3 styles of dragon fist. It's okay if you don't want to challenge it. This task will always be there, and you can enter it when you have the strength in the future. But with the power to crush a 5th order dragon, who would challenge him? Coming to the Holy Dragon Continent means that you are destined to spend your life in challenges. It seems that you have never backed down when facing any difficulties. Of course I can't back down from this challenge. This is not my character. Done. Chapter 114. The weakness could be there. When Zhang Xing looked up at the 3 domineering characters, trial field, that looked like a blue dragon entwined around him, he walked forward with his chest held high without any hesitation. Ding! Do you want to start the challenge? Yes. Zhang Xing's straightforward response started an extremely difficult trial challenge. Boom! Boom! The clouds and mist in front of the trial field dissipated, and a 15-meter-long 5th-order ridgeback dragon appeared. It was covered in black scales, had bronze horns, and a particularly conspicuous black ridge on its back. The spine extends to a nearly 3-meter-long tail with no wings. On the huge head, there were a pair of big eyes like copper bells, which flashed with fierceness. Under the thick lips and jaws, there were 2 rows of sharp teeth with yellow and black colors. When the ridgeback dragon saw a tiny thing, it didn't stop at all. It roared towards the sky and rushed over with a shocking roar. Zhang Xing was not willing to be outdone. He summoned the dragon fighting spirit in his body and charged forward. When 2 brave men meet on a narrow road, the brave one wins. But just when the man and the dragon were about to collide, Zhang Xing's body, jumping in the air, flashed in an incredible way. The ridgeback dragon missed. It ran out more than 10 meters before it slowed down and immediately turned around to look for the little ant in its eyes. Are you kidding me? I won't go head-on with this big guy. Zhang Xing stood in the distance and waved at the ridgeback dragon with a smile. Come on, you big fool! I'll show you how I can get away from you. Being a brave person does not just mean having a brave spirit. Using an egg to hit a stone is not called being a brave person, that is called being a fool. With my current level as an intermediate battle master, challenging an intermediate battle spirit is a piece of cake, and I am confident that I can defeat a high-level battle spirit. But the fighting power of this ridgeback dragon is already equivalent to that of a primary war king. We can't fight it head-on, we can only outsmart it. Just like when Black Treasure challenged Silver Dragon, we need to find its weakness and strike hard at that point. If it hits my tiny body, I'd be crippled at least. Zhang Xing dodged while analyzing the battle situation. A dragon's weakness is different from other monsters. Most of them are underneath a weak scale. Calm down and concentrate. Heaven and man are one. Looking at the surrounding environment again, it has changed a lot from before. The air could sense the fluctuations of the ridgeback dragon's movements. No, it should be said that one could sense its movements a little in advance. When it pounces on you and tries to use its horns, you will find out the direction of the power in its body in advance. There is also the change in the air around it. However, I found that these seemed to be of no use and could not cause serious damage to it. Instead of dealing a painless blow, it is better to wait for an opportunity. The ridgeback dragon charged back and forth more than a dozen times, but didn't even touch the corner of Zhang Xing's clothes. It was furious, its sharp teeth dripping with sticky saliva, and its eyes burning with fire. As if he had used all his strength, his speed doubled, and he roared as he launched another fierce attack on Zhang Xing. Zhang Xing continued to tease the ridgeback dragon. At this time, he had observed the ridgeback dragon's entire body 8 times from all angles. But nothing was found. How could this be? Could it be that this king of land has no weaknesses? No, absolutely not. Suddenly, an evil idea appeared in Zhang Xing's mind. Could this dragon's weakness be there? Next, let's focus on the tail of the ridgeback dragon. He tried to punch the ridgeback twice at close range, within the reach of its tail. But the ridgeback dragon did not use its tail, and continued to drag it on the ground, as if it was protecting something tightly. Chapter 115. Working hard for that smart idea. Zhang Xing's eyes lit up. Many monsters would not give up guarding their weak points unless they had no other choice. There was clearly a good opportunity to severely injure Zhang Xing just now, but the spine dragon was very clear-headed and just turned around to bite. It is also possible that it believes that the child cannot pose a threat to it. No matter whether it is the weakest part or not, you must take action immediately, thoroughly enrage it, make it lose its mind, and finally beat it until it becomes incontinent. After making up his mind, Zhang Xing began to use all the means at his disposal. It helps with magic immunity, right? Then I will use magic arrows and lightning. They can't hurt you, but they can hurt you. Crack! A bolt of thunder from the sky instantly hit the ridgeback dragon, just like a soybean hitting a hard rock, without any effect. But what about a handful, a basin, a basket, or a truckload of soybeans? Suddenly, there was lightning and thunder in the trial field. If it rains, I will have lightning. This really annoyed the ridgeback dragon, and it hated the little grasshopper in its eyes. Just now, the ridgeback dragon suddenly had an idea and wanted to play a trick on Zhang Xing. It pretended to be indifferent and slowly approached, wanting to launch a surprise attack. How could Zhang Xing not see it? Just as the ridgeback dragon was within attack range and was about to take action. Bite! Zhang Xing disappeared in a flash. After a few times of this happening, the dragon back was filled with anger and had no place to vent it. Now he was struck by lightning, and his anger was rising to his head. But its eyes are still clear, and it has not yet reached the stage of losing its mind. Zhang Xing knew it was time to add fuel to the fire. Continuous fireballs! Haha, roasted ridgeback dragon alive! The overwhelming fireball instantly enveloped the ridgeback dragon. Wherever it rushes, the fireball follows. The entire trial field was filled with the sounds of angry moos and Zhang Xing's laughter. There is no other way to challenge like this. Not only that, Zhang Xing also used ice magic and freezing magic to turn a large area of land around them into an ice rink. Although it didn't cause the ridgeback dragon to slip so badly, it greatly restricted its movements. Unable to catch Zhang Xing, the sky was filled with lightning and fireballs, and running was not smooth at all. The ridgeback dragon began to pound the damn ground frantically. The ice on the ground was only about a foot thick, and it was destroyed by the ridgeback dragon in no time. Then the ridgeback dragon turned around and looked at Zhang Xing, with a hint of pride in his eyes. Oh my God! This guy is not stupid. However, your destruction speed is far slower than my casting speed. Level 4 Magic Blizzard! Zhang Xing's body flew to a height of more than 10 meters under the effect of levitation. He stopped other magical attacks and waved his hands. In an instant, heavy snow began to fall within a radius of 100 meters. The snow was so heavy that you couldn't see anything 1 meter away. As the spellcaster, Zhang Xing also could not see the ridgeback dragon inside. But you can sense a particularly strong energy in the heavy snow, that is the ridgeback dragon. Zhang Xing restrained all his aura and quietly lurked past. The ridgeback dragon attacked randomly in the blizzard, clearing a large area of space around it. The snow was already more than a meter thick, but it had little effect on the ridgeback dragon. But that's not important. What's important is that it lost its target. A bright white world in your eyes. Zhang Xing was getting closer and closer to the tail of the ridgeback dragon. Mirror image! He secretly used a 4th level magic, which was one of the new magics he learned after being promoted to an intermediate magician. This spell creates an illusion with the same combat power as the caster within a certain range, and can only attack once. But if hit by any skill, the phantom will disappear immediately. Chapter 116. 3 punches to get the 3rd dragon egg. The ridgeback dragon suddenly noticed that the little grasshopper in front of it appeared again. This time it did not pounce forward, but opened its mouth and spit out a breath of dragon. This is also a fighting habit of the ridgeback dragon. It will not use dragon breath unless it is extremely angry or in a dangerous situation. At the same time, when it uses dragon breath, its tail is raised high. Call! A fierce flame engulfed the phantom that had just appeared, and the ambergris venom dripping from the flame instantly corroded the ground into pits of various sizes. But just at this moment, an intense look of fear suddenly burst out in the eyes of the ridgeback dragon. Just as it was about to take action, drop its tail, turn around and use the inertia of its body to sweep the area behind it. Puff! Sky-splitting fist! Blast your ass flower! But the ridgeback dragon shuddered, his body tensed, and a variety of complex expressions of pain appeared on his face. The two big copper bell eyes shrank together and became cross-eyed. Then there were two more sounds. Puff! Puff! The huge body of the 15-meter-long ridgeback dragon began to shake, and the light in its eyes began to fade. 2 seconds later, with a loud bang, the ridgeback dragon fell to the ground with its head tilted. Before he died, he did not forget to look at Zhang Xing, who was walking towards him from behind. There was a hint of doubt and unwillingness in its eyes. The highly intelligent ridgeback dragon could not understand why it would die at the hands of a little child. Ha ha! 3 punches and it's done! Its weak spot is indeed at the bottom of the tail. Ding! Congratulations on successfully challenging the 5th level ridgeback dragon. Congratulations on getting 150 experience points. Congratulations on winning a prize draw. Haha, great, the dragon eggs are here again. Zhang Xing left the trial field with a smile and hurriedly opened the lottery system. As for the pitiful 150 experience points, he didn't care at all. It was still a long way to reach 10,000 points anyway. Start pumping the balls. Beep beep. Don't take any time off. Don't. Zhang Xing muttered to himself, his eyes fixed on the rapidly rotating cursor of the fruit machine. Beep beep beep. The cursor stopped on the smallest colorful dragon egg. System! Well done! Haha! This is my 3rd dragon egg. I wonder what kind of dragon it will be. I'm looking forward to it. Congratulations on obtaining a jewel dragon egg. Gem dragon? Zhang Xing had a question mark on his forehead. Build a level 1 gem dragon nest and hatch dragon eggs. Grow emerald fruit to feed the baby dragons. When I opened the construction column, I saw some more construction projects. Zhang Xing took a quick look and saw that they were all related to the gem dragon, so he clicked on the first construction item. But a colorful light flashed in the sky just south of Dragon Island. A towering mountain appeared there, with clouds and mist shrouding the middle of the mountain and a huge rock protruding from the top of the mountain. From a distance, it looks very much like a dragon head. A cave appeared in the middle of the rock, which was the entrance to the gem dragon's lair. Zhang Xing's mind moved, and he entered the nest, placed the jewel dragon egg into the hole, and waited for it to hatch the next day. Prepare the food for the jewel dragons in advance. They will be ripe by this time tomorrow, and the baby dragons will have food to eat when they hatch. When Zhang Xing came out of the nest, he saw the 2 brothers Heibao and Xiaobai pointing at the place not far away. Xiaobai, the master is going to give us a new brother. Heibao, it's not giving birth, it's hatching. Xiaobai, stop picking on words, they all mean the same thing. Haha, one more person to play with. Heibao, there's one more dragon to play with. Seeing Zhang Xing coming out, the 2 dragons ran over affectionately. Boss! Boss! Zhang Xing patted the 2 dragon brothers, and their bodies became stronger than the previous 2 days. The teenage dragons were growing up every day. If it weren't for the help of the system, these 2 dragons would still be in the young dragon stage, just like Zhang Xing, a little brat. Zhang Xing planted 5 emerald fruit trees at the foot of the mountain, waved goodbye to Erlong, and left Dragon Island. Chapter 117. Zhang Xing was kicked out of the classroom. The next day's classes were the same as usual, so boring. It doesn't matter anyway. I can't understand what I'm saying. I might as well memorize all these books during the day. The instructor also teaches according to the textbook. Thinking of this, Zhang Xing began to flip through the book. Zhang Xing was sitting at a table and chair in the corner, supporting his cheek with his right hand and turning the pages of the book one by one with his left hand. To outsiders, it seemed as if he was just bored and was reading books to kill time. Soon, part of his energy was focused on the book, but he didn't dare to flip through the pages like he did in the library. Even though the movements were slight and slow, they attracted the attention of the instructor and classmates. The students in the class who lied felt guilty towards Zhang Xing and had been avoiding him these days. When they saw him behaving like this, they didn't say anything. It was different for other students. They had not seen the great battle in the Warcraft forest, so their perception was completely different. Therefore, they were not very afraid of Zhang Xing. The instructor also shook his head, saying that this child's attitude towards learning is not positive. There's nothing great to achieve when he grows up, and being a city lord is the end of his life. That's only if His Majesty Keith is in power. Without His Majesty to look after him, it will be difficult for him to keep his position as the Lord of Bohemia City in the future. Alas! Without a solid foundation, you can't achieve great success. At this time, a naughty classmate in the class took a small stone and threw it at Zhang Xing. The instructor glanced at it without saying anything, and asked the student to remind him to pay attention in the lecture. But just as this thought came to his mind, the stone flew back. Bang! Oops! The student who threw the paper ball subconsciously covered his forehead. In a state of confusion. The instructor was also stunned, and then saw Zhang Xing still lazily flipping through the book. A nameless anger rose up in my heart. The scream attracted the attention of the whole class, and they all looked at the classmate. Well, what is going on? How did you get a big bump on your forehead? The student was in so much pain that he couldn't even express it. It was all his fault. The instructor looked at the swollen forehead and his face darkened, and his impression of Zhang Xing became even worse. Your classmates are just joking with you, they wouldn't use such harsh methods on you. How rude! Does he even take me, his mentor, seriously? I must teach him a lesson. Zhang Xing! Zhang Xing! Zhang Xing pretended not to hear, but he knew everything that happened in the class. When turning the pages of a book slowly, you don't need to use all your mental energy. Just a little bit will be enough. The instructor looked like it was all my fault. Instead of going to find the students who were causing trouble, he yelled at me. Ignore you! The instructor picked up the ruler and walked angrily to Zhang Xing. Bang, bang, bang! He knocked on the table 3 times. Zhang Xing, stand up! Zhang Xing stood up without raising his head or opening his eyes. You don't pay attention in class, and you even use magic to hit your classmate's head. You are not welcome in my class. Please get out. Zhang Xing sneered in his heart, he is the tutor, and he puts all the responsibility on me right away. How insidious. Get out if you want. Zhang Xing walked out of the classroom slowly. He never looked at the mentor from beginning to end. Attitude speaks for itself, no need for nonsense. Well, the tutor was also stunned. He thought Zhang Xing would admit his mistake, so he took this opportunity to scold him severely and show his dignity as a tutor. I didn't expect that this child would just leave without saying a word. He's quite stubborn. It's better to leave, out of sight, out of mind. Okay, let's continue with the class. See, you're so proud of yourself just because you won a duel between students. Students don't learn from him. Chapter 118 The Colorful Gem Dragon is Born. Zhang Xing walked out of the classroom and returned to the dormitory. The whole morning was filled with that tutor's classes, so he might as well not go. These past 2 days I feel like the teachers and classmates at school are looking at me strangely, and they don't seem very friendly. Logically speaking, since I saved a lot of classmates in the Warcraft forest, the teachers and the dean should give me some rewards when I return to school. Even if there is no award, you should at least express it verbally. But Dean Keith didn't say a word, and his attitude was obviously a little cold. Why is this happening? What went wrong? Unable to figure out a clue, Zhang Xing simply went into Dragon Island and closed his eyes to meditate. In the afternoon practical class, a great magician took various potions and explained to them how to prepare them. Zhang Xing was quite interested in this and started to study it seriously. If you want to be an excellent magician, you need to learn a lot of knowledge. For example, herbology, mining, alchemy, enchantment, formation, jewelry, and so on. The reason why the Royal Magic and Martial Arts Academy is a top-notch academy is that it is one level higher than the 6 major magic and martial arts academies. It's because there are a lot of things to teach and a lot of opportunities for hands-on practice. It all comes down to 2 words: money. Zhang Xing has only learned herbal medicine in the system and can refine a lot of pills. The system has not yet provided other auxiliary skills. However, in practical classes, teaching starts from the wizard level. Take herbology for example. If you don't learn the first dozen or so basic points, you won't be able to learn the rest. So, he was still confused. Anyway, get an impression in your mind first. You can't just skip every class and stay in the dormitory. Just learn slowly, finish reading the theoretical knowledge first. As for the auxiliary skills, hey! Just like St. Laurent's School of Magic and Martial Arts, you can't learn without credits. I have to go find Old Man Keith tomorrow to ask why he didn't give me any credits for the experience in the World of Warcraft forest. It seems like others gave me dozens of points. After dinner, as soon as Zhang Xing entered Dragon Island, the depressed mood of the day disappeared. In fact, he focused his main energy here and didn't really care about the affairs of the college. But I didn't get what I deserved, and I feel unhappy. Forget it. I don't want to think about these messy things anymore. Put aside these distractions and concentrate on waiting for the birth of the gem dragon. Heibao and Xiaobai also came over and surrounded the dragon egg with curious looks on their faces. Not long after, the slightly smaller colorful dragon egg began to emit 7-color light. Our little brother is about to be born, Heibao whispered happily. Xiaobai stared at it intently. Crack! 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 There were 3 cracking sounds, and 2 golden little hands and a little foot stretched out from the dragon egg. Then, he shook both hands and one foot vigorously. Bang! A super cute baby dragon was born. Wow! This baby is amazing. There is colorful light flowing all over his body. He looks just like a big diamond. She looks rather small, with droopy eyebrows, small eyes, a small nose, a small mouth, and her facial features are almost all together. When the baby jewel dragon came out, it was less than 1 meter tall, with bright eyes. He looked at the 3 people around him and sniffed. He said in a disgusting voice, "You are Brother Black Dragon, you are Brother White Dragon, you are a human! Wow! So smart!" Gurgle, gurgle! The gem dragon's stomach made a sound. Heibao and Xiaobai each took half of the eggshell and put it to the mouth of the gem dragon. Eat now, little brother! The gem dragon opened its mouth and started eating with a crunching sound. Ding! Congratulations on successfully hatching the gem dragon. Feed the emerald fruit to raise the young dragon to level 1. Chapter 119. I got rich and raised a treasure-hunting dragon. After the gem dragon finished eating the eggshell, it did not go to sleep like the other 2 dragons, but smacked its lips as if it wanted to eat more. Zhang Xing waved his hand, and 100 emerald fruits fell in front of him. Eat it, weird baby, these are for you. The jewel dragon's eyes lit up and it pounced over with a wolf. He picked up an emerald fruit and started eating it with a crunch, crunch. Huh! Why does it sound like eating ice cubes? Zhang Xing picked up an emerald fruit, which felt icy cold to the touch, and really felt like an ice fruit. Put it in your mouth and take a bite. Ka! Ouch! This is not a fruit, it's clearly jade. It almost hurt my teeth. Zhang Xing dropped the emerald fruit and rubbed his cheeks. It really is a gem dragon, it starts eating jade as soon as it is born. In fact, this is not real jade, but a very rare fruit tree. The fruits it produces are regarded as rare materials and used in different fields by alchemists and pharmacists. In a short while, all 10 fruits were eaten. Swish! A golden light flashed on the gem dragon's body, and it rose to the 1st level. Then he started eating again. Until the gem dragon reaches level 3. Zhang Xing stared at his little belly and said, "Wow, he is a foodie. 100 emerald fruits are nothing to him." Take a look at the properties of the gem dragons. Open the properties bar. Gem dragon, level 3 gem dragon, experience value 0/500. Type non-combat. Main body skills: Dragon Breath, Bite, Devour. Special skills: Find treasures, identify gemstones and rare metal grades. Hobbies: Collecting treasures. Upgrade method: Devour various crystal mines, gem mines, and metal mines. Non-combat: Treasure hunting. The main function of this dragon is to find treasure. Wow, haha! Zhang Xing laughed and danced with joy. I'm rich! I'm rich! Heibao nodded in agreement and said to Xiao Bai, every time the master gets rich, he goes crazy. Xiao Bai smiled strangely. Master went crazy after seeing my attributes. Does he want to sell me? Heibao gave Xiao Bai an idiotic look. Xiao Bai, you think too much, the master is not that stupid. Xiao Bai looked at Heibao in shock. Brother Heibao, you are so smart. You guessed the master's thoughts right away. It's amazing. Of course. I'm the firstborn and I know my master best. Heibao was very proud and looked extremely happy. Xiao Bai turned his head, smiled secretly, and patted Heibao's dragon but from time to time, which brought many benefits. The third-level gem dragon was still not as tall as Zhang Xing, less than 1 meter. At this time, the skin of the well-fed Bao Zhulongyan drooped, and it seemed that it was very sleepy. It's true, it must have been very hard for it to eat 100 emerald fruits right after it was born. A dragon is a dragon, so awesome. However, before Bao Shilong went to sleep, Zhang Xing still made him sign an equal contract and gave him a name, Jin Bao. The gem dragon gladly accepted it, then lay down in its nest and fell into a deep sleep. Looking at the cute Jin Bao who is sleeping, he has changed a lot since he was just born. Those colorful scales are all hidden under the skin. She looks like a normal person, but... Oh! I'm really embarrassed to take you out. How to put it, the enlarged small nose and eyes plus the pair of pointed ears make it look like a fox, with its eyeballs rolling around when it sleeps. If this happened on a bus on Earth, it would definitely be a key target of prevention. Among these 3 dragons, only Xiao Bai looks like a human being. Although Jin Bao is not a combat dragon, judging from the thickness of his scales, his defense is extremely high. God gave him the talent for treasure hunting, and although he didn't have any fighting ability, he would definitely make up for it in other aspects. Chapter 120: Asking for Credits. The next morning, Zhang Xing came to the dean's office and planned to ask Emperor Keith for credits. Why didn't he want the credits that he deserved? Bang, bang, bang! No movement inside. Knock again. Just as Zhang Xing raised his hand, a voice came. Stop knocking, the dean is not here! Turning around, I saw it was Vice President Jason Statham, who was as tough a guy as the movie star on Earth. You can come to me if you have something to ask. The dean only comes once a month. Jason spoke in a cold tone, glanced at Zhang Xing, then turned and walked downstairs. My office is downstairs. The dean told me when he left. If you have any questions in the future, you can come to me directly? When Jason saw Zhang Xing coming in through the window, he knew something must have happened. After entering Jason's large office, Zhang Xing had no time to appreciate the luxurious decoration inside. He said directly, Vice Dean Jason, why don't I have any credits for hunting in the monster forest? Oh, that's it. You don't really understand the rules of the academy. Credits are given according to the number of people in a group. Not only did you act alone, but you also came back late. Master Dean, please take care of you, or you will be punished. Jason said calmly. What? How come I didn't know about this rule? The instructor didn't tell me either. Zhang Xing became furious. Before coming here, everyone had a hunting rewards and punishments and safety precautions booklet in hand. Where was this rule listed in it? And no less than 3 instructors explained the safety precautions to the students. Mao didn't mention acting alone or being late. There is still punishment. If it weren't for me, how many people would have died? There must be something wrong here. If I can't figure it out, today won't be the end of the day. Jason did not answer Zhang Xing immediately. He was silent for a moment before he spoke. Due to the special circumstances this time, several vice presidents studied it and reported it to the dean for approval before making a temporary decision. I wonder what special situation the vice president is referring to? Zhang Xing stood in front of Jason's desk, but Jason didn't let him sit down. Zhang Xing asked 3 questions in a row, in an aggressive and unfriendly tone, which made Jason very annoyed. It seems that the rumors about this child being arrogant and domineering are true. You deserted the battlefield and abandoned your classmates. Not only do you not feel the slightest bit of shame, but you also come here with a righteous indignation to ask for credits? These deans and tutors don't want to talk about things openly, they just want to save your face. Oh no! I am just giving face to the dean. He is the emperor of Tianxing country. He personally promoted you. As a subject of His Majesty, how can you not stick to principles? Do we have to make things clear and cause unrest in the entire hospital? How embarrassed you make His Majesty feel. Zhang Xing, what's your attitude? How can you talk to me like that? Get out! Apart from the dean, who in the entire academy dares to speak to me in such a questioning tone? You, a 7-year-old kid, actually ran into my office and screamed. Who gave you the courage? But just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Jason saw the person coming and found that it was his full-time assistant who was responsible for handling daily work. Vice President Jason, it's time for the meeting. Jason nodded and waved to show that he understood. He stood up with a gloomy face, and left the office without paying any attention to Zhang Xing. Good, very good. You are playing tricks on me. I don't believe that I can't find out what's going on. Zhang Xing was also very angry. Damn it, just talk about the matter instead of beating around the bush. One moment he brings up this rule, the next moment he brings up that decision, as if I were a child and you think I'm easy to fool. Chapter 121 Black Treasure, Hit Me. After school in the afternoon, Zhang Xing waved and Heibao appeared beside him. Boss, what do you want? Come with me to beat someone up. When Heibao heard about a fight, his eyes lit up. The two of them followed the 2 classmates, about 1 meter away, and did not speak. These 2 classmates were among the group of people he rescued. Seeing Zhang Xing's gloomy face and a very dark-skinned big man, they felt scared. It's time to settle accounts. I didn't want to agree to those instructors in the first place, but they forced me to lie and promised me benefits. I forgot my principles for the sake of profit and agreed. Alas! It's too late to regret now. The 2 classmates quickened their pace, and Zhang Xing also quickened his pace. When they stopped, Zhang Xing also stopped. Finally, they couldn't stand it anymore and turned around and begged. Zhang Xing, please don't follow us, okay? We don't know anything. Another classmate said with a sad face. Zhang Xing, we are grateful to you from the bottom of our hearts, but there are some things that we cannot decide. Don't know? Can't make the decision? Zhang Xing snorted coldly. Heibao, let them know the consequences of being ungrateful. Since others can make the decision for you, I can make the decision for you too. Heibao clenched his fists and walked towards the 2 students with the attitude of a big bad wolf seeing a little lamb. Zhang Xing, don't mess around, my dad is. I don't care who your father is, beat Heibao up. Zhang Xing knew that words could not move their hearts, but fists could open them. Bang! Heibao's huge iron fist hit a classmate directly in the face. Oops! The student suddenly became a panda. One punch to both eyes, leaving them black and blue. But that's not all, his nose was drooping and his lips were swollen like 2 sausages. Blood gushed out of his nose and mouth, and his 2 front teeth retired gloriously. Of course, Heibao didn't use any strength at all, he just touched it lightly. The classmate cried out and immediately squatted down, covering his nose with his hands. He felt all kinds of sour, sweet, bitter and spicy tastes rushing to his taste buds. I have never experienced this feeling since I was a child. Today is the first time. It's so fucking uncomfortable. Gulp, gulp. He wanted to ask Zhang Xing to stop hitting him, but the sound he made was far from enough. Heibao shook his fist and looked at another classmate. You know what, it feels pretty good to bully people. Heibao felt that life with his master was so colorful, a feeling he had never had before in the depths of his inherited memory. Ga! Heibao laughed excitedly, and then slapped the student so hard that his face was covered with blood. But before he could do anything, the student fell to his knees. Master Hei Long, please don't hit me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied. It's all my fault. Please forgive me. Huh! Heibao imitated his master's tone and exclaimed, then continued. You know me? The student kneeling on the ground said in a panic. I know! I know! Your reputation as Lord Black Dragon is known to the world. Everyone in the entire Tianxing Empire knows it. When you were showing off your might in the Warcraft forest, I knelt down to send you my blessing. Heibao nodded with satisfaction. This boy is quite good at licking. I feel more comfortable when you lick me, but… Bang! The classmate was smiling flatteringly just a second ago, but in the next second, an enlarged fist immediately appeared in his eyes, and the smile turned into horror. Don't try to play tricks on me. You know I'm so powerful, but you still dare to lie? I can tell you're not sincere. Xiaobai is speaking from the bottom of his heart. Heibao glanced at him with disdain and muttered. Then he raised his fist again. Chapter 122 Brother Heibao is a fool with a lot of money. Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! I'll tell you what I'm saying! The classmate held his head and shouted hurriedly. But as soon as he finished shouting, he heard his own snoring sound, and his heart suddenly felt cold. Damn it, I couldn't even hear myself what I was saying, let alone Black Dragon. Fortunately, when people are anxious, their potential is endless. The classmate rolled over on the spot, but his mind was working very fast as he rolled over. Rolling once was not enough, he needed to roll at least 3 times. Even Zhang Xing was amazed at his swift movements. After rolling to the right position, he did a beautiful turn, then knelt on the ground, kowtowed and grunted. Zhang Xing understood that this was the rhythm of him confessing. Okay Heibao, this kid is going to be put down. As he spoke, Zhang Xing walked over and threw a small bottle of healing potion distributed by the academy. After a while, the student was able to speak and recounted the true situation in detail. Zhang Xing did not get angry immediately after hearing this. After sending away the 2 classmates, he began to ponder. People who are not in the same circle will never get along well with each other. They will try every possible means to attack you. If possible, they will even say that the necromancer is him. This is not alarmist, ungrateful, or a distortion of right and wrong. They are all daring enough to deceive their superiors and subordinates, so what else would they not dare to do? This is the human heart. Zhang Xing was walking aimlessly alone. Now that you know, what can you do? Go and have a clear discussion with Emperor Keith? No. No. Even if Emperor Keith knew the truth, he would not handle it impartially. Which of his 4 daughters, the children of the princes and dukes, can be dealt with? These are all minor matters. The most important issue is that this matter must not be exposed. The civil officials and military officers must not know that he, the emperor, has been deceived. I've figured out everything, but I can't let this anger go. I'll find a chance to get it back with interest. At this time in Dragon Island, Heibao was standing on a rock, and his already burly figure looked even taller. On the 2 small rocks below, Xiaobai and Jinbao listened attentively to Heibao's story. I punched him with 1 blow, and with a clang, all of his front teeth were broken. Heibao spoke with his fist in a very vivid way. Jinbao looked puzzled. What kind of monster has a mouth full of front teeth? Xiaobai. It is a special kind of human. He loves to lie since he was young. He often cheats others, so he grows a lot of front teeth. Heibao praised. Xiaobai is right. Jinbao rolled his eyes, said nothing, and continued listening. Heibao and Xiaobai still think I'm a child. Who would believe that? After Heibao finished bragging, Jilum went home to do his daily meditation. It's good to be a big brother. I teach the younger brothers every day. I need to read more books in the future to enrich my knowledge. Heibao returned to the nest muttering. Huh! Why do I feel like something is wrong? Heibao turned around curiously, and finally fixed his eyes on the pile of treasure. These are sapphires 1, 2. Black gems 1, 2, 3. Ruby. Emerald stone. As he counted, Heibao's eyelids drooped, and he fell asleep on the gold, silver, and jewels. Whoosh! Jinbao sneaked away from the darkness. Back in the nest on the cliff, Jinbao boldly took out a ruby, lay comfortably on his side on the ground, and started eating it with a crunch. It tastes good. Brother Heibao is stupid and has a lot of money, so he won't be caught stealing. As he said that, he took out another sapphire and started eating it with relish. Chapter 123 The Opportunity for Revenge Has Come. Zhang Xing figured these things out and developed a gambling stone street in the imperial capital. It was getting dark, but there were still crowds of people here, and the air above the entire street was filled with boiling heat. This place is not only a favorite place for young nobles, but also for people from all walks of life who all want to get rich overnight. Since we're here, let's just take a look around. We're not buying anything anyway. Walk along the street and listen. Have you heard? The Steele family spent a huge amount of money to purchase a large amount of raw stones from overseas. It took 6 days just to transport the goods from the dock to here. Who doesn't know about this sensational news? I heard about it a long time ago. TSK. What a big deal. Every day from morning till night, there are so many people gambling on stones. I also heard that a poor man from the countryside won an emerald worth 100,000 gold coins with a 100 gold bet. What a lucky bastard! But there is also a young nobleman who spent $1 million and still couldn't get it. Haha! You deserve this bad luck. Zhang Xing didn't pay much attention to the two businessmen whispering, but after a while he suddenly remembered the name of the family they were talking about. The Steele family? The classmate who was beaten by Heibao also mentioned the Steele family. Isn't the mastermind mentor called Steele Horton? The acting mayor of Bohemia City is Steele Holly. It turns out they are all a family. Zhang Xing's mind turned, and he looked at the tall store in front of him, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. The chance for revenge has come. I will let you go against your conscience and erase my achievements in the Warcraft forest. I was misunderstood as a coward and a deserter by others. They found a secluded place and called out the 3 dragons. Heibao, Jinbao, Xiaobai, I'm going to take you to destroy the place. Jinbao will be responsible for finding the valuable gemstones in the rough stone for me, and you two will be my bodyguards. When Heibao heard that there was more to play with, he immediately became excited. Xiaobai smiled even more brightly. He finally had the chance to come out and play. Jinbao's eyes rolled around. 2 kids and 2 big guys came to the Steele family store. There were 5 large characters carved on the plaque above the door from a piece of natural red jade. The word Kai is on the far left, the 3 words Ipin Pavilion are in the middle, and the word treasure is on the far right. Seeing 4 young masters in gorgeous clothes coming, the shop assistant ran over attentively. The 4 young masters have just received a large number of raw stones from our store. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Yes. Lead the way. Zhang Xing held a bamboo fan commonly used by noblemen in his hand, opening and closing it. The 3 dragons, Heibao, Xiaobai and Jinbao, were also dressed in golden robes and each held a small fan. Anyone who saw them would be 100% certain that they were the aristocrats among aristocrats. The nobility of the dragon race does not need to be pretended, it comes naturally, and every gesture is elegant and perfect. No matter how Zhang Xing pretended, he didn't look like one, but he was just a child and no one paid attention to him. When I entered the inner room, my eyes were dazzled. Wow, it was a garden-style trading place. Garden number 1 alone was more than 1,000 square meters. This shows the strength of the Steele family. Young masters, the prices are clearly marked. You are free to choose. No refunds. Please. Jinbao, find all the valuable gems in the stone for me. Zhang Xing's mind moved, and Jinbao's little eyes began to emit a mysterious and invisible light. Master, number 8 and 98 have top-grade rubies, the others are inferior and have no grade. Hey, cut those 2 rough stones for me. Zhang Xing paid 2,000 gold coins. Click, click, click! The professional stone cutter cut 2 pieces of raw stones that were more than 1 meter high in a short while. In stock. It's a top-grade ruby. I have both. What a lucky guy. You can earn 10 times more with a backhand move. You'll be rich. The people watching the fun nearby all looked at Zhang Xing with envy. Humph! This is just the beginning, the best is yet to come. Chapter 124 Sweeping Iping Pavilion. Zhang Xing pretended to look at each piece of raw stone and shook his head. There's nothing good here. If you buy anything, you'll lose money. Let's go to garden number 2. Regardless of whether or not those who gambled on the stone were watching the child in front of them with a smile, and no one believed it. When he arrived at garden number 2, Zhang Xing didn't waste any time and directly selected 3 raw stones. Wow! 2 green gems and 1 red gem appeared. It's amazing! The price of a piece of raw stone in garden number 2 is 10,000 gold coins, and it can be sold for 50,000. This young master has earned 128,000 gold coins. This kid has a knack for reading stones. Maybe he just guessed it. Let's wait and see. If he can accurately order the goods again, it means he is an expert. While these people were discussing, Zhang Xing rejected the remaining stones in garden number 2. Some people who were jealous originally wanted to try their luck, but after hearing what Zhang Xing said, they all watched with doubt. The shop assistant's face turned green with anger. There is freedom of buying and selling, and no restrictions on speech. He has no right to care about Zhang Xing shaking his head and talking to himself. Next, they came to garden number 3. The 2 children, Zhang Xing and Jin Bao, pretended to pick things. Master, there are more than 300 pieces of raw stones here, and only 1 piece is worth more than the principal. Jin Bao said secretly. What? Just 1 piece? The Horton family is too shady. The stone-producing rate is only 0.3%. Oh no, it should be called the profit-making rate. The value of the other rough stones is either roughly the same or 1/3 of the principal. Thinking of this, Zhang Xing's eyes flashed coldly. Tonight I will make Yiping Pavilion bankrupt. Hey man, I'll buy the rough stone number 38. After paying 100,000 gold coins, Zhang Xing waited quietly. The people around stretched their necks to stare at the raw stone being cut open layer by layer. Look, it's green! There was an exclamation from the crowd. Beads of sweat dripped down the shop assistant's forehead. After a while, as everyone held their breath and looked on nervously, a fist-sized green gem appeared before their eyes. Oh my God, it's a super emerald! The crowd suddenly became excited. Such a large emerald, and a super quality one at that, is worth at least 600,000 gold coins. He made 500,000 in one go. This kid is incredibly lucky. 700,000, I bought it. An old man in a black robe walked out from the crowd, with 5 golden rose flowers on his cuffs. Intermediate magician. The same level as Zhang Xing. 800,000, I want it. Another level 5 magician walked out of the crowd. Super emeralds of this size are rare. 1 million gold coins. I'll buy it. A vicissitudes of life voice came. The 2 magicians fell silent when they saw that no one was around. The person who came was a senior magician, who was quite famous in this circle. Make a deal! Zhang Xing accepted a universal gold coin card with a smile, making a net profit of 900,000. Wow! Those who are obsessed with gambling on stones and those who dream of getting rich can no longer suppress the madness in their hearts. They all rushed towards the rough stones that they liked. Then, everyone's eyes turned to Zhang Xing. Young master, please help me check if there is any goods in there. Help me too. And me. Zhang Xing put his hands in his sleeves and walked back and forth twice in the same place with square steps. There is a jadeite in the raw stone number 17, but it is only of medium quality at best, not worth 100,000 gold coins. We also have the rough stone number 39, which is as big as the tip of a little finger, and it costs at most 1,000 gold coins. There is not even a hair in the number 66 rough stone. Chapter 125. The raw stones here are all garbage. This last piece of your rough stone is okay. It can save your money. Zhang Xing named 13 pieces of raw stones in one breath, and those who wanted to buy them were stunned. Their expressions varied, but most of them had a look of disbelief. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Anyway, I mean well. There's nothing I can do if you don't listen to me. Zhang Xing knows the feelings of these gamblers. They won't cry until they see the coffin, and won't give up until they reach the Yellow River. I bought this one, I'm going to open it now. Then the person who could protect his capital spoke up. Not long after, a piece of top-grade amethyst was cut out from the raw stone. After being appraised by an expert, This piece of amethyst is a bit small and can barely be sold for 100,000 gold coins. Crash! Everyone in the audience looked at Zhang Xing. It's amazing! Among the remaining dozen or so people, there were two who didn't believe it and insisted on breaking the stone, resulting in 100,000 gold coins being wasted. This time, Zhang Xing's credibility doubled. Everyone looked at the shop assistant with a hint of anger in their eyes. Zhang Xing knew what these people were thinking. But he didn't dare to act like this, simply because he was succumbing to the reputation of the Steele family. In that case, let's add fuel to the fire. Let everyone be angry. Hey! The raw stones in garden number 3 are all rubbish. We can't buy them. Let's go to garden number 4 and have a look. Zhang Xing seemed to be muttering quietly, but it was loud enough for people around him to hear. A group of people followed Zhang Xing to garden number 4. Zhang Xing walked to a piece of raw stone and shook his head. After going around for a while, he didn't pick out any. Everyone else looked at Zhang Xing in confusion and sighed continuously. Young master, why don't you take action? Haha, can't you see it? Coax. Some people in the crowd were amused by little adult Zhang Xing's expression, while others laughed at him. Yeah, I can't tell any more. Zhang Xing looked disappointed. The shop assistant's mood immediately became better. I thought I had really met a grand master in gambling on stones, but I didn't expect he only knew the moves for the first 3 rounds. But just when everyone thought that there was nothing fun to watch and they were about to disperse, they heard Zhang Xing speaking again. I mean, there isn't a single valuable rough stone in the entire garden number 4. What? How is this possible? The further you go in, the fewer raw stones there are in the garden, and the more expensive they are. There are only a dozen or so fine rough stones in garden 8 and 9, and the prices are ridiculously high, but some people have also produced top-quality green stones. Yesterday, in gardens 4, 5 and 6, someone also opened top-grade phoenix tear amethyst and warm jade heart yellow sapphire. Yes, I saw it too. That man made more than 1 million gold coins. There was a lot of discussion among the crowd. Humph! Someone has opened it before? Is it you or him? Has anyone among you opened the best green? Gah! When everyone heard this, they all shut up. You looked at me, he looked at him, and no one said a word. Zhang Xing lectured them without any politeness, and almost said directly that those people were just shills. Look at your unlucky faces, it's obvious that you are being tricked. Young master, please don't speak carelessly, or you might end up swallowing a mouthful of stones. Our Steele family has been in this industry for 100 years, and our reputation has always been the best. Just look at the scale of our Epine pavilion and you will know. The raw stones are all imported from overseas and are personally selected by our appraisal masters. It is impossible that there is no valuable raw stone. At this point the shop assistant understood what was going on. It turned out that these 4 young masters were here to cause trouble. It must be the knife man hired by a colleague. Whenever someone like this is encountered, the master in charge of the store will step in and it will have nothing to do with him. Chapter 126 Master Jill's Challenge. Zhang Xing didn't waste any more time and marched towards yard number 5. The shop assistant followed Zhang Xing closely while secretly making gestures to the people in the store and wiping the sweat from his forehead. The 3rd and 16th, cut them up for me. The rest are all money-losing goods. Hearing Zhang Xing's increasingly outrageous words, the shop assistant's face turned pale. Master, please come quickly. If you continue like this, I will lose my job. The annual income of 8,000 gold coins plus the commission is nearly 20,000. Zhang Xing waved his small fan elegantly, found 2 more pieces of raw stones, and secretly comforted Jin Bao, who was drooling with greed. Jin Bao, don't be greedy for this little money. Tomorrow I will take you to the mines of these families for a big meal. We are here to take revenge. Jin Bao wiped his saliva and nodded with difficulty. He also knew that he could not reveal his identity in front of so many people. It is also his nature, he wants to eat gems when he sees them. But even if Zhang Xing was not comforted, he would not eat the gem in front of so many people. There is also caution in his nature. After the raw stone was opened, it caused quite a stir. Stone number 3 produced high-grade flame gold, which was urgently needed by mages for alchemy. It was bought on the spot by another unfamiliar mage for 2 million gold coins. The fairy thunderstone was produced from stone number 16 and was bought by a forging master for 2.2 million. Then, Zhang Xing quickly selected stones and cut them, and left without saying anything else. He knew that the upper echelons of Epine Pavilion had been alarmed and someone would come to stop him soon. The 7th garden, the 8th garden, the 10th garden. Done! Fortunately, these gardens are large, otherwise the people following him would have nowhere to stay. I roughly calculated the total income. The original capital was 6 million gold coins, and the net profit was more than 60 million. Haha, Mr. Horton, this is the price you pay for confusing right and wrong. Duh. Just then, a group of hurried footsteps were heard. The shop assistant was delighted and breathed a sigh of relief. Master Jill had arrived. Don't be too proud, little brat. What you earn first is not money. It is just temporarily placed in your pocket. Master Jill will take it back with interest later. Master Jill! Hello, Master! Everyone around bowed respectfully. It was going to be a good show. That young master was going to be in trouble. Master Jill is the senior treasure appraiser and senior magician employed by Epine Pavilion. The treasure appraisal industry can be regarded as an auxiliary profession for magicians, and its status is slightly lower than that of alchemists, blacksmiths, and animal tamers. Jill received a report that 4 young men who looked like young masters came to cause trouble. Jill was just bored and hadn't practiced treasure appraisal skills with anyone for a long time, so she felt a little itchy. But when he saw the 2 children in the center, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. How good can 2 little kids be? Just call other treasure appraisers. It's really making a fuss out of nothing. The shop assistant came up to Jill and whispered something. Huh! Jill looked surprised. At the same time, he looked at Zhang Xing again. Is it really that magical? However, he still didn't believe it. How could something so small be so magical? Judging from his level, he can be considered an intermediate treasure appraiser. However, children are just children after all. How much knowledge can they have? But there was no way to teach him a lesson here because he had picked up all the valuable things. Jill came up with an idea after thinking about it for a while. Kid, the raw stones here are all common things. I have some treasures in my collection, and even I am not sure I can tell the difference. Why don't we go and appreciate it together? Boom! The crowd was excited. Master Jill had issued a challenge. Chapter 127 Teacher Horton is panicking. At the same time, the whole street was buzzing with news. Haha! Epine Pavilion has to pay a huge price. It was severely slapped in the face by a kid. Currently, it is expected to pay at least this much. The clerk at Wanchafang across the street held up 3 fingers and said with glee. 3 million? An old customer said. TSK. The goods from 10 gardens are worth 3 million? The guy curled his lips in disdain. 30 million? The old customer asked in shock. The guy still shook his head. Is it 300 million? The old customer stood up from his chair and accidentally knocked over the teacup. The shop assistant smiled happily. This is just a conservative estimate. Their stone yield is only 3 or 4%. Do you know what this means? The old customer suddenly realized. Are you saying that Epine Pavilion is going to close down? Haha! With such a low chance of producing stones, would you go and gamble? At the same time, Teacher Horton was explaining magic to students in class in a vivid way. His eyes turned inadvertently, and saw the Epine Pavilion butler jumping up and down outside the classroom door. Did something big happen in Epine Pavilion? Holden put down his textbook and walked out of the classroom. When he finished listening to the housekeeper's story, his brows were tightly locked together. 2 children and 2 young men? What's the point of asking me to do this? Can't the treasure appraiser come forward? The housekeeper said nervously in a low voice. I'm just worried about what might happen. Don't I want to hear your opinion? Holden understood what the butler meant. Regardless of winning or losing, he wanted to kill these 4 young masters. Well, you decide based on the situation. Horton was about to turn around, but he seemed to have thought of something and turned around to ask another question. Have you found out about his origins? What does he look like? I found out clearly that he is not from any family in the imperial capital. He is probably from outside. Oh. Holden nodded with relief, and then when he heard the butler describe the appearance of the four people, he suddenly shuddered. You mean the kid who always acts mature and keeps his hands in his sleeves? There's also a fierce-looking, black-faced man beside him? The butler said, yes, twice in a row in surprise. Why did the second master act so shocked? It's broken! It's broken! It must be Zhang Xing who brought the black dragon here to seek revenge. I didn't expect this brat to be so vengeful. No, I have to go check it out. Leaving the housekeeper standing there in a daze, Holden hurried downstairs. At this time, Zhang Xing and his companions came to the outside of a spacious room. Go and take out the few rough stones inside. Jill ordered 4 guards. A total of 6 rough stones, each 1 person tall, were carried out. Old rules, each person chooses a piece, and the one with the highest value wins. But the loser has to give back the money he won from the store. Similarly, if I lose, I will pay you the same amount of money and things. If it's a tie, we can continue the competition. You can choose not to accept it, but you are prohibited from entering this street from now on, and our people will not guarantee your safety. The shopkeeper next to Jill, who had been silent, spoke up. Zhang Xing opened his small fan and fanned it twice. Jin Bao, do you see anything fishy? Master, there is no sign of cheating, but there is nothing in these 6 stones. Nothing? Impossible? How could old man Gil treat these broken stones as treasures? Master, you don't know that these 6 stones are half-living stones buried deep near the mineral vein. No matter how you look at it, it's definitely not an ordinary thing. Even the most skilled appraiser can't guarantee whether there is priceless jade inside. Then what can you see? Master, do you doubt my Jinbao's treasure hunting ability? Just listen to my choice later. Jinbao raised his little head proudly. Chapter 128. 1 gold coin is enough to win. Young master, you go first, and our master Jill will follow you. The shopkeeper was full of confidence, looking like he was sure to win. Zhang Xing didn't hesitate and picked one according to Jin Bao's instructions. Master Jill studies these stones every day and has some idea about them. Seeing that Zhang Xing chose the piece he was least optimistic about, he suddenly felt relieved. I choose this one, open it. Jill gave the shopkeeper a reassuring look and spoke. The tense, stimulating and exciting moment has arrived. The people around them had already settled the accounts for them. The winnings or losses in this round are 60 million. Such a large amount of bets are rarely seen in the gambling stone street in recent years, and everyone is waiting for the final result. They had different mindsets. Some hoped that Zhang Xing would win, and some hoped that Yiping Pavilion would win. Of course, most people hope that Yiping Pavilion loses, especially those who have been losing money here for years. After Zhang Xing uncovered the secrets of Yiping Pavilion, they were furious. But I dare not speak out. At this moment, a huge energy fluctuation suddenly emerged from the place where the stone was cut. Look! It seems like there's light coming out. That's Master Jill's stone. It's orange light. Something good is coming. Master Gil is going to win. That may not be the case. The child's stone has not yet been cut open. Tisk, I've cut it halfway and there's still no movement, nothing is coming out. The shopkeeper of Yiping Pavilion, several managers and employees all showed excitement. Ha ha! We are going to win. Then they looked at Zhang Xing with disdain. This little bastard who hasn't even grown all his hair wants to fight with Master Jill. He's courting death. Master Jill is indeed an extraordinary person, and his title of Treasure Appraiser Master is not for nothing. You can tell from his calm face that he has experience in dealing with such big situations. But just when they were getting carried away. Puff! The raw stone made a muffled sound, and a stream of orange energy spurted out and dissipated into the air. Master Jill's face froze. He looked at the energy gushing out with disbelief and muttered, How could this happen? This is the state before it forms jade. He shook his head and sighed. No wonder I couldn't feel it, it turned out to be the half-life stone. The shopkeeper and others looked stunned and confused. Master Jill failed. It's so miserable. The people watching the excitement around felt relieved, thinking it was just a false alarm, and thought Epine Pavilion was sure to win. Next it's up to the kids' stone. Those who hope Zhang Xing will win will be excited. As long as they can open any gem, they will win. However, after the entire stone was cut open, they were disappointed. Ha ha! Young master, you didn't win anything either. This round is a draw. On to the next one. The shopkeeper put his worries aside and said happily. Slow! Zhang Xing stretched out his hands from his sleeves, swung a small fan, opened it with a swish, and walked forward. He picked up a palm-sized piece of stone from the original stone with a fan and slowly walked in front of the crowd. Who said it was a tie? I found a piece of jade. Look! Everyone, including Master Jill, came over and looked at the rubble. I'll go! A jade crystal the size of a soybean. This also counts. Usually when I'm cutting rocks, I don't even bother to look at them, and I just ignore these common little rocks. Although it is also jade, the key is that it is not valuable. Hearing everyone talking, Zhang Xing looked at the shopkeeper with a smile and said, Shopkeeper, how much do you think this little bit of jade crystal is worth? The shopkeeper's facial muscles trembled, the corners of his mouth moved 3 times, and he took great effort to utter a sentence. Worth 1 gold coin. Hey! As long as it's worth money! Zhang Xing moved his wrist, and the gravel fell to the ground, and with a snap, the soybean-sized jade crystal fell out. At the same time, he closed the fan in a chic manner. Sorry, I won! Chapter 129 The Tragic Epine Pavilion. Boom! The crowd was boiling. Epine Pavilion lost! When one person took advantage of the chaos to shout, 2 more followed suit, and soon a large group of people joined in the fun and started shouting loudly. Master Jill stood there in a daze with a strange expression, as if he was laughing, but also as if he was angry. The shopkeeper blinked rapidly, looking like he was sleepwalking. Pa! 2 sounds. Zhang Xing tapped his palm twice with the handle of his fan. Boss, don't just stand there, give me the money! Hearing the sound, the shopkeeper was startled and woke up from his confusion. He couldn't deny his debt in front of so many people. I have completely admitted defeat today. Not only did I lose a huge amount of gold coins, but the reputation of Epine Pavilion was completely destroyed by this damn kid. I'm afraid it will be difficult to recover without a year or 2. Damn it, whose child is this? He is so wicked. Why does he choose our Epine Pavilion? He took out a universal gold card from his arms with trembling hands and threw it to Zhang Xing. Here. I hope you live to spend it. Zhang Xing pinched the gold card with 2 fingers and flicked it, ignoring the threat. Haha, thank you Epine Pavilion for your generosity. Today's net profit is 120 million gold coins. Oh, it's almost midnight, I'm a little hungry. Hey Bao Xiao Bai, Jin Bao, let's go for a midnight snack. It's my treat tonight, buy whatever you want to eat. Everyone was delighted to hear Zhang Xing's infuriating words. From this moment on, all they would talk about was the gambling stone worth 1 gold coin, and winning 60 million. How many people will be envious and jealous to death? How many people will die of laughter? Master Jill felt that his defeat was a bit unfair, so he stood there unwillingly and wanted to have another match. Others glared at Zhang Xing angrily, wishing they could strangle him to death. Especially the shopkeeper, his eyes were flashing with coldness. You little bastard, don't be so cocky now. I don't know how many people will covet the gold coins in your pocket when you go out. But no one can take it away. This is our Epine Pavilion's property. Just wait to die. Zhang Xing! It's you! A gloomy voice came from outside the crowd. When everyone looked, they were shocked. Oh my goodness! This was incredible. The second master of the Steel family had come in person. With a clatter, everyone made way. Zhang Xing and Horton, who were about to go out, faced each other and stared at each other. Zhang Xing was slightly stunned, then his eyes wandered to Heibao beside him. Heibao, do you want to eat a 3rd-level monster or a 4th-level monster? Heibao scratched his head innocently. Anything is fine, but the ones roasted by the boss are the best, that's what I like the most. Well, let's go for a barbecue outdoors if we have the chance. We don't have the conditions tonight, so let's just make do with what we have. Zhang Xing walked out while chatting seriously with Heibao, as if he didn't see Horton. Good job, Zhang Xing, you act just like us. I have suppressed you, but you still dare to come here to make trouble. Let me show you how I will deal with you. Thinking of this, Horton was about to teach Zhang Xing a lesson when the shopkeeper came running up from behind, tumbling and crawling. Second master, your servant is incompetent and has brought shame upon you. Then the shopkeeper gave a brief account of the second half of the situation. What? You idiot! Bang! The shopkeeper was knocked to the ground with a slap. 120 million gold coins! Isn't this life-threatening? So my steel family has worked so hard for a month to prepare all this for you, Zhang Xing. Chapter 130, Furious Horton. Zhang Xing! Stop right there! This time, Horton's voice was so high that even Zhang Xing, who was 10 meters away, felt his ears buzzing. After picking his ears, Zhang Xing asked Xiaobai next to him. Xiaobai, who is so loud? Xiaobai looked around but didn't look at Horton. Boss, I don't know who called. This person is so uncultured. What is he shouting in the middle of the night? He has no sense of public morality at all. Doesn't he know that his neighbors will have to go to work tomorrow? Zhang Xing gave Xiaobai an approving look. Pretend to look back casually. Oh, isn't this teacher Horton? Come here and play after class too. Horton teaches the magician class, which is what is called the graduating class on Earth, and classes are also required at night. When Horton heard this, he was so angry that his nose was crooked. What do you mean I came here to play? Do you think I'm like you little brats? He knew that Zhang Xing was trying to make him angry on purpose, but when he saw Zhang Xing's smug behavior, he couldn't control his anger. Zhang Xing, as a student of the Royal Magic and Martial Arts Academy, how can you come here to gamble on stones? As soon as the words fell, it immediately caused surprise among the people around. What? This child is actually a student of the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. Etc. What name did Horton call him just now? Zhang Xing? Is he Zhang Xing? He is Zhang Xing. Oh my God! I finally see the real person. Some people didn't know who Zhang Xing was, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Who is Zhang Xing? You've lived in vain. You don't even know Zhang Xing. Dragon warrior Zhang Xing. The first magician in the empire to own a dragon mount. Except for Holden and Heibao, everyone else had fiery eyes and expressions of admiration on their faces. The butler, the shopkeeper and others of Yiping Pavilion felt a chill in their hearts, followed by a wave of fear. They looked at Heibao, who was standing beside Zhang Xing with an angry look on his face, and their whole bodies trembled again. Oh my God! Everyone was ready, luckily I didn't do it. Otherwise they would have been eaten by that big black guy. Why, students can't come to gamble on stones? There's no such rule in the school rules, right? Or maybe it's because Professor Horton came up with this rule on the spur of the moment, and forced me to accept it out of thin air? Zhang Xing had a half-smile on his face, with a sarcastic curve at the corner of his mouth. You! Horton's face turned red, knowing that Zhang Xing was hinting at something. Zhang Xing, this is my steel family's property. Isn't it a bit too much for you to do this? When Holden saw that he couldn't suppress him with his mentor's authority, he changed the subject. I know it's your family's property. If it wasn't for me, I wouldn't have come. Every word Zhang Xing says is heartbreaking. You! Horton was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Zhang Xing, you are still young. It is not safe to carry so many gold coins on you. Why don't you? Stop! Stop! Teacher Horton, I don't have much money on me. I can spend it all in a few days. Listen to me, I don't have any credits right now, so I can only buy them with gold coins. Look, there are all kinds of herbal formulas, all kinds of materials for magic potions, rare metals for alchemy, not to mention enchantment. That's a profession that burns a lot of money. Also, jewelry processing. Each of the jewels used on those staffs is extremely expensive. Also, for forging. Listening to Zhang Xing's irrelevant nonsense, Horton was almost angry to death. Damn, a magician can be proficient in 2 professions at most, and you mentioned them all, as if you were learning all of them. Teacher Horton, you said that just to master 2 professions, 120 million gold coins are not enough. How about you support me a little? Plop! Teacher Horton was almost frightened to the point of falling down. He finally realized that this little brat was determined to go against him, and there was no point in saying anything. It's just 120 million gold coins. Keep it with you first, and bring it all back to me when you have the chance. I can bear this. Chapter 131, Collecting Interest from the Shelley Family's Mine. The next day, Zhang Xing got up and was about to get ready for class when he suddenly remembered that today was Sunday. According to the rules of the Tianqing Empire, students must go out and do charity every Sunday. That is to say, to help some poor people with their work, to show that the emperor has not forgotten these poor people. But this rule has continued to this day and no one follows it, and the upper echelons of the empire just treat it as a verbal formality. Zhang Xing thought about it and decided on today's itinerary, which was to go to the Outland Mountains to help those poor miners who were suffering and hard-working, and by the way, collect the interest that his second mentor Shelley had earned from him. Mentor Shelley's status is more noble than Horton's. He is a royal relative, that is, the uncle of Emperor Keith. It is not known whether he is the eldest uncle or the 8th uncle Zhang Xing. He only knew that Shelley's family had a mine. And it is not an ordinary copper iron ore, but a kind of ore called mithril. Mithril ore is widely used in various alchemical products and enchanted weapons. It is a necessity for constructing magic circles and many magical experiments. Moreover, due to its unique properties and non-renewable factors, mithril is listed as a strategic level material in the Holy Dragon continent. Once a mithril mine is discovered, it will be immediately occupied, protected by the Imperial Army, and then special personnel will be sent to mine it. Emperor Keith gave this lucrative position to his uncle. Since these relatives in the harem could not become high-ranking officials, he would just give them money. Almost every important mineral vein in the empire was mined by the emperor's own family. Horton received an interest of 120 million gold coins, so the interest for mentor Shelley cannot be lower than this number. As for the third mentor Bill, his family doesn't have much property, so it's difficult to make a move for the time being. He will wait for an opportunity in the future. Zhang Xing rode Xiaobai and arrived at the Outland Mountains a few hours later. There are not only rich mithril mines here, but also many 3rd and 4th level blood fang spiders, all of which live in the mithril mine caves. Once they discover people or other creatures, the blood fang spiders will come in groups to catch the food that is delivered to their doorstep. Zhang Xing and Jin Bao hid aside, secretly observing the heavily guarded mithril mine. I saw a large number of slaves wearing magic shackles and dragging the mined rocks with thick ropes, struggling to carry them out. In another direction, many poor people were doing odd jobs. There are so many soldiers guarding it, we can't get in. It seems that we can only dig holes from remote places. This Jin Bao is good at it. Zhang Xing was about to get up and leave when suddenly several groups of slave miners emerged from 3 or 4 mines in front of him. They shouted in panic, There are blood fang spiders, so many. Before he could finish his words, a thin white line flew out from the mine and wrapped around the miner's neck. Ah, help me! The white line shrank and the miner flew up. In the blink of an eye, he landed at the entrance of the cave and was swallowed by the blood fang spider with half of its body exposed. Then, blood fang spiders of various sizes swarmed out from the gap next to them. They crawled at an incredibly fast speed, and with the continuous spewing of webs, the slower miners were entangled and fell into the spider's belly before they could even react. The guarding soldiers immediately launched a counterattack. They were covered in metal armor, with only their eyes exposed. They held shields and spears in their hands, forming a line of defense. The dozen or so junior magicians behind him immediately cast fire and burned the blood fang spider. After more than a dozen flames, a large number of blood fang spiders were burned to death. Obviously, the soldiers already had ways to deal with them. These 2nd and 3rd level spiders scattered to avoid the flames. The spider webs they sprayed out were like coarse hemp ropes in front of the flames and broke as soon as they were burned. Chapter 132, Gem Dragon Advancement. Zhang Xing took a look and thought this was a good opportunity. In the chaotic crowd, a child quietly approached a mine in the mountain and slipped in with a flash of his figure. Ha ha! You guys fight outside, we're going to collect the interest. After Zhang Xing, Heibao, Xiaobai, and Jinbao entered the mine. They walked downwards along the passage. Along the way, we saw many blood-flying spider nests on the walls of the mine, but they were all dilapidated. Many Earth-level spiders appeared along the way, but Zhang Xing didn't even have to do anything as they were all solved by Heibao, who was leading the way. About 100 meters deep underground, we found the mithril mine. Haha! Jinbao, your feast is right in front of you, enjoy it! Jinbao has never stopped being excited since he entered the mine. Relatively speaking, mithril ore tastes better than those jewels. There are about 3 cubic volumes of ore here, which is not a lot. Although Heibao is greedy for money, he can only bear it and not take it. Jinbao no longer gains any experience points from eating emerald fruit these past 2 days, so he just eats it as ordinary fruit. Seeing the mithril ore at this moment, it was like a hungry wolf seeing a large hen with catkins. It pounced on it and started to bite it. Crack! Crack! The mithril ore containing special energy was swallowed by Jinbao and was quickly digested and absorbed, turning into energy for the body's growth. Look at Jinbao's experience value, it starts to rise rapidly from 0. 10 points, 20 points, 30 points, 180 points, 500 points. Ding! Congratulations on the upgrade of the Gem Dragon. The current level is level 4, and the experience value is 0/2500. Congratulations to the island owner for obtaining the mining science. Haha, not only did the gold treasure upgrade, but I also got my benefits. Zhang Xing smiled happily. Heibao also laughed. The other 3 didn't even look at him. It didn't matter whether they laughed or not. When he clicked on mining, a large amount of information flooded into his mind, and Zhang Xing instantly knew all the knowledge about mining. However, I don't have any skill points for mining yet, so just like herbalism, I'll have to upgrade it from scratch. Looking at Jinbao, who had finished eating the pile of ore, he was now half a head taller than him and looked a bit like a teenager, but not handsome at all. Jinbao, continue looking for the next mine. Zhang Xing waved his hand, and several people followed Jinbao into the mine that was like a maze. When Jinbao came to a large and empty cave, he stopped. He began to search here, constantly knocking on the wall with his hands, and his eyes emitted colorful beams of light that were imperceptible to outsiders. Suddenly, Jinbao's gaze stopped at the innermost corner of the cave. There are still some traces of mining left here. However, it seems that there is no further digging. Zhang Xing walked over and knocked on the hard rock with his hand. Jinbao, is there a mine behind this? Well, boss, they stopped mining before because this wall was too hard and very thick. Jinbao said this and shook his hands vigorously. With a thump sound, 2 thick dragon claws appeared. Haha, boss, this is nothing, just look at me. Next, the extremely hard rock was like thin tofu under the dragon's claws, and was broken into pieces one by one. In a short while, a wide cave was dug. Crash! They dug through, but what greeted them was dense swarms of blood-fang spiders and a large amount of rich mithril ore. Zhang Xing felt his scalp tingling when he saw so many spiders. After a rough look, I found that all of them were level 2 or 3, with less than 10 level 4. Oh my god! This is the spider spirit's nest. Chapter 133 Learn Mining Skills. The noise outside obviously alarmed the bloodfang spider. Swish! All the spiders turned their blood-red eyes towards the 4 people outside the cave. After a brief moment of surprise, the spiders rioted. They rushed outside in a swarm. This was live food. Whoever grabbed it first would get it. Heibao licked his lips and looked at Xiaobai. Rock, paper, scissors, one move determines the winner. Xiaobai smiled and said, Okay. They seem to be in a hurry, so let's hurry up. Erlong put his hands behind his back seriously, muttering rock, paper, scissors to himself. Zhang Xing and Jinbao stared at the result with wide eyes. Heibao took out a stone and Xiaobai took out a pair of scissors. Haha! I won again, Xiaobai. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you should read more books and learn the 18 stratagems to defeat the 36 stratagems. Only by studying more can you have a smart mind. For example, I, your brother Heibao, love to study, so I always win. Xiaobai smiled humbly and flatteringly. What brother Heibao said is very true. Brother Bai, I have learned a lot. Jin Bao's eyes turned. Xiao Bai, you seem to be a little slow in your attack. Why do you look like you are letting Brother He Bao win? He Bao glared and said. Xiao Bai, is what Jin Bao said true? No! Brother He Bao, we attacked at the same time. Xiao Bai was stunned and spread out his hands, his face full of a serious expression. He Bao nodded and glanced at Jin Bao. Jin Bao, don't talk nonsense if you don't see it clearly. Zhang Xing laughed secretly in his heart. Jin Bao was really bad. He wanted to sow discord between He Bao and Xiao Bai. However, he didn't expect that He Bao was a little stupid and not very smart. Instead, it caused He Bao to be dissatisfied with him. Brother He Bao, hurry up, the spider is out! Jin Bao quickly diverted attention. He Bao turned around with disdain, and saw a large number of blood-fang spiders swarming towards him. Haha, burn all of you disgusting poisonous insects to death! As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his mouth and spurted out an ordinary flame. Although it was not dragon breath, it was still more than 10 times more powerful than the magic cast by a wizard of the same level. Call! Wherever the flames reached, the blood-fang spiders were immediately burned into steam and dissipated into the air. In less than a moment, most of the spiders that emerged from the cave were burned. The remaining ones are still rushing forward desperately. The spider silk they shoot out is totally useless, and will melt as soon as it comes into contact with fire. Finally, the dozen or so fourth-order blood-fang spiders were staring at the few people from behind. There was no trace of fear in their eyes that shone with an eerie red light, only cruel desire. Swish! They moved. After seeing Zhang Xing and the others enter the cave, they quickly surrounded them. Ha! You are quite smart and understand tactics. He Bao didn't care whether they knew anything or not. He opened his mouth and turned around on the spot. More than a dozen fourth-level spiders were immediately swallowed by the flames. After struggling for a few times, they turned into air. Okay, clean it up. There are more than a dozen piles of rich mithril ore in here, enough for Jin Bao to upgrade to level 5. I'll practice my mining skills too. As for how much ore He Bao wanted to take, Zhang Xing did not restrict him. I exchanged a pickaxe from the system store and came to a pile of rich ore. Bite! Each hit with a hoe removes a piece of ore, and the mining skill increases by 1 point. When Zhang Xing had dug 25 pieces, his skill points stopped increasing. Ding! Congratulations on reaching the primary mining skill. Current experience is 25 out of 100. Zhang Xing knew that the next step was to exchange for a furnace and smelt the ores into ingots, which was also a necessary step to increase experience points. These smelted ores have had unnecessary components removed, making them more valuable. Chapter 134 5th Level Gold Treasure. Zhang Xing spent 10,000 gold coins in the system store to exchange for a copper furnace, which he slowly smelted in the mine. The mining experience points were also slowly increasing. After refining 50 mithril ingots, he was successfully promoted to intermediate mining. I took a look at Jin Bao's experience points, and it will take some time before he can upgrade. Continue smelting. Before 50 points, the price would increase by 1 point for every piece smelted. Now, the price would increase by 1 point for every 2 or even 3 pieces of ore smelted. When it rose to 75 points, it was completely over. Zhang Xing knew that if he wanted to reach the maximum level, he had to find a better mine. The next step is to wait for the gold treasure to upgrade. Thinking about these 3 dragons, Zhang Xing felt very excited. So far, they get along pretty well. Xiao Bai is the smartest and knows how to maintain a balance among the 3 dragons. Otherwise, He Bao would either fight with Xiao Bai or bully Jin Bao all day long. But He Bao is rather stupid and easily fooled, and he becomes arrogant after Xiao Bai says a few nice words to him. Now he regards himself as the boss among the 3 dragons. Zhang Xing felt relieved seeing them like this. Before I knew it, another half hour had passed. Ding! Congratulations to the Gem Dragon for reaching level 5. Current experience value 0/10,000. Looking at Jin Bao again, he was only about 1.65 meters tall, thin, with shifty eyes. Just standing there gives people the feeling that he is not a good person. Zhang Xing was helpless as he was born this way. After all, he was not a human being and could not be judged by human aesthetic standards. The same goes for Jinbao. You won't get any experience points from eating the mithril or here. We'll start moving ore to Dragon Island in the remaining time. Refining mithril ore into ingots is not only useful to us, but can also be sold to other mages. Jinbao, this is your food. You need to move more. After hearing Zhang Xing's order, the 3 dragons started to show their fangs and claws. Their speed was incredible, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, they flew forward under the leadership of Jinbao. Zhang Xing followed slowly behind. Whenever the 3 dragons saw any mithril ore, he would roll up his tail and throw it into Dragon Island, no matter how many cubic meters it was. After a few more hours, all the mines in this area were completely plundered. Good job, guys! Zhang Xing praised Sanlong approvingly. Sanlong puffed out his chest happily. Being praised by his master was the highest honor. Just when Zhang Xing was about to move to another place to continue searching, the entire mine suddenly shook. What's going on? Zhang Xing's face changed. It can't be an earthquake. That would be troublesome. Even if we hide in Dragon Island, we still have to dig a hole to escape after the earthquake. No! It's not an earthquake. It seems to be coming from the place where the ore was smelted just now. Guys, hold your breath and go over quietly to take a look. Heibao was the vanguard, Xiaobai was the rear guard, and several people sneaked over following the sound. When they arrived at the place, they saw that the rock surface, which had been intact, was in a mess. It seemed as if something was flipping up from below. It's a huge monster, most likely above level 5. Well, judging from the noise, the monster should be heading towards the ground. Come on, let's follow them. After some discussion, they decided to leave. That monster is most likely the Bloodfang demon spider, the king of this area. But judging from the traces of walking, it seems that he was walking in a hurry. Is there anything urgent? The rumbling sound continued and sounded quite urgent. Zhang Xing thought as he walked. At this time, the mine was completely destroyed by the monster. It seemed as if they were intentionally trying to stop them from leaving. Zhang Xing had a vague guess in his mind. Could it be that he was scared by Heibao and the others? Chapter 135 Sixth Order Bloodfang Demon Spider. It was common for Bloodfang spiders to attack miners. After a bloody battle on the ground, the few remaining spiders left their companions' bodies behind and retreated. When the soldiers were directing the slaves to clean up the battlefield outside, they felt the ground shake and heard a rumbling sound in their ears. Quick! Defend immediately and prepare for battle! The soldiers organized their formation again, waiting for another wave of spiders to attack. However, with a loud bang, the mine entrance, which was more than 10 meters wide, collapsed in a cloud of dust, with rocks flying all over the sky. Crash! The defending soldiers and magicians were dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the giant spider in the smoke, which was more than 10 meters tall, shining like steel, with 8 huge legs covered with thorns, and eyes that bulged out with a strange red light. It's the 6th level Bloodfang demon spider, the king of the Bloodfang spiders. Oh my god! I didn't know for all these years that there was a 6th level spider king sleeping deep underground. Damn it, why did it wake up at this time? That shouldn't be the case. Normally, there will be signs when the Spider King wakes up. All the low-level spiders in the mine will wait beside it to be devoured. They won't come out to attack us. Something must have alarmed it, causing it to wake up early. What should we do? We may not be able to defeat it with our limited strength. Signal for help immediately. After the 2 leaders finished their discussion, they immediately sent out a magic transmission signal. Boom, boom, boom! The Bloodfang demon spider walked out from the smoke and dust. It shook its body, and its strange red eyes turned around. It looked at the surrounding environment, and was about to escape in another direction. But the magician's attack has arrived. Those flames emitting a scorching breath pushed past it in an overwhelming manner. Not only did it not hurt it at all, but it also angered it. A group of tiny ants were not even worth its attention. Crash! The demon spider opened its mouth and spit out a huge web that caught all the soldiers and mages attacking him. The spider web closed and swallowed the thing on the spot. The demon spider was sleeping soundly underground, but suddenly it was awakened by a wave of palpitations emanating from its bones. After waking up, the demon spider was so frightened that it dared not make any sound. This was not just one breath, but the breath of oppression from 3 bloodlines. Regardless of whether it is 1 strand or 3 strands, in the memory of ancient heritage, this division of blood levels is insurmountable. Even though it is at level 6, it doesn't have the courage to jump out and fight. As soon as the 3 black dragons walked away, it immediately overturned the ground and started to flee in panic. At this moment, I am not only scared, but I also have no strength in my body and I am hungry. It didn't want to eat people, but since these people were offered to it to eat, it didn't care and just filled its stomach first. Gulp! Gulp! Huff! Huff! There were constant cries coming from the Spider King's belly, and its rapid escape also made it breathe heavily. But this did not affect its eating. It swallowed them one by one directly into its stomach. After a few seconds, more than 30 people were devoured. I feel like I have a lot of strength now, let's keep running. Seeing this horrifying scene, the ordinary soldiers and a large group of slaves and civilians not far away were so frightened that their legs went limp. They had never seen such a huge monster before. Some timid people were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. The rest of the people scattered in a hurry, and now it depended on who ran faster. If they were slow, they would die. In an instant, the entire mining area was in chaos and crying. The Spider King saw a large amount of food right in front of him, but he had just eaten a little, which was not even enough to fill him half full. Cruel desire immediately appeared in his eyes, especially for those people who were paralyzed by fear in front of him. He only needed to take 2 steps and open his mouth. Chapter 136. Everyone worships the Black Dragon. Just then, the Spider King heard a noise behind him. It was so scared that it immediately ran away more than 10 meters, turned around and looked, and was stunned. Why is there 1 child and 3 adults? After sensing it more carefully, the aura that made his heart palpitate was gone. The Spider King's demeanor changed drastically immediately, and he was like 2 completely different spiders. Even Zhang Xing was wondering why there was such a big difference in the performance of this giant Spider King before and after. The Spider King, who was no longer panicking at this moment, looked like a real king. He raised his head high, and his eyes that looked down on everything reappeared. Duh! He was fleeing in a panic the previous second, but the next second he walked towards Zhang Xing and his companions in square steps. I just wasn't full, and here come 4 more. No need to say anything, just eat it. Of course, Zhang Xing and Jin Bao don't need to take the lead in such hard work. The dragons Heibao and Xiaobai looked at each other. Heibao was about to speak, but Xiaobai spoke first. Heibao, you go first this time, and I'll go next time, how about that? Heibao tilted his head and thought about it. It made sense. If each person took a turn, no one would suffer any loss. So he agreed. Heibao moved his body, making some crackling sounds. Ha ha! Little spider, wait and see how your black grandpa punishes you! After saying that, he growled. Roar! Then, the demon spider only saw a flash before its eyes, and the dark-faced man disappeared. Then it blinded its eyes. I saw a giant dragon about 16 or 17 meters long appear in the sky, its dark and terrifying scales flashing dazzling light. The demon spider immediately took a dozen steps back as a conditioned reflex and stood still. Yes, it is this breath that makes it flee in fear. It turns out to be the almighty Lord Black Dragon. The demon spider wilted instantly, its eyes no longer as sharp, its head shrank back, and its 8 long legs were about to kneel down. Although there is a level difference between the 2, Black Treasure's power far exceeds that of the demon spider. Xiaobai shook his head. This demon spider's fighting power is not good enough. Brother Heibao is in the trial field, fighting against a 6th-level golden dragon every day. Even if we encounter a black dragon of the same type and level, it is no match for Brother Heibao. It will be a complete crush. The slaves who fled and some poor people who hid among the rocks in the distance also saw the black dragon in the sky. They knelt down on the spot and prayed devoutly. Lord Shenlong, your devout subjects pray and bless you. Please help us drive away these annoying monsters. Many soldiers came out from their hiding places and looked at the sky in shock. This is not a dream. I actually saw a dragon? Is this to save us? In this remote mining area, they had no idea what was happening in the imperial capital. Apart from drinking and gambling every day, he received a lot of salary every month, so he lived a pretty comfortable life. They have experienced situations like today countless times before. They don't need to fight against the blood fang spiders because there are magicians and warriors to deal with them. But this was the first time the Spider King appeared. I thought I was dead this time, but I didn't expect a dragon to descend from the sky. The legendary dragon was only circulated among the people, and these low-level soldiers didn't even know that there were real dragons on this continent. How can I not be shocked when I see this now? Someone suddenly shouted loudly, "Long live Lord Black Dragon!" Immediately afterwards, groups of people began shouting. Then a dozen, dozens, hundreds of people. In an instant, the shouts of thousands of people rang out over the entire mining area. Long live Lord Black Dragon! Chapter 137 Heibao learned to pretend. The already frightened demon spider was startled by the shout and immediately turned around and ran away. Heibao didn't chase after him immediately. Master, what is Heibao doing? Why does it feel weird? Xiaobai was full of question marks and asked curiously. Heibao seems to be. Jin Bao took over the conversation. He is just pretending. Coax. Several people burst into laughter. That's right. How could Heibao not be proud when he heard so many people shouting, "Long live Lord Black Dragon!" I saw it spread its 4 huge claws as wide as possible, with each claw tip stretched to the extreme. He raised his huge head high, the 2 horns on his head reflected bright light, his 2 big copper bell eyes were staring brightly, and his beard fluttered in the wind. She turned her body sideways to those who were kneeling on the ground, and made an S shape, showing off her most beautiful scales to the fullest. The terrified demon spider ran more than 100 meters, quickly turned its head and looked, stunned for a moment, but then started running like crazy. Lord Black Dragon, just pose there. The longer the better. Please don't chase after me. Heibao glanced at the distance with contempt, flew in the air for a few more circles without a care in the world, then let out a long roar, and disappeared from everyone's sight in a flash. The demon spider, which was more than 500 meters away, felt that its 8 long legs were as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and it wished it could grow 16 legs. There are still bare rocks ahead, and there is no place to hide. Oh my God, why am I so unlucky? The demon spider was becoming more and more panicked and couldn't help but look back, and was immediately stunned. The steps he took were still in the air when a huge dragon head appeared in his eyes. Looking at the black dragon's teasing eyes, the demon spider shuddered, and a huge force came from nowhere, causing it to kick the ground violently with its remaining 7 giant legs. Swish! His body immediately bounced up and flew 50 meters forward. Little guy, I didn't realize you have such a high jumping ability. But can you be faster than me? Heibao arched his body and flashed past the demon spider, landing in front of it. When the demon spider was still proud of its speed, the moment it landed, it saw black treasure again. Brother, please stop teasing me. If I want to kill you, I'd better do it quickly. Although the demon spider cannot speak human language, Heibao can understand its animal language. Kill it, of course I will. When have you ever seen a cat let a mouse go? After saying that, Heibao's huge claws flashed away. Boom! The demon spider was knocked over a dozen times by one claw. 3 of the 8 giant legs were broken. Immediately afterwards, Heibao's second claw arrived. Boom! The demon spider was blasted directly onto the back of a rocky mountain, smashing a 2-meter-high rock. The remaining legs were all broken, and a large hole more than 2 meters long appeared in the stomach. The demon spider is dying. Finally, Heibao crushed the spider's head with one claw and grabbed a fist-sized magic crystal. Then, a flame burst out and burned the body to ashes. Heibao flew back to Zhang Xing with the spoils of victory and showed off to Xiaobai and Jin Bao for a long time. This was the first time hunting a 6th-level monster. Zhang Xing looked at the experience points and gave 300 points. The current experience value is 491/10,000 for Intermediate Magician and 491/10,000 for Intermediate Warrior. Black Treasure's experience value is 341/10,000, White Treasure's is 41/10,000, and Gold Treasure's is 0/10,000. Although the upgrade was a bit slow, it was not in vain this time, as Jinbao was upgraded to level 5. The ability to identify golden treasures and detect hidden treasures has been greatly improved and has now reached an intermediate level. Of course, this standard is not the standard of human appraisers, it is much higher than theirs. Chapter 138. Prepare so many Krypton gold mines, collect them all. Today's goal has not been completed yet. We just destroyed a mine of the Shelley family and took some mithril ore. And his mining skills have been maxed out, so he went looking for the next mine. I heard that the Shelley family also manages a rare Krypton gold vein. If Professor Shelley knew that Zhang Xing was such a person, he would never dare to slander Zhang Xing with Horton. Zhang Xing continued riding Xiaobai and started his treasure hunt along the Otan Mountains. After flying for a while, we saw a smaller mine below, but there were many more soldiers guarding outside. Zhang Xing waited for a long time but didn't find a chance to sneak in, so he had to think of another way. Jin Bao, let's find a deserted place and see if you can dig a hole to get in. No problem, boss. Jin Bao, who was sitting on Xiaobai's back, said confidently. Xiaobai flew for a while and landed in a valley under Jin Bao's guidance. Boss, judging from the terrain here, there should be a rich Krypton gold vein below. It's not too high from the ground, probably about 200 meters away. This distance is a piece of cake for me. It will only take a moment. After Jin Bao finished speaking, he showed his 2 sharp claws. Then Zhang Xing saw a cloud of dust flying, and in the blink of an eye, Jin Bao's figure drilled into the rock. Half an hour later, Jin Bao came out and opened his mouth to spit. Crash! The rubble and waste soil that were excavated formed a small hill. Then Jin Bao went in again, and repeated this twice. When he came out for the 3rd time, he made an OK gesture to Zhang Xing. Jin Bao was really amazing. He dug out a passage that was more than 3 meters high and 4 meters wide, and more than 200 meters deep underground, in just over half an hour. What amazed Zhang Xing even more was that Jin Bao had directly opened up a storage mine of the Shelley family, where rows of ore were neatly stacked waiting to be shipped out. The output of Krypton gold mine is not high, and the Shelley family ships it out once a month. Today is the last day, and someone will come to this storage room early tomorrow morning to deliver the goods. Jin Bao told Zhang Xing what he had found out. Zhang Xing was overjoyed. This saved him a lot of trouble as he didn't have to look everywhere. You all go back to the island and wait. I will go alone to help their family transport it away in advance. Zhang Xing quickly entered the outside of the storage room and saw a small hole chiseled out on the hard rock wall, from which he could observe the situation in the storage room. At this time, people were still transporting ore into the wooden boxes inside. After waiting for another hour, I saw the guards slowly closing 2 large iron gates that were more than 4 meters high. Then there was the sound of a lock being locked. It looks like today's daytime production has been completed. If we want to deliver it, we have to wait until tomorrow morning. Now is the right time to start. Zhang Xing quietly dug a hole half a meter wide and slipped into it. Haha, thank you so much to the Shelley family. I will gladly accept this month's production. Take it from me. In the huge storage room, some of the rows of Krypton gold ores disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhang Xing stretched out his hand and swept the ore as if he was browsing a book, and wherever his hand passed, all the ore entered Dragon Island. In fact, he could have gone even faster, but he was afraid of making noise and alerting the guards outside the door. So, Zhang Xing walked leisurely and slowly. It took Zhang Xing more than an hour to collect all the ore here, which shows how huge the reserves are. Ouch! I seem to be in a hurry, go to the bathroom. Wah 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 wah! Zhang Xing happily urinated in the wooden box. Just leave it as a souvenir for you. Goodbye, you! Chapter 139, Shelley's family is furious. The next morning, a large number of senior members of the Shelley family came, and even the family patriarch came in person to check the results of the past month. Master Patriarch, this month's production is higher than in other months. It has broken the historical record and reached 3 times the monthly production. The family's head in charge of managing the mining area reported happily. Well, not bad. Not bad. I promoted you to manage the mine because I saw that you had a strong sense of responsibility. You really didn't let me down. The patriarch nodded with satisfaction and kept praising. The person in charge received praise from the clan leader, and felt as sweet as eating honey. Thank you for your kindness, Chief. All these achievements were made under your wise command. I am just following your instructions and I dare not take credit for them. You are just good at talking. You always touch my heart. The patriarch was very happy to be flattered. This time the output of 1 month was equivalent to 3 months' output. He only needed to hand over a little more than 1 month's output, and made a net profit of 2 months' output. His Majesty the Emperor must be very happy too, as the mission has been exceeded. Just as they were bragging and praising each other, the mine manager rushed in. He fell to his knees with a thud, his face covered in sweat. Master! Chief, something terrible has happened. The ore is gone! Swish! Everyone else was stunned, with a look of confusion on their faces. They kept blinking, as if they had a hard time digesting the meaning of this sentence. What? Can you say that again? The patriarch put down the teacup in his hand and said uncertainly. Master Patriarch, when we went to the storage room to get the goods, we opened the door and found that all the ore inside was gone. The boxes are all empty. I was there to inspect the goods myself last night when the last batch of ore was delivered. But just now. What? Nonsense! This is impossible! Are you still awake so early in the morning? What did you do last night? There is only one door in the storage room. How could the ore disappear? Did it grow wings and fly away? Everyone started to loudly rebuke the butler. Okay. Stop arguing and go down to check out the situation. The patriarch stood up and walked outside. A group of people came to the storage room, and when they saw that it was empty, they were all stunned. How is this possible? No one except an insider can transport so much ore. There must be a thief inside. Swish! All eyes turned to the butler. The butler turned pale on the spot and fell to his knees with a thud. Master Patriarch. It's none of your business. Get up. Come with me to check it out. The patriarch waved his hand, walked into the storage room with a gloomy face, and began to check carefully. When he walked to the corner and saw the damp wooden box, a look of doubt appeared in his eyes. He reached out his hand, touched it, and put it under his nose to smell it. A fishy smell? A senior family member nearby even leaned over to take a sniff. Master Patriarch, it looks like urine. The clan leader nodded and said, Continue searching. It didn't take long before someone discovered the traces. Master Patriarch, there is something unusual about the rocks here. The patriarch hurried over, reached out and knocked on the rock, then knocked a few more times next to it. Everyone stand back. After the patriarch finished speaking, he clenched his fist and punched the rock. Puff! A half-meter hole appeared before their eyes. This is... Everyone was confused. How could there be a hole? Besides, what use could such a small hole be? Chapter 140. Taking the Alchemy Apprenticeship Exam for the Dragon. The patriarch had some vague guesses in his mind, but he was not sure yet, and his clenched fists were shaking slightly. After a brief pause of a few seconds, he punched the rock twice more. Boom! A bigger hole appeared before everyone's eyes. Not only that, through the illumination of the magic fluorescent lamp, they also saw a slowly sloping upward passage. Bang! Everyone's heart fell to the ground and shattered. Who is it? Who stole my kryptonite ore? The clan leader's furious voice traveled through the dark passage, and could be heard from far away. At the same time, a deafening roar also sounded in the sky above the Shelley family's mithril mining area. Who is it? Who took away my mine? The second most important person in the Shelley family roared to the sky. The person involved, Zhang Xing, was sitting quietly in the classroom attending class at the moment. It was already very late when I got back yesterday, but I didn't feel sleepy at all. It seemed that I was a little too excited. A special warehouse was found in the castle of Dragon Island and all the ores were placed in it. Then he took out the furnace and continued to smelt krypton gold. When he had refined 25 krypton gold ingots, a light flashed on his body. Reach maximum level in the mining skill. When he gave a smelted krypton gold ingot to Jinbao to eat, he found that it actually gained more experience points than eating ore. 3 pieces of ore are used to smelt an ingot. Eating 1 ore gives you 1 experience point, while eating 1 ingot gives you 9 experience points. 1 piece is equivalent to 9 pieces of ore, and the calcium content is even higher than that of high calcium tablets. Zhang Xing was overjoyed and refined 300 krypton gold ingots overnight. Finally, he felt a little tired and stopped to rest. If the Shelley family knew that he was using these expensive minerals to feed dragons, they would probably all be furious to death. Zhang Xing also knew the value of krypton gold bars, but he could still calculate the accounts clearly. The ores in front of us are worth billions of gold coins, but the higher the level of gold coins, the higher level treasures you can find, and then you will definitely earn much more than now. There is no need to worry about the upgrade of Jinbao at the moment, but the upgrade progress of Heibao and Xiaobai is a bit slow. However, a new page has opened in the system store. There are 2 recipes for making medicine, one for Heibao and the other for Xiaobai. The dragon flame pill that Heibao eats is made from 54 kinds of herbs and 54 kinds of rare treasures. Every pill eaten can increase 500 experience points. The dragon snow pill used by Xiaobai also has 108 recipes, and the experience value is the same. But 10 of these materials are extremely expensive, and I can't afford them. Even if you sell all the ore, you still can't afford it. The more than 100 million gold coins he had just earned were barely enough to buy the remaining materials. Zhang Xing was sitting in the classroom thinking about these things. Although there was an additional way to upgrade, it was still quite difficult. Both methods should be used to search for these materials while hunting monsters. If you want to know where to find these materials, the Pharmacists Guild is the best place. The Pharmacist Guild of the Tianqing Empire is just a small branch of the Holy Dragon continent. Even if you don't have these materials, you can still find out. Students, the Spring Auxiliary Professional Level exams are about to begin. Students who need to take the exams should go to the Academy's Foreign Affairs Department to register after class. The Academy will organize them to take the exams at the major guilds. When school was about to end at noon, the instructor conveyed the exam notice. After hearing this, Zhang Xing thought to himself, this is possible. If you pass the qualification of a senior pharmacist, you will have the conditions to obtain these materials. After class, Zhang Xing went to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to register. The instructor in charge of the registration looked at him with contempt. He hadn't even learned the magic class well, and he was going to take the pharmacist exam? Zhang Xing doesn't care about the looks of these people. Whoever you love is welcome. If they don't accept me, I'll beat them up. Chapter 141. Teacher Shelley is so angry that he is smoking. After school in the afternoon, Zhang Xing put his hands in his sleeves and walked slowly towards the dormitory. Out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of 2 people walking towards him quickly from the left. Oh my God! The 2 mentors are Horton and Shelley. Zhang Xing knew that he would be suspected after showing up at the Shelley family's mining area. But there is no use in doubting, they have no evidence. Just like they slandered Zhang Xing, everyone said that he rode away on a dragon first, and no one testified for him. Zhang Xing pretended nothing happened and walked forward at a steady pace. But why did Mr. Horton come with me? He doesn't have a mine. Zhang Xing! Stop right there! Teacher Shelley yelled, scaring the students around him and making them stay away. Zhang Xing continued walking forward, pretending he didn't hear anything. Horton and the other man quickened their pace. The more he looked at Zhang Xing's leisurely posture, the angrier he became. The family was extremely anxious, and almost everyone who could be mobilized was mobilized to catch the notorious thief. His Majesty Keith even smashed his beloved agate wine glass and gave them a deadline to solve the case. If the case cannot be solved, not only will someone have to come out and die to atone for the crime, but the family will also have to take out a large sum of gold coins to make up for the shortfall. That's more than 6 billion gold coins. It's like cutting a piece of flesh out of my heart, it hurts. Teacher Shelley caught up with Zhang Xing and took a step forward to block him. Zhang Xing, didn't you hear me calling you? Are you deaf? Zhang Xing looked at Teacher Shelley's face and thought to himself that his behavior was almost as bad as Heibao's. He took out 2 cotton balls from his ears, then cleaned his ear holes again, then he said slowly, What did you say? Bang! Shelley was almost mad to death. It was intentional, absolutely intentional. Who covers their ears when walking? Why are you blocking your ears for no reason? At this moment, he remembered what Horton had just said. Zhang Xing is a very cunning kid, and the most annoying thing. Don't waste time talking to him, just get straight to the point. Taking a deep breath, Shelley suppressed his anger and asked sternly, Zhang Xing, let me ask you, what did you do in the Outland Mountains yesterday? When Horton heard this, he thought to himself, oh no, why don't you just get straight to the point? Why beat around the bush? Sure enough, when Zhang Xing heard this, his eyes suddenly became as bright as the vast ocean and sky. Ah! The Outland Mountains are so beautiful! Especially when you look down from the sky, the mountains are rolling and the forests are lush. Someday when I have time, I will take you 2 mentors on a dragon and fly into the sky. All right. Teacher Shelley interrupted Zhang Xing, waved his hand impatiently, and then continued. What are you doing in our mine? Your mining area? Zhang Xing blinked in confusion, as if he didn't know. Seeing Zhang Xing pretending to be confused, Instructor Shelley reminded him. It's the mining area where you and your black dragon killed the Spider King. Oh. Zhang Xing stretched out his tone, and 2 seconds later he continued. So it's from Professor Shelley's family. Wow. Your family has a mine, awesome. Don't talk nonsense to me. What were you doing in my mine? Teacher Shelley set a trap. Originally, I was just passing by there and had no intention of going down. It was completely bare, which seriously ruined the beautiful scenery. What was there to see? Just when I was about to flash away, suddenly, the blood-fanged demon spider appeared. It was a level 6 fighter. Heibao and I couldn't defeat him. But for the sake of human life, Heibao rushed out without hesitation. Everyone saw the result. Although the demon spider was killed, Heibao was also seriously injured and is in critical condition. He is dying. Hey! I don't even have anyone to ask for the medical expenses. Oh, by the way, Mr. Shelley, can you give me some gold coins to buy medicine for Heibao? Zhang Xing rubbed his hands and said with a smile. Chapter 142, A Rift Between Him and Emperor Keith. Have to! Shelley had experienced the eloquence of this kid Zhang Xing. I know that continuing to ask would be nonsense. Now they have 30 to 40% suspicion on Zhang Xing, but they do not rule out other possibilities. Through the conversation just now, the 2 sophisticated mentors did not notice any signs of incongruity in Zhang Xing's expressions and movements. So, they are confused too. Either this kid has become a spirit, or someone else stole it. There is no other explanation. Afterwards, the 2 mentors simply asked Zhang Xing a few questions and then left dejectedly. Zhang Xing walked back to the dormitory slowly as usual. Shortly after he entered the dormitory, Shelley and Holden came out from the shadows. I can't tell. It doesn't look like he did it. Yeah. That's true. He's just a kid, he doesn't have that much power. But I still need to pay close attention to him in the future. At night, Zhang Xing entered Dragon Island and looked at the ore in the warehouse. Except for the Krypton gold ore for Jinbao, the rest of the mithril ore was refined into ingots and sold. Working non-stop all night, all the mithril ore was refined into ingots, 1/3 the size of a brick. A total of 12,000 ingots were refined, with a total value of more than 1 billion gold coins. Wait 2 days and go to Minai Port, the second largest city in the Tianqing Empire, where the Pharmacists Guild is located, and then find an opportunity to sell it at the auction house. As one of the auxiliary professions on the Holy Dragon continent, pharmacists are also called alchemists and pharmacists by warriors. Of course, it doesn't matter what they are called, their status is still very high. After all, whether they are cultivators or ordinary people, there will be times when they get injured and need to break through and upgrade, and this requires the help of alchemists. In addition, both warriors and magicians can learn this skill, but they are not very professional. If you want to get better and more powerful pills, you have to find a professional alchemist. Zhang Xing discovered a phenomenon. It seemed that these guilds did not choose to set up offices in the imperial capital, but basically settled in coastal cities. There must be some unknown reason for this. But it has nothing to do with me, so I should just think about how to obtain the advanced qualification certificate. It's almost time for class. I'll sit in meditation for a while to recover my energy. I've been refining the art all night. Although I feel like I can still hold on, I'm not made of iron. 10 minutes later, I left the space and went to the cafeteria to have a hearty breakfast, then walked towards the classroom. Not long after I sat down, the tutor walked in, looking expressionless and serious. Has Zhang Xing arrived? Damn it, you saw me and still asked? Zhang Xing stood up and responded. There's no need to attend the class for now. The dean wants to see you. The tutor lowered his head and flipped through the textbook. It was hard to tell whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Zhang Xing's mind raced, and he vaguely guessed that it must be Emperor Keith who had come. With such a big incident, the Shelley family reported all the people who were listed as suspects. Although I didn't catch him, I definitely didn't say anything good about myself in front of Keith. Come to the dean's office, knock on the door, and enter. Emperor Keith stood in front of the window and called Zhang Xing over. After the greeting, Zhang Xing stood beside the emperor, one step back. He was just a head taller than the windowsill, with his hands in his sleeves, looking at the campus without saying a word. After a moment of silence, Emperor Keith did not turn around and asked calmly, Did you steal the Shelley family's mine? Zhang Xing did not answer immediately, nor did he pretend to be wronged. A few seconds later, he also uttered two words lightly. No! There was silence again. After a minute, Emperor Keith waved his hand and said, Go back to class. The tone was still calm, without any sign of abnormality, but Zhang Xing knew that Emperor Keith did not believe it. I don't care whether you believe it or not. Anyone who dares to slander me will pay 100 times the price, even if the King of Heaven intervenes. I don't care about your attitude towards me. I, Zhang Xing, don't need to explain my actions to anyone. Chapter 143. Arriving at Manhwaedit Port, the alchemy apprentice examination begins. 2 days later, more than 30 students from the college, led by 2 instructors, arrived at Manhwaedit Port. At this time, there was an endless stream of people coming from various cities in Tianxing country to conduct research. There were people coming in and out every day, creating a lively scene. They came to a majestic and spacious building with a huge plaque on it with 5 big characters written on it, Pharmacists Guild. There is a herb painted on the left and a pill on the right. Zhang Xing and others waited in the hall for a while, and the instructor took a stack of forms and distributed them to the students. The remaining thing is to find a place for assessment according to the contents on the form. Everyone takes the exam at a different level and in a different major, but most of these students are here to take the apprenticeship exam. Zhang Xing knew nothing. When registering at school, he filled in Senior Pharmacist. Then he looked at the form in his hand and it said Pharmacist Apprentice. It only takes a little thought to understand that the professional exams here are the same as those on Earth, starting from the lowest level. When I walked into the examination room, I saw that there were at least 500 people. The students and invigilators inside all looked very curious when they saw a child coming in. This is the examination room. No outsiders are allowed to enter. Children, go find your parents and don't disturb the exam here. A stern-faced instructor unceremoniously ordered us to leave. I'm here to take the exam, Zhang Xing said calmly. Take an exam? Stop fooling around. Why are you, a kid, taking an exam? Get out, the tutor said sternly, and was about to walk up to push Zhang Xing out. When his hand was about to touch Zhang Xing's shoulder. Ga! His hand paused in the air as he watched the child in front of him take out a form from his sleeve. He took the form with a puzzled look and saw Zhang Xing, 7 years old, Royal Magic and Martial Arts Academy, Examination Project, Pharmacist Apprentice. The instructor was extremely embarrassed on the spot. Ahem! Find your seat according to the number on the form. The exam will start soon. The other instructors and all the students were shocked. Why is he taking the exam at such a young age? But then these people showed disdainful looks and said, Do you think it is so easy to become an apprentice? We started taking exams when we were in school. Every day we had to memorize a large number of herbal names and understand their functions and so on. You may not be able to pass the exam until graduation. Do you know how many Chinese medicinal herbs you need to remember? 120,000 kinds. If you fail to pass the apprenticeship exam while you are in school, then your life is basically over. Why do I say this? One reason is because of age, and the other is because of time. Of course, some people have a chance to pass the exam if they work hard until they are in their 30s or 40s. But how many of them are there? After graduation, don't you have to fight for life or work? How can you have so much time to study? But if you pass the exam, it will be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, and you will have the opportunity to pass the exams for junior pharmacist, intermediate, senior, or even high-level levels. How many herbs can a little kid like you remember? Some people looked at Zhang Xing with a joking expression, while others just glanced at him and ignored him. Zhang Xing sat down, and the test papers were handed out soon. Oh my God! When I looked at the test papers, they were a thick stack, almost as thick as a book. No wonder everyone says the exam is difficult. Before I start writing, I still want to emphasize the rules of the exam. Once a cheater is found, he will be immediately expelled from the exam room and will be banned from taking exams for life. The test questions are randomly selected from some medicinal herb knowledge. You will pass only if you answer more than 95% correctly. The exam begins. The stern-faced invigilator walked around the examination room with a sharp gaze, and everyone felt as if he was staring at them. Chapter 144: Study and Answer Questions in the Exam Room. Zhang Xing picked up the pen, glanced at the questions, and was stunned on the spot. Oh my God! There are only a few who know how to do this. The book on herbal medicine that he bought in the system store was purely basic principles and skills knowledge, teaching you how to refine herbs into pills. This tests the types of herbs and their uses. Please describe how many types of vine lotus there are and what each type does. There are several types of medicinal herbs that can be integrated with jushin, and there are several types that cannot be integrated. I looked at the classmates around me and saw that they were all concentrating on answering the questions. It turns out that everyone knows what the test is about, except him. There were other students from the Royal Academy in the examination room, and they were also thinking while answering. Damn, why didn't the instructor tell me? Was it intentional or deliberate, or did he not intend to say it at all? Hey! Let's learn now. I thought I could learn whenever I needed it, but I didn't expect this to happen. Open the system store and go to the herbalism column. A complete collection of 100 medicinal herbs, 100 gold coins. A collection of 1,000 kinds of medicinal herbs, 1,000 gold coins. A complete collection of 10,000 kinds of medicinal herbs, 100,000 gold coins. A collection of 100,000 medicinal herbs and 1,000,000 gold coins. A collection of millions of medicinal herbs and tens of millions of gold coins. Then let's learn the most expensive one. That should work, right? Click to learn, and suddenly 10 million gold coins were missing from your pocket. But I don't feel really sad about it, because I have to study sooner or later anyway. Besides, they have spent billions of Krypton gold ores to train 3 dragons, so why would they care about this little money? This is the money they spent, so it's worth it. The invigilators in front saw Zhang Xing standing there in a daze with his pen in hand. They looked at each other and shook their heads. This child must be a noble from the imperial capital, and it is only natural for his parents to let him go out and see the world. I definitely won't care about the 3,000 gold coins registration fee. There are 3 hours to answer the questions, and with such a large number of questions, if you don't make good use of your time, you will definitely not be able to finish them. Just as several instructors were shaking their heads, Zhang Xing started writing. Swish, swish, swish. When I saw the question, the answer naturally came to my mind. Zhang Xing nodded with satisfaction. If he couldn't even handle 1,000,000 medicinal herbs, that would be ridiculous. No one would be able to pass the exam to become an apprentice. Put away the distracting thoughts in your mind, speed up your answering speed, and concentrate your mind to reach the state of detail. Crash! Crash! After entering the realm of subtlety, his speed in answering questions more than doubled. From a distance, it seemed that he was not answering questions but just scribbling. The mentors who had just shaken their heads were all stunned when they saw Zhang Xing's behavior. But then he shook his head, no longer in his normal mood, and a look of disgust appeared in his eyes. Especially the cold-faced mentor, whose face looked even gloomier. The invigilator was called Zaka, a senior pharmacist. He was notoriously harsh towards apprentices in the guild, had a strange personality, and was not sociable. Snort! Another dandy boy with lots of money but nowhere to spend it. During every exam, some children of nobles would come to inquire about the types of questions. They did not care about 3,000 or 2,000 gold coins, they just wanted to see what aspects the questions would focus on so that they could go back and guess the questions and come back next time. Although these test questions cannot cover all the 120,000 Chinese medicinal materials, people who do not have a deep understanding of the medicinal properties of the materials will not be able to score more than 95 points. The instructor sneered in his heart with disdain. It would be strange if you could guess right, otherwise how can we teachers teach students, and the pharmacist's guild will become a decoration. Chapter 145, The First Round of Uniqueness. Zhang Xing wrote quickly and freely, and finished the test paper in an hour. He scanned the 10 lines at a glance, felt there was no problem, and stood up to hand in the paper. Humph! Enough of your scribbling, you can't sit still anymore, you don't even have the patience to pretend, what a waste of time. Zaka watched coldly as Zhang Xing put a stack of test papers on the table, with no intention of going forward to review them. The other students in the examination room looked at Zhang Xing differently, with different thoughts in their minds. Ah! You handed in the paper so early. You must not know how to answer the questions and gave up. Humph! I studied for 10 years and took the exam for 3 years but still failed. How old are you? You want to try your luck without solid basic skills? You are just dreaming! Zhang Xing stood outside waiting for the exam to end. The teachers in the examination room would mark the papers on the spot, so he wouldn't have to wait long to know his results. Those who pass will take the practical test, and those who fail can go home to review and wait for the next time. In the last half hour, many students handed in their papers and left when they saw there was no hope. The few remaining students are still thinking hard and want to write more. The tutors who are responsible for marking the papers have already started to get busy. They do not need to read every question. They can just glance over the papers and find a few mistakes. Unqualified! Unqualified! Still unqualified! The 10 instructors took the test paper, flipped through it, saw the mistakes at a glance, and threw them away. It took them only a few seconds. When the time was up, the remaining 30 or so test papers were reviewed within 2 minutes. Zaka looked inquiringly, only to see all 9 mentors shaking their heads. Alas! Just like last year, there is not a single one. I sighed in my heart. The question types change every year, but no matter how they change, aren't they still the most basic pharmacology knowledge? At this moment, there was a bang and the 10th tutor slammed the table and stood up. Good! That's a perfect answer! As he spoke, he picked up the test paper and called other tutors over to take a look. Not bad, not bad. There is no mistake. The handwriting is beautiful and has a certain charm, just like a flying dragon in the sky. It's really rare. There haven't been perfect answers in decades. This boy will definitely be a pillar of our pharmacist guild in the future. Hearing the generous praises from the mentors, Zaka, who was standing still, couldn't help but come over to watch out of curiosity. He saw Zhang Xing's name at first glance, but didn't pay much attention to it. He then looked down, and his eyes gradually began to light up. Let me take a closer look. Zaka snatched the test paper and looked at it carefully. The language is concise and clear, the main idea is fully explained, and the understanding of various herbs is very thorough. It is not a rote memorization routine at all. Smart! It's really smart! Zaka, who is usually serious, muttered to himself, but a rare smile appeared on his face. After reading the test paper, Zaka turned around and ran out the door. As soon as the candidates saw the instructor coming out, they instantly quieted down. Everyone was looking forward to hearing the instructor call out their name. However, it didn't happen. Teacher Zhaka raised the test paper in his hand and only said one name. Who is Zhang Xing? The students began to stir and turned their heads to look around. A child walked out of the crowd. I'm Zhang Xing. The tone was flat, without any surprise. Gah! Everyone fell silent, including Instructor Zaka. They all looked at the child in front of them in surprise. A few seconds later, Mentor Zaka asked again uncertainly. Are you Zhang Xing? Zhang Xing nodded. Zaka didn't show any reaction on the surface, but inside he was in a huge uproar. After clearing his throat, Zaka announced. Only one person passed the exam this time, and that's Zhang Xing. Wow! All the students started talking. How is this possible? How old is he? How can he remember so many things? That shouldn't be the case. I think I can almost pass the exam. Oh! I failed again. It's been 4 years. Lost, frustrated, questioning, crying, dazed. In an instant, a gloomy and negative emotion filled the entire lounge. Chapter 146: The Second Weird Exam. Jaka controlled his shock and took Zhang Xing to the practical examination room. After entering the examination room, there were already 3 students who had passed the examination from other rooms waiting there. There are 100 kinds of medicinal herbs in front of you. Write down their names, properties, and uses within half an hour. The full score is 100. If you get one wrong, you will be eliminated. Start answering the questions. After Jaka finished speaking, his gaze subconsciously turned to Zhang Xing. He can remember the names of huge amounts of medicinal herbs at such a young age. Could he be the legendary child prodigy? I hope he can pass this level smoothly. However, it is not easy. Children have no distracting thoughts in their heads, so it is easier for them to memorize. But identifying herbs is relatively difficult. This requires a lot of practice in daily life, and careful observation of the real objects from various channels, whether in the mountains, on cliffs, or in medicinal materials markets. The difficulty is quite high. This profession is all about burning money. Without money, it is difficult to grow even if you have talent. This first type is yamstone. The second one is dragon tail grass. The shapes of tens of millions of herbs flash through his mind, leaving only the 100 in front of him. Swish, swish, swish! Zhang Xing keeps writing and completes it in one go. The names, properties, and uses of 100 kinds of herbs can all be written down in 10 minutes. There's enough time. Check it out. Zhang Xing compared the herbs in front of him with the patterns in the book in his mind one by one. After 3 minutes of comparison, he felt a little relieved, but still felt a little unsure. After all, he was learning on the fly and had not yet reached a particularly proficient level. Check it again! This time the speed was much slower, and it took 5 minutes. At this point, most students should be able to hand in their papers with confidence. But Zhang Xing always felt something was weird, as if something was wrong. Be calm and attentive. Swish! The pictures of 100 kinds of herbs in his mind gradually became fuller, and within a few breaths they formed a 3-dimensional object. Then a scene that shocked Zaka and the 2 mentors next to him appeared. I saw the 100 kinds of herbs in front of Zhang Xing floating up slowly without wind. Not only that, the herbs formed a circle above his head and slowly rotated. The speed was getting faster and faster, when there were only 10 seconds left in the exam. Bite! All the herbs stopped instantly. A plant of sky star grass was facing Zhang Xing's face. This herb is not Tianqing grass, but the seedling stage of Xingxing grass. They look exactly the same, but their properties are completely opposite. The former is cold and non-toxic. The latter is fire toxic and is only used by poison masters. Its only use is to kill enemies on the battlefield. In other words, it is only used to kill people. Zhang Xing was muttering to himself, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter, and a dragon soared into the sky under his pen. Bang! It took exactly half an hour to correct this mistake and put my pen down. He felt there was something wrong just now, as if he had seen 2 plants of sky star grass during the screening process. But I didn't care and just chose one of them. When I finished answering the questions and checked them for the second time, I suddenly remembered this part. It's impossible for the system to give out 2 identical herbs. So I took out another plant of Tianqing grass and looked at its detailed properties and pictures of its growth at each stage. It was exactly the same as the one I took the exam with. But mature star grass is not that delicate. Zaka and the 3 instructors were stunned, and the other 3 students also looked at Zhang Xing with strange expressions. Is he crazy? Everyone was answering the questions quietly. What on earth happened in the last few minutes? Why did you make such a big noise to show off? It shows how high your magical skills are. Don't forget, this is a pharmacist assessment, not a magic assessment. Also, The most common sky star grass was cleverly changed into stargrass, and it was shamelessly said that it was only for poisoners and killers. If this little classmate is not sick, then what is he? Do you think that by doing this, the mentors will look at you differently? Sensational. Chapter 147 Past the Pharmacist Apprenticeship. Ahem! Jaka coughed, took Zhang Xing's test paper, took a look at the modified Tianqing grass, sighed in his heart, and shook his head. Zhang Xing answered one question wrong, he failed. The other three instructors reviewed the test papers of other students, and then said, Oren got all the answers right. Wait. Teacher Zaka, are you talking about the question about me changing the name of the star grass to the star grass? Zhang Xing said as he picked up the Tianqing grass. Master Zaka, please look, the three masters, the appearance is the same, but the internal structure is completely different. As he said this, he broke the star grass with a snap. Teachers, please take a look. 4 instructors and 3 students all looked over. What? How could this happen? Why is this sky star grass leaking white liquid? Yeah, isn't it green? Isn't this really? Ugh! It smells terrible, so pungent and fishy. The 3 students covered their noses and took 2 steps back, their eyes full of surprise. The moment the 4 mentors saw the white liquid, they knew that this was not Tianqing grass, but star grass as Zhang Xing had said. Several instructors blushed, feeling so embarrassed. They were senior pharmacists, but they even made mistakes in setting questions. In particular, Zaka announced with great regret that Zhang Xing was not qualified. The scene was extremely awkward for a moment. Everyone looked at the child in front of them. He was simply a monster. It's too abnormal for a 7-year-old child to be so meticulous. I really want to open his head to see how the structure inside is different from theirs. This is my mistake. Zhang Xing got all the answers right. He passed. After a long time, Zaka had an awkward smile on his face. The other 3 instructors looked at each other, then turned their gaze to the 3 students, smiled bitterly, and shook their heads. You guys should come back next time. Thump! Hearing this, the 3 students almost fell to the ground. I feel like crying, but I have no tears. The ecstatic mood just now turned cold in less than a minute. Who can be blamed for this? Blame the instructors? Argue with them? Stop talking nonsense. If you say that you didn't learn it well enough, how could that 7-year-old student identify it? Why can't you? Forget it, I'd better go back and work hard for another year. I'll definitely be able to pass the exam to become an apprentice next year. The third item is the physical fitness test. The requirements are not high. A junior magician or a junior warrior will do. After Zaka finished speaking, Zhang Xing showed a little strength and was approved. Okay, Zhang Xing, congratulations on becoming a pharmacist apprentice. I think you should just follow me and learn from me. Jaka ignored the 3 pharmacists beside him and took out the apprentice badge and put it on Zhang Xing's chest. Zaka, how could you do this? Don't you accept students? Zaka, Zhang Xing is ours. Zaka, let's discuss this. Zaka had a stern face and ignored them. He grabbed Zhang Xing and was about to leave. Teacher Zaka, I want to ask, our guild has dragon flame grass and dragon snow flower. Zhang Xing tentatively named 6 or 7 kinds of medicinal herbs. Zaka pondered for a while and asked curiously. Yes, why are you asking this? In Zaka's impression, these herbs are rare species. They are stored in the guild's treasure house, but no one uses them. He has looked through various herbal books but still has no idea what they are used for. So it has been kept in the treasure pavilion, and no one is interested in it. When Zhang Xing heard that there was someone in the guild, he immediately became excited. Teacher Zaka, I want to buy it and study it. Zaka nodded. No wonder the kid learned so well. All he thought about was medicinal herbs. He couldn't wait to learn new knowledge as soon as he was admitted as an apprentice. If it were other children, they would have been so happy that they would have lost their minds. There is simply no comparison. One is in the sky and the other is on the earth. How could he know that Zhang Xing was in a hurry to make an elixir for the dragon, and had nothing to do with being studious? Chapter 148 I still want to continue to take the junior pharmacist exam. A rare smile appeared on Zaka's stern face. Zhang Xing, as an apprentice, you are not qualified to buy 5th grade herbs. Even if you have money, the pharmacist guild is not short of money. What? An apprentice's status is not acceptable? Then what status is acceptable? Zhang Xing blurted out. At least you need to be a junior pharmacist, and that will cost a lot of money. It's not worth it to buy those herbs for research. It's not worth it. Jaka shook his head and explained. So how much would a senior pharmacist like you cost? Zhang Xing asked curiously. Jaka suddenly felt that it was quite pleasant to chat with a child who kept asking questions. So he laughed again. A high-level pharmacist like me doesn't have to spend money, but must exchange it with something of equal value, such as refining some high-quality, high-level pills. Or go and complete some guild tasks. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Follow me to get familiar with the learning environment. You must come to my place to study during the 2 holidays each year. The rest of the time you will learn magic and delve into herbology. These 2 subjects do not conflict with each other, and are closely related. They can be widely applied to the field of magic. Sokka was also puzzled. He was usually very serious, but why was he nagging nonstop today? While Jaka was pausing, Zhang Xing suddenly said something. Teacher Zaka, I want to take the exam for a junior pharmacist. Ga! Zaka, who was feeling relaxed and at ease, stopped immediately. What? What did you say? Teacher Zaka, I mean I want to take the exam for a junior pharmacist. Zhang Xing repeated it loudly. You want to be a pharmacist? Zaka looked at Zhang Xing with surprise, as if he didn't know him. After a moment, Zaka's face turned cold. Nonsense! How can you act so impulsively like a kid? You want to run away before you even learn to walk? Oh no! You want to fly straight away! You're already so proud of yourself after just passing the apprenticeship exam? With your level, you still want to take the exam for a junior pharmacist? Do you know what the exam for a junior pharmacist is? Don't even mention you, a new apprentice. Even those who have been apprentices for more than 10 or 20 years don't dare to say they want to take the pharmacist exam. Zhang Xing listened silently and followed all the way, and soon arrived at a spacious 3-story attic behind the guild assessment building. This is where I work. Don't touch the things inside. Zaka stopped scolding and his tones softened a lot. Then Zaka introduced various alchemy equipment to Zhang Xing. Of course, he only talked about it briefly and it was impossible for him to teach him how to use it right away. Zhang Xing listened patiently and finally finished, then quickly said goodbye. If you didn't tell me, I would have gone and asked around. Isn't there a special receptionist in the examination hall? Zhang Xing entered the examination hall again and quickly found the receptionist. She is a good-looking girl of about 21 or 22 years old. Excuse me, sister, what are the requirements for taking the junior pharmacist exam? Hearing a child's voice, Lena glanced at it and ignored it as she continued to draw her eyebrows and eyes with the bronze mirror. After graduating from a third-rate pharmacist school, she took the exam to be an apprentice, but failed. So she stayed here to work, hoping that a pharmacist would take a liking to her and take her in as an apprentice. Of course, this kind of apprentice does not have a badge, but the chances of passing the exam are greater. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. Hey! I'm asking you a question. Zhang Xing was not as tall as the reception desk, so he could only talk from a distance. Go away! Go play somewhere else! Whose child is this? Why is he making such trouble? Lena had a look of disgust on her face. Chapter 149. You, an apprentice, are overthinking. Oh my God! Aren't you a receptionist? You have to distinguish between adults and children when asking questions. What kind of work attitude is that? Besides, he is still so conceited at work. How can the Pharmacist Guild use such a person? I'm too lazy to argue with this woman. There should be some brochures or something like that when you apply for the exam. I'll look for it. I looked around but didn't see anything. There seemed to be something on the reception desk, but I didn't know what it was. Bring it here and have a look. Zhang Xing waved his hand and a stack of beautiful booklets flew over from the table. What are you doing? Put it down! When Lena saw that the child not only did not leave but also made trouble for her, she glared at him angrily with a vicious look. Zhang Xing ignored her and opened the booklet. The first page introduced the requirements for passing the junior pharmacist exam. First, you must be qualified as an apprentice. Second, reach the level of an intermediate magician or intermediate warrior. Third, the application fee is 8,000 gold coins, which will be refunded after you pass. Fourth, you must be able to successfully refine elementary magic potions or elixirs for warriors. Fifth, 3 chances, 1 success is considered qualified. My conditions are just right, go take the test. Just as I thought of this, Lena came over aggressively and reached out to grab the booklet. Huh! She saw the apprentice badge on Zhang Xing's chest. Are you an apprentice pharmacist? Looking at Lena's expression full of disbelief, Zhang Xing still nodded. TSK! You are not honest at all, kid. You must have taken it from your parents, right? I almost got tricked by you. Your parents are going to take the junior pharmacist exam, right? They asked you to come and ask, right? Lena asked, thinking she was smart. No, I want to take the test. After Zhang Xing finished speaking, he put the booklet in Lena's hand and turned away. Kids nowadays like to brag since they were young. You're still taking exams? You're just a piece of shit. Lena pouted and rolled her eyes at Zhang Xing. After a while, Zhang Xing found the examination room and saw several male and female apprentices in their 20s gathered around a table. I walked over and saw that they were filling out forms. There was a chair in the middle, with no one sitting there. Zhang Xing sat down and picked up a pen to fill out the form. The apprentices thought it was just a kid pretending to learn from them and ignored him. After a while, 2 people walked out of the room, a mid-level pharmacist and an apprentice. As soon as they came out, they saw Zhang Xing sitting on a chair and looking around. Kid, what are you doing here? This is not a place where just anyone can come. Go find your master. Really? If you don't take good care of your child, if he gets lost, you won't even have anywhere to cry. The apprentice next to the pharmacist came up and scolded Zhang Xing. What's wrong with these people? Are they too busy at work and get angry when they see me? Zhang Xing was scolded for no apparent reason. I'm here to take the exam for a junior pharmacist. Zhang Xing held up the form and raised it. What? The apprentice took the form and looked at it with a puzzled look. Then there was an expression of surprise. You are Zhang Xing? The only one who passed the exam to become an apprentice this year? Yes, it's me. As soon as Zhang Xing heard this, he knew that nothing good would happen next. Sure enough, the apprentice shook his head and snorted with disdain. My junior, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you're just getting started and you can't pass the exam. You'd better study hard for another 10 or 8 years. I have been with my mentor for 3 years, but I have not yet succeeded in refining a single pill. The mentor interrupted the apprentice's chatter. Okay, the exam is coming up, let him take it, as long as he meets the requirements. Humph! You overestimate your own abilities. It's just his own shame. It has nothing to do with us. Chapter 150. It's just nonsense. Oh my God! These people are like crazy. It looks like they are under a lot of pressure at work. They just criticize others whenever they get the chance. Zhang Xing didn't care about these. He came here to find herbs for Heibao and Xiaobai to make medicine, so he didn't bother with them. Following them into the examination room, there were 5 low tables more than 2 meters long with a pile of medicinal materials on them, and there was a medicine furnace in front of each table. All right, the 5 of you apprentices, get ready and start refining an essence pill. Choose the herbs according to the recipe. The timer is on. Essence pill is a medicine commonly used by junior magicians to restore their spirits. Its efficacy is stronger than essence potion, and of course its price is more expensive. If you can refine one in half an hour, it will be qualified. No rush. With the experience of refining the bloodline pill last time, I believe that this kind of primary pill should not be difficult to refine. Zhang Xing began to look for herbs according to the recipe. If the intermediate pharmacist invigilating the exam knew that he had only refined the pill once and made 2 batches at once, he would be shocked to death. In Zhang Xing's own words, I just have some experience. After finding the 8 kinds of herbs needed to refine the essence pill, Zhang Xing grabbed them all, walked slowly to the medicine furnace, and threw them in. Zhang Xing, what are you doing? Seeing Zhang Xing behaving like this, the intermediate pharmacist became angry and questioned him harshly. Instructor, could you please keep your voice down? We are taking an exam and cannot be distracted. Zhang Xing muttered in his heart, but replied calmly. Refine the medicine. You are refining medicine? Who taught you this? This is simply nonsense. If you don't want to take the exam, get out and don't disturb other students here. You don't even know the most basic steps of refining medicine, and you want to take the exam to become a pharmacist? Forget it, I'm too lazy to say anything to you. Anyway, the 8,000 gold coins cannot be refunded, so do whatever you want. The instructor became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and finally he waved his hand and turned his face to the other students, out of sight and out of mind, and ignored Zhang Xing. Ugh! Zhang Xing was scolded for no apparent reason again. He scratched his head and muttered to himself. Is it possible that menopause has come early? Every industry has its own rules. Whether it is alchemy, forging, or other professions, there are detailed operating procedures. What to do in the first step, what to do in the second step, and how to proceed in the end, people have been following this rule for thousands of years. How could Zhang Xing understand all this? His alchemy skill has already reached 100 points, the maximum level. The last time I refined the bloodline pill, I followed the herbal medicine tutorial given by the system and used my mental power to control the herbs in the furnace while refining them together. He thought that everyone else made pills in the same way. Don't you know that using mental power to control herbs to make elixirs is something that only alchemists above the Grand Master level can do? Several senior alchemists from the Minigang Alchemist Guild did not dare to do so. The chance of failure was too high, and besides, they did not have such strong mental strength. How many people can be as perverted as Zhang Xing? Several students next to him were all snickering, with an attitude of, I just looked down on you. This little brat didn't come here to take the exam, he was clearly here to show off. Basic steps for refining medicine? The exam requirements are not specified, they just say that one pill is enough. Look at what steps they are taking. Thinking of this, Zhang Xing stretched his neck and looked at the candidate next to him. The candidate noticed Zhang Xing's actions and sneered in his heart, thinking, you should have done it earlier. It's too late to remember to learn it now. Holding two kinds of herbs in his hands, he sat cross-legged on the ground, watching the two herbs melting in the furnace. A few minutes later, the candidate put the herbs in his hand into the furnace, and then picked up two more herbs. He did it proudly. Look, take a good look. This is the basic step in refining medicine. You threw it all over like you did. Do you think you were making corn grits porridge? Chapter 151. Contempt is followed by surprise. Zhang Xing frowned as he watched. What kind of medicine refining is this? It's too slow. Forget it, I'll just practice it my own way. The examinee next to him couldn't help but sneer. Kid, check the herbs in the stove quickly, be careful not to burn them, haha. This kid is so silly, not caring about the herbs in his own stove, but looking around at others. It's impossible for it to be muddled. I've already finished refining it. Zhang Xing waved his hand, and 3 plump and round essence pills flew out of the furnace and fell into his palm. After hearing what Zhang Xing said, everyone looked away in unison. What a boast! I don't even want to look at you. The invigilator, in particular, turned his face directly to the window, his beard trembling with anger. If this child speaks nonsense again, kick him out and disqualify him from the exam. This kid seems to be an apprentice of that dull guy Zaka. You don't easily accept a disciple, and once you do, he turns out to be an unreliable one. Zaka, you've made a mistake. No, we have to find Zaka and ask him if he asked us to take the test. Thinking of this, the mentor called his apprentice. Go ask the receptionist Lena to ask Mr. Zaka to come over to me. After his apprentice left, he thought again, that's not right, it couldn't be that Zaka asked him to come, Zaka wouldn't be so inconsiderate. This kid must have come here on his own to make trouble. When Zaka comes, ask him to take the child away to avoid embarrassment. If this gets out, how will Zaka save face? He is already unwelcome in the guild, and now others will definitely use this topic to make fun of him for 3 to 5 months. After a while, Zaka walked in with a puzzled expression on his face. The apprentice at the door and Lena looked inside curiously. Moshi, what do you want from me? Zaka and Moshi have a pretty good relationship, and they are the only two in the entire guild with the same explosive temper. Look, what your apprentice is doing! And Moshi pointed at Zhang Xing's back. Zaka turned around and was stunned. Isn't this Zhang Xing? It seems that everything I said just now fell on deaf ears. The child didn't listen to a single word he said and still does what he wants. I'm so angry. Zhang Xing, come out with me! Hearing the voice, Zhang Xing turned his head, stood up and smiled slightly. Teacher Zaka is here. This is not the place to talk. Come with me and don't disturb other candidates' exams. Zaka said this and was about to turn around and walk out. Wait! Teacher Zaka, let me show the pill to Teacher Moshi first. As he spoke, Zhang Xing stretched out his little hand and handed 3 pills to Moshi. Teacher Moshi, this is the elixir I made. Please take a look. If there is no problem, is it? You made it? Moshi looked at him with a questioning and sharp look as he took the 3 essence pills. The pills were slightly warm, but the residual heat was still there. Zaka also walked over with a strange expression on his face, picked up a essence pill and looked at it carefully. Yes, it was just refined and the quality is top-notch, said Moshi. No matter from the appearance or the color, the refining technique is sophisticated and can be said to be very experienced. Zaka nodded repeatedly. Moreover, the 3 pills are exactly the same size, not a single inch different. This level of control is no longer at the level of a junior alchemist. Moshi continued to praise. But why does this pill look a little weird to me? Oh yes, it's the degree of perfection. The 3 pills are as perfect as a whole. They completely forgot about Zhang Xing next to them, and they kept commenting on the advantages of the elixir. Teacher Moshi, do you think the pills I made are up to standard? Zhang Xing, who was waiting impatiently, interrupted them. When they heard Zhang Xing's voice, they suddenly understood. They all froze at the same time and turned their heads little by little, as if it took a lot of effort. Oh my god, the 2 mentors' eyes are glowing green, as if they want to eat people. Zhang Xing was startled. Chapter 152, Surprise followed by shock. Zaka and Moshi asked in unison. Did you really make this? Even though they were 100% sure, they still didn't believe it. Teachers, I just made it. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a thud and a candidate next to him fell to the ground with his legs crossed. Several other candidates also looked at Zhang Xing in shock. This is so possible. This is not true. Fuck, he refined it in a matter of seconds, and there are 3 of them. Can it be faster? This is too scary. Especially the candidate who fell, he was not only shocked, but also deeply frightened. Just now he despised this kid and laughed at him for sharpening his skills at the last minute and secretly learning the steps of refining medicine from him. Who knew that the other person had already refined the elixir while he was watching? Can you not be so perverted? Can you not be so magical? At the same time, with a clang sound, the bronze mirror in Lena's hand fell to the ground at the door. She opened her mouth in disbelief. Is this kid really an apprentice and has passed the exam to become a junior pharmacist? I missed an opportunity to pledge my love to you. Moshi and Zaka were far more shocked than the other candidates. They knew what it meant for a 7-year-old to have such a high talent. Not to mention what benefits it will bring to them personally, let's just talk about the child's future achievements. Is he the medicine king? Medicine master? Medicine saint? Medicine god? For a moment, they made random guesses about everything they could think of. Teacher Moshi, have I passed the test? Zhang Xing asked again. Well, I passed, of course I passed. Moshi and Zaka looked at each other and smiled knowingly. If you fail this, no one else will be able to pass. Half an hour had passed and the other candidates had also finished refining. Only one person managed to refine an essence pill, but its quality and size were far inferior to those refined by Zhang Xing. But they were considered qualified, and Moshi awarded them certificates and badges. Teacher Zaka, what do you want me to do? Zhang Xing did not forget this. Zhang Xing, you and I are both alchemists in the same guild. From now on, there is no need to address each other as mentors. Zaka couldn't say what he wanted to say at this moment. He was just an apprentice, but now he is qualified to be a mentor. This damn world is changing too fast. He had just passed the apprentice exam, and then became a junior alchemist. As a mentor, he had finally received a talented student, but he flew away before he could even get to know him. I really don't know what to say. It's nothing, actually. Oh, by the way, you are now a junior alchemist. You can accept guild missions in exchange for merit points. The herbs you want can be exchanged for merit points. Jaka thought about it and told this matter. Huh! Zhang Xing felt a little strange. Just for this matter? He had said it several times in his office before. I don't want to think about these anymore. Let's go and see what tasks are there. I understand, Teacher Zaka. Thank you for your teaching just now. I have benefited a lot. Thank you. Teacher Moshi, goodbye. Zhang Xing still respectfully called the two of them mentors, and turned to leave. TSK. What a good child. He is polite, not arrogant or impatient, and calm and generous. Zaka, even though this kid was only your apprentice for a short while, he is still a good disciple of yours. You are so proud. Why don't I have such good luck as you? Emoshi praised Zhang Xing and envied Jaka, completely forgetting his cold and hateful attitude towards Zhang Xing just now. Chapter 153. If an apprentice is not qualified, he will continue to take exams until he is qualified. As soon as I walked out of the junior pharmacist examination room, I heard someone shouting, Zhang Xing, your instructor is looking for you. When I looked up, I saw that it was my classmates who came to take the exam together. What do you want from me? I'm busy, Zhang Xing said indifferently. How would I know what's going on? Anyway, the instructor has said that students who have finished their exams should go back to their dormitories and wait. They are not allowed to run around. I told you, it's up to you whether you go or not. After the classmate finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Xing coldly, then turned and left. What could be the matter? He didn't tell me what he should have told me, and he kept scolding me. Ignore him and go do the mission. We're only here for 3 days anyway. Zhang Xing muttered to himself as he came to the mission hall. There weren't many people inside. Perhaps they were all busy supervising the exam. There were only 5 or 6 people gathered in front of the task release board, and there were a few others submitting tasks in other places. Zhang Xing glanced around and automatically ignored the tasks worth tens or hundreds of points, and looked directly at the tasks worth more than 1,000 points. Refining 1 million copies of high-level Yuanxing Dan, the merit is worth 1 billion. Looking at the note at the back, it is the military of the Tianqing Empire. This won't work. It's obviously a collective task for the Pharmacists Guild. Looking further down, apart from refining medicine, there are also treatments, and the merit values range from thousands to tens of thousands. According to Instructor Zaka, the medicinal herbs he needs are worth about 300 to 500 million merit points. In other words, a junior pharmacist needs 20 million merit points to exchange for each medicinal ingredient. If Zhang Xing continues to complete tasks, it will take him at least 10 years to earn 500 million. Of course, if you choose to refine the Xingyuan pill, you can probably earn enough in a year and a half. But the key is that all alchemists are refining it when they are free, so it won't take long to finish refining 1 million copies. When Zhang Xing looked at the 5-star task, his eyes lit up. Go to Qianxue Peak to search for the 10,000-year demon Ganoderma, and the reward is 150 million merit points. Go to the swamp to search for the 1,000-year-old thousand-leaf grass. The reward is 150 million merit points. These 2 tasks are exciting, but only 300 million, it seems a bit insufficient. It doesn't matter. Let's make the 300 million first. Thinking of this, Zhang Xing walked to the place where he would receive the task. Old man, I want to take the 5-star missions 1 and 2. The receptionist was an old man with wrinkles all over his face. He wore an apprentice badge on his chest and lay listlessly on the table. Oh, give me the identity token. When the old man heard the voice of young Zhang Xing, he didn't even look up. It seems that I feel that I am old, my future is hopeless, and I have lost my curiosity about everything. When Zhang Xing handed over the junior alchemist token representing his identity, it was immediately thrown back. Elementary level is not enough, it has to be advanced level or above. As he said this, the old man lay on the table in a daze again. Oh, that's so troublesome? Old man, I'll come back later. Zhang Xing quickly walked out of the mission hall and headed towards the intermediate alchemist examination room. Half an hour later, Zhang Xing came out, and the badge on his chest turned into the emblem of an intermediate alchemist. Then they came to the advanced assessment office. In less than an hour, Zhang Xing walked out happily. I have obtained the qualification of a senior alchemist, and I am going to accept the mission. At the same time, in the office of Luo Lai, president of the Alchemist Guild, Zaka, Moshi, and the intermediate alchemy assessment instructor Jesse all sat in their chairs as if petrified, with the look of shock in their eyes lasting for nearly an hour. Are you sure? That Zhang Xing is only 7 years old? He passed the exam from an apprentice to an intermediate alchemist? Luo Lai had a weathered look on his face and was not young either. This was the third time he asked the question. Chapter 154, Receive Guild Mission and Set Out. Just as the three alchemists were about to nod in response, there was a knock on the door. The person who came in was Alan, the senior alchemy examiner. Master President, a 7-year-old boy just passed the high-level alchemist assessment. He's 7 years old again. What's his name? President Luo Lai asked with a complicated expression. It's a boy named Zhang Xing. Crash! Several people, including the president, jumped up immediately. What? Him again? Alan was wondering why these people reacted so strongly. What do you mean it's him again? Before you came, Zaka and the others told me that Zhang Xing passed the exam from apprentice to intermediate alchemist today. You come to tell me again that he passed the exam to become a senior alchemist. Today is not a holiday, right? Are you guys teaming up to make fun of me? President Luo Lai looked at everyone carefully, examining each one for a moment. How could we play such a joke? It's true. How about we invite Zhang Xing over? Alan said with a sad face. Well, should I ask him to come over and let me see how many heads this Zhang Xing has? Luo Lai nodded. After a while, Luo Lai's assistant ran back panting. Reporting to the president, Zhang Xing has received the 5-star mission number 1 and number 2 and left. Bang! They all sat down on the chairs again. I don't even dare to take tasks number 1 or 2. Luo Lai suddenly felt his head buzzing. Damn it, I wonder if everything that happened today is fictitious. At this time, a student took the leave application that Zhang Xing asked him to pass on and handed it to the team leader. Open it and take a look. I, Zhang Xing, have to go complete a mission for the Alchemist Guild, so I'm not sure how many days I'll be away. It's just such a simple sentence. After reading it, the instructor tore the note into pieces and said through gritted teeth. Last time he ran away alone in the Warcraft forest, and this time he left the team for no reason. This is too outrageous. I will definitely suggest to the vice president to expel him when I get back. Zhang Xing did not stop, riding the teleportation array all the way, happily heading towards his first destination, the Qianxue Peak Mountains. Pass the exam to become a senior alchemist and receive a 40% reduction in fees. That is to say, those 20 kinds of herbs were originally worth 500 million merit points, but now only 300 million are needed, which is just enough to complete the task. Exchanging 2 herbs for 20 is a great deal. In the eyes of the guild, the 10,000-year demonic Ganoderma and 1,000-leaf grass are rare treasures. If he can't use them, they are worthless. The Qianxue Peak Mountains are located at the border between the Tianqing Empire and the Leiwu Empire. It is a natural barrier between the two countries. The ice and snow do not melt all year round and the temperature is cold, so the army cannot pass through here. In addition, there are a large number of 3rd and 4th level magical beasts here, the most numerous of which are snow apes. They live in groups and have quite high intelligence. The high-level warriors and mercenary groups of the two countries did not dare to come here to hunt monsters at will. If you are not careful, all your supplies may be snatched away by the snow monkeys, or even eaten by them. When they arrived at the Qianxue Peak Mountains and walked out of the last town, Zhang Xing summoned Xiao Bai, and in the blink of an eye, the man and the dragon disappeared in the snowy mountains. The low temperature of -60 to 70 degrees is exactly Xiao Bai's favorite environment. Zhang Xing has the talent of small white ice, so he is not afraid of the cold, he just feels a little uncomfortable with it. According to the description of the task, the 10,000-year-old magic Ganoderma grows on the steep cliffs of ice peaks more than 10,000 meters high. Ordinary flying mounts simply cannot withstand the colder climate there and might be frozen into popsicles before they even reach the top of the mountain. This huge difficulty does not exist for Xiao Bai. He just kept flying forward, and whenever he came across a high peak he would go up and walk around, searching carefully. Chapter 155, 7th Level Snow Mountain Giant Ape. The first day, the search was fruitless. Zhang Xing was not in a hurry and headed deeper into the mountains along the direction of the mountain. At noon the next day, he saw a majestic, tall, magnificent and majestic mountain standing in the air. The mountain peaks reach high into the sky, and he cannot see the top from his current position. And on the mountainside you can see snowballs rolling all over the mountain. These should be the overlords of Thousand Snow Peak, the snow apes. Snow apes have a strong reproductive capacity, are social animals, and are omnivorous. They eat everything that humans can eat. Zhang Xing ignored them and let Xiao Bai fly upwards. The higher you go, the more you can feel the temperature change. It's too cold. My small body can't stand it. I'd better add a fire hood to keep warm. After all, Zhang Xing is not Xiao Bai. He is still a human being and has his limits in withstanding low temperatures. In addition, fist-sized hail continued to fall from the sky, and some hailstones were even as big as a small watermelon. Xiao Bai really enjoys this kind of climate and moves freely in the ice and snow. When they passed through a thick layer of clouds, the view suddenly became bright. The climate is still as cold as before, but there is no wind or snow, and it is as quiet as a picture. I saw a sharp knife mountain sitting on the top of the clouds. The hard snow had changed over countless years and had become as hard as steel. Xiao Bai, go down and take a look. I feel this place is unusual and should be able to bring us surprises. Okay, master. Swish! The little white dragon bent its body and meandered downstream, landing on the ice and snow in just a few breaths. All you can see is a small snow-capped mountain about 20 meters high, and nothing else. Look carefully, maybe the 10,000 years snow Ganoderma is growing in a hidden place on this hill. Zhang Xing and Xiao Bai began to search around the edge of the hill. When they turned to the back of the small snow mountain, Zhang Xing's eyes lit up. Xiao Bai, look! Haha, I see. From the appearance, it looks similar to the description in the mission. It should be the demon Ganoderma. But just as they were about to go forward to pick it, they suddenly felt the hill next to them seem to move. Immediately afterwards, a blanket of ice and snow roared down from above. Oh no! Hide! The man and the dragon disappeared from the spot in an instant, retreating again and again until they were 100 meters away. What's going on? They watched in amazement as the hill suddenly collapsed. After the smoke and dust dissipated, a scene that shocked Zhang Xing appeared. Oh my God! Isn't this Tarzan? Oh no! Be taller and stronger than Tarzan! A giant ape with snow-white long hair shook off the snow on its body and slowly turned to look at Zhang Xing, and by long. The huge eyes and nostrils were visible among the thick white hair, and the tightly closed mouth and slightly upturned chin gave an expression of contempt for everything. Those sturdy limbs were supported on the snow, like 4 pillars supporting the sky, standing still. The giant ape's gaze automatically ignored the tiny Zhang Xing and stayed on Xiao Bai. In its dragon form, the waist of the little white dragon is less than 1/3 the thickness of the giant ape, and its body length is 5 or 6 meters shorter. The eyes of the dragon and the ape collided, quickly generating intense sparks of battle. If I'm not mistaken, this is a 7th level snow ape. Xiao Bai, you must be careful when fighting. Xiao Bai wagged his tail to show that he understood. Seeing such a strong guy, Zhang Xing couldn't help feeling a little worried, so he quickly retreated. He knew that this was a battle between 2 kings and he could not participate. I don't want to get involved. The pride of the Beast King is so great that it looks down upon the world and cannot be desecrated by anyone. He is the king of the snowy mountains, and any creature that enters his territory will be ruthlessly attacked. Either be killed brutally or get out of the territory. Even the dragon clan can't do that. Chapter 156, Xiao Bai's difficult battle. Xiao Bai felt an aura from the giant ape that was no less powerful than that of a golden dragon. I fight the golden dragon in the trial field every day, and my combat experience increases every day. Even though he was still beaten black and blue by the golden dragon, he was able to keep fighting for a long time. At this time, facing the mighty and domineering giant ape, Xiaobai was full of fighting spirit and did not feel any fear at all. Besides, the giant ape's power must be endless, but he can't fly. Duh! The giant ape walked towards Xiaobai step by step, faster and faster, and after 3 steps, he ran 3 more steps. He dug his limbs into the ground with all his might. Crash! Rock-hard snow flew up into the air behind him. The giant ape leaped up and pounced towards Xiaobai. The giant ape in the air stretched out its limbs and howled towards the sky. Xiaobai's body rose rapidly into the air, instantly passing through the giant ape's head, followed by a dragon's tail swing. Bang! It hit the giant ape's back hard. Plop! The giant ape fell to the ground, its body only swaying slightly in the air. There was no damage, it just felt like being hit by a willow twig. The giant ape turned around and looked at Xiaobai in the sky with contempt. According to the memories in the ancient inherited genes, the dragon clan is extremely powerful and is the overlord of the entire starry sky. But that refers to adult dragons. They, the ancient giant apes, are not afraid of any living creatures and dare to fight against adult dragons. The giant ape doesn't take the little dragon in front of it seriously. You dragons rely on your ability to fly in the sky, right? Now let me show you how I can knock you down. The giant ape showed a sarcastic expression, moved to an ice cone that was more than 10 meters long, and grabbed it with both of its huge hands. Puff! His 5 fingers were completely submerged in the ice, and he let out a low growl. With a snap, the ice cone broke at the root, and then the strong and huge arms stretched out and lifted the ice cone up. He threw it into the air dozens of meters away. Then the giant ape started running wildly behind and caught up with it with a leap. At the same time, Xiaobai dodged the ice cone and flew sideways. But what greeted him was a lightning-fast punch from the giant ape. Bang! Xiaobai couldn't dodge in time and was hit. The body was instantly smashed to the ground. What a cunning snow ape! Zhang Xing felt a pang in his heart. He thought that Xiaobai was beaten all over by the golden dragon in the trial field, but he didn't feel sorry for him. But at this moment, he was punched hard by an outsider. Oh no, it was an outsider ape, and he felt very uncomfortable. Damn it, Xiaobai, beat him hard. If he hits you once, you have to beat him 10 times. As soon as Xiaobai's body touched the ground, he flew into the air. A loud noise came from the snow behind him, and the giant ape's fists fell, only 1 meter away from his tail. Xiaobai stretched his body back and forth in the air several times, and it was obvious that he was in great pain from being hit. After 2 rounds, each of them was hit, and Xiaobai was at a disadvantage. They had a general understanding of each other's strength, and the snow ape showed a look of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that the little dragon was so resistant to blows. He used 80% of his strength in that unexpected punch, but the dragon was fine. Not even a single piece of its jade-white scales was damaged. It seems that the strength of the dragon clan should not be underestimated. I thought that they were 2 levels higher than the opponent, and the battle could be ended with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Make this little dragon kneel down before him, admit his mistake and beg for mercy, and get out of his territory. I will not kill this little dragon unless it is absolutely necessary. That would make me enemies with the dragon clan, which is not worth it. The 7th level giant ape already has intelligence that is no less than that of humans. He knows very well what creatures can be killed at will, and those extremely rare species should not be provoked. When Xiaobai heard Zhang Xing's harsh words, he had the same thought in his mind and wanted to rush up and beat the giant ape up immediately. But he knew that he couldn't engage in close combat because the difference in strength was too great, and he would only be abused if he got too close. Chapter 157. The giant ape stops the fight and both sides negotiate. When the snow ape saw that the ice cone trick was quite useful, he went to get another one. At the moment when the giant ape leaned over, Xiaobai swooped down suddenly and opened his mouth to spit out a breath of icy air. The giant ape was frozen into a block of ice on the spot. Xiaobai glided over the giant ape's head without stopping, and swept it fiercely with its tail. Bang! At the same time, the ice covering the giant ape was completely shattered by him. The tail hit the giant ape right on the back of the head. The blow was quite severe, and the giant ape grimaced in pain, looking very angry. At this time, Xiaobai had already flown high up and was out of the attack range. So the dragon and the ape started to fight each other. As long as the giant ape was not paying attention, Xiaobai would freeze him with a breath of dragon and then beat him hard. The snow ape was enraged and kept roaring in place, but he couldn't hit Xiaobai. In desperation, the snow ape began to negotiate with Xiaobai. The 10,000-year demon Ganoderma is mine. Don't even think about it. Leave here immediately. It's impossible to leave. This herb is something my boss must get. Xiaobai responded from high in the air, but did not move forward in case the snow ape cheated. Your boss? You mean that tiny little human child? The snow ape looked at Zhang Xing in surprise. Zhang Xing walked forward slowly. He knew that the battle could no longer continue as either side could do anything to the other. The snow ape was relatively smart and stopped to negotiate in time, otherwise he would have been beaten again. The pain was a minor matter, but the humiliation was unbearable. Snow ape, I want this Ganoderma lucidum. I don't want it for nothing. You can exchange it for something else. Zhang Xing walked to a distance of 20 meters and stopped. It was too troublesome and tiring to talk to this big guy at such a close distance. What can a child like you have? If you don't want to change, take your dragon and leave here. The snow ape curled his lips in disdain, his eyes full of contempt. Take a look at this and see if it can be of any use to you. Zhang Xing took out a pill from his arms and threw it over. The snow ape took the pill and looked at it casually. Suddenly, his nose seemed to smell something magical and he sniffed hard. Then he began to look at the small pill carefully. After a moment, the giant ape's body shook, and his eyes were full of surprise. Is this a bloodline pill? Yes, this is just an elementary bloodline pill, try it. The bloodline pills refined for Heibao were divided into 3 levels. Zhang Xing refined more when he was striving to improve his herbal medicine skill points, and now he still has quite a few intermediate and advanced ones. The original description given by the system for the bloodline pill was to stimulate and improve the bloodline of ancient mythical beasts. Zhang Xing was not sure whether it would work on other magical beasts with ancient bloodlines. Judging from the snow ape's performance just now, it seems that he is very interested in the bloodline pill. The snow ape didn't hesitate and threw the pill into his mouth. It melts in your mouth and you can feel the blood in your body fluctuating, but it's not very obvious. But this has greatly shocked the snow ape. He was guarding the 10,000-year-old magic Ganoderma lucidum here, just wanting to eat it and see if he could stimulate his ancient bloodline. Because at the 7th level, there is no hope of upgrading further. The only way is to rely on natural resources and treasures, otherwise just practice slowly and wait for death. But there are not so many natural treasures in this world for him to consume. Besides, the outside world has long been ruled by humans, and one dares not go out at will before reaching the 8th level. Although the effect of the primary blood just now was minimal, it also deeply shocked him. Kid, are there any more?